Summoner's Rift.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. This is Saints Gauntlet Series 2025 League of Legends. I'm your host, Patrick Smoke Chambers. And man, do we have a star-studded day for you. Absolutely beautiful venue. Look around right now. I mean, we got the stage. The pit players are loading in. They're waiting. They're locked. Anything can happen on LAN. 8 teams come in. 1 leaves victorious with a lion's share of 2,500 and our coveted Saints Gauntlet Series trophy, which you just saw in that beautiful trailer. And man, I'm so excited. I hope you guys are pumped as well. First, we have CVU going up against Fanshawe, but before we can get into any of that, you need to meet your casters. So we're going to be sending it off to the caster desk for some pre-game analysis.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Saints Gauntlet Series. It is going to be an absolutely amazing time. I'm your host for today, Matthias, also known as Mathas, and I'm joined by David Simo himself. How are you doing today, Simo?
I'm excited. I think this is going to be a great tournament. A lot of great schools, not just from Canada, but from various distant places in the States have come to compete for this trophy right here, which looks pretty nice, pretty clean, and pretty purple in front of our eyes. How are you feeling about the tournament so far coming up?
I'm feeling very, very excited. You know, got all this purple. It reminds me of the new Baron boots, the new updates that we've seen across the board as of recent times. This League of Legends Gauntlet Series is going to be one for the ages. There's so many teams out there right now setting up. It's so lively out there. I'm just excited to see what matchups we have for today.
Yeah, you know, and this is kind of like a little bit of a precursor, maybe not an entire precursor, but we get a splash of some C-Law action here from teams here from the East and, of course, some teams from other conferences. So it's going to be kind of, you know, a culmination of amazing collegiate play. And to be quite honest, when it comes to collegiate, we have a lot of ex-pros that trickle down into the system. So this is not just going to be a bunch of emeralds or diamonds in the rough. This is going to be some heavy competition.
Yeah, this is the cream of the crop coming out for this LAN. They wouldn't be here if they didn't think they had a chance to win. They're all battling it out on LAN. Maybe some of these people, it's the first LAN they've been to in quite a while. You know, it's been a tough time because of COVID and everything, but now we're in the swing of things. We're a few years off from that. It's going to be one heck of a good time.
Yeah, why don't we tee up our first matchup that we've got? Sure. We've got Converse going up against Fanshawe. There are, of course, 6 other teams competing in the round robin as we look over here towards Converse on stage. Some of our players and their coach, Shorter Ace, standing behind him, getting them nice and prepped and ready for the match ahead.
Yeah, as we were discussing earlier, Shorter Ace has a lot of experience on the line here. He's played in so many different tournaments, collegiate and on the pro level. So we got to hope that he can just steal his team's nerves, keep them focused and dialed in on the LAN. And it looks like they are just ready for anything right now.
Yeah, we have an audio issue on stage as we see a player getting their headsets all calibrated and connected. Why don't we walk through this lineup really quick? We've got in the top lane from left to right, Ego, Xavier, Duckman, Hope One, and all the way on the far end, a little bit difficult to see, we have Dinosaur Chainsaw. Fun fact about this roster, the top lane and the mid lane, both Ego and Duckman, are brothers from the Philippines. Out here to play in Windsor, Ontario.
Across the world, the brotherly bond has brought them here to battle it out on the Summoner's Rift. Maybe they're far apart on that rift, but they are together in those team fights.
Hey, listen, top and mid, that's not too far.
Not too far,
That's a quick roam away. You know, the mid can go up there to help out. But yeah, this roster is incredibly deep. Particularly, I want to talk about the jungler Xavier. His ranked solo queue games, it's like a mixed bag. He's playing a different champion every single game. So this guy's pool is incredibly deep. Not to mention, he's the only Canadian on the roster for this Converse team, coming all the way from South Carolina, a little bit of a ways away from home, at least at the moment. But for Xavier, he's home.
He's home. He's got that home field advantage. And let's talk about Fanshawe Fuel, their opponents. We can't forget about them. They're Canadian homegrown coming down from here, facing the world-class team,
That's right.
They have that home field advantage, and they're looking to defend their turf.
Yeah, well, from right to left, we've got our support all the way towards the top lane, all the way on the far end. We've got Marshall, Zan, Boo, Ollie, and HTK. They're looking up at the screen. They see themselves. They're happy. They're excited. Hey, this could be their first land. That's why you see they're all smiles, all feeling good.
I think it might be, and that, I think, might give them an advantage here. They're going to play really hard. They're really excited, and they really want to prove that they are the best on camera. They don't want to look too bad. They have the nerves, but I think they'll use those nerves to the best of their ability.
Yeah, and a quick little note about Fanshawe as well, as we gave a couple of Easter eggs for Converse. It's only fair that we give a couple of Easter eggs for Fanshawe. In doing some looking into, their mid laner is a Scion one trick. I'm not exactly sure if Scion fits great in the mid lane. Maybe Fanshawe are going to be the team that proves me wrong. Harnessing some of that Baus energy from Los Ratones, giving a little bit of, but that doesn't quite work in the mid lane. Top lane, yeah, sure, no problem. Mid lane Scion, I'm not exactly sure that's going to fly. So we'll see what Boo ends up picking up for his mid lane selection in the first game.
Yeah, in the first game, that'll be interesting. And let's get into the format a little bit more. We are delving into that champ pool, and we're going to delve as deep as we can into that champ pool, because this is going to be fearless going into the best of 3 rounds we have here later on today. So these one tricks, these masters of one champion, are going to have a little bit of a tougher time.
Yeah, not to mention, we have a heavy engaged support meta. I feel like it's always been like that, but there is the potential, of course, for some support mages to come through. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is because a lot of supports are playing the same thing. And especially in this tournament, there's a lot of supports that are not support mains, right? Like for Fanshawe, Marshall is a level 69 Mastery Lilia. That doesn't really quite go into the bot lane. So if he's on an off roll playing Nautilus and Leona, and they first pick Nautilus on the Converse side, there could be a lot of problems for some roles, maybe not all, but for some roles where if they're in an off roll position and they've been training just 2-3 champs, well, if it's banned and then it's first picked by the other team, as the draft continues, it's going to be pretty bad.
That is looking to be a very disastrous situation indeed. And the draft is going to be so interesting as well. Will they ban out that Scion, or will they try and keep it around because they might not think it's a very good pick? There's a lot of things to consider here.
Yeah, I'm just incredibly concerned for how deep some of the pools of these players may be. For the top tier teams, I would kind of, say teams like Converse, Northwood, University of St. Thomas, and of course, St. Clair, probably have deeper pools and can fall back on some champions that they have in their back pocket. But for some of these up and coming teams like Fanshawe, Humber, OTSU, some of these primarily Ontario teams that are getting their first kind of international play, this international, it's USA versus Canada here in some cases, but I'm worried about how deep their pools may be. So this fearless draft is really maybe not so much in the group stage where we're doing these best of ones, but once we hit the playoff bracket, things could be tough.
Yeah, it is going to be very exciting. I think this is the first time we're doing a fearless LAN here around St. Clair, or even probably on the collegiate level. It's probably one of the first few fearless draft-based LANs. And I'm just excited to see how it goes. We're going to really delve into that champ pool. And especially with the new changes. We haven't even talked about the new changes. It's a new season, start of this year. It's only been around for about a month on the official server. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I have no idea how the teams are exactly going to either decide to pull off the bot and top swap to prioritize Void Grubs and to forget about Dragon this season. We care more about the void grubs and getting some additional plates early and like making that push for a first turret. Not to mention those objectives in the early game, getting 3 kills, getting a turret, getting 3 epic monster objectives. Like these are all things that if you do a top bot swap, you can prioritize those grubs and top the bot lane, that's top lane, can rotate down and help the jungle. So yeah, these changes, if teams are not super studied, I've seen some players just playing ARAM Earth nonstop. You guys got to play the Summoner's Rift. You guys got to get ready for this land. So, yeah, but I think a lot of teams have already adjusted. You know, we've had time to look at Korea and NA and how they play the map and really study that if you really want to. So I'm not exactly worried about how the teams are going to adapt. However, are they prepared to execute these swaps?
Exactly.
Are they prepared to communicate and rotate fast? Because we've had swaps in the meta before, maybe 3-4 years ago, but back then some teams couldn't execute it. It was just not working for them. So will it work for some collegiate teams? That's a big question that we need to answer.
I know. I'm excited to see it, though. There should be a lot of experimentation here on this collegiate level. And let's just get right into the draft. Have all our questions be answered. We're seeing a few bans already come through on Converse University. They're going to be banning out that Jace, the Hwei, and the Rumble. On the side of Fanshawe, they're banning away that Fiora, the Caitlyn, and the Mel.
Yeah, Fiora makes sense. HTK is a Fiora one trick. In fact, his username is HTK #Fiora. So if that's not off the table, I don't know what is. On the opposite side, I am seeing the Jace being taken away. Makes sense. Duckman playing that Gwei, of course, in the mid lane as well. Rumble, a little bit of a surprise. Maybe that's something that kind of slipped through some of my research. But as the picks already come in, Ezreal, Skarner, Karma, and Ashe, Maokai, Aurora.
Yeah, the Aurora pick is looking to be pretty good. I don't think they're going to be going for... That can't be the top lane swap there on Ego, right? That can't be Ashe.
No, it's not.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
not. No, it's not. It's just
Okay.
going to be, I think, they're going to
Okay, yeah, I
swap
see
those
it now. I
around.
see it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about the Ezreal. In looking at a lot of the ADCs for this tournament, heavy on the Ezreal maining. Lots of people love and want to play Ezreal. But you know what's great about this first pick Ezreal is because Zan. That's first picked for Zan on the side of Fanshawe. Zan is a level 257 Ezreal. So if that's not first picked away from Converse University, I would be a little bit disappointed. So the fact that they got it is going to be good news for them. However, whatever else they prioritize is going to, we'll see what comes through the docket there.
Yeah, as an Ezreal player myself, I think it's an amazing pick. It's just so flexible and does so much. You have that AP/AD mix in there. You have the mobility. It's just so much to play around with, especially if you one-trick it and master all his movement and tech. There's so much you can do with that champ.
Yeah, so we do see the second ban about to come through. GP makes sense. They're really targeting Ego in the top lane. They've taken away his Jace. They've taken away his Gangplank. Mbessa is still a big player, a big champ that is maybe going to be selected possibly because that's the only thing really Ego has left. And he probably has a bigger pool, but even Cassante taken off from the top lane. So really heavily targeted on Ego. They want to try to get HTK ahead. Why? Because he is a top lane main for Fanshawe, and I think he's really comfortable in that role. So trying to get him a better matchup against Converse maybe is the goal here for Fanshawe's pick and ban phase. We'll see what they get selected here, unless, well, I mean, if it's the Maokai top, then they can counterpick it here, but I have no idea.
I think that's going to be a Maokai. No, it's not.
Yeah, Wukong's going to jungle for sure.
It could be a Maokai support, There's
Come
so much you
on.
can do with the Maokai.
Come on.
I think it could
no
be.
shot.
I think it could be.
No shot.
We're seeing some crazy stuff happening in that support lane. We're looking at the champ pools. But it looks like we're going to have a Renekton be slotted in, most likely in that top lane.
Yeah, I have also seen a lot of Karma mids. Expect to see that quite frequently throughout this tournament, unless that's the Karma support and we see the Orianna mid. Not going to be super shocking. Boo for Fanshawe College is not exactly the biggest mid lane main. He's actually a Scion one trick. So for Boo, like we said, we'd love to see what he has in his back pocket. Seems like Oriana is going to be the ticket for him. And maybe that Maokai support shout out is actually a little bit more correct than I thought.
Yeah, unless it's Jack's support, but I don't think that's very likely. It's probably going to be a Jack's top, Wukong in that jungle. We have the Aurora in the mid, Maokai support, and of course Ego in that bot lane, or the Ashe in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, this draft, I think, was really targeted in both respects. For the side of Fanshawe, they were trying to limit Ego's pool, forcing him onto. Sorry, what was that top lane pick that he ended up selecting? It wasn't Maokai. It was
Jax.
Jax. That's right.
Yep.
So forcing him onto something that maybe he's not as more commonly played at. Probably still pretty good at Jax, but he'd probably prefer to play Jace, Gangplank, or Ambessa. On the opposite side, I saw a lot of mid lane bans being targeted away. Mel, an obvious ban I think we're going to see a lot throughout the tournament, but I saw Syndra and Victor taken away from Boo. Maybe something that he, despite not being the biggest mid lane main, wants to play on something that he's more comfortable and now has to double back to Oriana, which still not too bad in the meta. Maybe in team play a little bit more comfortable in that respect. So we'll see how the Oriana plays out for Boo when he's up against Duckman, who's a great, phenomenal player from the Philippines.
Yeah, that is going to be one heck of a matchup. I'm thinking those mid bans were also just generalist bans, because if you're not super comfortable on one champ or the other, you want to play something that's a little bit more consistent, a little bit easier to pick up, that you've probably played a few times before. They're just banning all those away, trying to narrow it down into those more specialized picks. But I like the Oriana pick. She's pretty relatively simple, easy to pick up, and most likely he's played them before.
Yeah, on the side of Converse as well. I'm not surprised the way that it was targeted towards the top lane, because Xavier, the team captain, is a team leader when it comes to the jungle and calling those shots and being able to play on really whatever it is that he's going to want to play on. I think they picked Wukong for their jungle. He's comfortable on that because he's comfortable on everything, but going up against the Skarner is really where my head is at right now. Ollie playing Ivern, Panth, Wukong, so the Wukong taken away from him. But the Skarner, you're going up against Wukong, who has a lot of damage, and Skarner focusing more on isolating big targets. I'm really excited to see how that mismatch kind of goes. Does Wukong decide to invade? Does Wukong decide to really start heavy pressure onto Skarner? Because Skarner might be a little bit weaker in that 1v1 if Wukong can catch him out.
The interaction I want to see here, I'm not sure how this is going to work out, but Skarner's ult where he goes like a freight train and he travels at you at Mach
if he gets
10.
the clone.
Yeah, but if he gets the clone and also the knockup on Wukong, I don't know which would win out in that scenario, if that ult or Wukong ult would win out, because if that just knocks him up, sets him on the wrong path, that could be absolutely devastating.
Yeah. Let's take a quick moment to talk a little bit about that bot lane where we've got the Maokai support. It's not, I mean, listen.
I saw it coming.
I think in this season, Maokai support would work more than probably any other season. Right now, it's crazy. We've got Elise in the bot lane. We've got like Zyra that's supposed to be a support in the jungle. Like we've got so many different picks that are now starting to come to the kind of bubble up to the top. So, but Maokai is probably the easiest engaged support that you can have. He's got a point and click snare. Like there's nothing wrong with that. How that's going to go up against the Ezreal is going to be a big deal, because Ezreal can very likely just poke out the Maokai before he even gets there, and really chip away at least even half of the HP. And then once you start fighting, Ezreal can just, again, he can avoid that route, I think, by just TPing out. Even if the route gets to him, he can just extend it. That's right. So this matchup is going to be a little bit rough, I think, for Converse in the bot lane. But again, if it goes top and you've got that Wukong pressure.
Dude, they have a lot of flexibility on that side. They can change things up if things aren't working. They can swap them around, and I'm just excited to see how things go. I know they have so much root potential in the team fights as well. They have the Maokai ult, they have the Ashe ult, they have so much that can just lock down an entire area. And I don't know if I see that same potential on the side of Fanshawe.
Sorry?
On the side of Fanshawe, right?
What on the side of Fanshawe?
I don't think I see the same CC potential.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, you've got Ezreal, you've got Karma. Karma, like what? It's a slow
it's like a single root.
And you got to be so close for the root. Like, no one's going to be doing that as Karma, right? You're playing a little bit further back, but you can't as Karma because your Q range is so bad. It's like 2 feet in front of you. Like it's just right there. So, yeah, you're right. I agree with you. I'm a little bit worried. about that Karma pick and how that's going to kind of fit into the rest of the team. I think it's really going to be on Skarner to like
Lock
it's
down
on
the team.
it's on you, bro.
Yeah.
It's on you, bro. You
Jungle
got to do
carry.
what you got to do. You got to get the pick and we'll follow you. I promise.
Yeah.
We'll follow you. You just got to get in there. So yeah.
I think their game plan is going to revolve around isolating one or two key targets, whereas Converse is just going all in on those team fights. You know, the Jax has the stun as well. I'm just seeing now the game plan
Wukong.
in their head. It's
Yeah.
just lock them down, spin around, have a million things going off, and the enemy team can't play.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, wait no longer as our teams have loaded onto the Rift. You have our first best of one of the round robin stage. You're looking at Fanshawe. They're locked and loaded, ready to push onto the Rift. And on the opposite side, of course, we have our Converse University on the red side going onto their default spread, of course, getting ready for the first few moments of the game.
Getting ready right into the swing of things. This is a best of one. Winner takes all as we load into the Summer's Rift. We see the starting items. Everything's typical. Nothing crazy to see here just yet. I'm always looking out, though. You never know if someone buys something crazy first item. Trying to get those build paths going early. And the question on everyone's minds in this early game is, do you go for the risky invade? It's a best of one. You don't want to lose all too much early on.
Well, speaking of risky invades, Jax is going to spot this out and ping things out. You can see the pings immediately going out towards that bot side on blue as they are going to get a little bit more vision on their own. I mean, listen, if you are Fanshawe in this case, you don't have a choice. You really want to push the medal to Converse University, which are seeded number 14 in CLOL. Fanshawe aren't even in the East. They're in the Eastern Conference, but they're not in the main East Conference. So they're not even on the CLOL power rankings. So for the case of Fanshawe, you want to get every small advantage that you can. I respect the invade, but now their blue side is warded, or they at least know what the potential could be for the start here for Skarner. That's going to give Wukong a massive edge here for Xavier.
Yeah, that's going to be a major advantage. You need anything you can get, especially here in the early game. As we see these first waves flow in, they're trading a few autos left and right. The Aurora gets a Q off, just trying to get all that chip damage in. And now, looks like the jungle clears and everything else is just going absolutely swimmingly. But it looks like the first few waves are going to go over to that Aurora.
Yeah, you can already see the pots dropped here from Orianna, feeling the pressure. Aurora has this, like, the passive is just crazy. You just auto, and you just get free damage, and you get healed back. So it's so going to be brutal for Orianna here, who's quite mana hungry on the QW combo. So it can be a little bit rough. We do see the swap, like we called out, but it's not exactly what we predicted. The bot lane decided to stay and go up against this Jax, whereas Converse, they are ready to fight for grubs. They're going to pressure this Renekton, and this is great for several reasons. This kind of inadvertently hurts HTK and Ego in the long run. I think Fanshawe may be happy with this, but hurting HTK, their top lane main who does great things for their team, could also be kind of this double-edged sword that could hurt in the long run.
I think it definitely is going to be a tough thing to deal with, you know, that bot lane up there in the top lane. They just have that range advantage. They have the team advantage, and the Skarner's going in for a little bit of an early engage. Can they win the 2v2? That Skarner's getting down and scorched, and it's going to be first blood going over to the Ashe, and that's not how you want to start things off.
Yeah, listen, Skarner, you're going up against a 2v2 against Ashe and Maokai with your Renekton just hurting bad. That's probably not what you're going to want to be doing there. I know that he cleared that topside jungle. He's feeling confident, but now Wukong's just going to clear his blue side jungle. So, you know, not all is lost. We're still okay here for one kill. Not horrible, but Wukong's going to get a massive lead off of this, get a few more camps, and he's going to be able to start to create a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, that domino effect starting to take hold here. You need that momentum swing, and League of Legends is more important than any other game. And now Ezreal just getting that chip damage in. Is Jax really not able to jump in at all? Because while that Karma's route is short, it's just long enough to outpoke that Jax. He can't get close here, and they're just farming for free right now.
Yeah, I don't really expect the best dive for Jax here. Like I don't think Skarner's gonna look bot because Jax has a lot of great tools to escape. It's kind of like pointless. If you want to really pressure the turret, then go for it, no problem. But I really think in this case, it's just going to be let's really hurt the CS. Let's really put them behind. Renekton being behind is a little bit of a problem for Jax. He can totally make it up in kind of the mid to late game. Whereas Renekton's really he wants to win 1v1s in the lane early, and he doesn't get this opportunity unless, well, look, Renekton's answering the swap again. The bot lane has for Converse has rotated down to bot, and Renekton, instead of swap like keeping it the original way, they decided that this is what they want. They want to hurt
wild.
Ego with the AD scene support in the top lane, and they're happy to let HDK sacrifice his early Renekton power.
I mean, if that's the cards they want to play, feel free to do that. I don't know how well it's going to work out for them right now. I mean, they're still down a kill. They're struggling to find any major lead. I think, honestly, Fuel is just playing this one a little bit better right now. They're just controlling the pace of the game, especially in that bot lane. I think it's Ezreal. Well, right now, it's not any major carry. It could turn into a major snowball later on.
Bro, one minion just for a third of your life, another minion, a third of your life. Like he is really suffering here, but we do see the first objective here taken for the side of Converse. So they have a kill, 1 out of 3 for the upgraded boots, and they have the first monster objective taking that dragon. So Skarner's really got to get cooking here down the road as he's gonna need to. I mean, the triumphant boots isn't like the biggest thing, but it is a massive. It's free stats. It's more movement speed. It's a variety of different things, and it really gets your team ahead. If you have void grubs, if you have drakes, like things like that, these are minor bonuses that can add up. And Fanshawe needs everything they can get.
Yeah, they need to get themselves back in this objective-wise. I mean, they're doing a good job keeping up on the CS, but it's just these objectives and kills they need to wake up on. It looks like they're doing just that. They're getting the first clear on the grubs. No one on the side of Converse even close to contest that. And now they're going to have to go for some recalls here. This is the time for the counterpunch from Fanshawe Fuel.
Yeah, this is what we want to see. I also want to point out that we constantly I'm constantly talking about like Fanshawe needs to do this, Fanshawe needs to do this. Converse are the higher seed. They're the stronger team on paper, right? So that's why I keep highlighting that Fanshawe is kind of they're the David here and Converse is the Goliath. They're the big beast that needs to be slain. So any advantage they can get is super crucial because Converse are so far playing a standard game. CS, across the board is relatively even with plus or minus 5 CS per player, but so we don't really see a clear advantage for any team yet, and that is kind of the big question: who's going to make that first big punch to try and start to solidify their own positioning in this game?
Is Ezreal, though, very good on CS. You can definitely see the champion mastery on
That's
display
right.
here in terms of movement. I mean, just darting in and out of this Jax's range absolutely perfectly, punishing every single time he jumps in. Maybe I can get this mini. Maybe he'll miss that Q. He lands him every single time. That Karma going on the attack here, putting up so much pressure. And I gotta say, while Fanshawe might be a lower seed, I'm liking the mechanical skill on display here.
Oh, listen, level 257 Ezreal, man. When you get to that mastery, call me. That's when you're the king of the crop and in the champion that you're playing. As we see Renekton, HDK being bullied down here in the bot lane. Again, Dinosaur Chainsaw and Hope just continually applying that pressure. And, this also could be a strategy that they want to get Zan ahead because he can, his big broad back on this Ezreal.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Skarner again caught in the enemy jungle, trying to get himself a little bit of an advantage. That's the second kill now down for Skarner. But he's up in CS against Wukong. Quite interesting.
Yeah, he's doing a good job getting his clears, even though he did lose some of those camps early on to that unfortunate gank. He's still keeping up with everything and keeping himself in this. And one thing we didn't cover is while they were getting grubs, they did lose out the dragon in the bot lane. So now Converse is up that first dragon, looking to play for that soul point.
Oh, you mean they got a second dragon?
No, they got the first dragon.
Oh, they
yeah.
got the first dragon. Yeah, okay.
I don't think we talked about that one.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
there's so many fights going on then.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, they're going to be playing for that second dragon soon enough as we eye up, eyes unclouded here in this top lane. We're just seeing that Ezreal chip away at this tower.
I think this bot lane for Fanshawe, they're moments away from getting this turret. I really think that's why they're heavy pushing on the CS. That's why you see Ezreal's mana is so low. He's harassing. He's trying to clear waves. They want to be the first ones to claim the turret, as Jack's now having to recall once again. But look, the CS is tied, 49-49, HDK to Ego. But this turret, I think, is going to be the first one to fall for the side. Converse's turret is going to be the first to fall, as Orianna here in the mid lane escapes a gank, having to burn Flash. Ooh. A little bit tough. We'll see if Wukong returns to that side there.
Such an immobile champ. You don't want to use that flash too much, but there's the Maokai ult, gets the root on the Karma, going all in on the dive, knocking him back into the hell that is that Ashe, getting that Karma down in record time.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit unfortunate. The plans for Fanshawe slowly beginning to slip away. 3 kills on the docket means that the first reward has been claimed by Converse University. We still have the first turret and the epic monsters up for grabs. We'll see if they're able to secure that top lane turret, but that kill, that's going to slow them down just a little bit. Ezreal's still staying there, but now the gank, of course, Boo missing that flash, and it's clean and clear with the ultimate popped here for Duckman as Wukong picks things up.
And that Karma putting a little bit of unneeded pressure there. You don't want to play too dicey with your life after you just died to that Maokai. You want to try and hold them off, but don't commit too much up there in the mid lane. Mid laner come back, and now you can definitely see Fanshawe Fuel is locking down. They don't want to give up that first turret advantage over to Converse.
Well, now this Grubs could be the contention as Ollie just around the bend. They've got Marshall here as well. Grubs are falling a little bit low, but look how low Duckman is on the Aurora. He's just trying to poke off the side. Ezreal missing that ultimate, but it's almost a 4v4 with both top laners in the bot lane, and the Grubs go to the way of Fanshawe Fuel. Converse just giving this up, and that means that Fanshawe Fuel are in the lead on the Epic Monsters front. If they pick up that dragon right now, they will get the triumphant boots.
That's what they need. They need an advantage.
Oh, wait, sorry, not yet. Not yet. They'll get the first quest completed, and then it'll be a tie.
They'll get one on the board, and then they're just playing for that first turret advantage.
That's right.
And that is going to be very, very interesting indeed. And 5 Grubs going over to Fuel, that's nothing to sneeze at. That is a pretty big advantage. They're going to be knocking down these towers even faster now. But it's all going to be about this dragon. As I look towards the bot lane, things are not looking good for Fanshawe Fuel. They are just having so much pressure being put on them.
Now that we see both top laners finally meeting their match in lane, you can see how tough it is for Renekton as we see a gank towards the top side. Karma might get this kill onto Ashe, just not enough damage to clear things out, but of course, Ezreal escapes, having a million flashes, not even burning his own flash in that fight. But you're seeing the Maokai support come to fruition, pop the ult, and Karma can't get away. So they are really stalling out this first turret for Fanshawe, and that's what you want to do if you're Converse. You want to buy yourself a little bit more time because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get the wave into the turret so they can use the Grubs, but the bot lane is there, and they're not letting it happen.
Definitely tell Converse playing this one for the late game here. They are just going all in here to try and gank this Aurora. Fanshawe not able to find too much though. Now they're positioning for this next dragon. They want to secure this one. They need it.
Well, you speaking of that dragon, it's going to be very tough because look, Xavier just hit level 8 and Ollie's level 9. He's got the more powerful smite in this case, so if it comes down to that, Ollie's in a much better position. He's got more CS. He's farming camps heavier. And you can see now Converse University starting this Drake as Skarner waiting in the wings to pop in and potentially steal this away.
Get that level 9 though. This could be it. He could maybe go in for a steal if he goes in at the right moment. This could be amazing for Fanshawe Fuel. There's the Aurora ult, not going to get too much value, but maybe that was enough time to stall things out. They're going in. This Skarner though gets rooted and is taking so much damage trying to play for an exit here, but the Maokai ult locks him down. It's going to be a killing spree going over to the Wukong, and now Fanshawe Fuel is falling apart here. Just one more player remaining here in this bot lane. It's the Ezreal. Is he slippery enough to escape this time? Just maybe he does get out, but not without too much of a cost to the rest of the team.
What a fight here for the side of Converse University. Started off on the back of isolating Boo away from Skarner, not being able to follow up into the fight. And to be honest, I kind of blame Boo in this instance because look, you could have rotated the safe way from mid. Instead, you decided to go through the brush. You get isolated by Wukong and Duckman on the Aurora, which then, once Orianna's down, I don't know why Skarner went back in. He was really hungry for that dragon, and it just didn't end up going their way whatsoever. So many mistakes going on to the side of Fanshawe Fuel. We're seeing a 2K gold lead start to develop for Converse. They've got... Actually, the Dragon is still up for grabs, but they've got 3 players with bounties that are in a comfortable position and still no kills on the board for Fanshawe, meaning that Converse is already digging their grave.
And I think maybe keeping that Dragon up was a little bit of a tactical decision because now they can kind of bait Fanshawe into going for this Dragon with the allure of finally getting that triumph finished. There's so much on the line there for them. They don't want to give that up. Now,
well, you can see how much this dive is being prepared. Well, maybe not this dive, but Skarner being in the wings as we were poking down that turret. Like you said, they're prepping for this dragon. But again, Orianna, girl, what are you doing? Finally, they get the pick. Ultimate isolates 2 Wukongs, but now the re-engage Karma off on the wayside. They finally get their first shutdown, but Ashe, she is cooking up a storm. Finally executed. One more isolation onto the Maokai as Dinosaur Chainsaw falls to the wayside. But Fanshawe Fuel are way too low to fight this dragon.
They're too low to fight the dragon, and that is just not where you want to be. Rift is also up, but that was a major turnaround. I'm sure they collected big on some of those bounties there. That's what they need to try and get rid of this gold differential here. It's all even on the board now. Turret taking a few shots on that Aurora. That Aurora dangerously low, but no one there to capitalize on it.
We highlighted how they are leaving this dragon up for bait, but it was Converse that were baited into the fight, trying once again to find this Orianna as early as possible, because once that ultimate pops, that's going to be a dangerous isolation that they can continue to follow up on with somebody like Karma and Skarner. We still have yet to see Jax and Renekton have any participation marks in the fights that are kind of unfolding, as we see one in the bot lane.
We see one start to take formation. You hear that Maokai moving in, tries to get the knock-up, gets the knock-back on that Karma. They're just finding this Karma every single time. This Ezreal does not have a support this game. They're on cooldown every 30 seconds, it seems like. And now, Ezreal, while he's playing really well, he's not finding the key picks that he needs to try and snowball here.
They might actually dive this Ezreal. I would be a little bit too worried, because they've got great dive potential in the Maokai. You see he avoids the snare, but it's just not enough to get away. Zan losing his first life of the game, and this is first turret dropping for Converse.
Like that, the Triumphs are looking to be out of their hands now, and it looks like a clear line has been drawn in the sand here. Converse really starting to run away with it here, get a really solid lead. I mean, Fanshawe, they're really good in these team fights. They can get some good picks here and there, but Converse is just in control.
Second Drake going over to Converse University while Rift Herald gets picked up by Fanshawe. And a Jax as Renekton HDK having a little bit of trouble on the top side, not able to 1v1 this guy whatsoever. Despite being even in CS, it's just not enough to really capitalize. And finally, they get their first turret of the game. A little bit too late to try to claim and redeem their, the triumphant boots of their own, but you know, it is what it is. As we see an engage here, arrow.
Wow.
Oh my God! The slippery Renekton dodging that arrow, but it's not going to be enough. Absolute domination with Xavier and Duckman both picking up kills.
3 kills, 3 ultimates for 2 kills. I mean, it was just beautiful execution all the way around. That's what they needed to do to secure that top lane turret right back. And the pacing has swung once again in Converse's direction. Fanshawe Fuel, while they're finding some big wins, it seems like Converse always has a counterpunch. And there's one spawning in mid lane right now. It's that Rift Herald.
Well, you know, you have to give credit where credit is due for Fanshawe. This is all outer tier turrets cleared up. They've got top, mid, and bot, whereas on the opposite side, mid turret still stands for the side of Fanshawe. As we see it engage, Skarner just trying to help his team survive. They're going to re-engage here onto the Jax. He's so low! Are the Raptors going to cook him off? It's the Renekton HTK that's going to clean things up. Wukong now on the retreat. Wow. Can he get out of this fight? It's the Ashe and the Maokai off to the side, continuously re-engaging Renekton now off to die on his own. Trying to turn this back onto Duckman. He might get enough damage, but no, the stun is clear, but the kill is not.
Yeah, that was an absolutely vicious team fight on all fronts, and Converse are just like piranhas in the water waiting for a single drop of blood. And speaking of blood, Otacon, the blood demon, has spawned up there in the top lane. Skarner getting that nice grab, but he still gets out on the blast plant.
Oh my God, and he's got those sweet ripe fruit to heal him up as well. He's got a shield, he's got the emoji to spam as well, as now mid lane turret falling for Fanshawe, and they're even. All that work for Grubs and Rift Herald. Converse just got all 3 for free without even having to blink, but now they want this dinosaur chainsaw. Ollie's got the chainsaw and he's revving it up, trying to finish off this Maokai, who is just walking patiently through the forest, having a good time. They're looking towards mid turret now.
Looking for that mid turn, and they're going to get it in record time. Going to pivot off of that, leave that wave to be cleared by the Aurora. I mean, Fanshawe Fuel, while they're not getting the same amount of kills, they're doing an amazing job at controlling these waves and getting these turrets down because of all the grubs that they have.
Yeah, not to mention, the gold lead's even. Dead even. Not a penny or cent off in the range. So this is still Fanshawe's game if Oriana doesn't feed another kill to Converse University. But still, even with that kill, it's still all in the hands of both teams to really try to win and find small victories as they're looking towards Otacon now at this rate. Wukong a little bit low, but you know, for those that aren't familiar with Otacon, very difficult to take on your own or even with 2 or 3 players.
Even with the team, it's a little scary
Yeah,
sometimes.
it's a little scary. That armor shred is just crazy on Otacon. So really tough to take, and you really need to wipe the whole enemy team or at least several members to really find a good opportunity to take it down.
And looking at the scoreboard right now, someone needs to take that Aurora down. The 550 gold bounty, that is looking pretty juicy to get one of these players back in the game. You probably want it on the Ezreal to just get those items accelerated even more.
Yeah, I would agree with you as well. And I mean, with Fanshawe's kit, they can do it. When you have Ollie on the Skarner popping in, if he can find that Aurora, I just don't really think they're looking for Aurora. They want to get Xavier. They want to get this Ashe. This Ashe is 5-1-6 despite not having a bounty. This Ashe is cooking. Hope 1 on Converse, doing so much damage. And of course, with continuously that arrow being up, the Maokai engage being up, there's just so much engage that they can really take to Fanshawe.
Skarner trying to get out of there. Nice wall climb there. Just digging a tunnel right through, and it looks like they're positioning for Otacon now. Converse just warding it up, making sure no one's going to take it without them knowing. And now a massive team fight is brewing in mid. We see it clear going down in the bot lane. The engage from the Aurora gets the Q, gets the slow. Can't get the root, though. Nothing comes of it.
Yeah, it was a little close for Skarner, but he's got some shields. He's got a good kit to escape, but this dragon is being pinged. I think they may just want to give it up, which is a little bit unfortunate because the dragons are getting closer and closer to Soul Converse, and That's just yet another advantage that you don't want to give out. They have the Triumphant Boots already. And what, you're going to go to Otacon for that and try to kill Jax? They can just walk through mid and meet you at Otacon. Like, there's nothing that's stopping you from doing this. Okay, fine. You get the Jax. Does that mean you get Otacon? I don't think so.
No, they're too low even from that one engagement there, especially with that Maokai and the rest of the team in tow. They can just threaten and scare them all away. Now I need to see something here. I think I want to see a little bit more confidence from Converse. You know, they're playing carefully, playing deliberately, but this is what I want to see. I want to see them lock them down and jump on them here.
Oh,
big
yeah,
knock, a
Ezreal.
big lockdown.
He's got to go. Renekton, HDK, he falls a little bit low, pops that Dominus. He's going to get him executed by Duckman's ult. Now Skarner, he's in the fray. He gets two! He's pulling him back! Will they be able to get the kill onto Wukong here? Oh, the turret shot finishes and seals the deal, but Skarner, he's only got a measly little karma by his side. That's not enough damage to stop this Ashe, stop this Aurora. They can get this turret if they just keep poking down, but they want to re-engage because look how low Ashe is. But look, Ollie, he's taking way too much damage too, but if they stay too long and Ezreal pops off in 10 seconds, maybe you see the recalls, they don't want to risk it.
Everyone's just a sneeze away from death here. Let's take a look at that player cam. He is locked in. That was a little bit too close for comfort on both sides here. You wanted to try and lock down that kill, but you just couldn't. But I like the plan. They have the advantage here. They have a little bit of a gold lead right now. You want to see some more jumps, some more engages as we see that Baron start slowing.
Yeah, that's a scary Baron. What I will say about this patch is Baron's makeover, I'm afraid. I don't even want to fight this guy anymore. I'll let you be. I'm going to play the game without meeting you at 25 minutes. But speaking of Baron, we see... Whoa!
Wow,
Whoa,
what a
was that a
blast plan.
mistake?
Huge Maokai ult, and that is a major punish. That's the jungler down on the side of Fanshawe Fuel. They're all falling down here. If they can just get one more, this might be Otacon, this might be Baron, this might be game here, folks. If they can turn this lead, that was a major misstep.
Was that an acorn that they blasted into the team? Oh my god. I would be so upset if you're Fanshawe. What a big mistake to lose your mid lane, to lose your Ezreal, who can poke them out of this river to try to, you know, slow down the engage, but giving them Baron, yeah, it's I think this is going to be very tough for Fanshawe to come back from. A 3K gold lead's not that bad, but you've got a team with Baron. Like, they're going to get an inhibitor off this for sure. They just got to set up the waves. You see they're going bot. You see they're going mid. Jax is going towards that top side. They'll do a 1-3-1, something like that, and they'll just play off of this, and it's going to hurt for Fanshawe.
And now the league and the lead is going over to Converse. It is just... I don't know how Fanshawe is going to recover from that one slip up there. It was a major slip up, that blast plant, and they gave up way too much. I like the confidence there, but it just did not pan out in their direction at all. And it looks like Converse is just going to be setting up this bottom jungle. They want to try and secure that soul.
For Fanshawe, you just got to find picks where you can. That's really the best that you can do. This could be an opportunity, but you picked the wrong clone. Wukong's got great timing there. Xavier able to get out of that. Now he's just going to reposition. Okay, I've got clone in, 3 seconds. I'm faking it. I'm trying to bait him. Trying to poke and prod and see how much information I can get with these wards. But now they might try to find a fight off of this. They've got the pink wards in place. They're clearing the vision themselves. Renekton, he can't really join this fight. Jax is just beating down the top lane. The longer they stall, the more Jax has the best day ever.
This could be a little bit of a backdoor situation, or they're not looking at their map. They're just looking at this team fight. They can't quite get the recall either. Big Skarner pull, though. This could be a massive team fight. Maokai ult goes through. It's absolute chaos here in the bot lane. There's the Aurora ult. Skarner gets a shutdown. But can someone shut down the back line? It's going to be Ashe with the arrow, getting two. A double kill to seal the deal. Now the Skarner going to be taken out all on his lonesome. The TP from the Jax in mid-team fight was absolutely lethal. And this is looking to be an absolute team wipe as this Ezreal is running for his life, but not fast enough as an ace is scored by Converse.
Oh my god. Fanshawe Fuel. I respect the gusto. I respect trying to get in there, try to find an isolation, Skarner off the rip, but guess what happened? Oriana missed her ult. Boo missed the shockwave. Got 0 people in the shockwave. What does that mean? That means that you don't have CC for a moment, you don't have damage for a moment, and of course, the more people that get stuck in Oriana's abilities, the more damage that it does. And unfortunately, you miss everybody. That's a huge game-changing ultimate that could have changed the tides of that fight, but they get absolutely wiped. And then Skarner's like, well, what can I do now? And then to follow up, that Ashe arrow was insane. I don't think he predicted the flash. I just think he got super lucky, but that was crazy.
That was great. Everything lined up for Converse there. They had the absolutely amazing precision. And now the Dragon's being taken here. And I don't think Fanshawe can do much to contest. Yeah, that's going to go over. That's Soul Point over to Converse. They have Soul Point. They have Baron. The only thing they don't have here is Otacon. And I don't even think they need to go for the risk of taking.
Yeah, I think Baron is down now as of this point, but you've got Soul. Otacon's literally just the cherry on top if you want it. You don't need it. You don't need cherries on a cake all the time, you know.
It's already so sweet.
It's already so sweet. That's right. It's already so sweet. So I do respect Fanshawe in their, like, you know, they're not giving up. They're trying to fight. They're trying to poke their way in, but Converse is just so far ahead at this point.
If we just look at objectives, this game is won by taking those structures down. They're only one structure behind right now. Sure, they're down
a lot
by
of
nearly
monsters.
7K gold, every monster, but there might be some way out of this. They're seeing a glint of light at the end of the tunnel, and they're not giving up.
Well, every team fight we've seen so far has been a little bit grim for the side of Fanshawe Fuel as we're in this mid to late game. They want to fight for this Otacon. There's the engage from Maokai. It's going to get HDK stuck. There's the engage onto Boo. Finally, can we get some action onto the side of Fanshawe? Oh no! Oriana dies with her ultimate still up. What is going on? HDK on the retreat, as now they will clean up and finish off the rest of Fanshawe with Renekton walking with his lizard legs back to base, trying to feel happier about the situation that he's in, but it is a grim life you live, my friend. Fanshawe, Converse are knocking on the gates of your Nexus. They're knocking on the end of the game. What do you have to answer?
There's not much you can answer. You just have to throw your life down on the line. Hopefully you can find something here. This Renekton, though.
Base race.
Base race. But it's Usain Bolt versus a snail here. And that is going to be Converse taking the first game of the day in a major win.
What a great game from Converse. I will have to, again, I might sound like some sort of Fanshawe fanboy, but I just want to give them where credit is due. They had a great early game. They had a strategy. Let's get that first turret. Let's push this Ezreal. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's get the grubs. Let's get the Rift Herald. But Converse, they were calm, cool, collected. And after the first major team fight, it's over. They were happy. They continued to keep rolling. And you saw that. They were able to get Baron. They were able to get Otacon. They were able to get Dragon Soul. They constantly threatened those fights around those major objectives. Maybe the first team fight, no, the second team fight kind of didn't go their way. Skarner was able to find and isolate. But I really think consistent pressure onto Boo. The Oriana never got cooking. The Shockwave didn't land as frequently as it would have liked. The Ezreal, it's too difficult to have one person try to carry all the damage dealing efforts on the team. Renekton, you know, I don't really think HDK on the Renekton and Ego on the Jax were like major factors in this game. I just think it was, you know, mid-diff maybe, and
yeah, I think so.
Possibly.
I think they were just so controlled throughout that
right.
entire game. Converse is cool, calm, and collected. Even when they did lose out on those objectives or lose out on a fight, they just rallied, you know, played slow, let that buff wear out, and just played for the long game that entire time. It was a slow build, and it was just an entire snowball by the end of it. And let's take a look at that final snowball. We have the team stats on display here, folks. 30-8. That's a very, very big difference. It felt like a much more competitive game, but looking at the stats here, Converse just absolutely blew them out of the water.
Let's give credit to Dinosaur Chainsaw. Look at this guy, 21 assists out of 30. His ultimate landed so often. It was the leading engage tool. It wasn't the Wukong. It wasn't the Ashe arrow. It wasn't Duckman's ultimate on the Aurora. every single time Dinosaur Chainsaw popped that engage. And listen, I might be inspired to play Maokai in ranked solos now because that was a stellar performance from Dinosaur Chainsaw. You know, Marshall did what he could, but to be quite honest, despite that Karma dying frequently in lane, we saw that often that Maokai would just engage on Karma and she wouldn't be able to get away. But I don't know if that was the best pick in this particular team comp orientation. Like, what are you trying to speed up the Skarner to get in there? Like, what are you really trying to accomplish with the Karma? Whereas Maokai, he just pressed R and it won the game so many times. It won the team fight so many times because they caught people out.
It was just absolutely amazing. I just want to say I was a Maokai support believer from the beginning. I saw that pick and I was ready, but I think that's enough from us, right? We have an interview on the line with Patrick on the floor. I'm excited to hear from him.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the end of our round one of Round Robins. I'm joined by Hope from Converse. Hope, you guys made quick work of Fanshawe. Just give me some surface level thoughts after what you feel after that win.
Well, it was pretty fun. I mean, playing at LAN with this nice facility, always very fun. The game went pretty smoothly for the most part. Didn't play it quite as well as I wanted to. Well, I attributed it to first time playing at this facility, but it was fun.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I want to just kind of pick your brain a little bit. You guys made quick work of that matchup. It seemed like you guys were just everywhere all at once, leading on almost pretty much every statistic. What were some holes or gaps that you saw in Fanshawe's game that you were able to exploit to help you win today?
Well, I think our lane swaps really helped us progress the game. Saw they're actually getting removed next patch, but I think lane swaps really helped us with getting all the objectives that game.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think when it comes to LAN, like I said, anything can happen. Moving on to, I guess what I'm kind of curious about the most, you see, the other 7 teams here. Who are you most interested in taking down? Who do you think is going to give you the best matchup you look forward to facing the most?
Well, I guess. Well, I'm excited to play the Saints. We played them in the HU LAN. Had a solid 40-minute game, banger. So I'm excited to play them again.
Well, you know what? I'm looking forward to that too. And we'll get down to that round robin, round 2, right after a short break. Thank you, Hope, for joining me here for this interview. And we will get right back to you guys after a short one. Welcome back, everybody, to SGS 2025 League of Legends. I'm your host, Patrick Smoke Chambers, and I'm joined by OTSU's Cryo and Oakland's Hensep. And I gotta say, guys, round 2, you guys are facing each other immediately. I want to get your surface level thoughts. You're both 0-1 right now in round robin, so that makes this matchup even more important because sending someone 0-2 could immediately mean possibly a very ropey start to seeding for playoffs. So let me get some surface level thoughts of how you're feeling on the matchup. Cryo, you first.
Feeling a little nervous, feeling a little excited, but I'm hoping to win here.
And then Hensep, you.
We don't even know their OPGG. I don't even know what's going on.
Well, immediately I have to say we already have some little bit of rivalry here. I was kind of chatting up with you guys beforehand. How do you see the series going out? What gaps do you think each other can expose about each other's teams?
I'm hoping for my mid laner Ivan to gap Henry here in the mid lane.
Oh, you don't even know what's coming to you, bro. My top laner, Eric, and my bot laner, FGH. Oh my God, you don't even know his name.
I truly don't.
You're gonna feel it.
Okay.
Hey, listen, I mean, boys, anything can happen on LAN.
Yo.
Anything can happen. Both teams stoked, ready to get into it. And man, it's going to be a doozy of a matchup. We're going to send it to our casters for some pregame analysis.
Man, that is some interesting trash talk, to say the least. Interesting trash talk.
I don't know. I've heard better.
You've heard better?
I think it'll ramp up as we get along here. I think they're still just sort of feeling it out. They're still getting accustomed to the arena and everything, and the lights, bright lights being on stream, everything like that. But should be an interesting one between these two teams, Oakland and OTSU, two teams that they aren't really the highest ranked teams across Collegiate League of Legends, but they are very evenly matched at that, and that's why I think that this one's going to be a really interesting game on our hands.
Yeah, for OTSU, they're a little bit lower in the seeding for the CLOL East conference. So, I'm kind of, theoretically, you can expect a little bit of a lower level performance theoretically compared to what else we have in the East, like, the Saints and some of the other teams here, like Northwood and Converse, that are a little bit higher seeded in the East. Whereas for the side of Oakland, their CLOL performance, I couldn't find them on any conference.
They're in the open division, so they're not even in the top 32 of those
Yeah.
teams. So that's why I'm saying it's going to be a little bit more even. I have actually been able to see this OTSU team before on the NECC stream, in fact. But let's actually look at the groups here and take a look at our standings from there. Because, of course, those first round matchups, as mentioned, OTSU and Oakland both took a loss there. Oakland actually pulled out a Nyla against St. Clair. OTSU just had a really tough time with Northwood, the 7th ranked team according to the CLO Power Rankings Committee. Of course, on the other side there, Converse, as we saw on stream, took down Fanshawe, and UST took down Humber College. I believe that was the fastest game I saw them playing in the pit. They were done in like 15 minutes. So that's what happens in these group stage games. It can be a little bit one-sided, especially. But of course, we're going to get some closer matchups here on the board.
Yeah, well, I mean, UST is like the #1 seed going into this tournament, probably, with Humber College playing in the open bracket for East, not even in the main champs bracket for the East. So they're still getting their footing as a league team, and you have to respect the hustle to make it all this way, to at least make a dent into some of these bigger teams that have support staff and big scholarships and all that. And UST is one of those teams who have a well-rounded roster. I'm happy to see that the other in Group 2, still no upsets either, with Northwood and Saints making it out of their first game. This should be a great game to see who is going to, give themselves a higher seed going into the bracket. You get a higher seed, you make it further in the tournament, the odds of you making it all the way increase exponentially. So a pretty important game here for Oakland and OTSU.
Yeah, and I would say if you look at the cross-bracket matchup there, UST will end up playing Converse at some point. You would expect that one of them will go up against Converse in that matchup. And while we saw Converse have a very strong performance, there were a couple of things, especially that early game, it could be taken advantage of. I'm not saying, it's a huge chance of it happening, but, you want to take those little chances there, considering the other option is UST on that side, and UST fielding the strongest roster here and full of NACL talent, full of Tier 3 mainstays. You really want to keep that in mind when you look at the future of it. But looking here at Oakland University, the trash talk was, as we mentioned, it could use a little bit more developing, but at the very least, we can take a look at their roster.
Yeah, we have from left to right, we have Wozek, Rodman, Hensap, who you saw featured in the trash talk, sitting there in the middle, leading his team. Bully you and Shaggy in the support with Coach Andrew in the back, sporting the flannel, ready to coach his team through the pick and ban, which will be obviously just moments away from that.
Yeah, I think what I'm looking for from this team specifically is to play their own style. As mentioned, against St. Clair, they pulled out a Nyla, which is a pick that you don't really see very often. I'm curious to see if they are going to innovate a little bit more, or if they will sort of switch back to a little bit more of a standard style, knowing that they're going to be a little bit more evenly matched here against OTSU.
One thing I've also noticed is that a lot of the support mains in this tournament are stuck in an off roll. Like Shaggy, he was the first person that I saw as a level 234 Mastery Nunu in the support lane. Obviously, he's not going to be picking Nunu. He loves Nunu for some reason, but sometimes when you want to be that all-star jungler, that all-star mid lane, you're just not better than the other guy, and you're stuck in support. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
Yeah,
It is
granted,
what it is.
with support mains, a lot of the times they end up being sort of your IGL type of thing, where they're the
true.
ones making the calls, and it also matches up with a lot of junglers doing that. So,
That's true.
at least the shot calling aspect of it goes both ways. The other thing is neither of those roles have to CS, so if you're just bad at farming minions, you go into either jungle or support, and it works out perfectly for you.
Yeah, so we just saw OTSU on your screens there for a moment. Some of the players on the roster, I might be kind of mispronouncing their usernames, but listen, people got some strange names sometimes. But from the right all the way to the left on your screens here, Kid Hazy, Haunted, Levancio, Waterworth, and I think we saw that top laner on stage there doing some of that trash talk, Kriv. So lots of interesting picks I'm expecting to see. Let's talk a little bit about what you're kind of expecting out of, the teams here. Are we going to see some lane swaps? Are we going to see some priority towards top side? Like, we saw a little bit about that in game one. Don't know if all collegiate teams are adapted to that, focusing those grubs and things like that. Are you expecting that out of this match?
I think in this matchup specifically, not really expecting a lane swap. I think, especially considering, once again, they're more evenly matched here. I think they will be. It really depends on draft. Realistically, all of these teams should know how to lane swap. If they don't really know how to lane swap, they might just do it anyways because they're forced to. It really depends on what happens in draft, because it really comes down to if you want to take away power from the enemy top laner, or if you're willing to sort of go toe-to-toe and say, hey, we're the better team. We can just go head-to-head against them, and we can win the objective trades on our own. Granted, it really is determined by these champions that they opt to pick here. Something to note, Waterworth and Levancio, both of them, they like to play in tandem a lot from what I saw previously of them. We need to see damage diversity about them, because a lot of the times you'll see, the Dianas coming through from Waterworth, the Amumu. It's a lot of magic damage. You'll also see mages come through in the mid lane. I want to see that diversified a little bit here. I've seen Waterworth pull out a Kayn before, actually, which would be really interesting, because the champion is kind of meta. A little bit meta.
I've seen him pick out a Mumu. Okay, listen.
The Mumu's good right now.
It's good?
It's good.
It's good. It's good. But, I think with what utility he has, you miss the bandage toss. It's over. It's over. You're useless, right? Whereas, the Skarner that we saw last game has so much more utility and so much more mobility, right? So, for this particular OTSU lineup, Coach Stego, you could see there with his laptop, I kind of just overheard some of their conversations. They are in deep. They are in the trenches right now. They're talking about bot prio. They're talking about all this drafting right now. They are taking it extremely seriously. And to be quite honest, as somebody, raised in Ontario, I'm happy to see that, to take it to these American teams. This is Oakland County, Oakland University from Michigan, USA. Ontario, put us on the map. Show that we have some good schools here, because obviously we have Fanshawe, we have Humber, and today, right now, we have OTSU. I want to see a good performance.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we want to look at Ontario schools as well, we can look at the bigger universities too.
True.
The Westerns, the UTM, the U of T, Waterloo. There's a lot of really strong schools in that sort of stretch of highway there. I was driving down here this morning, and I'm just driving past. Oh, there's the 7th ranked team. Oh, there's the 21st ranked team. Oh,
yeah.
There we go. And you just hit them all on the way. And there is a lot of talent that is bubbled up in the Toronto area, the Toronto, Windsor, Niagara, all of that sort of stretch of land there. It's important focus on your homegrown talent from time to time
True.
and really build it up from there, especially when you are going up against some of these scholarship schools down the line. As we mentioned, Converse has 2 players from the Philippines, Zaus from Quebec. You look at UST, they're pulling everyone from
Oh, yeah.
everywhere at that point. Same with Northwood. I mean, even with St. Clair, our top 4 teams here, they've all got a wide array of players at that. So it's good to see these homegrown teams come to play and come to show their stuff, because this is an opportunity for them to get themselves on the map, to get people to notice them a little bit more. That's what's the most important. At the end of the day, you're here to have fun as well. Get to play your favorite game, League of Legends, or maybe your least favorite game, depending on which type of league player you are. Nonetheless, should be getting into pick and ban soon, and we'll be able to see what they opt to go with here in their streamed opportunity.
Listen, Ray Adam, as much as I love the concept of fun, it's a great concept. Fun doesn't win trophies, okay? Fun doesn't win first place. I want to see a bloodbath. I want to see domination. I want to see, a 30-0 game, somebody just absolutely beating the other team down. I want to see a great performance. Sure, fun is the bonus, but we really know why all the teams came here. They came for this beautiful purple spiky trophy.
Yeah.
This is what they came here for. This is what they want to win. They want to, prize pool's great. This trophy, that's what they want to take home. They want to put it up in their bookcase. They want to put it up. They want to show that, look, our team has won something of value. We are a great team to be reckoned with. This is a precursor to our win in CLOL.
Yeah, I think the other thing is it's void colored. It's purple.
It's true.
It looks like Baron. We got the Baron trophy here. Hey, we're into pick and ban. This is perfect. First ban set. Targeted ban. 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. Eric Wizik on Oakland. He's a set 1 trick, level 25 on that mastery, so he is going to obviously be targeted. We saw a lot of top lane targeted bans as well. On the opposite side, no surprise, taking away that Diana from Waterworth makes total sense. But if we see, a Mumu taken off the table, or Kane, we're really starting to target Waterworth. And I don't know if I expect him to get his Diana this tournament at all, but maybe during Fearless, we might see something like that slip through.
Yeah, it's an opportunity. I think, especially in these best of ones, you can really just target ban people out. You're saying, hey, listen, we don't want to deal with all of these extra variables. Let's stick to the meta as much as possible. Let's play what we're comfortable with. But I mean, after that Diana ban, they're sort of looking at the strong champions. They're saying, hey, Ezreal's still up. We don't want to give that away as a first pick. Now we've got to sort of force that out. And best of ones, a lot of the time, blue side is favored because you get that first pick. You can take that one very strong champion. Granted, when you're red side, you can get that potential counter pick, but how much that counter pick actually matters is variable dependent on, skill level, being able to really punish those picks there. But Rakan taken off the table as well. Shaggy did play that against St. Clair, somewhat successful at that. It's one of those champions that you can sort of just place into any comp. It's engage in a can. You've got your knock-up, you've got your charm, you've got a lot of utility there. So just taking that one away. Hui is the other ban, targeted towards Levantia. So at the very least, they're taking away some of those OPs and some of those one tricks in these bans.
Yeah, they literally targeted one person from each player of Ontario Tech. First pick Karma. Don't know how I feel about that, to be quite honest. I know that Hensap can play Karma in the mid lane. And of course, if you don't have that Hui to if that's what you want to answer the Karma, great, good for you. But I don't know if that's the biggest prio pick that I would have started with here for Ontario Tech. I would have tried to get another player in a more comfortable position. Yeah, you don't want to be counterpicked, but you also want to have a good time. And you lost 3 really comfortable champions right off the rip. So not sure how I feel about this Karma. We'll see where it ends up here for OTSU. Maybe it's going to go in the mid lane for Levanchu to try to show Hensap app, look, I can play your champion too and I can do it better. Don't know if that's going to be the case, but we do see the Skarner locked in for Bensep and Aurora in the mid lane for Hensap.
Yeah, it doesn't really surprise me that the Skarner Aurora gets picked up. Both of them extremely strong. We saw that. We saw the Aurora come through from Converse, extremely strong in that one, and the Skarner from Fanshawe also did quite well for themselves. I think Karma here is just sort of a safe pick. You're giving yourself that flexibility, move between mid and support. You have the opportunity to put that bot lane with another very strong poke champion. Looking at the Varus, you can pick something like an Ashe there that's just going to poke you out in that lane. You get a lot of lane priority off of that, but instead they're just revealing it right away. They're saying, hey, we're putting this Karma bot lane. Syndra in the mid lane is that answer into Hensap's Aurora. Levancio, as most mage players would be able to do, just going to be able to sort of plug and play with that one. You got a lot of wave clear, got a lot of burst, scale very well into the later game as well. So Syndra very safe. Cassante, I'm so surprised. It's Cassante getting picked in season 2025.
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame Kriv in the top lane, who is a Cassante player. That's where he's most comfortable with. I'm sure if he could have his way, he could play Riven, but that's not really the meta right now for that. And we're not in solo queue. So right now, that's what he's going to be dealing with. But Darius, I actually really like that as an answer. Darius is great right now in the top lane. He pretty much steamrolls any tank super well, and he applies so much great split pressure that this is a perfect pick for Wazek.
Yeah, I think the Darius is also just to sort of exert that dominance that you want to. You know, it's made for lane. You want to get extremely fed in this lane. Basically saying, you have to bring your jungler up here. Otherwise, I will just continuously 1v1 your Cassante. The Cassante is going to be down. At this point, though, this is why I wanted to wait for the champ select to sort of get an idea of if we would get a lane swap. I would urge OTSU to look for a lane swap in this situation because you've got that Cassante. You just toss him down bot lane. He's going to get tanky on his own. You can put him into the 1v2 lane, he's going to be fine. The Darius is the one that's going to be punished for that one because the Darius is not able to play their lane as well. So this would be something to look at for OTSU. Granted, will they do it? Will they be able to execute on it? Yet to be determined. Bans really quickly here. The Nyla banned away by OTSU. Oakland taking away the Jhin and the Gwen there, just taking away some other options off the table. Gwen is a little bit of a weird one considering you already see the Cassante there. Maybe they're targeting Gwen jungle, which is not great.
Nice try.
Yeah.
Where is that really gonna fly though? Like Gwen, like I don't know. I probably would have put that somewhere else. Maybe on something like Twitch, because the ADC for Ontario Tech still hasn't been selected, and super comfortable on Ezreal and Twitch here for Haunted. Taking away the Corki as well. I think I've seen one of the teams play. Actually, no, I think I see Oakland play a lot of Corki.
Yeah.
It's a very strange pick, in my opinion, considering the meta for ADCs and a lot of kind of like dueling ADCs like Aphelios, Jhin, Ezreal, things like that, where you can like 1v1 another ADC or have a lot of playmaking potential. Not that Corki doesn't, but I don't exactly feel like he fits the best in the bot lane right now compared to other ADCs that you could pick. And we see, speaking of that, we see Varus picked up here for Haunted.
Yeah, I think, Ezreal being that sort of S+ tier pick right now, that's sort of where a lot of people go to. But Corki's still extremely strong. Once you get to that 2-3 item mark, you're going to start to crit for a boatload of damage. Amumu getting hovered here. If this gets picked up, I don't hate it as much. I kind of like it here because you get a secondary front line here alongside this Cassante. It also gives you really good early game pressure. This can give that Varus Karma that extra support it may need that could, potentially match up against that, but Corki Milio as the answer in the bot lane.
Oh no.
Milio kind of good into the Amumu here. You can sort of kick the soccer ball away, but even still, it's... I would favor this Varus Karma every single day of the week in terms of that 2v2 matchup.
Yes.
Now, I look at Oakland and say, hey, maybe we should swap this. Maybe we should not opt for that 2v2 matchup.
Yeah, I agree with you. 2v2, Varus Karma gonna just wipe the floor with them. But when it comes to team fights, which is where Amumu wants to be, Amumu's not 1v1ing anybody. He hasn't 1v1'd anybody since season 1. Nobody. Zero. He's not a dueling jungler. He wants to team fight. He wants to fight around objectives, pop big ults, and set up his team. The Amumu ult plus the Varus ult is going to be insanely well coordinated with the Syndra. Like, their whole team is just screaming, let's fight together. Together we win together. But with Milio on the docket, with that tenacity ultimate that'll just give his team a get out of jail free card against the Amumu, what a great counter pick in the bot lane to deal with Waterworth. Like, he's going to have to find some insane picks to stop this Milio from really denying the team fight dream that they want.
Yeah, I think what it'll come down to is OTSU needs to look for a pick before they start these team fights. They need to look for these picks before objectives. They still have that option. Syndra's great for looking for your picks. You just toss out a stun. You follow that up with an Amumu as well. If you can burn that Milio ult before these fights start off, going to be working out well. Hey, Mom, look, I'm on camera. Look at that. They're happy to see it. Yeah, there we go. Looking to represent. Nonetheless, I'm extremely interested to see how they opt to play this out, because Oakland has a comp where they are looking for those picks. They're looking for those sort of smaller skirmishes. Darius is really going to thrive coming in off of a flank, trying to set up in that side lane. Look for the 1v1s against the Cassante as much as possible before Cassante does Cassante things. 329 armor, 201 magic resistant. Q costs 15 mana, knocks up, 1 second cooldown, all that stuff. Whatever the coffee pasta is at that point. But I want to see. There's two very different styles that are coming through here. It seems as if OTSU has to morph their way into matching Oakland style just a little bit before they can play their game. I just want to see if they can execute on that in the early game. First 15 minutes are going to be really indicative of how this one goes.
Yeah, just this draft was very, very interesting. And, I think some players got what they wanted. Some players maybe didn't get what they want. Dynasty in the bot lane. Usually playing some sort of like engage support. This time you're on karma duty. You're pressing E. If you're ADC's in trouble, you're pressing W, and you're just Q nonstop until your mana runs dry. Like karma, no offense, Riot Games, but I'm not a big fan of it's not a very fun champ to play. You know what I mean?
I like
Thresh, you throw a hook, you throw a lantern, you're flying all over the place. Like you feel like you're actually impactful. Whereas like Karma, it's like your range is so short. Maybe I'm just a Karma hater.
I think you are.
That's probably what
you
it is.
got bad Karma over there. That's
I got bad Karma. That's right.
Yeah,
I
like playing tank Karma top. That's even worse. I'm the worst type of Karma.
You play
player.
Karma top?
You play Karma top. You
Oh
go
my
tank.
God.
You just max your W or whatever.
Okay, that I could see. Karma as a tank, like this, like off tank bruiser.
It's really annoying.
That could work. You just spam Q. You just don't die. But against like a Cassante who just has this innate tankiness in his kit.
Just gonna take Cassante top every day.
Yeah, you're going to pick it every time. Yeah. So, again, to kind of remind you of what we have, Oakland, Darius, Skarner, Aurora, Corki, Emilio, OTSU, Cassante, Amumu, Syndra, Varus, and Karma. Let's talk about this mid lane. Aurora, being relatively new to the roster of mid lane mages, has a pretty unique kit to kind of duel other mid lane mages. Can go invisible, pops in that that ultimate that creates this like 1v1 environment, whatever. Has a lot of innate farming in her kit that can just bro, she can farm forever, like for free. She just has these autos, whatever. How does it go into the Syndra here?
I think main thing the Syndra needs to focus on is that early game. Aurora takes her a while to scale up. Her passive gives her all this movement speed. That's why she's running around these fights, throwing out all her spells and everything. I think Syndra can take advantage of that early game because Syndra has that innate push. Once she gets to level 7, I believe it is, with getting all her cannons, getting all her level ups, she'll get those double Qs. That gives you a little bit more capacity to sort of push through. I want to see Waterworth link up in this mid lane a lot. I want to see this Aurora get punished because the main thing that she struggles with is mobility. Her E, gives her sort of that shotgun blast back or whatever, but it's slow. It's really easy to predict. It's really easy to take advantage of. She has her portal jump, slow, a long cooldown. It's not slow. It's a long cooldown. That's what it is. So you have to take advantage of the cooldowns on Aurora here to try and find those early kills, especially before level 6. That's when things get slippery. I think afterwards, it is very important to focus on the side lane here. Are you going to put the Syndra into the Aurora? Is the Syndra strong enough to go into the Aurora? Can you focus on that 1v1 matchup where you can just push in your lane, you can take advantage, you can take advantageous trades at that? And then on the opposite side, is this Darius not Thanos at that point? Can the Cassante deal with it? It's really going to come down to the side lanes. And I think now that we've sort of had a little bit more time to digest this draft, Oakland wants to play for those side lanes. They want to split the map open. They want to spread OTSU out, whereas OTSU wants to force these fights, wants to put them close to objectives, force out summoners, force a fight on their own terms around these objectives, and try and take advantage of it that way. So, of course, as we are in Speculate, they're already playing. They're in the future at this point, but nonetheless, I want to see. That's the game plan. That's the game plan. Oakland, focus on your side lanes. OTSU, force those fights. Force those fights. Team fight, team fight, team fight.
Yeah, they probably almost benefit sending that bot lane to the top side, play around grubs, really try to, if Darius is going to stay there like the last game that we had where like the bot and top were mismatched, that would be great in this situation for OTSU. OTSU would be happy with that scenario to get Darius down, but Darius doesn't want to do that. Darius wants to fight the Cassante 1v1 because he really wants to get ahead and get that first pick onto Cassante and really start to steamroll that lane. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to wait any longer as our summoners have joined us on to the Rift. We have OTSU on the blue side and Oakland on the red side. We see a standard spread. However, OTSU planning something sneaky in the bot lane.
Something's cooking here. Bully is going to have to be careful not to get bullied in their own right. Sneaking through the bushes. Undetected thus far, but granted with where this Corki's standing, kind of hard to take advantage of that. Looks like, Jig's up. I don't think they're going to go for this. They just want to...
Corki's going to spot this out.
Yeah.
Oh, they find one. Bandage toss. It connects. He's going to take a turret shot. Oh, no. That's going to be a ward onto Raptors there for the side of Oakland. So a little bit of information on where Amumu's going to end up starting. And when you have Amumu jungle, you want the details ASAP, because I'm not exactly sure if Skarner is going to have the best kit to find Amumu and duel him in the jungle. Like, he's not a damaged, like, he's not really that, he's not that guy. He's not that guy. He's not going to go in and he's not going to fight Amumu that much. But if he has that intel, he can at least try, or he can at least make it tough for Amumu to get rolling early.
Yeah, major thing to note is Amumu started Q. Means your clear is way slower. Normally you want to start E. You start on those Raptors. No leash necessary. You clear through your jungle in, 3:15 or so. Now that you started Q, you need a little bit of help from your Cassante. It's going to take a little bit longer for you to get through that jungle, because now you're not taking E to level 3. You're going to have to do your top side, work towards that bot side once again, and that's where I want to see if they can take advantage of it. But looking at some of the other stuff, the summoners here, of course, Ghost for Darius wants to have that 1v1 lane. Means they don't have the teleport, which means later on they could sort of lose out on some things. They have to be the first to rotate. They have to be the first to push out. As well, the heal onto Shaggy there, of course, very standard amongst enchanters. Same with on Dynasty. So both of them just looking to protect their ADCs as much as possible. And already, as you can see in that bot lane, Haunted level 2, look at where this Corki Milio is. They're stuck under tower.
Yeah, this is what you're going to have to expect. And you're going to expect that on the opposite side for Darius and Cassante. You can already see that Darius is starting to push him back slowly and surely. And, for Haunted and Dynasty X, this is what you want. You want to get that Varus ahead. Corki's not really the best in this early game. He doesn't have, the Rockets is really where you're going to start to shine, poke players out. And you have, maybe like a Trinity Force or something to get some extra damage off those Rockets, but you're not there yet. Varus and Karma are going to just bully you, which is ironic because Corki's name is Bully You, but look, doesn't engage. He wants to get this fight. He's got that utility from Milio, but it's a little bit too low. Karma's just doing so much damage. You have to account for that. The barrier, the flash, Karma with the first blood. Dynasty on the board.
Good hold there from Dynasty, waiting for the last second on that heal just to make sure everything came through in turn. I understand why Bully you went for it. Wanted to stack up that Conquer, wanted to just jump in there, try and get an advantageous trade. It almost worked. A lot of summoners burned. Of note, Flash for Varus is down. Flash is still up for Bully you. On this top side, though, Wizak just doing Darius things, walking up menacingly against Kriv here, but nothing doing as for the time being because Cassante's still going to be tanky.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, he's going to have to do what he can, kind of poke and prod with what he has. But now level 4, here comes the gank. Skarner's moving in fast, but there's Cassante. He finds a little bit of a way out. That's a turret shot. He hooks him back in. Cassante, can he get this kill? No, the double flash from both top laners. Kriv makes it out alive, but Wizek burns both summoners.
Excellent play from Kriv there. Knowing the champion. Unstoppable, by the way. Just pushes him back into tower there. And Bensap not able to get the suppress, the stun, and Wizek gets pushed into tower at that. So well played to sort of survive that. Nonetheless, Kriv actually made a really smart play there as well by not resetting. Is going to be able to push this wave into tower. Will probably likely have to still teleport back into lane, but nonetheless, very good play to sort of survive that on the top side, and OTSU sort of hold their marginal lead for the time being.
Whew. A really spicy game so far. Loving to see the action bot lane, loving to see the action top lane, mid lane. A little bit of a snooze fest for now. We've got our mid lane mages just farming up, trying to get their first item and begin their impactful movement towards the mid game. So far, Dragon almost on the docket here, coming up soon. We'll see if there's prio towards that. We see Amumu clearing topside jungle, rotating towards bot, but he is warded out, so they will know that he's pathing towards that bot side, and Skarner is actually going to beat him there to the punch. Bensap already ready towards that Dragon, but look, bot lane's going top.
Yeah, it looks like they're opting for this sort of handshake there, willing to give over that first Dragon. It's a Cloud Dragon. They don't really care about that. Going to those grubs to try and look for that. Granted, Waterworth is currently walking down towards Raptors, so it just seems as if they're opting for a later lane swap here. as Darius was able to farm up quite a bit on that top side, so now is significantly stronger. Interesting to note here is that Bully just walked straight back bot lane, said, okay, we accept the lane swap, we will do this at this point, and they're just hoping that Wazek's going to be relevant at the very least into this flashless Varus, and that's really what you have to take advantage of. Can you get on top of the Varus? But mid lane,
Ooh, nice engage, a clean kill. Waterworth maybe wants Hensap too, but that was good enough. Shaggy rotating off the dragon towards mid to help out Hensap, but ultimate popped for Levanchu. And they're going to get that first or second kill of the game as now Grubs going over to Amumu, but Bensap is rotating over there slowly. I'm not sure if he's going to make it there in time. Even if he does, you've got Haunted and Dynasty not too far away.
yeah, I think main thing here is you can see Shaggy's actually walking up to that top side as well, so just basically saying, hey, Corki, you're on your own. Corki is used to being in a solo lane. They're perfectly fine with this matchup into Kriv here, but a little bit too late here on getting those grubs. It's going to be the handshake of objectives as mentioned. On this top side, Wazek taking a decent amount of poke there, and once again, this is why I was urging the earlier lane swap into this Darius, because Darius can't do anything here. They're just sort of stuck, especially into Varus Karma. They're just, you know, hands up. What can we do? Just going to try and get whatever farm they can, and even then, they're actually getting a lot more leeway than I would have expected.
Yeah. And this handshake is kind of in a little bit of a weird spot. If I'm Wazek, I'm a little bit sad because actually almost dies under turret.
Oh, yeah.
But as Darius, we talked about this, you want to get rolling as fast as possible, and you want to roll Cassante. So the fact that he wasn't able to get that kill in lane, that Cassante survived, kind of slows him down a little bit, and now you have this bot lane that's just taking your turret and being super annoying. It's just unfortunate for Wazek. This is not the way that he wanted to start his game as Darius. But with the world of lane swaps that we're in, it's just kind of the name of the game at the moment. And for Cassante, even if he did end up going 0-2 or 0-3 in lane, he's still Cassante. You know what I mean? He still has a way back into the game. Whereas Darius, maybe not so much.
Yeah, Darius is one of those champions where you do want to just continue to push the envelope over and over again. And now Wazek has moved down to that bottom lane once again, saying, hey, listen, you messed me up for the last couple of minutes. Let's get back to standard here. Let's move Bully you back onto that top side of the map. Granted, despite all of that, Bully you not able to find any advantages. Levancio in trouble.
Yeah, he's in a little bit of trouble. Has to try and flash away, but look, they give the kill to Darius. That's what you want to see from Oakland University. They're like, all right, we find a pick. Darius walks up, and now he gets a free kill. Another one towards that top side. Karma actually in a little bit of trouble as already Haunted has fallen. That's not a good look here for OTSU. You lose a player mid, and you lose a player top.
Yeah, I wish we could get that run back there, because I'm curious. The ultimate was expended off of Haunted, but both summoners were up and available, not used. Just full engage there from Bully you, using those rockets, that level 6 power spike on Corki to just take advantage of the situation. And now all of a sudden, Oakland wresting things back into their control. I think especially giving that kill to Darius. You need to get this Darius ahead. You want the Darius to be able to deal with this Cassante for as long as possible. And already starting to fall out of the Cassante's hands without them really doing anything wrong. They've just been farming. They're doing Cassante things.
Yeah. So far, though, we have Waterworth and Bensap pretty close in levels, pretty close in CS. Nothing too much of a discrepancy there. Mid lane's looking good. Every CS differential is looking not really too far or out of contention for either player to kind of catch up and kind of stay within. But Dragon for Void Grubs is the main trade that we've seen so far. Turret not too far away. Actually, both teams are 1 kill away from securing that bounty for getting 3 kills for the Triumphant reward. So we'll see who ends up getting that. That's not something you can really control. Maybe from a gank, yes, but I don't know if that's going to be in the cards that soon.
Yeah, it's been dead even thus far. You know, they traded the Dragon for the Grubs. They traded 2, early game kills for 2 slightly later early game kills at that. So very even matchup. And this is what we expected. You know, we expected them to be extremely evenly matched. They're going blow for blow at this point. More so, who's going to get that next advantage? Who's going to take that bigger step? You need to take a bigger step forward here, especially if you are focused on getting those feats of strength, the tier 3 boots. Granted, tier 3 boots have been considered a little bit of a bait. You don't really want to rush them after your second item unless you're extremely far ahead, but even still, now that we're sort of looking at the state of the game and where everyone's sort of sifting out, those grubs are going to spawn first. Bensap is on that top side, immediately going to start those up. So now it's up to Waterworth to say, hey, we got to get ready for this dragon. We need to prep around here and potentially find a pick first so that we're not giving away that objective. This is sort of the turning point in the early game when the feats come to fruition.
Dynasty, had to be a little bit careful. Hensep has the priority in mid lane. We missed a little bit of action from Darius. He burned both sums as he got ganked by Waterworth and Kriv in the bot lane. We were looking towards that top side. Now, that dragon spawning, Oakland actually giving up grubs and deciding to rotate over towards this dragon. Varus in a little bit of trouble. Haunted just poking out. Ooh, Amumu Waterworth gets caught, and that is going to be Bensap scooping up that Amumu. And once again, Darius Wizek picking up another kill. Now starting to build a little bit of a bounty. That's a massive pickup for Oakland.
Yeah, it's exactly what you wanted out of that situation. You killed a jungler, now you have free reign over this objective. You can just walk back up to those grubs afterwards, finish that off. At the very least, taking that one grub means that even if Waterworth is to go back over there, they're not going to get that feat for the objective. They get to the 3 kills, that's 1 for them. Now they're getting their second objective, looking to try and push that further and Haunted. And a little bit of a tough situation, sort of 1v3 on this bottom side of the map. If there is an engage to come through, yeah, just got to burn the ult to sort of prevent that from happening.
Yeah, it's a preemptive ult, but now he's going to get dived. Was it worth it in the end, Haunted? Was it worth it? He's just trying to hug that turret, and once again, give that juicy kill over to Darius. They are intentionally prioritizing Wizek, intentionally feeding him kills, intentionally trying to put him ahead of everybody. Give him the gold, give him the levels.
They're doing a great job of it because it's been 3 basically GIF-wrapped kills given over to this Darius after what was a rough early game. Bully you, oh my goodness.
Oh no. Dynasty, can he survive? He's juking! He's juking!
Cover.
The flash! No! Under turret! That's not where you want to go. Double kill going over to Bully you. This Corki is slowly starting to come alive, and he's doing that in the top lane.
And it's as if they're playing into the cards of this Corki as well. Just finished off that Trinity Force, immediately takes the fight top lane, immediately gets 2 more kills. OTSU is starting to look a little bit lost here, and as we mentioned, they were the ones who should have started that lane swap. They did that successfully, but then the lane swap fails on them. They lose the 2v2 in the top lane after the Corki moves up there, and then they lose another fight there with Bully you, just being able to take down the Cassante and the Karma. Waterworth just coming in a little bit late there, but nonetheless, this is all turning out for Oakland. The last 5 minutes have been everything in Oakland's favor, and if they can continue to push this pressure forward, that is what's going to be their win condition. This Darius is a very real threat in the side lanes, considering Cassante has sort of the garage sale of items right now, sort of deciding, which item do I want to go to deal with the Darius? What happens if the Aurora now goes into it as Kriv? Forced to skedaddle out of there as everyone starts to show up on this top side. Oakland is playing this map extremely well, and I want to see them continue to push the pace. I want to see them look for more plays around Wizek, knowing that they are 3-0.
Yeah, they've got a good position here. Karma trying to find like a pick onto this Bully you beast, but gets caught, unfortunately, out of position. Meanwhile, killing the bot lane, Darius dives, Haunted, and that's, again, this Darius we talked about, is he going to get rolling? And these very carefully crafted kills have just helped him push ahead, as he is really, really scary to walk into. Almost level 11 with that second level ult, and look what he finds himself, a nice juicy Amumu, who has to burn his ult to save red buff. That is crazy.
Yeah, I think when we look back at the win conditions that we talked about, it was all on this Wizek early game on this Darius to just get ahead, get fed, get the ball rolling. That's exactly what's happened. Looking at OTSU, you know, Syndra was able to get an early kill, but both of those early kills on the bottom side went to the Karma, went to Dynasty. Great, you get your legendary item a little bit quicker, but it's not going on to your Varus. Haunted is now haunted by this Darius, just gets run down under tower, nothing you can do about it. And now you'd have to look for some opportunities. This is the point where you park the bus a little bit if you're OTSU. You sort of wait, you farm up. You don't push up past the river here and get bopped by Bully you. This, oh my goodness.
Oh my god, Kriv He's just trying to survive. Does find Milio in the process, but Shaggy's not the target.
Oh,
Dynasty
my.
absolutely obliterated.
All out.
Now Kriv trying to duel in the 1v2. Nobody is here to save you, Kriv. The
my
flash
goodness.
forward from Bully U. Meanwhile, Waterworth cleaned up off to the side with Wizek on an unstoppable killing spree. It's Oakland dominating over OTSU.
I was gonna say after the trash talk segment, I was like, man, OTSU, you know, they were just a little bit better at that. But I mean, instead of focusing on the trash talk, they focused on the gameplay for Oakland here, and that's what's really playing through for them. Just 3 kills on the top side of the map. It just seems as if they thought they were a lot safer than they were. They didn't have vision on that top side of the map. They just pushed past the river, and immediately we saw it. It was just going to be down for the count. Haunted is dead. Bye.
Yeah. Listen, you banned Set. Maybe you should have banned Darius too. That's all I'm saying. They chose Galio. Would Galio have the same impact as Darius in this game?
If it was 6-0, maybe.
Maybe.
Oh. Return kill on the bottom side, though, as Hensap goes down. Pops the ultimate as well, so it won't be available for any team fights coming up. There is the dragon that is spawning shortly. Rift Herald is also live on the map, but you know, OTSU is sort of on the back foot a little bit here. They're just sort of trying to recoup. They're trying to regain composure here because Oakland has accelerated this game extremely quickly. Yes, you're able to get another kill onto Levancio there, but Hensap going down at this point. No one matches into Wizek no matter what, so Hensap just gets the easier of the 2 matchups. You can throw Hensap into Kriv, who hasn't built a lick of magic resist yet, and will probably be fine. This 3rd dragon now for Oakland is going to be taken, and that's going to bring forth the soul win condition as well. If you're able to get this Hextech soul, you're going to be in great shape. Dynasty. Ooh,
They're burning everything. Do it.
Goodness.
Do it. Get the bounty. Who are you going to give it to?
Oh.
Varus.
Oh,
nice. Good. Good. OTSU good. I was just about to say as you were finishing up your thought, start team fighting. Start grouping up. Start coming together because that is your win condition for OTSU. You're fighting these 2v2s, 3v3s. It's not working out for you. You need the whole like this. Literally as I'm talking, you shouldn't be fighting these 1v1s. This is what happens. You need to group up. This is how you're going to find, you know, a kink in the armor here for Oakland because if the game continues as it's going, I think Oakland wins this, like no matter what.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
So OTSU, their win condition needs to be realized. They need to group up.
Dynasty shouldn't be here. That's just the answer here. There's 3 members on this bot side. You're sending your support to catch this experience, catch this wave. Yes, you're able to get stuff in the mid lane here, but Wizek is willing to just ghost in at a moment's notice right on top of Haunted. And Haunted has been burned by it enough. Here's the ghost exactly. Forces the ultimate out, but look who's on the other side. Ben Sap here to clean up.
That's what I'm talking about. You can't be caught out of position like that. And yes, we can tee it up to wards, we can tee it up to whatever, but your top and mid were, your mid was dead and your top was nowhere to be found. So you know, there's still a chance. Team fights, if they go sour, you can still turn the tides of the fight. But at the moment, you know, things are really going to start to bubble up and players are going to start to get an advantage. You see Kasante! Oh my god! The shutdown! Kriv is alive as he finds 2 in the top lane and they want some more. The Acorn gonna push Bully U to safety, but Scatter the Weak not gonna scatter anyone. It's Shaggy left up to the side. You're gonna say it wasn't him, but he is the one who is dead.
Oh my goodness. The big turn there from OTSU. Of note, Kasante always a challenge to dive because you get him low enough, he's able to tank up so much of your damage, goes for the dunk right as the all-out comes through as well, and is able to stay alive. Kasante's all-out turns you from your average tank.
Kasante! Oh my
And
god!
it just runs you down at that point, and just a little bit of an overcommitment coming through from Oakland. I think that's the main thing to keep in mind is they were a lot more confident than they maybe should have been. Darius was very close to finishing that second item. You have that Sterex on board. Kasante is dead. You get those 2 kills, but instead he gets turned around on them. And now OTSU have a little bit more life in them here. This Kasante now going to be strong enough to sort of 1v1 this Darius, at least temporarily.
Yeah, they didn't think that he was going to be here. Now the 1v1 comes in. They're like, yeah, we're happy to dive. The bandage toss gets missed. You're going to have to pop that ultimate instead, and they will secure that kill. I was a little bit worried once that bandage toss went to the wayside, but you get the kill. But Otacon spawns bot, and since they saw everybody topside, it is what it is. That's what you're going to have to do. You will take this Otacon.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get a couple top lane turrets here at the very least, so Otacon really is dependent on how much you actively use the buff that it provides you. I didn't catch whether it was Voracious Otacon or Ruinous Otacon. If this is Voracious and you get that sort of free GA, cool. You don't really care giving that over. You just don't fight for the next 3 minutes. If it's Voracious, though, it is Voracious. I believe that one just gives you a boatload of XP. You get a lot more stats, and that's the one that you have to worry about because now Oakland is going to be super juiced going into these fights. Despite the fact that OTSU has won the last 2-3 skirmishes, it doesn't matter because Otacon gives you that. But, oh, it's the other one. Never mind. I got mixed up. My bad. Voracious gives you the GA. So now, now I get to use what some of my casters have used before. Voracious Otacon gives you minus 20 IQ because you just go in for plays like this and you might not be in the best situation for it.
Yeah, Amumu's ult is down. I feel like that fight turns the other way, but with Waterworth, and really at this point, Dynasty is just cherry on top. It's just a matter of time before.
Oh yeah.
He's buying time, definitely baiting at this
Bully gets a
point,
solo
but
kill.
Corki getting a kill mid lane, that shouldn't be happening, right? Kasante, Kriv here looking for the Corki, but he is just stepping 1 foot in front of the other. They will get, but of course the kill doesn't matter, so Reborn is Bully You gonna go back over, and Kriv just poking around.
Yeah.
He's around the corner.
Most of the time, Voracious Otacon gives the team that has it the minus 20 IQ buff. There, it's just, it seems like OTSU were like, hey, we gotta get these temporary GAs off, the false life off. We gotta go for these plays, and it's just overforced at that point. Granted, Kriv has found a little bit of a flank here. It doesn't look like anything is going to materialize. We do have a replay of that shutdown under that top tower, and as you can see, like Kasante, he's at what? 100 HP? Yep, yeah. 100 HP that whole time. That's just the power that you get when it comes down to Kasante at low health. You're just able to take advantage of that. Players were stone-faced as ever in that replay, though, because you know what? That's just every day at the office for a Kasante player.
Yeah, and I mean, look, as we get out of that replay, this is going to be the biggest fight.
Yeah.
All 5 members huddling around this dragon. I genuinely think anybody who wins this fight could win the whole game. And see, we have it kick off with Zek. He's trying to keep your eyes on him. He wants to get into that fight. A 3-man ultimate from Waterworth, but he's first to die. Wizek will follow up. They have the Otacon buff to put them back into the life. There's Skarner. He's fallen low. There's Wizek. He's dead, of course, but it's Kriv that finds the kill onto Corki. Of course, he's not dead yet. They still find 2. But it's 3 members dead for OTSU. Corki's still pushing the envelope. Kasante gets so close. But Lavanchu, last one alive, kind of goes both ways. But it really does go more to the favor of Oakland.
Yeah, the false life buff. They fought with the last bits of it there. I think it was expiring in a couple of seconds, and they say, hey, let's go for it. Let's go for the play. We can play towards this dragon now. Wazek says, hey, I'm just going to push this top side now. Someone's going to have to answer me. But, 4 dead there. Everyone else withdrawn. They're able to re-engage onto that objective. It will be Hextech Soul going over to Oakland. And now you look towards that Baron that's going to be spawning in a minute and a half. And at this point, you're fighting into Soul. A 9-2 Corki, big beneficiary of that was Bully You. Now we'll be able to do so, looking at 3 items on this reset. This Corki is massive, and we talked about how Corki, not always the best pick, because it doesn't really do that much for the first 20 minutes unless you feed it 9 kills. You give it a big old cheeseburger and you say, hey, do something. And now all of a sudden, Corki's doing something, and it's not pretty for OTSU.
Yeah, all the gold where it matters most went to the right places for Oakland. The ADC and the top lane. Aurora getting fed, not really in the win condition cards here for Oakland. It would have been nice, but it doesn't really matter, I think, in the big picture. Whereas on the opposite side, even the fact that they're behind, they still have this great team fight threat. If they group as 5, Amumu lands a clean ult, if they're able to peel Wizek, these are a lot of what ifs, obviously. Yes. So can be a little bit detrimental as 2 players die on the side of OTSU, and I'm starting to think that we're about to see the final draw.
Yeah, we talk about all the what-ifs for OTSU. Here's the actual what-if. What if Wazek just goes on top of Amumu and one-shots him? Yeah, there you go. That's what actually happens. That means you can't even look for these objectives. Dynasty in trouble. We got to pan away. It's too ugly to look at on the scene there because they're just getting absolutely mollywopped. And now just pushing for the end here. 5 members strong down this mid lane. No Baron buff. No Grubs. But you're still going to be able to push pretty strong as 5 members, and these death timers might just be long enough, They're gonna pop up.
See you
Never
later.
mind. Okay, cast the curse. My bad.
Yeah, better be safe than sorry. They could have, been a little bit more aggressive and tried to end here, but there's like no reason to.
Play it safe.
There's no reason to be so over aggressive. You can get the Baron, you can stall, you can split push, you can do all these different things. I'm still gonna make that same comment that if OTSU gets a crazy team fight, they can slowly start to claw their way back in. But I feel like I've been saying that for the past 10 minutes, and it just hasn't happened. We've seen 2 or 3 team fights now that haven't been played to the way of the win conditions that I think OTSU is looking for. So I think at this point, Oakland, they're just too far ahead. They're, like, in some cases, an item ahead over their opponent. That is damage or armor or magic resist or HP that is just way too far ahead. And they've got the upgraded boots.
Yeah.
Like, that is just ridiculously crazy icing on the cake.
Everything has gone Oakland's way, at least towards their win condition. They don't really care about those grubs because this Darius is going to be strong enough at 10 and 3 pushing on their own. Kriv in trouble against Hensap here. We'll just be able to walk it out. So that's the matchup that they ideally want, and it's going dead even still, so it doesn't really matter. Wazek is now going into Levancio. If Levancio misses a stun, Levancio dies. See if it comes to fruition, but as always with these Baron buffs, you're perfectly content just sitting behind the hunt waves. Levancio will get suppressed, hooked in, dead. You just can't be there if you're the Syndra.
Yeah. It's just, they aren't getting an opportunity to fight. They need to answer the waves, like you talked about. And when you're answering waves, you're not grouped up. And that's Oakland's win condition. I'm just going to send my Skarner in, and he's going to dive the turret, and he's going to do, here's a team fight. Oh my god, what a pickup by Bensap. That's going to be 3 players caught in Wizek's Q as the bloodbath is real. The blue team's base is dripping in red blood as OTSU has been wiped off the face of the map. This is Oakland University putting their seed 1 higher than OTSU as they redeem themselves from their first game loss and they dominate over OTSU.
Yeah, honestly, really well played. That early game, as we mentioned, was going to be a point that Oakland really needed to find advantages. We wanted to see that solo kill come through from Wazek. Didn't get that. Didn't really go according to plan for the first 6 minutes. They were warming up to the stage lights. They're like, oh man, everyone's watching us. We're up here, a little bit nervous. But I think once they got themselves on track, that's really where they started to take off. Getting Wazek just 3 free kills, basically gifted, as we mentioned, the gift basket, a Hextech chest. Rest in peace to those. But nonetheless, I think it's just extremely well played from Oakland. They've proven that despite them not being in the championship division for CLL, they still have that sort of grit about them, and their team play as well. Playing around their win conditions was excellent.
Well, listen, for Oakland, it might be their sponsor, Michigan Milk. Like it might be, they say milk makes strong bones. Maybe milk also makes strong League of Legends players. And we're looking at some highlights here from the match. We're looking at one of the biggest team fights that I think OTSU could have won. But
had it not been for Otacon.
That's right. Waterworth, he got a 3-man ult, but again, Wizek's in the back line. He's doing Wizek things. You can't stop him. You got to deal with everybody. And the fact that we're in such a tight space, it's tough to team fight here. It's tough to get the perfect, positioning. And for Oakland, everything always went their way. They always got the skirmishes that they wanted, and they never fought things that, this was a beautiful, beautiful ultimate from Bensap.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think the main thing was OTSU's team fight comp fell too far behind.
Yeah.
It was by virtue of them not playing around the objectives they needed to. That Otacon buff was the pure difference maker in that Dragon fight. Had Otacon gone the other way, had Otacon not been taken at all, that fight goes in OTSU's favor due to that huge Curse of the Sad Mummy. But even here, they're taking fights, but they're going up against Baron. Bensap's able to get 3 members. Even with the Amumu ultimate landing there, it didn't really matter. And I think that's really what dictated the game, is that Oakland was able to take advantage of all of these situations. OTSU kept trying to force fights once they were behind. It's the MLXG meme, we're ahead, let's fight. We're even in gold, let's fight. We're behind in gold, let's fight. And unfortunately, you lose the game off of that there. And of course, Bully U, fantastic performance, 13-2-7. Wazek as well, we were praising the entire game, 11-3-5. Shout out there to Bensap and Shaggy being those assists. And Hensap played the game. Sure.
Hence that's exactly right. Hensap played the game. I mean, he went even in lane. As a mid lane, what if your team just dominates and carries, what more can you ask for? If Syndra got fed, maybe Syndra would have been a problem. you know, they did get one kill onto Hensep, I think. Actually, no, it was Milio that was in the mid lane that got ganked by Waterworth and Lamanchu. But nevertheless, this really was a story of Wizek and Bully I'm surprised Bully got ahead as he did, but once those lane swaps went back to normal, he was just 2v2ing the other bot lane, and he always got the better of the battle. And that's something that I think wasn't in the cards or wasn't in the plan for OTSU. They started off in the 2v2 bot lane, dominating over Bully and Shaggy. The first blood went over to Dynasty, who gets that karma kill. But after that, we never saw that domination return. Corki was in position behind Shaggy's Milio, just giving him that heal buff. All right, go, man. Go do your thing. And he did his thing.
Exactly. I think major thing was, especially after that first blood, it was that extra summoner that was expended off of the Varus that really did end up making a difference. Because on that swap, ends up not having the easiest time against the Darius. The Darius was pushed under tower. Didn't really matter. They didn't get the kill, and that was what was important. Whereas on the flip side, once Bully came back into that lane, level 6, able to take advantage of those cooldowns, able to take advantage of the rockets just being able to output more damage over the course of a longer fight. And I think, in turn, OTSU needed to try and play for before level 6. They needed to play up a little bit more, then play a little bit more aggressively. They opted to play safer. Perfectly fine if you have a game plan for past that. They didn't have the game plan set for them. And then, of course, Oakland was just able to walk the dog.
Yeah, well, we're not going to be walking any dogs on the desk, but we do have Patrick standing by with an interview, I'm imagining, with a player from Oakland University. Patrick, take us away.
Well, hello, everybody. Thank you, casters, for passing it to me. I'm Patrick Smoke Chambers, and I'm joined by the new captain, Bully U. It seems like Hensep's been demoted, but I'm not going to lie. I think that you guys played incredibly, especially in the mid and top lane. It was just an absolute domination. What are your surface level thoughts after that win?
I think when I'm alone in the top lane and they want to dive me, but I got double kill for that, and I think that's very big for me. And after that, it's a little unplayable for them. And our top lane go to bot, get solo kill the AD carry. So I think that's very good for us.
Yeah, I think so as well. I just want to kind of know, are there any sort of unique pregame rituals that you guys do, yourself included? Like, is there anything you do to get into the zone before you have matches like this on LAN?
I think we just pick our own champion. Like, I always pick Corki every game. I think Corki very OP this patch. I don't need to do anything, just auto and press the button and do the damage.
Yeah, I mean, it is that simple. That's all you were doing was just damage all the time. And it really did show that you guys were absolutely destroying OTSU. I got to say, seeing as how you guys are now 1-1, right? It could go anywhere from here. You guys could go 1-2. You guys go 2-1. The fate is kind of in your hands. But I must say, are you nervous at all for any of this, or do you guys feel calm, composed?
I think we are very comfortable now.
Very comfortable? Yeah. It's where you gotta be. But it's LAN, anything can happen. Thank you, Bully U, for the interview. You guys did amazing. Looking forward to seeing more from you. And also looking forward to seeing more in SGS as we get into our round 3 round robin after this short break.
Sure. You want me to take a
Welcome
sip after,
back,
you guys?
everybody, to SGS 2025 League of Legends. I'm your host, Patrick Smoke Chambers, joined by Fanshaw's Boo and Humber's Lil Stir. So, guys, we were talking a little bit earlier. I'm just gonna get straight into it right now. Why, Boo, do you think you guys will be able to take down Humber? You guys are both 0-2 right now, so this game means a lot.
At the end of the day, I think we're a really good team, and I think no matter what, if we are playing our best, we can compete with any team.
Okay, understandable. And now, Lester, why do you think you guys are going to absolutely destroy Fanshawe, send them 0-3, bottom of their group, and continue on?
Well, you see, we've got heart, right? And it's 5 bums versus 5 other bums, and the person with more heart, more grind, they make it out on top.
Couldn't have said it any better myself. You guys definitely seem raring to go, but immediately, I want to just ask you guys, right? Whose trim's more dead? Just be real right now, all right? I'm looking at yours, or I'm looking at yours. Like,
Allow me.
whose trim's more dead right now? I want you to rate each other 1 through 10 on trim right now.
So I'm rating him.
Yeah.
Hold on, turn to the side. We're going for something very similar here. I got to respect it. He's got a little bit longer in the back. He's got the taper. Okay, I respect it. He's rocking the middle part. I'm gonna give him I'll give you 7.5.
It's pretty respectable, honestly. I thought he was just gonna do you dirty completely. I'm gonna be so real, but one man speaks, the other one's got to have his say. What are we rocking with right now?
I'm liking the little back, kinda. Maybe you can grow it out towards a mullet. Very handsome, man.
Whoa.
I think probably like an 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10. Well, 2 very nice men, but 2 very mean teams that have to go at it. I'm going to send it to casters for some pregame analysis. Round 3 coming at you.
Yes, round 3 indeed. It's me with eyes back on the desk here with Adam. And star-crossed lovers, some might say, on the battlefield. This is going to be one for the ages.
Yeah. I'm just going to come out and say it. These trash. You know what? We got to get these players in here. You know how everyone's like PR trained and they're supposed to be like good at this? Like, come on. Let's get a little bit more spice in there. Come on. We're giving like, whose trims more dead? Oh, no, it's a 7.5. Oh, no. Yours is better. It's an 8. Like, come on. Call him a 2. It's a 2 out of 10. Come on. Let's step it up. Nonetheless, here. Both of these teams are very familiar with the number 2. It's how many losses they both have right now.
Right.
Nonetheless, Fanshawe and Humber having a tough start to this. Granted, their group is hard. They've got UST, former CLOL champions. Bradley Pennyworth in the mid lane, one of the best mid laners to come through in the NACL in recent times, should be in the LCS. Converse, very strong roster in their own right. We saw them in Game 1 as well. Now, Humber and Fanshawe need to find a way to eke something out. They got to get something going for them here, because realistically, you look down the barrel of Northwood or Oakland on the other side, we saw what Oakland could do. We saw what Northwood has done in the past. Northwood taking a loss is actually a little bit more of the shocking one there that we can talk about.
Yeah, for sure. That is a little bit of a shock there. Northwood going 1-1. I think
That was a loss to St. Clair.
that was a loss to St. Clair for sure. I was talking with Ricky on the St. Clair team. I passed him in the halls, and he just seems cool, comfortable, flying at whatever pace. Ricky, always in a jolly good mood.
Of course.
And why wouldn't it be? He just, I think they had like an absolute sweep against Northwood.
Yeah, and that's something that's really interesting, because as being part of the CLOL Power Rankings Council, we were talking about, is Northwood actually that 7th seed? Are they actually the 6th seed? And the decision we came up with is Northwood is 6th/7th until proven otherwise.
It looks like it's proven otherwise now. We're seeing
There
that
we
right
go.
now. But they still got another game. They could
Of
be
course,
2-1. St. Clair could lose. It could be equal for 2-1. It's really, once we get down to those semifinals, the bracket, once we really see how things go.
Yeah, and I think that's the really important thing, is looking at the potential bracket. They could be going up against UST in the semifinals, whereas one would expect them to be in the finals. That would open the door for someone else to come in and join them there. So that's really what I'm looking forward to. Nonetheless, none of that matters right now. Fanshawe, Humber, two local schools, Fanshawe a little bit closer. They got the easier drive in here. Humber College is like 5 minutes away from my house. I walk past there with my dog every day. So they're in my neck of the woods. 3.5 hour drive for them. Probably came in last night. Probably the wiser choice instead of coming in at 6 in the morning, but you know how it is. Very interested to see how these two teams go because Humber, this is a newer program that's starting up. They're starting to get a little bit more backing. They're getting a little bit more oomph behind them there, and that's something that I'm excited to see because Toronto schools as well, there's so many of them. It's really hard to make any ground. We saw TMU make some strides. Humber's sort of that next one coming along, whereas on the flip side there, Fanshawe, one of the older programs there. They've been around the block a couple of times here, so this isn't their first iteration coming through with a League of Legends team. Of course, we got to see Fanshawe earlier, but Humber looking dapper as always, despite the mid-trash talk.
Love the jersey designs, you know. It's very
a great
clean, very
jersey.
swirled, very artistic. And I got a few friends at Humber as well. I know a few guys there. They're really building up their league team. You know, it's still in the formative period. You know, it's not at quite the apex level as we can see with the 2 losses, but they definitely have heart. That's what they were talking about. They have heart in droves. They're on the grind. They're here to prove something. But Fanshawe, they have a little bit of a reputation to defend here. You know, they did better than a lot of people, I think, thought in the early game against Converse. So perhaps they could try and go for an early game lead against Humber as well and try and end the game as quickly as possible.
Yeah, granted, from what we've seen on stream thus far, 2 stronger early games from the teams that end up losing. So does early game even really matter? No, who knows? It's more so about whether they're able to take advantage of Humber's potential weaknesses as well. And I think, once again, as I mentioned with SEMO, it always comes down to what actually comes through in Champ Select before we can say if there's going to be a lane swap, if there's going to be something else. And it's checking out the cameras like, hey, look, I'm on camera. Nonetheless, I think that's really what it comes down to, especially for these two teams where, of course, as we mentioned, not some of the stronger teams here, but they've definitely got that heart about them. They want to show up. They want to get themselves, at the very least, a win here, and this is their last chance to do so in the group stage. This is the most winnable game for both of them.
And to be fair, I think this is probably the first LAN for a lot of these players on both of these teams. So maybe the early game, they have the extra nerves in the first few rounds, and now they're really getting into it, getting a little bit more accustomed. So hopefully we can see them play at their best going into this 3rd round and final round of a round robin. A lot of rounds.
Lots of rounds there, yeah, of course. Of course, we have to look towards what happens in playoffs as well. As we mentioned, one of these teams is going to get the little leg up, get themselves into that 3rd seed, and face off against what is likely to be Northwood. The other one plays against St. Clair. It's 2 very daunting matchups, but at the very least, you can see that Northwood has shown a little bit of a weakness there. You know, they've taken the arrow to the knee, and they're like, oh, man. That kind of hurt. Maybe we got to step it up a little bit more here. And that's what's really important is that now, at the very least, if Fanshawe is to win this game here, then they go in knowing that they can face any of those teams there and say, hey, we're getting Northwood on maybe not their best day. That could be our opportunity to go. For Humber, if they are to take this game, that could be the thing that launches them forward a little bit. That gives them a little bit of an upset potential. And that's really what we're looking for. We're looking for who's going to be the one to be the true underdog or the less underdog of the underdogs going up against the opposite side of the bracket here. Of course, St. Clair, Northwood, I'm sure they're just like,
they're ready. They're ready.
Who are they? Who are they again? Like they're looking around. But nonetheless, it is very important to sort of keep yourself grounded, especially at these lands where anything can happen. Once you get the playoffs, single elimination. You have one series, you're done.
Yeah, you have one chance in the bracket. Both teams looking for that impetus to give them the boost once they get into that bracket and really try and build some momentum here. Because once we move into those best of 3s, momentum matters so much more. It's going to be fearless draft as well. It's going to be really interesting. So we've seen some players on both of these teams that don't have diverse champ pools and some that do. And those ones who are one tricks are really going to suffer, like that Ezreal on the side of Fanshawe. I think he's 263 something mastery. Absolutely insane. He gets one game on Ezreal, no matter what.
Yeah, you get one game on Ezreal. Might not even get that game on Ezreal if the other team's to pick it away. Unfortunately, right now, we can't pick anything because there is a tech delay. So we will be waiting for that as of right now. Still waiting to get ourselves into draft. But nonetheless, as of right now, still trying to figure everything out. You can see him working away at it. Gives us more time to yap about everything, I guess.
Yeah, so you casted a game, I casted a game, we casted different games. First time on the desk together today. What were your thoughts on those games? let's do some review.
Yeah, I think watching game one at the very least, I was expecting Converse to come out strong. You know, they are a very strong team. They've got a lot of backing behind them. That one wasn't really a question for me. I think the main thing was in that Oakland versus OTSU game, I was expecting a little bit more from OTSU when it came to resistance. It just felt as if they got behind a little bit, 3,000 gold down, and then they sort of rolled over and died, unfortunately. And I think Oakland now has that. I don't want to say that upset potential, but they have that spark about them now going into their final game. You know, they're going up against, I believe it's Northwood right now.
Yes.
Who knows what happens now?
For
You
the
know,
wild card.
Oakland's having a pretty good day thus far. Northwood might not be having the best day, and that's really what it comes down to. How is that going to match up? That's if I remember the schedule correctly.
Yeah.
If they're going up against St. Clair, then maybe the spark's already gone. But nonetheless, I think that's what happens at these LANs. These sort of short form events where you don't really have a whole lot of time to develop your strategy, get your comfort in the zone. You're done at the end of today. You know, there's no tomorrow. There's no sleep it off. There's nothing like that unless you're taking a break during the sea-log break. You know, you might take a little nap there, but even still, you just got to come out firing on all cylinders. And that's what's really important on these days because it's jam-packed. You're going to end up playing, 9, 10, 11 games of League of Legends in a day. Never advised by your doctor or any health professional or most likely your friends as well. But nonetheless, if you're going for the prize money, you'll do it.
Your doctor probably asks you, your psychiatrist at least asks you not to do that.
No.
Off limits, red flags, don't do that anymore. But like you were saying, OTSU kind of rolled over and died once that momentum got built. And that's something I got to applaud Fanshawe for not giving up throughout that Converse game. Of course, it was very one-sided after those kills racked up. But they kept fighting. They kept trying to... They never give up. You could always tell they're trying to take a team fight. And they sometimes did. It was just... They couldn't find the snowball potential there. As we see a player looking in at the camera.
Yeah, I'm looking back at you, okay?
We're both having a stare down right now. I bet he plays top. Looking at him. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Is that true or not? I'm kidding. I don't know if you
I'm pretty sure that's HTK, so probably play.
Yes!
There we go.
I knew it.
Probably plays Fiora. A lot of Fiora.
I haven't seen him play Fiora today yet.
Oh, that's gonna get banned out. It's gonna be target banned. This is what happens when you put in your hashtag. Like, come on. It's like if you pull up and you've got I don't know, rare item hashtag Zach or something like that. They're gonna ban Zach every single game, whether you play it or not.
Well, maybe Humber. Well, I guess Humber knows now if they can hear us talk right now.
I guess so.
It's out there. It's out in the open.
It's
on
now.
his hashtag.
Do your
guys.
research.
It's up to them. But as we still have some minor tech issues, we're going to keep on speculating here. So, we haven't even done predictions. Who do you think is going to win this one out, if you had to guess?
I mean, if I had to guess, if I'm making my educated guess, I'm going to go for Fanshawe. I think they definitely showed a little bit more prowess, and I think that their program is a little bit more developed as well. Having the support from your school can sometimes make the difference. Unless there's one of those players that just sort of jumps off the board and is like, wow, this is a fantastic player. We've seen them in Tier 2. We've seen them in Tier 3. This is someone that we should keep our eyes on. A lot of these programs are determined by their skill level. Of course, of note, Ollie, the jungler for Fanshawe, was a participant in the Cedo Combine that happened in the offseason. Something that Northwood's Will actually ended up, I believe, being a finalist for, went to Korea, went for a boot camp and all that stuff. So, there is a little bit more name recognition on the side of Fanshawe. Not to say that Humber can't come out with some bold strategy, really come through, play to their comfort, just kind of shock everyone with it. But if I were a betting man, it would be on Fanshawe.
I'd have to agree with you there. Fanshawe has shown a lot more fire so far. I haven't seen Humber play today, but if I had to guess, Fanshawe, I think, is just fired up, raring to go. Sure, they've taken 2 losses, but I think they're going to take those losses. They're very experienced with winning and losing with LANs. They're the more experienced team here. I'd have to give it over to them. But Humber could very much surprise me. The interview we saw earlier, they have heart.
Yeah,
they have the grind. They have the want to win, and I think they want this more than anyone else here.
Yeah, I think the only concern for Humber is the fact that they faced the 2 hardest teams back to back. So did Fanshawe in that matter, but they sort of faced them in the opposite, or they showed a little bit of life. Then they faced UST. You wake up. Most of these, a lot of league players, we're waking up at like noon, 1 p.m. or something like that. You wake up at 9 a.m. You're like, oh, okay, let's get ready for a game of League of Legends here. You face number 2 seeded UST, and it's like,
There's not much to do there.
What do we do about this one? And then you go up and play Converse after they've sort of got that momentum going for them. So it can sort of dampen spirits from time to time in those situations. You just got to sort of keep your head up. You got to make sure that you keep going. You just take every game at a time. You know, you're guaranteed to get into a best of 3 at the very least. So you're guaranteed to be able to get into a playoff series. Who that is up against, still yet to be determined, really determinant on this game here. But we just wait and see. We sort of have to just wait and see. Let's see where the cards fall, and hopefully we can see some gameplay soon.
Exactly. Well, hopefully we can see the draft soon.
Yeah.
We haven't even dived into that.
Something.
You know, we have the Fiora on the table, we have the Ezreal, but hopefully Humber knows to ban those 2 out and lock them down.
Whirly can stop. Ban Pike. Yeah. I don't know if anyone plays Pike.
I don't think so.
No.
I was looking at the op.gg. I didn't see Pike, but I saw some very interesting support picks in the support.
Support's
role.
a fake
I saw
role.
Cassante.
You can play whatever support, honestly. Like you can just play whatever's going. We're getting draft soon.
Yes,
we have
we
heard
do.
we are getting into draft. This is
Confirmation.
fantastic. Draft now. Let's go.
Let's see it. All right, Humber College versus Fanshawe College. A battle for the ages. Who has the better fit? Who has the better haircut? 7.5 versus 8. That is what we're going to be taking into consideration here.
Yeah. Our director's in here telling us that he has the freshest trim out of everyone.
That's true.
If he wants to show it off, by all means. Anyways, nonetheless, Talio banned away by Fanshawe. Of course, being on blue side in these matchups means you get to target away some more bans. Being on red side means you have to ban Skarner unless you want to give Ollie that Skarner once again. And I mean, you saw how well Ollie was able to pilot that champion. How much of that was the player? How much of that was the champion? Yet to be determined. Talon taken off the board too. No one tricks allowed.
Wukong taken off the board as well, just banning out those champs we saw in the last game. But you got to remember, those were the champs we had after a few bans. So potentially we're going to see some more first picks come out on the side of Fanshawe. And the Kindred ban for Fanshawe is very interesting as well. I'm wondering if that's just a comfort pick on the side of Humber.
I feel like a lot of the bans that Fanshawe came through with are what's the most played on their op.gg, who's their highest ranked player, let's take those off the board. Talia, Talon, Kindred can all be jungled technically. A lot of those go through the mid lane as well. But I like this is just stock standard drafting from Fanshawe, knowing full well that you're going up against a less experienced opponent. You're going to take away their one tricks. You're going to pick something real safe like Ashe. Zan's going to be perfectly happy to go into the Ashe matchup here, likely into a Varus. That ends up being a little bit more of a handshake lane. You just say, hey, we're both going to sort of farm it out. We've got aggression. If we get the right pick, we're going to go for these plays. If we lane swap, we lane swap. Oh no.
Just going for that consistency down there in the bot lane, a lot of flexibility, roots, everything you need. You got the whole kit and caboodle. And now, as we see another pick come through, I'm wondering what the jungle picks are going to be. It should be pretty interesting once we see that come through. A lot has been banned out for the jungle from Fanshawe, so Humber doesn't have all too much to pick from, but we're going to see a support pick come through. It's going to be Braum.
I don't hate it. I think it's a good pick here because you're able to deny that Ashe arrow onto one of your backline carries. Braum doesn't really care if they get stunned up by it as long as they've got the Unbreakable available. As well, it gives you sort of a secondary engage, or it gives you potentially primary engage on top of the Varus. You're just able to go in. That bot lane at level 6 is very strong. Pre-level 6 very strong, especially if Rosted goes for the Halo Blades, which we've seen before. Milio is the answer, and I also like this because it sort of says, get back, stay back, hold it there, buddy, to this bot lane where Braum really wants to jump forward, look for these aggressive plays. Milio says, no, we're not about that.
No, that is a definite good reaction there. I mean, Milio, you got the heals, you got the bumps, you got everything you need to keep your ADC nice and safe. And honestly, so far, I'd have to give it over to Fanshawe. But what is that? Is that the Scion in the mid lane that I've been hearing about for the past little while? I'm curious to finally see it.
Yeah, I think solo lanes in general are quite adaptable right now. Scion, of course, a little bit off meta, but right now, I'm leaking dark tech with this one. The Halo Blades, Shirelia's Cho'Gath is very strong in the mid lane. You literally just run it down, you clear your waves with your Q, and you just run at someone, you eat them. It works because you're tanky, you do damage. Sion's a similar situation where you are going to get tanky no matter what. You're going to stack up that Soul Furnace. Maybe that's why the hashtag is barbecue, because they've got the Soul Furnace. Even into something like a Yone, if this is going to be the matchup into it, you're just able to clear waves so quickly. You have a little bit more roaming potential with your ultimate because mid lane lets you go either side, whereas top lane you're just sort of stuck up there unless you teleport in, unless you look for opportunities to roam down. But mid lane, you just drop your ultimate from mid lane, your bot lane, or your top lane, or you're at these objectives. It gives you a little bit more options. And at the very least for Sotonix, if they are to play this Yone into that matchup, you're going to have to go for that Blade of the Ruined King, a little bit more of the, not the crit-centric build, but more of the split pusher build there. Will you ever really be able to deal with the Scion if the Scion gets taken enough? Yet to be determined. But bans that are coming through,
That's true.
2 top laners and a mid laner, they don't really know where the Scion's going either.
No, they don't know either. I think it's definitely going mid for sure from what I've been hearing. A little bit of a mid-top flex there. But nevertheless, that Yone pick is going to be pretty interesting as well. Just a solid mid laner. I just wonder if they have the mechanical skill to really make a full use of that Yone, especially against the Scion. We see the Rumble be banned out. We see Aurora be banned out as well. And the last 2 bans are going to be Kennen and Rengar, with the Zac being locked in.
Yeah, I guess talk about it, and they're going to end up picking it. Definitely an interesting option here. Provides you primary engage, that's for sure. You know, Zac always wants to be the first one into that fight, disrupt a little bit more. Into Scion, it's not excellent, because if you're just jumping into a charging Scion, Scion will win that trade in terms of the crowd control. Jax here being hovered as well, likely to go up to that top lane as well. So they're saying, whichever lane you want to put this Yone into, we've got bruisers to match up to it. This means you need AP in the jungle, though. Ivern doesn't really provide you a whole lot of damage, and that's the main concern, is, you know, you're really playing towards this Ashe. This is a protect the Ashe comp at that. Ashe is a champion where you can't get to hypercarry status if you get to 3-4 items, or if you get super fed. Are you going to be able to do that with this comp, or is the Scion going to do something a little bit silly and end up going for a damage build instead of a tank build?
I'm curious, do you think this Zac is a Zac top, or do you think it's just a Zac jungle all the way? Because I'm really curious to see how this one's going to pan out.
I'm inclined to believe it's a Zac jungle. There we go.
There
we get
it
the
is. There's the
confirmation.
confirmation.
And Bessa gets locked in. Both of these teams said magic damage. I hardly know her, because there's not a lot of it coming through. I mean, Yone gets it on the second auto attack. Zac does a decent amount of magic damage. Ivern does magic damage. Yes. It's really coming down to build armor, win game. Whoever builds the most armor will potentially win. But it's
Scion?
Okay. It's an interesting matchup. I think these drafts definitely leave a little bit to be desired. Then again, you look at all of the AP top laner or mid laners that were banned out in that second half, and you can say, yeah, you know what, they were perfectly fine just getting rid of all magic damage. It's hard to see who's favored in this draft here. I think realistically, you've got a little bit more oomph behind this Humber comp. They've got the Yone and the Mbessa who are able to do damage as well. The Varus going to be your main threat there. On the opposite side, Jax does damage, of course. There's no arguing that. It's more so the Scion that I'm worried about. Need to really see what they opt to go for in terms of builds, how they opt to play. Are we going to see a silly Scion, or are we going to see something a little bit more normal?
Yeah, I don't know if there is normal with Scion mid. I mean, yeah, you can play it safe, but that's not what Scion's about.
No.
This is a statement right here. This is a statement draft. They're bringing this Scion in to say, I know this matchup. I know this character. I know what to do here. I'm Fanshawe. I am going to win against Humber College. He's going to prove that he has the better cut right here. He might take a little off the top with that giant axe on the side of Humber. That Yone is going to have a lot to deal with.
Yona's got 2 swords.
You're right.
You know, the axe takes
scissors.
it off the top, but then, you know, you got your swords on the sides. That's how it works, right? That's how you get the fade. Come on.
True, you're right. He's got the fade, and he's got the fadeaway. You know, that ult can also be used to dive in and out. You've got a little bit more potential. He definitely doesn't have to engage this Scion if he doesn't want to.
Yeah. The real question is, which of these champions has the freshest cut?
Ooh, that's a good
you
question.
got 2 bald men. You got 2 people who don't really have any concept of hair in the jungle. Jax has like 7 eyes and a ponytail. I know they're goggles. I just, you know.
I gotta say, I think Mbessa has the best hair out of all of them.
Mbessa definitely gets it coiffed.
Yeah, it's nice. It's, you know, it's blow dried. She takes care of it, not too much because she's a warrior. You know, I think Yone, I don't think he does anything. I think he like combs
Yone's
it.
been
He oils
like
it
roaming
up.
around in the wild. He's stinky.
Yeah, he
Varus-
just rubs oil on it, you know, so
Yeah.
it doesn't tangle up.
Yeah, or he just like, you know, combs out the dirt from it. Varus got that flow going, but like, I don't know. I feel like Varus also doesn't shower very often.
That's true. He's
Ashe,
like a
Ashe and
corpse, right?
Mbessa are probably your 2 candidates, which is, I don't know. I feel like I'm stereotyping or something with that. But nonetheless.
That's what we know. But I think if someone did have hair, Braum would have the best mane. You know, if he could, he would.
Yeah, granted, Braum already has a lot of hair. It's just
Like,
know,
look at the
not-
stash.
Yeah, it's the stash.
He takes care of it. He combs it. You know, he oils that thing up. But I think he just is, lacking in the follicle department, unfortunately.
This is what happens when you give us like a 15-minute pregame. You end up talking about the hair of champion.
That's
You know,
true.
like low key, Zach could rock a toupee. I'm just saying.
I
Anyways,
think so, yeah. I think, he could comb that thing back. He'd slick it back,
oh, yeah, for sure.
with all that gel.
Got a lot of it. Nonetheless, back to League of Legends stuff because man, we're getting on the hair tangent too much.
We are.
I want to see if this ends up being a lane swap. I don't want to see it be a lane swap because I think lane swaps are really boring. They take sort of the fun and the authenticity out of the game. You saw the changes that they're making.
Yeah, I was gonna say I
Take
think
them out.
Riot thinks they're boring too. They are
Granted,
changing things up.
I will shout out something I saw from Hawk actually. Hawk made a point about what happens if you stack up a wave and you just move your support top lane and it's like the turret will one-shot minions if there's enough champions nearby. You stack a wave, you push it into top lane, you move your support and your jungler up there. All of a sudden the turret is one-shotting the minions. They can't get any of the CS. There you get a free CS lead.
Yeah, it's
That's not going to fix lane swaps. It's going to make it worse. Regardless.
Yeah, what is the solution here? Taking a lot of the uniqueness out of the game. The roles a little bit too flexible, especially if this Ion does work out. It's like, why even have a mid laner at this point? Let's just throw a bunch of tanks
River
everywhere.
Shan. There you go. just go back to old Reddit posts. River Shan, Kale can do it, all that stuff. Anyways, very interested to see how this all turns out. I want to see this matchup in the top lane because Jax versus Ambessa is one of those matchups where it's not as clear cut. Ambessa very easy to move around with. You've got your dashes on basically every ability. Jax can also be a little bit hard to lock down. We saw in map 1, Ego was just able to jump over the wall a lot of times, avoiding death throughout the game. Could have had twice as many deaths, but able to get out of those. It's more so about the execution of Ambessa. I think Ambessa being one of the newer champions means that, it's a certified 2025 champion. You've got 18 dashes, you've got Omnivamp, you've got ability to just, have a bunch of armor penetration built into your kit. Are you going to be able to take advantage of that and really take down this Jax? Or is the simplicity of Jax's W, you get more damage when I hit you, is that going to come into fruition? So I think this top lane matchup will be important. That's why I'm interested if there's a lane swap. I would prefer there not to be a lane swap because I want to see these two bruisers go toe-to-toe. Then again, we'll have to see how it turns out on the board as we get into game.
Yeah, I definitely think there's going to be a lane swap. No way is that going to just stay the way it is. I think it would be amazing to see. We'll definitely see it eventually throughout the game. But I'm wondering if they're really going to go for this invade, and they are. Fanshawe, Fuel, just absolutely confident to face off anything here at level 1. They're scaring this Yone away. They've warded it out, and they've pretty much locked down this top jungle.
I mean, this usually smells of a lane swap, actually. A little stir and a little bit of trouble here. Yeah. Lots of damage. Ash gets purposlows.
Gets the stun, trying to dash out. Do you have enough? You have to burn Flash right away to save your life. I mean, that's a lot of value just taken away here in this lane. And he's not going to let you back after that.
Yeah, this is brutal. I mean, by the looks of it, we are avoiding the lane swap, but as of right now, I would say Humber should actually force a lane swap now. Knowing that Ambessa is going to be late, you could just start to walk your bot lane up. They're not going to do so quite yet, but it's going to be standard lanes, at least for the time being. Ambessa's forced to burn Flash, not really going to be the even matchup. Granted, HDK doesn't have Flash. It's going to be a massive kill threat at the very least coming through from this Jax. Ignite already burned. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, jeez, wow. Just barely gonna get stunned out there. The Ambessa's going in, trying to get the kill confirmed.
But he TP'd out?
He TP'd out successfully. How is that even possible? Oh my god. What? What a successful...
Confused.
I think that was the best TP I've ever seen.
It might have been one of the worst at the same time. It was the shortest TP I've ever seen. Just go back to base at that point.
I mean, he successfully saved the kill going over, but now he's going to have a long walk back to that lane.
What is going on?
This is an absolutely fantastic game.
This is what we expected out of this game, I'm going to say. So, just to summarize, Ambessa burns Flash level 1, forced it back very late because Boo is charging up the axe. HTK trying to invade, doesn't get it successfully, and then is forced to burn both summoners. Now, all of a sudden, Ambessa has the advantage in this lane. Against all odds.
Against all odds. I mean, what else could we have expected? I mean, this is absolutely unexpected for sure. This Ambessa trying to go in, get a few swings in. You don't have to commit too early, though. This is top lane. You're just going to be swinging back and forth and building up those waves.
Yeah, what I would have liked to see Little Star do is sort of hold that wave back. As soon as they knew the Jax wasn't in lane, you sort of keep that wave. You stack up the wave to potentially look for a dive. Now HTK is just able to walk forward sort of unabashed here. Kairu is in the area, but level 3 Zac doesn't have the range on the Elastic Slingshot you expect. Will that matter? Doesn't seem to be so.
Doesn't seem to be so. He's going in, gets the grab. Will this be a good pull? It's not enough for a kill, but that is going to hurt that Jax quite a bit. And now this Mbessa has a really firm strong up there top.
Yeah, I think main thing there was one of the minions just died, and they were trying to pull him back to it. Unfortunately, died, so the pull was a little bit too late. Nonetheless, HTK able to get out of dodge there, was forced to burn the ward, which means you don't really have that option furthermore. But as well, it's a lot of pressure going down onto HTK. This is someone that we were sort of emphasizing coming through here. You know, went decently even into Ego, and Ego's one of the better top laners. And C-Lol, it was a good showing coming through from HTK. Wasn't really able to show their stuff. But now going up against Lil Stir, this is someone who reasonably on paper you should feel more confident against. And now Lil Stir has this advantage and looks to continue to push that forward as double the CS right now. HTK in a really rough spot, and Lil Stir still has TP to get back to lane. Gets a free back at that.
We're just seeing those dashes get absolute value up there in the top lane, dashing in and out of engagement, playing it absolutely perfectly. I mean, that Jax just to get one stun, but he's down right now. He can't jump on that Mbessa, and that's a big stun right there from the Zac. Wrong place, wrong time for this Ivern. Can they get the kill confirmed? But no, he manages to just barely get out with the peel from his team. But no, he gets another slam. Braum gets the stun as well. That Milio is prepared for it. Keeps everybody up and healthy.
Yeah, Monraj jumped forward there. Might get punished for it.
He's
The
burning.
burn, the minions just sort of backing off this. The soccer ball not going to land either. Actually, re-engage.
He's going back in, grabs the grab, gets the stun, and gets the Varus nice and fed. Can they get out, though? Do they have enough peel here? Yes, they do. You're not going to commit against the 3. You'll probably die. And now this Varus locking up here against this Ashe. They both have bows, and they both have very similar skins there. But I'm just remembering Varus there.
They both don't have any summoners either.
Yeah.
The kill threat is so low, nonetheless. Monraj jumping forward a little bit too aggressive there. I think potentially saving the flash for the re-engage may have turned out. Marshall, once again, didn't have mana. It was just no one had any resources for that fight. The fact that they're able to get a kill at the end of it, a little bit of a miracle there. Nonetheless, Kairu going to be happy to walk away, setting that up for roasted salmon. I'm going roasted salmon.
Roasted salmon.
Whatever it says. Nonetheless, Boo in the mid lane is having a grand old time. Sertonix really isn't able to punish this Scion right now. Now that the Scion has hit level 6, though, we need to see them move around the map. I want to see this mid lane pick have pressure elsewhere on the map, because that is why you would pick this. You're just pushing in lanes. You're looking for roams. You're ulting from base going bot lane. You're ulting from base going top lane. Make something happen on this Scion here instead of just making it just okay, we're farming, I'm getting tanky, and then we'll play for 30 minutes. Make it interesting.
I mean, the pressure is being put on this Scion now as grubs start to spawn in here. And you're exactly right on your analysis there. We need to see him get some value here. He's just staying there in the mid lane, and that Yone is just going to keep getting more value by staying in the mid lane with him. Needs to try and use some of that movement, especially now that he has that ultimate charged.
Quick replay on the bot side there. Kairu just able to slam them together. Marshall with no mana means you can't really follow up. You can't put a shield on yourself, potentially get that bonus damage. But in turn, that pressure that they were able to exert on the bottom side has now led to Monraj being on this top side. Grub's getting lower. Oh, this is going to be a messy team fight here. Potentially, Boo's in the middle of everyone.
In the middle of everyone gets stunned up and locked down. Can he get out? Is he enough of a punching back for the team? Big ult from the Yone. Can he get the cleanup? Boo gets 1, gets 2 with after the death. The Yone's cleaning up as well. They're trying to lock them down, but it flips over. A double kill from Boo. It's not going to be enough. This Yone fighting for his life. Can Kairu get there in time? He's going to be teleported back. His teammate's not there. He gets stunned up. But there's Kairu trying to get 1 more for the team, but it's not going to be enough. He's chipped down to nothing. A TP's coming through. Will this be enough to take down an Ivern? I don't think Lil Stir can do it.
Yeah, it just took a little bit too long to come through. Ends up being a 4 for 2 around grubs, and no one took the grubs. A lot of summoners burned as well. This is the sort of feistiness that's going to come through from these teams. And at the end of it, HTK, who was not in a very good position for the entire game up until that point, gets 2 kills, is able to now reset, get a couple of those components for the Triforce, and now is ahead of Little Stir despite the CS discrepancy, has the bounty on their head. Just flipped everything on its head. Sertonix is trying to fight Boo. That's not going to work.
Yeah, it's not going to work. You know, that extra level difference is really going to not let him play into him. And now here in the bot lane, that Milio trying to keep everybody up, but his ADC just falls down to nothing. Roasted Salmon here just doing absolute work, but can't get the confirm.
Yeah, lethal tempo means that your arrows aren't going to do as much damage at the end of it. And it's not the lethality, but it's not Hail of Blades where you're going for a little bit more of that bonus damage. Roasted Salmon gets a kill, you know, can't complain about that one, keeps it an even slate. But honestly, after all of that fighting that happened around the map, a lot of, you know, the burned summoners for very little reward, I want to say, it sort of left us in an even game state, despite everything. Actually, each team got one grub, so now there's just a grub sitting there vibing.
It's a very weird board state right now. You know, there's one grub sitting there. We have Dragon there in the bot lane. No one's really even warding it or getting close to that thing. It's a little bit chaotic right now. People are in a frenzy, but I have a feeling the swords are going to start to fly right here. We see an engage come through that Ashe.
Nice try, Kairu.
Just getting some Kairu. Yeah, trying to go for that jump.
A swing and a miss, you take half your health, you don't have your passive anymore. You got to be a little bit more cautious about that. Realistically, I would like to see, you know, specifically the supports and the junglers just get to level 6, but here comes Boo coming down to the bottom side. Sartonics getting out of dodge there. Nothing's going to end up happening unless...
Oh, they might get one!
Oh,
yes,
wow.
they do. The Ashe thankfully finds one through all the chaos. You'd hope so after committing your whole team down here to the bot lane. Are you going to keep going for more? Or are you going to go for Dragon? It looks like they're hungry for more. They have Bao to soak up the tower shots. Can't get the slam, though.
Oh,
and
no.
now they stun up the Braum, though. He's being chunked down to nothing. All that's left is the Squishy, and they get him down to nothing. And now Roasted Salmon is shut down. Found one in all the chaos. But that's not going to be all too much value when that Ashe found multiple down there.
Yeah, I mean, the fight just seemed a little... It started off very weird. You start with Kairu sort of jumping in, missing all the spells. At that point, just give up on it. Just get out of there. Get your level 6, and now you're going to have that ultimate. You know, now you have this. If you had the Let's Bounce available for that fight, you can miss your jump and still have value at the end of that fight. But instead, it just ends up being messy. Sartonics is in a boatload of trouble.
Speaking of messy, this is a messy engage here, but it still works out. Jax being brought down to 1 HP, eating a tower shot at the wrong time, and now all that's left is Ollie here, and he's going to be reduced down to shreds, and this Ambessa is starting to get fed as well, and things are just in an absolute disarray right now. Humber College swinging back when they very well shouldn't.
This is a con fiesta. Like, it's 10 minutes in, we have 15 kills. We've had summoners burned everywhere. More fighting on the top side as Lilster not able to just farm their wave in peace. Dragon goes over to Humber. This Varus has 60 CS, you know. Jax has 59. No one's farming that well outside of the Scion and the Ambessa. We're going to get another engage.
It's just so chaotic. They're just going for kills at this point. As we see Kyron go in, tries to get the stun once again. Can't quite get too much value out of it. Somehow, this Ashe and Milio is enough with the rest of the team in tow. The cavalry is here.
Oh, wow.
The Jax going in for the stun. Zan on a killing spree. Can he get one more? He does with the arrow. And now, this Ashe is starting to get a very firm lead here in the bot lane. What an absolutely insane fight. What more is there to say, Adam? I mean, let's take a look at this grub fight from a while ago.
mean, first and foremost, this fight just seems really ill-advised as soon as, like, Sartonics just took the long way around. I think if Sartonics just fights that straight on, tries to take down Boo from the get-go, you're going to be in better shape, but instead sort of takes a longer route, ends up costing a couple of members. Yes, Sartonics is able to turn it around slightly at the end by getting one onto Marshall. You're able to get that feat of warfare. It just felt as if it was a fight that didn't need to happen in the way that it did, and then all of a sudden, Kairu's in there alone, just doesn't have level 6 yet. All of this came down to Kairu not having level 6 for multiple fights in a row, instead of just saying, hey, listen, we're going to sack a couple of objectives, let me get my level 6, let's get to fighting. Boo is in... Boo's out.
Yeah, Boo is being chased down, hunted down by a group of seasoned hunters here, but he's so tanky, he might be able to find one through all the chaos. Kairu just barely getting out. Going back in, though, with the stun, trying to turn it around for the team. I have no idea what their thought process is here. They're all very, very low, and the enemy team is getting the stun up. Fanshawe Fuel going to get maximum value here, get 2 kills on that Jax, and chase down the Ambessa as well. And you're also going to take down this Braum. Absolutely amazing. Can you get the kill? You do! And you start that killing spree. Wow, what an absolutely insane thought process from Humber College. I mean, they were very confident going in there, didn't check the bush.
Okay.
Wow, I did not expect another engage after such a fiery fight, but the Ash falls down, and now this Varus has a little bit of comeback potential here. He's going to swing into the lead. He just needs a little bit more CS on the board. As we see another big brawling fight happening here
no
in the
mana.
top lane. No mana to speak of, and he gets taken down after getting a killing spree. Lilster swinging himself back into the fight. Look at that CS. He's just dominating the top lane right now. But this Jax has just been farming his teammates.
What? I don't know what's going on. They just need to chill and farm for a little bit. 23 kills in 14 minutes now. Sertonix is level 9. Just sit in the side lane, get 2 levels, get to level 11, and do stuff from there. Like a lot of this just comes down to Lil Stir being in these fights, able to survive due to Ambessa's innate healing, innate sort of shielding, all that sort of stuff, and then is able to find kills out after the fact. HTK is just going in permanently fighting, and then on the bottom side, Roasted Salmon just flashes over the engage and able to find a kill. So able to find another one actually while we were panned away. So this game just makes no sense. You need to play for your win conditions if you're Humber, and they just keep forcing fights. Kairos keeps going in, Kairos keeps going in way before the team is ready. Just wait until Salmon joins your fight and go from there. Whereas on the flip side for Fanshawe, I mean, they're kind of happy with this chaos because they've got a lead off of it. They've got 2k lead. They're perfectly fine with this. Sion's farming well. Your Jax has 6 kills. It doesn't matter that they don't have any farm.
Yeah, this is an absolutely wild game. There's no predicting what's going to happen next as we see the Yone go in and out safely, going for a little bit of a poke. But up there in the top lane, simultaneously, another fight is going on. That Jax taking down that Mbessa. They're just swinging at each other here and seeing who will remain. Fuel in the firm lead for right now. Not firm, but a slight lead right now as we see Boo moving up to the front line. Up there in the top lane, this Jax is absolutely going crazy against the Zac, trying to lock him down here with the Varus.
Oh, no.
He's not going to be able to get down, though, as that was a very interesting gank from bottom to top. You take him down all the way.
They just need to stop fighting. But they're not going to. That's the thing. Humber just keeps wanting to fight. And realistically, in the grand scheme of things, Roasted Salmon's the big beneficiary of this. They're the one who's getting all of this kill. They're getting all of the extra gold. They're down 40 CS. It doesn't matter. If we can actually get our observers to pan over to the gold, we can see that Roasted Salmon is going to be matching toe-to-toe in terms of his gold with the likes of HTK on the opposite side. Very likely close to
there's a freight train
here
going in, getting the stun. It's not going to be enough, though. The arrow comes through. That could be a turnaround moment for the team, but the rest of them are coming in tow. They need to take down this Braum. He's just sitting there in the middle of all of them. They get some of the grubs, but no, they don't get any in time as it's the Rift spawns. Absolute chaos right now, but it looks like Fanshawe Fuel is going to secure this Rift, and now we have to see what Humber College's response is going to be, and the most likely response should be, let's just slow it down a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Sertonix teleported out of that fight, even though no one was, anywhere close to them. Rift Herald ends up going the way of Fanshawe, and I mean, once again, Fanshawe have thrived in the chaos to a point where they're just getting these smaller leads, the sort of passive leads that you would expect. Massive CS differences in that mid lane there. Boo has just been perfectly fine, sitting back, waiting for their opportunity to fight. Going to be working on their second item, should have that complete soon. We're actually going to get a quick replay. Like, this fight, this was a little bit earlier, this fight doesn't make any sense to take. You don't have your ultimate on Kairu. Lil Stir uses the ultimate, misses, and they just keep fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting. And I feel like Humber's just trying to force the agenda a little bit too much. Fanshaw's just sitting back and saying, okay, this works for us. HTK ends up getting 3 kills here, walks top lane, and then dies again. So, I mean, honestly, at this point, what analysis is there? Just keep fighting. It's more fun for us.
Yeah, this is just absolute chaos on the board right now. And it's an interesting state as well because I have no idea how this endgame's going to go right now. It could just be one flip team fight, could swing the other way. Right now, Humber College is doing better on the objective side. I think Rift did go over to Fuel, but nevertheless, we have another team kill, or a team fight happening there. Roasted Salmon taking down the Jax. I have no idea why that Jax is so pushed up there, but I think they're just going for scraps right now.
And to be fair, this Jax dying on the top side of the map opens up the agency for Fanshawe to go for this dragon. They're able to stop the dragon stacking. Not that it was stacking very quickly anyways, but they're able to get an objective on the board. As of right now, I believe they have 2 of those objectives for the feet objectives or whatever it is.
Don't.
But
3 towers down too
Yeah.
right now. Humber College.
they're just taking the passive gold on the map, and this is what is going to end up being the difference maker. Is that Fanshawe's just going to get all of the bits and pieces that they need. They've already gotten the tower feet of whatever the feet is. I don't know what it's called, man. I don't cast this game enough. The feet of towers. They can go for the objective ones next. Sertonic's actually going to find a good engage onto Marshall. That's a pickup.
Wow.
Actually, this is a fight that's looking better for Humber.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Humber. Bessa ult goes in. They go for the arrow as well, but they don't even need it. At this point, they just need to lock down Boo, but you're not going to take down the Sign. He's just a big punching bag at that point. A little bit too risky, especially when he's so close to the tower, but you might as well get some poke damage in while you're already here. You get the stun, you get the burn, and you take him down to half HP.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this Varus build is very smart into the Scion. You've got your Blade of the Ruined King very likely going for a Guinsoo's next. You could just slowly but surely trim through the Scion. It's going to take a while. We actually get another replay of the Grub fight. Man, we're just going to these fights. Like, Boo just comes in here so tanky, and like, I just want to watch Sertonix here. Sertonix is in no man's land, teleports out of the fight. No one was even looking for Sertonix, and just teleports out. It's a cooldown down, and then Monraj gets stuck and no one gets the grubs.
Yeah, it was a crazy scenario, Sometimes you just panic, things are going crazy, you just teleport out. We saw that earlier from the teleport from chickens to mid, We're just throwing teleports out here in this game.
Yeah, you know what? They changed teleport, you can teleport to anything again. It takes you forever to leave, but whatever, who cares at that point? I think at this point, with, once again, a kill and a half per minute here in this game, there's really no point trying to predict anything anymore. What's going to happen at Otacon is beyond my grasp of comprehension.
It changes. It's either a res or it's a damage boost
more so it's going to be a double ace. I believe this is Runas Otacon, so if I'm remembering my Otacons correctly, this is the one that gives you a boatload of experience, a bunch of damage, all that sort of stuff. Basically, big stat stick. We're actually going to get another replay really quickly here that we got. This was the fight that Humber ends up winning. And I want to point out some of the main differences here. First of all, Marshall forced the flash away from the Zac engage. They're just able to take down Marshall very quickly.
Bessa ult too.
You get Milio off the board, and then you're able to follow up onto Ollie. This is what happens in these fights, by the way, for Humber. If they're able to take down the squishies first, if you're able to take down sort of the supporting cast, the carries weren't there, you're able to actually find openings at that point. It's more so the issue when you're going for this Jax, where you're going for the Scion as your main engage. That's not going to work out for you because you can't cut through the Scion. The Sion's going to sit there and survive forever, just burn away.
We're taking an Otacon fight early here. Somehow they're feeling confident enough to do so. They drag it out of the pit and reset the health. That was a little bit, it was a misclick at that point. Get the stun though on the Braum. Braum in a really bad position here. Going to be taken down by Boo. And now Lilster up there in the top lane. Playing it very carefully. You need to try and play this one carefully because this early Otacon take is going to be absolutely imperative for Fuel. Now they're going for it. We have a big stun by
It's just a
Kyrie.
bouncer.
Yeah, where is it? I don't know where it is, but it's going to be knocking him over. Lilster going to be the protector there.
Yeah, Boo just sits there, completely walls them out. You can't walk through this Scion. So you're just able to be a big frontline tank, just push everyone out, and now you get Runas Otacon.
Wow.
Believe, yes, this is the one that gives you a whole bunch of experience. They're cleaning up the flowers right now. This is just a great benefit for Fuel, considering they already had experience advantages in almost every single lane. Now they're just getting more stats behind them. They get a boatload of rose petals, and at this point, now it's starting to become a stat stick check there. Jax is one of those champions, one of the older champions that basically just outstats you. And in these situations, that's sort of what's coming to fruition, especially with all the petals going that way. What I do like to see, Ambessa did pick up a Serpent's Fang, considering you have Iron Shields, Milio Shields. Scion has a shield.
Yeah.
It's a good pickup here, but it means you have less damage. The item is really only good for cutting shields. So into HDK, you are weaker.
Yeah, now HDK, this boosted Jax, just having a lot more confidence here. Can't have too much, though. He had that sixth sense, saw that Braum coming, and he's going to try and get the hell out of here. It's a little bit too risky of a position to be in. 16 to 15 kills. You want to try and stop the bleeding here on one side or the other. Maybe play a little bit safer.
The entire game. They've been bleeding since level 1 at this point. This is a bloodbath, and I think
It is.
the main thing for Humber is focus on the win condition. Your win condition right now is roasted salmon. Keep that Varus alive. If it is the last thing that you do, it does not matter if you lose. If you have a fight that's 4 for 4. If roasted salmon is the last one alive there, so that's what's important. Protect that shutdown. Look to play towards this Varus, and try and push the agenda by fighting without the Scion present. The Scion, if they're ulting in from the side, try and start and finish your fight before Scion's able to charge through. That's the main important factor here. As for Fanshawe, just do the exact opposite of what I said and fight with your Scion. And take objectives and continue to snowball that way.
I mean, the Scion is doing a lot better than I thought it would, looking at the
It's
initial draft.
fantastic. I think
It's
thus
just
far,
this big wall that they can't push back.
Yeah, but I mean, thus far, it's got to be the MVP for Fuel because they've just been able to stand in front of everyone. I would say, wow, HTK has 8 kills. Wow, fantastic. But they've just been dying. They've just been going in. They're fighting. They're doing kind of stupid fights whenever they want to. Whereas
Speaking of stupid fights, they're all going in on this Scion, trying to lock him down. And how much value can you get here? I mean, he does have a bounty. If you can take him down, it's a little bit of gold in your pocket. But they're not going to find any value because he's just too tanky. He has a million to pocket him.
Yeah,
There's
granted,
not much they can do.
That's the power of Roasted Salmon's build here. You're now starting to do a lot more of that percent health damage to Boo. That's what's important. Monraj is going to fall here after the arrow. And now let's see the fight afterwards. No, it doesn't look like they're going to go for it.
Yeah, this is looking to be closing in on the end here as the towers are falling. HTK going in, getting a big swings, going for the stun there. But wow, Kairu is turning it around for his team. They're taking 1 down, taking 2 down, but no! They couldn't take the Mbessa down. The Mbessa falls, and now HTK falls as well. A little bit of a misplay from Fuel. A big kill streak from Kyrun there, turning the game around for his team, just chasing down this last straggler. If they can get all here, this will be a major fight. Big blast pan into the Varus, stunning him up. Can they lock him down, or is he going to be able to peel away? He's running into the jungle. He's going for one last-ditch effort, trying to waste as much time as possible.
Surely not.
Blast Plant goes through. If he has his R, he'll be able to lock him down. He doesn't. And the Blast Plant goes through, and Ollie escapes by the seat of his pants. I cannot believe that Ivern exited. Absolutely crazy.
Fanshawe just, they forgot the tower was there. They forgot that there's a tower and it ramps up damage. They're just sitting under it.
Too many top laners. They're used to just being able to tower dive a few patches ago, but
now they're looking for the fight. Will this be in time? The spike doesn't even come through. And now Boo's in the middle of everyone. Finally, Roasted Salmon is going to be able to do their job and cut through it. But Fanshawe,
wow,
what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, you're just throwing yourself at the issues here. You're not quite at that level yet, and now through doing that, Humber College has found a big foothold here. They have Baron. They stopped that tower from being taken, and they have a very good chance of turning this entire game around. I cannot believe what I'm seeing here. This is an absolutely fun game on display here, folks.
Some call it fun.
This is just absolutely insanity.
If I speak, I'm in big trouble. That's all I will say. Yeah, let's get a replay here of that mid lane play. I mean, Boo at the beginning of this fight, keep in mind, half HP. They go for the engage onto Monraj. They burn a lot of cooldowns trying to take down this Braum. Perfectly fine, but of note, use your Ashol. You don't have that pick potential anymore. And now you can see they're trying to push forward. HTK finds themselves an angle. Sertonix is in a weird spot, but look at this. Kyra comes through on the back. Yeah. That's the important part. Layer that on top of the Ambassa. And Roasted Salmon actually does a great job of flashing away from HTK while they were CC'd. Just able to cut through it, and all of a sudden, Ollie's on their lonesome as an Ivor and sort of lost in the sauce. And I think as well, Zan sort of forgot that Zach can just engage.
Well, also Zan was at 1 HP. They had the opportunity to exit there, but they decided to try and push tower because they thought they were occupied. Forgot about the Zach jumps there. And then
yeah,
the only miracle, the only saving grace is that Ollie was able to exit there.
Yeah. It was wild goose chase at that. Honestly, with the length of that replay, I'm surprised we didn't have another fight happen during that because, I mean, with how chaotic this game has been, I would have expected them to just, like, I don't know, ace like that. Or we're just, we can see the future. Well, we can't see 3 minutes into the future, technically. You look on the stage, you can look at some. Don't do that or anything.
Boo, though, is just throwing himself at the Symbessa Baron buff or not, they're just ready to take things down. And now as we look, we're seeing another dragon spawn here in the bot lane, but with how staggered these dragons are, we're not even close to soul at this point.
There's no point even looking for the soul at this point. If you're gonna get a soul, it's gonna be 37, 38.
Yeah.
Well, you might get soul earlier, actually. There's a dragon spawning now. So, like, 33-minute soul, which is probably one of the slowest souls we've ever seen. If the
Today,
game's
at
still
least.
going on in, 5-6 minutes, I will be extremely concerned for the game state at that point in time, because something would have had to go massively wrong on both sides.
Well, that's happened already so many times. They're just finding the one key ingredient they need every single time. The overconfidence comes for one team, the other team's there to exploit that.
I think important things to note, though, when we look at the builds. 3 completed items here on Varus. Varus says that is enough damage. I'm going for a tank item. Has that the Giant's Belt in inventory. Last time I checked, unless you're playing TFT, Giant's Belt doesn't build into any damage items. So on the opposite side, 3 items on the Ashe as well. 3 items on the Scion is a big deal, though, because that unending despair will mean that when they are in those fights, they get a lot more of that healing. You do the damage to everyone that's around you. Just means that you are even more unkillable, which means now you need Grievous Wounds. And your only source of Grievous Wounds right now is Varus' E, as well as a Bramble Vest on the Braum, who dies in 3 seconds.
Yeah, this is just an absolute crazy fight. I know you said whoever builds armor will end up winning the game. I'm not seeing too many people building armor. It looks like we're going for a little bit more health builds. People just want to be more tanky. Because I think they just want to fight more.
They want the piano on top of underneath their names to look a little bit bigger, you know? They got to play more octaves there. Nonetheless, the Scion, in the last couple of fights of note, they have fought with the Scion around, but Roasted Salmon is just able to cut through that now. This is the issue with Scion's builds, is that if you're going against a tank buster build like this Varus, you kind of get screwed over. You don't really have a lot of options, because Varus is just going to sit there auto wait. 575 attack range means that you're safe enough from a lot of the other engages, more so that now you can't really rely on the Scion to be your main thrill factor, the X factor in this. Now you need to look towards Zan and for HTK to look for those fights, but HTK, once again, has sort of dove in and blown up a little bit. With the Zhonya's might be a little bit better, but I think this next fight, as we've now gotten sort of the longest stretch of no fighting, no kills in this entire game, I think these teams are starting to understand the game state and say, hey, listen, we've got to slow down a little bit. We've got to pick our fights wisely. And I think especially for Fanshawe, they were taking any fight they could because they were winning them. But Humber's won the last couple, and now it's starting to look a little bit hairy for them.
I think so, but I think Fanshawe has it within them here. They have a significant gold lead here. They have the tools they need to turn this one around. I think they're just waiting for one more team fight. Both teams are raring to go. They're taking a breather, taking stock of what they can do here. But I have a feeling it's going to go Fanshawe's way. We see a jump from HTK. If he can get this lockdown, that'd be massive, but he's going to be able to get out.
Yeah, I think the main sort of tech for Sertonics here is basically try and burn that Counter-Strike when Jax is on top of you in your shadow. You just snap back, you're able to get away safely. You have a lot more options there. Granted, Sertonics is having a really difficult time facing this Jax, more so because the build is sort of all over the place. You don't have your Infinity Edge, you don't have the Stride Breaker that we'll often see. This is sort of a mix between builds, and unfortunately, it's sort of the worst parts of builds. Like, you have a shield bow, which is great for staying alive, but it means that you're not really getting all that crit damage that you want. You have the Blade of the Ruined King, which is great, but you don't really have that staying power that you sometimes have with Stride Breaker to be able to clear out waves a little bit quicker. So now you're just sort of stuck with these 2 items. You're building towards a LDR, which I think is fantastic. I think it's great. But they didn't really build a whole lot of armor. So maybe you should have gone for something. Like, that's what happens with Yone. You have like 12 items that you can build, and it works on your champion. You gotta just put them in the right order, the right permutation. Granted, Baron's gone.
Yeah, Baron is being shredded down to nothing. If Fuel can secure this, I think they secure the game here, especially with this fight. If they can get on top of it here, get a wipe, they'll be walking in on through. They already have a wave pushing in on mid. They get the stun there. But Mbessa going in, trying to save their team, but it might be too little, too late. Lilster going to be able to actually save the team there. Absolutely impressive.
Yeah, I think the main thing to note there, Sertonics on the bottom side of the map did not teleport in, did not find it useful to do so, but that means that you don't have your backline access. Roasted Salmon had to burn that flash to get away from Boo, and those are the types of fights where Boo is perfectly fine just standing in the front line. There's only one person hitting you at a time. It's when there's multiple people. It's when the Varus is able to hit multiple targets that it ends up being an issue. Granted, now Roasted Salmon has that Jack Show, which means they are incredibly tanky. The longer the fight goes on, they get that boost to all their resistances. This game just smells of 35 minutes to me.
I feel it. And now we can see
engage.
a big engage
Oh,
coming
no!
through. Zach going in. This is absolutely disastrous for Humber College and absolutely amazing for Fanshawe Fuel. They find one. Can they find another? They're just encroaching on every angle. They stun up the Braum. They kick him away. They're just completely safe. They barely took any damage throughout that entire fight. And now we see Manraj get taken down by Zan. And they're going to keep on going. They're going to try and use all the stacks they built up. And there's Zan taking down Varus, just taking down Zach. The passive gets procced, and Bessa ulting in. One last-ditch effort, throws the gauntlet down on the floor. And Fanshawe Fuel has everything they need to win this one.
The Zach ultimate knocked them out of Sertonix's Fate Sealed. And from there, it just started going downhill. It's a good effort coming through from Humber College, coming in as one of the lower-seeded teams. They put forth a great effort. They had a very entertaining game, but unfortunately, at the end of the day, Fanshawe's experience prevails.
Yeah, the experience always helps with everything. They were ready. They were tempered by many tournaments before. But Humber came and gave us a great show. I'm going to be honest. It was an absolute brawl fest there. We need at least one game like that today, and I'm glad it was the one I got to cast.
Yeah, we got one Fiesta. You've now redeemed your Fiesta card. No more good League of Legends and standard League of Legends for the rest of the day. Please, we're going to have to cast like maybe 9 more games. Just no more Fiestas like that, please. But nonetheless, I think overall, good effort from Humber. This is once again, a very new team. They're really starting to get their own. Roasted Salmon had a fantastic performance. Want to give them a shout out for that. Everything else was just sort of, there's too much fighting. I think honestly, giving Roasted Salmon all these kills, all this gold would have worked out well if the game was slowed down a little bit. They played a little bit more methodically. Whereas for Fanshawe, they were perfectly fine playing super fast because Boo just ended up being unkillable.
Yeah, Boo, a star player on the side of Fuel, just an absolute wall. We didn't get to see as many rotations, but with how the pace of the game was going, I don't think we needed it. It seemed like they would just rotate into Boo sometimes, and he was just right place, right time every single time.
Yeah, and I think especially when we look at the replays from this game, the main thing to note is it was always Roasted Salmon. If they could get enough auto attacks down onto Boo, if they were able to do so, if they were allowed to stay untouched in the backline for long enough, then Humber would win that fight. It was also very reliant on Kairu's engages. If Kairu was able to land that elastic slingshot onto a couple of key members, that would be the determining factor. But I mean, in this last fight, it's tragic.
Yeah,
I mean,
it is tragic.
Realistically, it's very hard to predict for that. It's very hard to control for that. Kairu just sort of screwed the pooch on it, to say the least. And that fight really can turn the opposite way if you're able to kill Marshall, if you're able to kill Ollie earlier, because those are the two members who just continuously shielded. When we looked at the stats, both of them, 19, 20 assists. They were just permanently shielding their carries, staying, keeping this Ashe alive, keeping Boo alive in a lot of those situations as well. And that's really what made the difference. It's just that double shielding comp. You needed to take down the shields first, and that's what worked for them. Whenever they took down the shields, they won fights. That fight, you bounce the shields out of the Yone ultimate. You pay the price.
It happens. It happens. It happens in the Chaos Battle. You play well the entire game. You try your best. You get what you need here. But at the end of the day, Fanshawe Fuel reigns supreme. Above all, they played very, very well. I mean, Humber didn't get a single tower. I saw just there at the end of the graphic. So you got to give it to Fanshawe Fuel. They played very, very well. They locked down that whole map, and they were in control the entire time.
They survived the chaos, as I will say.
Yeah. And there's the teamwork,
Yes. Of note, that likely means they are facing Northwood next. That is not an easy matchup for them. Humber will be going up against St. Clair, which is also not an easy matchup for them. This was sort of the...
Which Titan are you going to face?
Yeah, which Titan are you going to face in Group B? Good efforts from both of them, I want to say. I think there's definitely some bright spots for both of those teams in terms of where they can go. It really just depends on how they're actually going to execute on it. That I am curious to see how that turns out, because for any program that is sort of starting out, the first couple of years,
there's some growing pains.
Tough. It's tough. The first couple of years, it's not growing. It is growing this sucks for the first couple of years. But nonetheless, we are going to take a look at that playoff bracket to see what our matchups are going to be. St. Thomas will be going up against OTSU. Northwood versus Fanshawe, as we mentioned. Converse going to be taking on upstarts Oakland, who took a very interesting but quite clean game against OTSU. That's going to be the one on stream, and of course St. Clair goes up against Humber. So looking at the expected semifinal matchups as well, St. Thomas versus Northwood, Converse versus St. Clair, those are some interesting matchups because Northwood coming in were expected to sort of be in those finals, and now they get to face UST first. St. Clair Converse, that's also going to be pretty closely contested as well. Those are some pretty solid semifinal matchups. They were the expected ones, but
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to see what's going to happen with Converse in Oakland as well. You know, Oakland had a really good showing today. They're coming off a good win. Converse, I feel like they're not playing 100% their best today. They're playing really well, but I think there's some cracks in the armor there, and I'm curious to see how this will get shaken up. I would not be surprised if Oakland does squeak out a win there.
yeah, it would be interesting to see how that turns out. The reigning Peach Belt champions for the last, I don't know how many years, because they're the only good team in Peach Belt, will be going up against Oakland. But first, we have an interview here with a member from Fanshawe Huel. Let's get their thoughts and see how they are expecting to go up against Northwood as well, because they got to see that matchup as well. We'll see what they think about that. Sending it down to you, Patrick.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. After our group stage is over, round robin, I'm here with Zan, the ADC from Fanshawe. Zan, immediately, we were looking at that playoff bracket. You see Northwood up there first. What are your thoughts on that matchup?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I've never seen that team before, but all the teams here have been pretty good so far. So, I'm expecting a lot, and hope we'll have a good best of three.
Yeah, I mean, I got to say, from the game you just came out of, I had to say a lot of the people in the back room, there were some fights that sometimes you guys kind of dove in a little, maybe shouldn't have taken, but whatever. There was a lot of risky fights throughout that entire game. It was very close. What gaps did you kind of see in Humber that kind of told you when to engage or not?
I think we just have a really good comp that game, and I could just ult and get a free pick out of nowhere. And we also had a lot of map control, so I think the tower difference made a huge difference, even though they had Baron, because we kind of we got too excited. I finally had a good matchup where we got stomped the first 2 games, or it's like we can actually play the game, but we got a little excited. But I think we just had a better comp.
No, that's okay. And I mean, sometimes moments in games like that happen, right? You get a little bit too excited, but then there needs to be a reset or a mental sort of backdrop, and we have to kind of, get everybody back on the same page again. With your team, right, what was going through your heads the second Humber started to make that comeback a little bit, got that Baron, and then was starting to kind of take the fight back to you? What was kind of the message behind staying composed for your team?
I think my support just said, guys, we're making a little bit much of silly plays here. You need to calm down. And we kind of just did. We were like, okay, yeah. We still have a game to win, It's not over yet.
At the end of the day, no one's run is over yet. But yours very well could be. You never know, right? Playoffs, Northwood, best of 3. So you have the ability to give up a map if you want, but you need to win the other 2 if that is the case. So we will see how Fanshawe's run goes in the playoffs. We're going to see how many teams' runs go in the playoffs, and that's going to be coming up right next after a short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to SGS 2025 League of Legends. I'm your host, Patrick Smoke Chambers, and we're about to get straight into playoffs. I have Shaggy from Oakland. I have Zav from Converse. You guys are about to go duke it out in a best of 3, and let's just get this thing started immediately. For you, Shaggy, Oakland, you guys have had a little bit of a shaky start in groups, but you've picked it up towards the end. What are you looking at when you see Converse right now? Do you think you can beat them? Do you think it's going to be an absolute stomp? What do you think?
It'll be a challenge. It'll be an uphill battle. They got the solo queue ranks on us. We're a little below them, but we're going to give it our all,
Yeah, absolutely. And for you, Zav, you've seen they've struggled a little bit in group stage. Do you think you can take advantage of that going into this? What do you think the mental's looking like?
I think we're pretty happy. I mean, everyone's here to have a good time. We had a pretty good group stage. We're a little bit shaky on some things we've been working on, so we're pretty confident.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that's all you need. Confidence is key. I just want to ask you guys before we get into this, is there anything pregame, you get into LAN playoffs, anything can happen? Is there any sort of mental exercises you guys do to prepare yourselves for this? I'll go you first, Shaggy, and then you versus Sav.
Just breathing in, breathe in, 1, 2, breathe out, calms the nerves. Everyone's a little nervous here. It's fun. Get to play in person.
I'm back in Canada. I'm Canadian, so Ice Cap, Monsters.
There we go. That's it. That's the tech. That's all you need for your natives back in Canada. We all know. But something we don't know is who's going to come out on top. We'll get a short answer to that after we send it off to casters for our pre-game breakdown.
Ice Caps and Monsters. Some would say Canadian doping, but he just knows the secret tech. It's going to be Oakland versus Converse. It should be one heck of a game. I haven't casted Oakland today, but I did cast Converse, and they had one steamroll of a game when they did play.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, looking at this matchup, it's not expected to be close. It's not expected to be that close because Converse has the pedigree. They have the name recognition. They've got a lot of stuff going for them. They've been... this program is always one of my more interesting stories in the sense that they came out of nowhere. They got to top 4 in CLOL, I believe 2021, 2022, one of those years. I don't know. I get mixed up. Under the sort of guidance of Scary Jerry. Scary Jerry is this fantastic AD carry, now plays in the LCS, started out in Converse, brought them to top 4. The years afterwards, a little bit rockier, not really the same level of success. They were always sort of expected to get, top 8 potentially, maybe get to that there. They were never able to do so. A lot of it was due to the fact that they played in what is considered a weaker conference in the Peach Belt. However, this year they have sort of subverted expectations. They've taken some very strong teams. Oklahoma Christian of note recently, they were taken down. Converse is just they're on the up again. And I think that's what's important to note is this school is pushing further, and they want to sort of take those expectations away from the fact that they are in a weaker partner conference, much akin to another team they may be facing later, St. Clair being that, and sort of lift themselves out of that sort of rut being on the bottom side of things. They want to show that they deserve to be in the top 8.
Yeah, they're looking to prove that they're the best of the best today, but they're going to have to get through Oakland first. You can't let anything get past you here, especially in Fearless Draft. If there's any one tricks on the side of Converse, that is going to be very, very apparent going into Game 2. But we got to get through Game 1 first. And I think that it should go Converse's way. I think they'll have an absolutely amazing time. But just keeping Fearless in mind, I think it will be a very fearful game.
Of course. I think sort of to give that side to Oakland as well, Oakland is going to be the team that's sort of coming in on the back foot considering Fearless. Converse is playing in a whole bunch of these leagues. They're prepping for several tournaments that use the Fearless format. It's something that Zav would be the most familiar with. Zav, of course, the manager of Cincinnati Fear. Rest in peace to them at that point. But is very familiar with how the Fearless Draft works, and sort of being someone who switched from support now to jungle to fill in the gaps that were left over at Converse, is now going to be sort of the spearhead of this. Of course, that shows that they're going to have to open up their champion pool, and much as Simo said, or as much as you and Simo were mentioning, Zav has a very wide champion pool. Granted, they are not a jungler by trade, they are a jungler by force at that. But of course, looking at the likes of Ego Painshell, Hope Devon on the bottom side, as well as Dinosaur Chainsaw. All of them have these wide, vast champion pools that they are forced to go into on multiple occasions because of the fact that they play in so many leagues. On the opposite side, Oakland coming in as more of the inexperienced team, they're going to be the ones who we need to keep an eye out on for Fearless, because of note, if this, I believe it is true Fearless, which means that whoever picks it, either team picks it, you are not able to pick it further past that, which means there could be an opportunity for Converse to simply look at Oakland's OP.GG, say, hey, that person's a one-trick, let me just pick that champion right here. Let me pick that champion. Oh, let me take that one away. And all of a sudden, you're basically double banning them out because you can't take that for the previous games. Something that I do critique about Fearless, though, is that bans often stay the same. You have those first 6 bans, they are very likely to be the same in games 1, 2, 3, if it goes that far, because they don't need to change that. They're banning out the champions that were played last game, and they can just basically ban out the same champions and say, hey, you got to go to something else. So that is the main critique that has come through from Fearless, but it does sort of bring a little twist on things. It brings a little bit more flavor. You get champion diversity at the very least.
Yeah, exactly. Bring some freshness between the games. We're not going to see the same game happen twice. There's no possible way for that to happen. And honestly, I have no idea how this one's going to go. Of course, it's Converse-sided, but there's always a room for a dark horse. And I think Oakland is looking to be the darkest horse in this tournament. They have the most upset potential of any of the bottom half teams in the seeding.
Yeah, granted, this is the 4-5 matchup. This would be the one where you would expect that. As we take a look at those groups, of course, that would, as you see, Fanshot taking down Humber wasn't necessarily sort of the big upset that we were expecting. It was just it was a messy game, whereas Oakland taking down Ontario Tech looked a lot cleaner on paper. It looked as if they were far and away the better team. I think going into Converse is a team that I was able to get the screenshot of their matchup against UST. It was a lot closer than one would imagine, so Converse may not actually be as unstoppable, or may not be as stoppable as Oakland would think, whereas on the opposite side, Northwood might be that sort of weaker link out of the top 4. Granted, all 4 of those teams extremely high pedigree. Oakland is going to try and break into there. They're going to have to pull out some really unique gameplay. They're going to have to play out of their minds, basically, because, of course, going into this, it would be stupid not to say that Converse are pretty heavy favorites going into this. It's more so that will Oakland do it? And that's the main thing, because as you look at it, Converse actually, I would say, has the better draw in the semifinals going into St. Clair versus going into St. Thomas, meaning that if Converse is to move on to this one, it's going to be extremely close between them and St. Clair.
It will be.
UST versus Northwood, one would expect anyone going into UST is likely going to have a very challenging time.
Yes.
I think, if anything, Converse would prefer to play St. Clair first to warm themselves up should they move on to that. St. Clair, much as well, would probably prefer to play Converse first before moving on to UST.
Yeah, it should be one heck of a bracket. I'm really happy with how things have worked out after the round robin. It's really made an interesting tournament on our hands here. But, who's going to go? I feel bad for Humber. We're not even thinking that there would be an upset. I mean, St. Clair has had an absolute sweep today. They've done absolutely amazing across the board. I wouldn't expect anything less. It should go their way.
Yeah, I think the major thing is that for some of the lower seeded teams, they're local schools. They're coming here for the experience and because it's not too difficult for them. When I heard the initial lineups that were expected for this, a couple months ago, I was like, oh man, this is going to be a slaughter here for some of these teams. Specifically, if we had some of those other top 10 teams make their way up here. Unfortunately, unable to do so. But at the same time, with these local schools coming through, they get the experience of playing against teams that they would never play otherwise. I don't think there's a world in which your Humber colleges, your OTSUs are ever going to get a chance to play against UST, against the St. Clairs, against the Northwoods, because those teams are scrimming like NACL teams, Tier 2 teams. They don't care about the other teams at that point. It's an opportunity for them to get their get reps in.
Yeah,
that's
this is like an opportunity to level up as well. You come out here, you network, you make some friends, and they'll give you some tips on how to improve, and you'll level up your team to the next level by making those connections here. We were complaining earlier that maybe the trash talk isn't as heated as it could be.
It'll be better
but
the higher up we get, because they're more used to trash talking. They're more used to being put on the spot.
Yeah, but everyone's here just to have a good time at the end of the day, I'm sure the trash talk will get heated as we get further into it. As the time whittles down, the patience, the kindness, the facades they put up will start to crumble away after 3 best of 3s in a row.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, on top of the CLOL break in between, we have to control for that. Specifically, St. Clair has already played their game. I believe Northwood has also already played their game. Unsure about UST and Converse, so those might be the only 2 that actually have to play a game. Nonetheless, got to give the gap for them because CLOL is king. As we get a nice close-up of Zav there. Zav, a lot less trash talk than I would have expected. Having
Zav?
having spoken a decent amount with Zav, he has several words to say about other people sometimes, which are maybe not safe for broadcast, and that's probably
Maybe not,
potentially
maybe
why
not.
he was keeping it safe there. But I was talking to their director, Brain Blast, and I was like, I was going to say some heinous stuff up there probably. and then it's a perfectly PC interview on the opposite side there. You can see
good PR
Oakland.
training there.
Yeah, good PR. That's good PR.
That
training,
is
you
when
know.
when there's a wild card there, you gotta tamper them down.
Yeah.
That's some good training. right
Oakland
there.
on the opposite side, they're just hanging out for now, just waiting for everything to settle out. Actually, we get a nice close-up on Hope there at Devon. Goes by both names at that. Actually, upon further review, may have the CLOL record for most kills in a game. Got 42
really?
kills
Holy
in
moly.
a CLOL game.
That
Granted,
is
it was against a
impressive.
team that was playing Thresh top, Blitzcrank mid, and something else.
It's still
A
a
little
mechanical
asterisk
achievement to be able to pull that off, with the team.
Yeah.
Sure, maybe it's a little bit of farming.
This is
but-
not like a super checked fact. There might be a game from who knows, like ULOL 2014 when all of us were, but children. That someone got 60 kills or something. Who knows? But that is a modern record, we'll say, in the current format of everything. Yes, you put the asterisks of it sort of being a troll game, but nonetheless, 42 kills is a lot of kills, especially in 22, 23 minutes or something.
It's a lot.
It's a lot of kills. That's a fun fact. Opposite side, you can see Oakland still sort of figuring out their plan. I think Shaggy has been one of the brighter spots for them from what we've seen. In that game against OTSU, it was that bot lane of Bully and Shaggy that really did spur and everything forward. And I think matching up into a bot lane as strong as Hope and Dinosaur Chainsaw is going to be a good test for them. And this is what I mean about some of these lower ranked teams getting that opportunity to get reps in against teams that are far better. I think in the CLOL community, it is determined that Hope is probably one of the top 10 80 carries in there, and getting the chance to face them for Bully is going to be an honor in and of itself.
Yeah, it's going to be one amazing experience, win or lose. It's not going to be fun, but you have to just appreciate the mechanical skill on display there. It's like playing Faker,
Yeah, exactly.
It's just cool to be able to play against them. And off rip, we see a Nunu ban, and I think that was definitely one of the most played champs on Oakland's team. But I think that was one of the support's most played champs. I think he plays jungle in his main time, and in his off time, he plays support.
That portrait's Mbessa. It's hard to see for a second. I thought it looked like Jin for a second. Nonetheless, Mbessa, Varus, they're going through this quickly. Galio, Aurora are banned off the boards here. I think something to note is Nunu is also a very popular champion in terms of how quickly it clears and its gank potential at this point, especially considering it does magic damage. And a lot of the times, you're going for a lot of AD, and you need that magic damage splashed in. Much akin to what we were talking about last game. Sometimes you just need a little bit of extra magic damage coming from the jungle. Very early Corki first pick here.
Interesting.
Hope is in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, that is a very fast lock on the Corki, and I'm excited to see how that one's going to play out. In the bot lane, Corki, I feel like is either win or lose, and if it's Hope piloting that Corki, it should be an absolutely amazing joy to watch.
Yeah, it's also a pick away from Bully U. And I think that's the most important thing is the availability to see that game on stream shows that Bully U is very confident on that. Wukong gets picked up as the answer. There's your counter engage. You're sort of taking that away from Zav at that point. But main thing is, once again, these are fearless picks. You pick them, you can't pick them again for either side. A lot of game one can come down to just playing a lot of the really strong champions, get them off the board, and then you get into your bag of tricks at that point. And I want to see what the bag of tricks entails because we are going through this Converse draft incredibly quickly. Ivern, Leona, bang, bang on the board.
Yeah, Ivern and Leona. Leona's going to have so much CC potential there. You got your tank as well, a 2-in-1 special. Looking over the Orianna pick, that's just a solid pick, Same with the Wukong, but I think there's definitely, on the side of Converse, a much more concrete game plan going forward with their draft.
Yeah, I think looking at the comp from Oakland as well, it's wombo combo. It's Wukong, Orianna, you put the ball on Wukong. Wukong gets into the fight, spins around, pulls them all together, and you've got Sivir to just toss those ricochets on top of it. It's set for team fights. You have your team fight set. Now I want to see what you put in the side lanes here because Ego Duckman, they've got that brotherly love. They're going to just be able to work together on those side lanes, whichever one finds the better matchup. and go up into Wazek and Hansap. I think Wazek had a very strong game on that Darius, but it's punishable gameplay. And given Ego and Duckman's experience, it's not going to be as easy to punish it in the same way that they were able to punish OTSU's solo lanes at that. So I want to see what Wazek picks here. I'm assuming they will give them some sort of counter pick here. It's going to be a support pick up here for Oakland. And then what is going to come through from Wazek in the bag of tricks, because the Darius is one thing. It really comes down to if you got more than just that.
Exactly, that's what it comes down to. And I'm just going to talk about the last two bans there. It's Hue, Casante, nothing crazy there. And then we have the Rakan and the Baram banned out as well. And now we're seeing the Nautilus being picked up by Oakland University. I'm wondering how that one's working out. I wonder if they're just trying to deny Converse that privilege going into the next game.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing about Nautilus is it's one of those champions that is just a bundle of stats, and outside of that doesn't really do much. This is interesting.
If they pick Neela here, that's
no way.
Turning it on its head.
Okay,
but
so then
it's Corki mid.
Yeah, they're opting to put the Corki into the mid lane, which I don't mind here. I think it's a good matchup into Orianna. You know, there's all the jokes about Corki Azir, Syndra Orianna, just default those. It's a very default option. With this Jace getting locked in as well, it's also a very safe option. There's a lot of safety coming through on the side of Converse. Still waiting to see if that gets locked. Yes, it will. This takes a lot of agency away from Wazek on the top side. You can't just default into that Darius because Jace will just sit in ranged form. You get poked out consistently, and if this does end up being tank Jace, then you have that option to just stack up your grasp whenever you want. Malphite, on the other hand, can poke out Jace just as much. You can potentially go for something like a Malignance. You don't have to go straight for the tank build at that. And you can potentially just one-shot someone in the backline given the opportunity. It's more wombo combo. Oakland is saying, we do not have the individual skill on our own to 1v1, 2v2 these players. We are going for 5v5 team fights every single opportunity we get, and we're going to try and wombo combo them. I think, considering they're coming in here as the less experienced team, it's a great option.
It is. It's a great plan. Can the power of teamwork overpower the brotherly bond going on in that bot lane and on that team? It's an absolutely crazy matchup here, folks. I think I have to actually give the comp over to Oakland. I think it has the concrete idea, the wombo combo potential, but Converse is playing to their skills. They're playing safe. They're taking champs away from Oakland, and they're just playing for that individual laning phase.
Yeah, I think on the flip side of all of that, you look at what Converse brings to the table. This is Jinx. If it gets a couple of kills, it's donezo. If this Jace gets a couple of kills, it's donezo in the side lanes. If this Corki gets a couple of kills, it's donezo. They're playing a very snowbally comp, but I think they have that confidence to be able to do that, especially against an opposition that they know is weaker. And knowing that, Zav basically saying, I'm not going to put the carry pants on. I'm playing Ivern. I'm playing for the team. It's perfectly suited to have all of these carries here. And I think that is where the benefit's going to come through. One thing to note, though, top lane, AD. The mid lane, AD.
That's true.
ADC, AD, of course. So Malphite actually does match up quite well if it does go for some of that armor stacking. However, Ivern still just does that on-hit magic damage that is really hard to get rid of. So I just want to see how well Converse is going to pilot this comp, because this is basically them saying, we're the better team, we're just going to play like it, and we're just going to get these really strong champions out of the way. And of note, you can't really pick the same wombo combo comp next game if you're Oakland, because
that's true.
You don't get to pick them again, and you don't get to pick any of the things that Converse did. So welcome to Fearless, everyone. This will be a blast.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolute blast. First time we're seeing Fearless on display today. And honestly, Oakland is going to have one heck of a time, but I think they know this going into that, and that is an advantage in and of itself. They're going to approach this with caution. They're not going to throw some crazy stuff at the wall. They're going to play slow, play for the team fights, and play a very proper league. Probably the absolute opposite of the last game that we had on display. But
yeah, I mean, that's what you would expect from a team that has this pedigree as well. I mean, all of these players have the skill to do this, and that's why they're able to pilot it. If you put this comp up against the exact same comp but piloted by, one of the other teams, if you put this into Northwood's hands, then it becomes a little bit more challenging, because then you have to really play towards your win conditions. Here, you're given a little bit more flexibility, not to take anything away from Oakland, but I think Oakland knows going into it they need to have a set identity, and they picked a set identity, and I really want to applaud them for that. Just basically, it's the case where you just have to drop ego, and you have to say, listen, they're a better team. let's pick a comp that is kind of dummy proof.
Exactly. Simple plan, simple execution, but you're going to have to try and play against a not so simple team. They're going to be throwing every trick out of the book against Oakland here. They're playing a win. It's a tournament after all. There's a trophy on the line and prize money on the line. So people are not going to take it easy on anybody today.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the trophy, actually, we can ask production to bring it back to our camera. If you look at the trophy, it's already colored for Converse. It's purple already. It's basically their trophy, right?
It is.
That could have been the biggest caster curse of them all.
That
But
could
it's
be.
it would fit perfectly in their cabinet. Think of it that way.
I think
Alongside all the
it's
baseball
a good size for a cabinet as well,
Yeah.
on the shelf, on the mantle, above the fireplace, maybe.
It's different.
It's a
You
statement
know what?
piece.
I like this trophy because it's different.
It is.
All the other trophies are those like silly little like stick out ones, and you're like, yeah, cool. It's like the smallest little thing.
It's stylized.
This at least it's small, but it packs a punch. It's got something different to it.
It's also got that like a barren energy, void energy
Yeah,
kind of thing going on. Perfect for League as well. I wonder how they got that swirl in there. Maybe it's like epoxy
probably
or something.
epoxy.
Yeah. It's very, very nice. So everybody wants this trophy. They're going to be playing very, very hard. I mean, get in there. Get in there.
You know, it's right here. I might as well just take it.
I mean, show them how it's done. You're talking the talk. Go walk
yeah.
the walk. I'm kidding.
It's a long drive back, though. I'm gonna have to gas up at some point. They'll catch up to me.
True. Maybe next time. Next year.
Yeah,
next year.
I'll get a better car or something. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Nonetheless, we should be getting into games
We should
soon,
be.
and we'll be able to see how these two teams match up. Oakland coming in as the underdogs, but you can never count an underdog out.
No, you can't. You can't. David did beat Goliath, so
Yeah.
there's room for some crazy things to happen.
What they don't tell you is, it took him a while. He had to figure it all out in his head.
Find the right size stone.
Yeah, it's a one-day event.
It is.
David took a while to beat him, right? He had to go find all the stuff. So if we're going by actual time length and stuff, Goliath was winning until he lost. So you only have one day. It's really hard to just like.
That is. But it should be an exciting day.
Of course.
Either way. I'm excited to see how this one's going to shape up. Converse looking to be very, very strong. And I'd like to see Converse one more time if we can, because I have a fun fact about Converse University in general. They were founded by this guy named Dexter Converse, and he was a textiles salesman or businessman. So I think that's why they have so much drip in their jerseys, because they make those materials, that textile stuff. Yeah, I love the swirls. I love the colors they have at Converse. Looks absolutely impeccable.
Oh, yeah. Did you know that Converse was a women's only university until 2020?
Yes, I did see that.
That's why
It
they're
was
the
interesting.
Valkyries. Yeah. They're the Valkyries. The first year that they became co-ed, they started an esports program.
That's crazy. That's wild. That's awesome.
I mean,
though.
it's a way to attract male students for sure.
That's true.
And that's just how it is. But nonetheless, the fun facts about it: it's also in Spartanburg, South Carolina, which has the highest crime rate in all of South Carolina.
Does oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, they're rough down there. They're ready for anything.
Yeah,
They can deal. They can roll with the punches down there.
I mean, that's not a good thing that you have the highest crime rate.
Well, they're tough for it. They're tough. They're tougher for it. They're better for it. It's character building, Spartanville. They're Spartans out here. They're warriors.
Yeah, I guess so. We are still waiting on the game to start up here. As always, observer bugs are bound to happen.
It happens. It happens.
Yeah, they're playing the game right now. We don't know what's going on.
We don't know. We're gonna know soon enough, though. This could be over 15 minutes.
Oh my goodness, a huge team fight
By the
at
time
2
we get
minutes.
in.
Yeah, 2 minutes. Malphite Ultimate. What happened?
It's true. It's true.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen,
But
by the way.
what are you exactly looking for? Let's look ahead. Let's do some introspection here. Let's say Converse wins. What should they do to try and remedy that? Do you think there's any better team comp they could have done? Anything they could do differently?
Yeah, if Converse is to win this one, I think Oakland. At that point, you play comfort. I think you just go back to what you are good at. You look at your OP.GG, you look at your history, and you say, I've really liked playing that champion. Let me pick it, if it's available. If it's
If it's available. If it hasn't been fearless out or banned
I
out.
think that's the key for Oakland. If Converse are to fall this game and Oakland take the win, I think Converse basically need to, once again, just simplify things. Because this is a comfort. I would say this is a comfort game for them.
I think so.
For a lot of them, this is champions that they're very well versed at. I think calling for the Corki to go mid lane is just by virtue of Duckman being around the scene for so long. And if you don't know how to play Corki as a mid laner, you messed up.
That's true. That's true.
That or Azir, at that point. But
Azir, yeah.
like,
If we're seeing Azir, that'd be crazy.
Worst case, we're gonna see Azir in Game 3, and I don't know. I'm pretty sure that champion's terrible right now. But, Either way, we're into game. We did it. We got through the Yap session, everyone. On to the Rift with game number 1 here between Oakland and Converse. Converse coming in looking to prove themselves as being worthy of potentially making it to that top 10 in the CLOL Power Rankings. Oakland on the opposite side looking to get a massive upset in their own right. Playing a comp that is very much geared towards the team fights, very much towards comfort. They've got to make a show out of it here.
They have to. They have no other choice. Their back's up against the wall. It's single Elim. This is their chance to try and make a big statement here. Even if you don't take it all the way, you want to at least play it for one game, get your name out on the board, get Oakland on the map here. Converse, though, they have a reputation to defend.
Oh,
they're
for sure.
looking to try and keep this one in their court. They want to try and take this one all the way. And right now, like we were talking about earlier, very safe gameplay style. You know, just warding out, getting info, peeking out, seeing if there's any crazy things they can do. But they're not just going to jump on the first thing they see.
Exactly. Of note here, it is Grasp picked up by Ego. This could lead towards a Tank Jace if they so desire. Usually Tank Jaces still end up with a couple of damage items, but of note, Fimbulwinter, the main item that defined Tank Jace as being tanky, has been nerfed on this patch, so not going to be as strong for them. It's still good, but it's not as good. Not to say that they won't go for it. As seen here, they're already looking for a little bit of harassment here onto Shaggy. Unfortunately, they're getting cold feet. They don't want to throw out the hook. The ward's also going to go down. So standard laning. I'm happy to see standard laning here specifically because Converse wants standard lanes. They want that to happen because they like this adjacent to Malphite matchup.
They do. They like it. And I think honestly, Oakland doesn't want anything too crazy. They don't want to rock the boat. They also want to play it safe. I mean, they could go for a bit of a switch up here, but at this point, it's already been locked in. We're just going to play some good old-fashioned League. Trading some blows up here in the top lane as per usual. And here in the bot lane, Converse is making good progress with their wave.
Yeah, I think the main thing is Converse is trying to deny as much CS as possible here. Keep Bully you away from that wave. Should be able to clean up most of it. Sivir's pretty decent at farming under tower, but is going to miss a couple of minions here, which is going to sort of hamper that gold income at the very least. Hope and Dinosaur Chainsaw just continuing to look to push forward as much as possible. That's their goal. They want to try and push the envelope a little bit. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, do we expect anything from Corki Oriana in the early game? No.
No, we don't.
They're farming. Of note, Duckman is using the absolutely based choice of Ice Toboggan Corki in the splash art. He looks like he has like 4 thumbs. It's kind of cool. His hands doing something. That's for sure. That's my favorite Corki skin.
And speaking of favorite skins, I think everyone's favorite skin is the pizza delivery Sivir skin. You know, I don't see anyone play with any other skin. I mean, why would you? It's too good. It's too good. It's a classic.
I'm partial to Snowstorm Sivir. I will not disclose the reasons why. Anyways, on the top side, Ego is continuing to try and put the hurt down onto Wazak. Realistically here, Jace wants to get that first reset, but just looking to try and get as many grasp stacks as possible. This is a lot easier for them just because they can go ranged for him, drop an auto attack down with grasp available, and they're good to go. But really no action expected on this top side. Dinosaur Chainsaw, though, coming around the back with a Zav. Great spell shield from Bully U.
Yeah, big hook as well. Gets the retreat back to Bully U. And now they're just playing it really safe here. I got to give props to Oakland. They're reacting absolutely cool, calm, and collected to everything Converse is throwing at them.
Yeah, and so far 4 minutes in, basically nothing new. Oh!
That's a nice hook there. Can they get any value off of it? Not too much. Oh, what a big hook back in. If he can get one more back, can maybe turn this into something. No, Shaggy's going to play it safe.
Yeah, cooldowns are a little bit too long right now. Yep. I don't think Dinosaur Chainsaw expected that to land.
I don't think so either.
I think they just threw it out there just for fun, and it hit. And Bully was surprised by it because they spell shielded late on it as well. But both top laners have teleported back up. Ben Sap, is shown up and has walked away.
Yeah, walking away, just going for that early gank top, but you can't really get too much value here out on the Jace. A little bit too quick, a little bit too many options to escape at this point. Ego, though, getting some good chunking on that Malphite. You're not going to take him down anytime soon here. You're just going to keep pushing this wave, get some good damage. And that Jace, you got to watch out for that burst damage. You're Malphite, you're tanky, but that burst damage adds up over time.
Yeah, I think Jace is one of those champions that it almost feels future-proof just by virtue of the fact that you can switch between those forms. You have a lot of different ways to play the game. Thus far, you see the sword, you see the tier. It's not really determined whether they're going for tank Jace. You could go grasp and just go damage just because it builds you up a bunch of health. Wazek, of note, has like 1 HP and is walking back up. Ego doesn't really have the mana to deal with it. Gets a grasp proc at the very least, but you can see like this top lane, Ego is controlling the pace of things. Wazek is going to be forced to reset here. Doesn't really have a whole lot of mana to even clear the wave. Actually, just is able to recover a little bit. Main thing that Ego needs to be careful of is just the all-in potential, as well as those accelerated shock blasts landing, because that could have been the difference maker there.
It could have been, and now we're seeing just some good old-fashioned. Like, this is a much more relaxed analytical game than the last one we had. It's an absolute...
This is the expected result of this game, because realistically, Oakland know what they're going up against. They don't want to have too many unforced errors, knowing that Converse will take advantage of them and snowball those into the later stages. Granted, at the same time, Converse does not mind playing for the later game. You have Corki, you have Jinx, you have double, basically hyper carries in the later game. Jace is going to be a great bridge for the mid game because once you get one item, you can be very strong. And Ivern is just, once again, late game proof as well because shielding is so strong. Realistically, your only quote-unquote early game champion is Leona, but Leona's perfectly fine just being an engaged bot and dying 18 times because you just go in there, you CC someone, and you're good to go. Of note here, Bensap just going to take this dragon for free. No real resistance. Caught him on a swap, actually. They're going to swap up to the top side to get those grubs.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't mind this trade because Converse prefers the grubs here. They want to get the side lane open. Corki, Jace in the side lane. They just want to keep pushing it down, and if they can get these grubs for free, 3 of them, awesome. You started your objective stacking there.
Well, I mean, also, Jinx and Jace are just going to be knocking down those towers once you get all 6 of those grubs on your hands. So it's going to be very, very lethal. Oakland really needs to try to prevent that from being taken. And we have the lane swap up in top lane. Just going to harass this Malphite. They get the stun, get some good damage. He has nowhere to go but down here.
Yeah, I think the other thing to note is because Converse initiated the lane swap, they're the ones who sort of get the extra advantages out of it. It means that Ego on the bottom side was able to get a couple more, an extra wave per se. And now, Wazek is sort of stuck up here with Shaggy. Not really the best situation because both of them are melee. Yes, you have a lot of engaged potential, but Hope still has that flash available, still has barrier, a lot of ways. And now that you've burned the ult, guess what? Wazek can't do anything.
Exactly. He's just locked up here. He can't do much of anything at all. He's just a big walking block of armor and health.
He's a rock.
At this point. He's a big rock, and you're not going to be able to break that rock. That rock isn't really going to be able to break you either. But not enough chase potential there. As we look at Duckman in the mid lane, he's just doing a solid job here, just winning out the CS, not getting poked out too much. Just a class act.
Corky's corkying. That's sort of how it is. Hensap hasn't really been able to find too many advantageous trades either. Granted, neither of them have burned flash. Corky's just going to be perfectly fine farming up, 200, 300 CS, whatever you want to get to. Just get that gold in the Corky's inventory. The Yordle can do so much once they're on 2-3 items in these team fights, especially considering it's very committal, sort of one-shot engage coming through from the side of Oakland. That's something else that didn't mention earlier is that once they sort of use all of their cooldowns, use all of their ultimates, they're kind of just standing there at that point. It really comes down to Sivir being able to toss through those ricochets. It comes down to the second use of the Cyclone. But Malphite, in a way, is just sort of like a burst tank. You drop down your ultimate, you use everything, and then just stand there. You don't really do much after that because you have decently long cooldowns. It gets to a point where you gotta just win your fight in like 2 seconds, otherwise kind of you open the door to this Corki, to this Jinx to be able to take advantage of it.
They're a one and done team. They got their plan. They can execute it. If they get that one burst, it should go their way.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, if they miss, if it doesn't work out, if one piece of that puzzle is missing, it's going to go Converse's way. They have the mechanical ability to play around a chaotic situation, just get those auto attacks in and play around those abilities. I mean, Jace doesn't even really have an ultimate, really.
Yeah.
He's just going to keep autoing you, swing that hammer, shoot those bullets, and take you down.
And by virtue of not having an ultimate, it means that the rest of their abilities are stronger at that, so they're still going to be relevant in the later stages. I think important things to note, though, is as well with the fact that you have to try and burn these summoners. You have to try and burn Duckman's Flash. You have to try and burn Hope's Flash at that. Because there's your get out of jail free card. You burn everything to get in there. If they just flash away from it, they can continue the fight. Whereas, once again, on the opposite side for Oakland, they can't really continue the fight afterwards. They don't want to. It's not advantageous to them. So that means that in these situations, Converse is perfectly fine just playing the slow game because there's no fights. They're not burning their flash. They're not burning their summoners. First blood happened mid lane. Okay.
By the Nautilus.
Yeah, and the flash was burned. Hey, they did exactly according to plan. I think they just burned the ultimate. They burned a lot there. Oh, and Wazeka slain Ego as well on the top side.
Oakland getting the key early picks. I mean, now they're just one away from the triumph as well.
Oh, I mean, good stuff.
If they can really slow down this game, really secure some of these early game stuff, it should be a very interesting game.
Yeah, honestly. They play exactly to the favor of it. By the looks of the summoner spells that were burned, Ego did not have a chance to flash away. Wazek did flash. Bully popped cleanse. Shaggy burned both summoners, and Duckman burned the flash. So a lot more summoners utilized by Oakland, which may end up coming back to haunt them because now they don't have their get out of jail free cards on a couple of members. Shaggy is now sort of a sitting duck once they hook in. Bully doesn't have the ultimate up quite yet, but still has the flash. Wazek is really the main proponent of that. They're just flashless. They're ultless. They just, if they get caught, they're done so.
Yeah, they don't have much. That wallet is empty in terms of spells. But I think their hearts are full, and they're looking to have a really good outlook on this game. They have a really good early game lead, but that hasn't spelled well for any of the early game teams in the past few games.
Yeah, I mean, whoever has the lead in the early game has usually sort of fallen by the wayside, barring that last game where no one had a lead. The viewers had the lead in the mid game, and they ended up winning that game too because it was a game of all time. Yep. Nonetheless, Converse, once again, perfectly content to get those 6 scrubs, trade them over to Oakland for those dragons. So, of course, the objective trade 2-2 in that feat. Ego actually in a little bit of trouble here. Still has the flash, though.
Still has a flash.
Doesn't need it.
They're not going to go for it, though. They still have that tower to play around. But wow, a big lockdown up there in the top lane. Wazak just getting it burned down, trying to get some value there, but he just can't quite do it.
Yeah. Hope actually able to hold on to both summoners through that, which is massive for the Jinx. As we mentioned, if that flash or that barrier goes down in a team before a team fight starts, that is the key to start a team fight for the side of Oakland. However, this bottom side, the turret is getting its plates removed. Ego is sort of stuck just standing around, trying to catch as much XP as possible, walk up with the wave. Zav is here to try and help, but 2 plates have already been taken off the board. Not really much Ego can do, except just clear out the rest of that wave. The feats game is actually going to be quite interesting because the feats they're okay. They're nice to have.
Yeah.
They're not necessary. In closer games, feats end up being less meaningful because those tier 3 boots end up just being sort of a waste of money.
Yeah.
And that's where this game gets interesting. Do Converse really care if they lose the feats battle?
That is a good question to ask. You know, I don't think they do. I don't think they do. I think they're looking to end this around mid-game. This is looking to be a relatively closer game in terms of gold. So investing in those boots, like you said, probably not the best decision. You probably just want to buy another item at that point. But in the top lane, we have another exchange. They're just wailing on each other here. But hey, you got the Ivern. He might be able to secure a kill, and it's looking like he can with Zach getting dangerously low. Just waiting, luring him out with the Ivern, and he doesn't walk away. And Ego slaying with Zach, and the kill lead is now done to dust. It's even on the kill board. A very negligible gold difference at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty negligible. We're actually going to cut to a replay here of some of those earlier kills. Notably, this fight where Hope stands still and almost dies for it, actually. Just was Zek able to tank through all of that with the armor, the plated steel caps that were available there. And of course, then you saw Wazek get punished once again. Interestingly enough, the quote-unquote early game feats have not come to fruition because none of them have occurred. The first tower might be the first one to actually happen on this bottom side, more so just due to Hope not having as much damage and as much wave clear as Bully, who just basically has infinite mana now that they have the Essence Reaver. Wazek is on this bottom side of the map, has ultimate available. This could be a dive.
This could be a dive. Whoever gets the first tower gets the feat. Whoever gets the next kill as well gets that feat. But wow, there it is. It's going to go over to blue side here. We see Jinx getting one Converse, starting the lead off strong, getting the first feat. And now they just need to get a jungle objective. They just need to get tower here. And they are collecting these feats like Infinity Stones here. But just like Thanos, they are inevitable. They're going to try and take it down that bottom lane. But it's not going to quite work out for them.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned that they don't really care about the feats, but if they get them, cool. Nice.
It's a bonus.
It's a bonus, yeah, cool. I mean, first tower is still contentious here. Could go to Ego on that top side now, as it is Bensap actually up there, as opposed to Wazak. Not really the best case to have your jungler holding off the enemy top laner because, you know, experience differences. Bensap is level 11, which is great for the Wukong, but they haven't really done much yet. And I want to see Bensap try and get a little bit more, link up a little bit more with Hensap and try and make some plays happen here, especially because, once again, there's still feats up for grab. That first tower is contentious. Whoever gets this Rift Herald or the next dragon will also complete the feat for that one. So really matters who comes first.
Yeah, Oakland is fiending for this bot tower. It's so close. It's so close to being taken down. They're just throwing everything they have at it, and they're taking a lot of risks for it as well. As we see, there's 3 protecting it in the bot side for Converse. They're playing very defensive here, probably playing for the Dragon as well. I mean, why not assign so many to bot lane? But now Oakland, while all that's going on, they're going to secure, I think, the monster feat once they take down this Rift.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess Converse is perfectly fine taking that away. It comes down to the tower. Once again, I don't think Converse cares if they get them or not. I think if they get them, cool. I don't really think they care.
They're not going to die for it.
Yeah, especially since this bot tower is getting pretty low, and Hope doesn't really have a whole lot of mana to speak of, and the Leona is resetting. I think they're perfectly fine saying, here you go, take your tier 3 boots, you filthy animals. We're just going to win the game anyways.
Yeah, they're looking very confident. They are in a slight downturn right now, but their positioning is just so much better. Sure, they might lose a tower. They might
actually come around for this. Zav's here.
But this is a very decisive fight right here. The TP's coming through. Gonna have to retreat quite a bit here. That's a big engage. They get the stun though. That's an opening. He's going in, gets the stun, but no, he spell shields it at the perfect moment. The Leona ult, absolutely useless there. Great positioning, great gameplay from Believe.
Yeah, the first tower went down top anyway, so it didn't matter. Wazak is in trouble. Ego gonna pick that one up. Of note, Zav, great positioning on Daisy to block the hook, prevent the rest of the play from happening. Ends up being that Converse get the feats anyways. Didn't matter. They just made a play on the opposite side of that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter all too much, but it's still going to try and boost the morals of Oakland here. And now it looks like they're going to start this dragon in the bot lane. And it doesn't look like there's going to be any contest from Oakland. They're not going to be able to get there in time. They're all in that bot jungle. I mean, they're looking for it. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think of note, Converse is playing around their win conditions very well. They take away the soul stacking from Oakland, at least for the time being. They get first tower. They can now get their tier 3 boots if they so desire. Ego is now 2-1. A very strong matchup into this Malphite, who unfortunately is all 4 of Oakland's deaths thus far. And as well, I mean, for Hope, they're just perfectly content to sit back, farm up. They're sitting on an item right now, looking to get that second item shortly. Basically, the longer this game goes on, the more Jinx is going to be lethal in those fights. Sivir scales incredibly well as well, but Jinx just hits differently. If she gets a kill in a fight, she gets excited and it's cooked.
Yeah, you have to be absolutely careful there. You don't want to get too... You don't want to have that mentality of getting too many fights that you don't need. But hey, there's a fight that you do need up here in the top lane. Turret going to be going down. Darkman going to be taken down there. Duckman just absolutely burned to ashes by the entire team here. This Ivern running for his life. He needs that blast plant. He needs some of that Ivern quickness we saw in that previous game.
Yeah, I mean, the trade was that Hope was able to get a kill onto Bully U on the bottom or in the mid lane there, and now is sort of behind enemy lines. This is going to be a little bit challenging. The rocket's going to come through.
The TP coming through bot lane, but is he going to get there in time? No, he's not. He's just going to try and stop the tower from being taken.
Yeah, Ego gets a kill onto Hensap there as well. So it's the Jace and the Jinx, sort of the two big boys and big people in this game. Wazek is not getting the better end of this trade against Ego. Ego is absolutely winning out on this, considering they started this fight with half HP.
Yeah, he's just chunking him down, and now it's equal. He can't jump on him anymore. I mean, you got to give props to Ego. He's playing this one absolutely perfectly. And speaking of perfect, we have an Otacon spawning in the top lane. Both towers down. That's a long stretch of no man's land. You don't want to be caught out going for that.
Yeah, I mean, specifically, this is Ruinous Otacon? Is it the right one? I don't remember my Otacons. It's the one that gives you the false life.
Yes.
So, because this is a slower game, you get Voracious Otacon.
Yep.
If it's a faster game, you get Ruinous Otacon. We are going to get to a quick replay in the meantime, though. As you can see, Duckman, no chance here. They're just too many people.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do at that point. You can't flash, can't do anything. Hey, at least your Ivern got out.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of getting out, we're getting into another fight here as Ego is caught off guard, being burned down to nothing, and they isolate him and take him down. Absolutely amazing pick, taking out a key player there. Now Shaggy just trying to run away from this golem here as we see a lot happening in this bot side. They get a stun down. They can't get too much value out of it. Oakland, clean pick, clean exit.
Yeah, I mean, major thing to note there is...
Uh-oh, maybe not a clean exit. Duckman being caught off guard here. Can they get one more kill? There's the blue ward. They isolate it, and Bensab takes him down. Oakland coming back with a vengeance here.
A little bit. I mean, I was going to be a little bit critical of them using 3 ultimates to take down Ego there, but instead they just get the other brother for free. So, just much akin to how we were talking about how it is Ego and Hope as sort of 2 major carries here for Converse. It is also the brothers of Duckman and Ego who have all of the deaths on the side. Big ultimate from Wazek, though. That's not on the right member.
That's not on the right member. Absolutely major. Teamfight Tower goes down. They get a kill on the Malphite, and now they're chasing down for more. They're hungry for more. And there's Ego with a big stun. That's going to be Shaggy taken down as well, and that's all the value they're going to get out of that fight. But that is quite a bit of value indeed. They're turning this one around, and now they're still not stopping the chase. They're just trying to scare them all the way back to spawn and get map control here.
Yeah, they're pushing them off so that they can potentially go for Otacon. I mean, once you get this Jinx excited, she's just going to continue to run down. Of note, I like the LDR picked up. Low Dominic's regards on the Jinx. Able to cut through the only person you really need to cut through, which is this Malphite. Everyone else will just go down to Jinx's pure damage, pure attack speed, just all of what Jinx can do in and of herself. But Otacon now picked up means you once again have that temporary but very strong buff. That means you can just go for a fight that is potentially ill-advised, and you get that second chance at life, the false life.
The shackles have been released, and now they're just going to go for an absolutely crazy fight. And now, where are they going to go? It looks like they're going to just slam topside here. They're just going to go all in, try and take as much as they can. They're tired of locking Ego up there. They want him to be free and roaming around with the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, Ego is actually going to be put down to the bot lane or to the mid lane to sort of clear whatever they want. I think Oakland are hyper-fixating on this dragon just a little bit too much. Is the game going to last long enough for you to get to that soul? That is the major thing. This is 6 grubs on the top side. Twitch chat is out and alive attacking these turrets, and they're just going to go for a tier 3. Not going to be up in time, and at the very least, Oakland is going to be able to salvage away a soul point for themselves.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to go their way. I mean, sure, they might get close to soul, but it's still not going to be worth it. Wow! That was absolutely insane, but they're good, they're good, they're keeping on. They're going to continue going through, taking down the inhibitors, just a few more things. Structured stand between them and victory. Hope destroying another inhibitor. Going to get out scot-free.
That's up with a great shockwave. Too bad it did nothing.
I mean, he hit the shot. It's just...
No one was there.
It wasn't going to do anything.
No one was there. And, understandably, you get a little bit of poke down potentially. You can answer in kind, but the inhibitor still goes down at the end of the day. We're actually going to hop over to a quick replay here. This is another replay of how Ego and Duckman go down. And Ego, just a little bit too far. Once again, as we mentioned, a lot of ultimates used. And this is the power of Tank Jace. He's just not dying.
Yeah, he's not dying. He's taking way too long, way too much committal just to take him down. I mean, that's what you want in the top lane. You want someone a little bit more squishy, especially in this matchup here. And yeah, they get the other brother as well.
This is them just overextending here because you ult onto Dinosaur Chainsaw. Look at Dinosaur Chainsaw's health bar here. It is full health. You spent so long attacking him, and it didn't matter because he had his damage reduction on, and then they're just able to chase down Shaggy afterwards. This is what Converse wanted to do, though. This is exactly what we said. Force Oakland to fight it.
Wow, a massive
and
team
maybe
fight.
take advantage of it.
Massive team fight happening right here. They're just playing to end the game at this point. They're taking down this last pot tower here. They get one. Can they turn this into some kills with the Jinx pass? So he goes in. He's going for it. There's the combo. Can they land it? Can they get some value out of this? Or can they play out of it? He's spinning to win. There's one. Can they get two at least out of it? There it is. And it's looking to be 3 for Oakland, and they are playing out of their minds here, folks.
Oh my goodness. And the thing to note there was they picked that fight at the perfect time. The false life buff just fell off as Zav went down. Hope was lucky to get out. Was lucky to withdraw and not give over that shutdown. Still 200 gold going in their pockets, but now Oakland able to take advantage of these reset timers. They are sprinting towards this Baron. Massive turnaround for them. Converse, they tried to force a little bit too hard, but I think they just didn't recognize how little time they had left on their buff.
Yeah, I don't think anyone expected it to work out that way. That was amazing. Amazing gameplay from Oakland, and they could very well turn this game on its head here, folks. They waited patiently, and if they can take this Baron uncontested, I mean, it's just looking all Oakland here. They have the Baron, and looks like they get out for free.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to keep our eyes on Hope here. This is sort of their last hope at that. You need this Jinx to get to 3 items, and she is very close to that right now. Needs to finish up that Infinity Edge. Once that comes through, it is all hands on deck protecting this Jinx. That is the goal of this comp. Protect the Jinx at all costs, because that is how you're going to win this game. Everyone else now, like realistically, Corki will scale, but is behind the curve a little bit, sitting only on 2 items. This Jace is incredibly strong, but can still be taken advantage of. Ivern is great if their teammates are alive, not so great if they get picked out first. Dinosaur Chainsaw is tanky. Yeah.
That's it. That's what he's got. That's what he's got.
And has a lot of crowd control. Here's the replay of that fight here. Like you can see the timer on the buff here just expire. I believe they get onto Hope and then it just goes down. I mean, this was the combo you're looking for. Ball is on the Malphite 3-man ultimate, withdraws right there, and then the buff falls off. They barely missed out on getting the shutdown onto Hope, and then after that, it's a wash as soon as the Jinx is out of the fight. There's really no resistance.
Yeah, none at all, and I gotta say, they were just... That was the perfect fight for them. The perfect storm lined up, and they saw it, and they took advantage of that. And now they're taking advantage of this Baron buff. They're walking down mid, preparing for one more team fight.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Oakland can end the game here. They have pushed down mid lane quite a bit. The main thing that this Baron does is give them inside track onto this Soul Dragon. It's going to have to be some sort of fight. I think Converse need to bait this out. They need to try and bait out some of these key cooldowns, because now, at this stage of the game, we're late enough where those cooldowns are low, but Hope getting caught out here. This is trouble.
Wow, Shaggy going in, getting the stun, going one on the left side there. Malphite knocking one down. Can they get another one? It's going to be...
Oh my goodness!
Wow, look at that. This is absolute chaos. Can't land the hook, though. Just barely missed it by a hair. But there it is. A triple kill from the jungler once again. Wow, I have to give him even more props. Burn Sap just doing absolute work here, being the hard carry for the team. 6-0, no kill, no deaths at all.
And Shaggy was the one who started that off. Just said, hey, Jinx, watch out. You don't have a way out of this. Just flashes forward, ults on top of it. It's 3 for 0. They're going to get this Soul Dragon. Maybe they could have ended the game off of that. It's an inhib as well. But now Converse are really on the back foot. We started this game off by saying Converse are the favorites coming into it, but that does not count out Oakland here. They knew coming in they were underdogs. They played a comfortable comp. We mentioned it over and over again. You just have to find your team fight at that. And 2 fights in a row that have just turned this game on its head. And Oakland now sitting with a 5,000 gold lead approximately. Never do math. It's 4,400. Nonetheless, Oakland is now convincingly ahead. And it's really up to Converse to try and claw this back, because those last 2 fights have been pretty awful for them.
Yeah, it has been pretty bad for them. They haven't been able to take any advantage for probably like, oh yeah, it's been a long time since they've had their hand on the steering wheel here. It's all been Oakland ever since that one fight. They've been in the driver position, and right now they're just trying to stop the bleeding. They're trying to take control back, but I don't know if they can at this point. They need to find a major mistake from Oakland at this point.
Yeah, I think the main thing to keep in mind, actually, we'll get back to that as we get a fight. Ego's
Yeah.
in trouble.
Here is he going in, gets the stun on the Ego, but Ego flashes out and gets out just barely.
Oh.
But we have Wukong as the cavalry there in the mid lane, but they picked the wrong target here. Wazak is going to get taken out, a flashback into the team. This is an absolute brawl fest here. No one's falling, but people are getting dangerously low, and it looks like Converse is on the losing side here.
I mean, the health bars are pretty even across the board at the end of that. It's just Wazek being so tanky in that front line. You got so much armor in the can that your Lord Dominic's doesn't really have as much oomph as you want. You can cut down 40% of the armor. There's still going to be 200 armor to deal with. I think major players in that, though, is that Bensap is able to get on top of the Jinx. And that keeps happening over and over again. Hope is left out to dry. And this is sort of the push and pull that Leona gives you. Leona wants to go in. She wants to be a primary engage, but now she has to sit on the back. She needs to be protecting that Jinx alongside Zav. It's just very challenging. Ego.
Pushing up a little bit too far, getting caught out by Rensap here.
Okay.
Nothing happens, though. It was a little bit dangerous, a little bit scary, but both players are like, let's not do this. Let's not just kill ourselves
Yeah,
here.
I mean, another thing to note is that all the deaths are on the Malphite. They don't care that the Malphite has died 5 times. It's the fact that Bensap hasn't died and everyone's only died once on the opposite
That's
side.
his job.
That's his job. I think we really need to look towards the Jinx. It is all on the Jinx's shoulders. I think Duckman at this point, you know, you tried your best, but it's not going to be, you're not going to come online fast enough, barring this game extending out to 50 minutes, God forbid. It's really down to this Jinx, and we got to keep an eye on Hope at all times. That is the key to success here for Converse, and if Oakland pull the trigger a little bit too early, or if they jump forward a little bit too much, they're going to be in trouble. This could be the defense that they're looking for. Converse trying to take this fight.
Tower goes down. They're moving in on this last inhib. Big hook from Shaggy. A little bit too aggressive, though. You don't want to overcommit. Gets stunned up. There's Birdsap getting 1, 2. It's all falling the way of Oakland. They need to win this fight. This is the win or lose situation for them. They have another inhib. Do they choose to play it safe and exit, or do they play for the end?
They got on top of Hope again, and the flash was just barely not off of cooldown, 5 seconds away. That could be the difference maker. Oakland looking to make a big upset here.
Yeah, Duckman not looking too great here. It's Ego just going in. One last ditch effort. He falls. Both carries are down. They need to take both towers down and take this one down very quickly. Duckman falls in a double kill to bully you, and he's bullying all the way to the bank here as Oakland, in an upset, takes this one 1-0 in the series so far.
We established what the win condition was from the get-go. We knew that Converse was playing a comp that was very reliant on getting their carries fed, and Oakland were able to counter that. 3 extremely strong team fights in a row, and that just ends the game for them. The Wombo combo prevails. It is timeless combo. You see it all the time in ARAM. If it works in ARAM, why doesn't it work here?
Exactly,
but honestly,
yeah.
them just being able to pilot their champions to the highest efficacy ends up being the difference maker. One of the bigger upsets that we could have seen here, and Oakland are able to find it. Granted, it is a best of 3. Converse have their loss protection in a way here. Just means we're going to be going to 3 games if Converse is to take this.
Yeah,
or
and it's fearless. So we're not going to see that set ever again. We're not seeing that team comp. We're not seeing the other team comp. We're going to get a whole new fresh batch of champs in here after this break here. But let's take a look down at this breakdown. I mean, 16-8, they had double by the end. That is an absolute statement right there.
Yeah, I think, honestly, Hensap, Bensap, both of them very similar in name, very similar in roles, all designed to blow up the team, and I think they did that exceptionally well. Hensap was very quiet throughout the early stages of that game, but as soon as you get into those team fights, just drop down a shockwave on top of either Wazek or Bensap, and you're in good shape. Bully you able to drop out consistent damage. You didn't need a whole lot at the end of the day. You just needed 1 or 2 of those fights. They were able to find 3, and that ended up being the difference maker for them. Converse are going to have to go back to the drawing board here and say, okay, what do we really need to focus on? Because Wazek has shown prowess on the Darius, has shown prowess on the Malphite, can sort of play both roles. I think Wazek punishing them was the right call. It's just you need to push it forward a little bit more.
I think so. I agree with you right there. The analysis is exactly on point. Wazek, though, was a key player. Sure, he had the most deaths on the team, but he was taking those deaths for the team. He was just jumping there, being the meat shield, taking all the damage, and that's what the Malphite has to do. You know, you get the stun, your job's done. take the heat.
Yeah, you get to a certain point where tank items are so damn cheap that you're just able to buy them. You get 3 armor items, and all of a sudden you can't do anything. This was the big one that I was critical of. Hope just left out to dry. Just no front line around, and now is completely separated out from this fight. Bensap's able to find an angle on top of them, and that was really the one where I started to get very concerned for Converse. This ended up leading into, I believe, setting up for that end. They got the inhibitor, they got the dragon afterwards, and then this last fight here, you can just see they're doing damage. They're looking for that angle, but once again, it all comes down to the combo. They're actually able to find the ult onto Zav this time, and just has to drag it back, has no choice. And I mean, if that's the most damage that you're able to do to Bensap and Wazak, that's when you know you're in trouble.
Yeah, that you're in a really poor situation if that is where you're locked down to. I mean, you don't want it to come to that. And at this point, you're already in there. I mean, Ego dying as well, I think, was the nail in the coffin at the very end here. I mean, he tried his best. He had to defend the towers, but like, there's nothing he could have done. Everyone was dead at that point. But you got to give props to Oakland. They played this one to a T. They played this one amazingly.
Yeah, they played it to the game plan, and that's exactly what you need to do when you are the underdog coming into it. Now, all of a sudden, they might not be the underdogs coming into game 2. We'll have to see what they end up cooking up for the second game. Of course, Fearless means none of those 10 champions are available. We will see what they cook up in store. We're going to head to a break here before game 2. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the SGS. We are here in the first round of 8, and in a major upset, Oakland has taken the first game against Converse University. They were looking to be the victors in this matchup, at least. They're the higher seed, and they played much better throughout the tournament. But now Oakland here coming back with a vengeance.
Yep, Converse on the back foot here. Let's actually take a look at the bracket and see the other matchups that are going on to see if there were any other upsets. And as expected,
no other upsets.
Oakland getting the one game of upset thus far. Granted, Converse still has legs in this best of 3, and I think, as we were mentioning, their experience is going to come through in the game 2 and 3 drafts, especially because now all of a sudden this sort of wombo combo, sort of easy to execute comp is no longer as much of an option for Oakland.
It's no longer on the table due to the Fearless draft, and now it's going to be an absolutely crazy match going into the next one. I'm excited to see what Converse picks out, because I think they just picked, old rival. They picked what's solid, what could work, but now we're going to really see them dig deep into their champ pool and try and throw something unique together, something with a message, with a purpose, to try and deal with Oakland's.
Yeah, I think a major factor that we've noticed is that Ivern is very strong in the right circumstances. That was one of those ones where it didn't feel that strong, and I think a lot of that was because it was a wombo combo. It's a burst. The main draw to Ivern is over the course of a fight, he will get 3, 4, 5 shields on your carry. There wasn't a chance to get multiple shields on the Jinx in those, because the Jinx would get the first shield would get eaten through, and then the Jinx would be at 40% HP. And then the second shield comes through, and they eat through the rest of it. And that's the main thing that we need to look forward to in this next game, is how is Zav going to adjust to push through in this next draft. And we're going to be getting that draft up very shortly here. I want to see Converse be a little bit more innovative. I want to see them pull something out that's a little bit different, just to sort of catch Oakland off guard. And I think that their experience is going to be the main difference maker here. That's what they need to go to. They need to pull out the bag of tricks here. And as you can see, those are the picks from the previous game, or the previous map, apparently.
And we're seeing the same bans once again, of course.
Not surprising.
Gotta ban the same ones, like you said. We don't see those change. But maybe we do, actually. We're seeing a Callista be banned out on the side of Converse. Now, Oakland, their bot lane picks are going to be even more thin.
Yeah, and I believe sides are swapped there, so despite Oakland's logo being on the top, it is Converse on the blue side this time around. I'm interested to see what they end up first picking if this is on the table. Nunu, Galio, and Karma are removed. Ambessa and Callista were off the board as of right now. I want to see what Converse comes out within their first couple of picks here, because that's the important part. They need to get some power picks on the board, and Aurora would do it. Aurora's very strong.
Aurora is very strong. A lot of flexibility there as well. Could be mid, could be top if you really wanted to do it. But honestly, very solid pick, very solid passive, very solid champion. Really good in the team fights as well. That ultimate just locks down an entire area and makes it her playground. But probably the star of the show for today has been Skarner. Every team that has run Skarner today, I think, has won. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Skarner is
so
a ridiculous champion. I think the only one that didn't win was Fanchon that first game, because they were facing Converse. But Skarner very strong. You just have engage in a can at that. You just toss it down. It can suppress you. It can pull you back. It can do a whole bunch of damage. Skarner a little bit overtuned at the moment. And the answer into the Aurora is the Ahri. So Skarner Ahri, not necessarily the combo that you would expect right off the board. You would expect that to be a Vi Ahri or something that has resets. Viego Ahri is another one that has been common in the past. Skarner Ahri not as common, but it does still provide the same idea. Your jungler comes through with a lot of CC. You land your charm. There you go. Happy birthday. Nonetheless, Maokai and Ezreal would be something for Hope. And if I'm seeing that right, Phantom Star, who is subbing in at support to get on the ropes here. Okay. Interestingly enough, Converse does have a 6-man roster.
They do.
Yes, Dinosaur Chainsaw was there previously. Phantom Star joined them, I believe, last spring. Phantom Star, I played Flex Q with. Fantastic support. Plays a whole bunch of really fun supports. This Maokai may not be going to Phantom Star. It could be something else up the sleeve, but I will not I will save my thoughts for
We'll
when
save
potentially the teams aren't listening.
We'll say it. And we're seeing the Zaya being locked in for the bot lane pick. I mean, that's an interesting pick as well. The Rakan is still on the table if it doesn't get picked out or banned out, so that could be an option we see come into fruition. But honestly, I have no other clue what they could be thinking about. I mean, there's so many options on the table for support right now. They could literally choose anything.
Yeah, I think one thing to keep in mind is Rakan will be a necessary ban. Yep, there it is from Converse, just to keep the lovers apart. Cassante being removed, I'm not surprised. Cassante is just one of those champions of all time.
Pike.
The Pike ban is that's what I was going to talk about, because Phantom Star, every time we play Flex, if we need to win a game, we're just like, listen, Phantom Star, it's Pike time. And he's like, oh, no, I got you.
It's Pike
and then it plays Pike and we win the game, that's for sure. So that's, I think, the interesting one that could have been picked up. I think it works really well with Ezreal as well, because Pike can just roam around the map. Not an option now, so you're taking away some of that roaming prowess. Still a lot of options that work out well with the Ezreal here. Of note, Karma...
Oh, the Braum
was banned away, so not a case. Braum going to be the option there. That makes a lot of sense as well, especially with Zaya's potential for being frail and easy to kill.
Especially against Ezreal, it's hard to try and get the angle on that Braum.
You
It just
block
covers the entire front side. I mean, you really have to commit there. You can't go for the poke. Hope one. Oh, that's Phantom actually locking in the Soraka.
Yeah, and I think Soraka here is really interesting, because you look at the Oakland side, they have a lot of consistent damage this game. This is very much the opposite to what they picked last time. There's, the Ahri ends up, dashing around. It's a lot of consistent damage. You get 3 dashes and go from there. This would be an ego special if it's locked in. I'll talk about that once it comes through. Zaya, the feathers, consistent damage. There's a little bit of burst behind there, but you can just drop it down.
And the Gangplank.
Now there's a Gangplank on top of it. Ego has been playing Gangplank for as long as they've been in North America, the North American collegiate scene. This is something that isn't that strong of a champion right now overall, but Gangplank can still turn the tides of the game with one barrel combo, and it's putting Wazek in a little bit of a blender here, deciding between whether they want to go toe-to-toe level 1 or if they just want to outscale it.
Yeah, very interesting picks across the board. This is more like a team philosophy than a combo kind of build here. They're just playing for poke, long game, very consistent damage versus jump in, lock one down, and try and execute.
Yeah, Oakland is trying to replicate their their comp that they used against OTSU. The Darius, very similar in that regard, where you need to have a strong early game, and if the lanes are swapped, you can really take advantage of this. Gangplank is one of those champions that can get punished quite a bit in a lane swap, because they want to farm up with their barrels, they want to farm up with their parlays to make sure that they get enough gold, get their upgrades, then all of a sudden your ultimate is way stronger. The problem with that is this Darius also doesn't want to get lane swapped on. So now Darius wants it to be a standard lane, but you're laning it to someone who gets really messed up by a lane swap. So you get to decide, do you want to screw over your Darius by lane swapping, or do you want to keep it toe-to-toe there? Because Darius should beat Gangplank in a 1v1 given enough time, and if you're able to last at the barrels properly.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
This is interesting indeed. I mean, we're seeing a lot of champs. I personally haven't been seen played all too much. Like Soraka, I've seen her be played in like solo queue and stuff, but in like collegiate, semi-pro, I don't see Soraka all too much, honestly. But I'm excited to see what he can do. You've played with him, right? So
yeah,
it should be. What are your thoughts on this? Pick?
I think Phantom Star's an excellent player. I think they can play whatever they want and play it to a very high level. Main thing is, I think Ezreal Soraka works really well because it's just about outlasting your opponents. Once again, it's very much similar to the idea of the Jinx plus the Ivern in the jungle, but this time Ezreal is a lot safer. You're able to get that dash back. You're able to play a little bit further back. And Phantom Star doesn't even need to be on your screen to be effective. They can just be sitting back, healing the little ambulance at the back.
True.
I think the important thing is just to make sure that Soraka is safe at all times, and that's where Zav comes into play.
Mm-hmm.
Zav is going to be the one who has to stand in front, of the Soraka specifically, and protect them from Skarner, protect them from Braum engages, protect them from Charms, protect them from all of this dive that they could be potentially privy to. that is the difference maker here. And I think it is the onus is really going to be on Zav to be that bodyguard here, considering no one else can really bodyguard for themselves. I mean, Duckman and Hope have dashes away. You got the oranges on Ego, so they can sort of fend for themselves. It's Soraka that you need to protect, and that is the most important person. That is sort of your Agent X. You got to keep him safe at all costs, prect the president type thing.
Exactly. Dive down in front of those bullets, in front of those Qs and Rs. You want to
dive down in front of the feathers and the charms.
Exactly. That's what you gotta do. Honestly, the mid lane showdown, Ari v Aurora. I'm wondering how that one's gonna work out. I would honestly say Ari's probably gonna be. I don't know. That one's actually tough. I'd say I'd give it to Ari though.
I think Ari does well if given the space to roam. I think the important thing is if Duckman can match the wave clear, it makes it a lot more difficult for Hensap to leave the lane because Aurora can match that with the innate movement speed that she's able to get. I think the main thing for Hensap is just to be effective at doing one of Ari's jobs. I think that has been a major thing for Hensap throughout today, is just doing one thing well. I believe in their matchup against OTSU, it was that they didn't die. They didn't die against Levantia, which was honestly that's what they needed, because it didn't give Levantia any opportunities to sort of get back into the game. Last game, it was pressing R at the right time. It sounds very simple, but Hensap hasn't really had to do that much.
No, he hasn't.
And if they do need to do more than that, I worry that they may not be able to step up to that level, because they're going up against a very strong team. They haven't shown it yet. I'm willing to be proven wrong. I got proven wrong last game. I predicted Converse would take it. I got proven wrong.
I had a feeling.
If Hensap is able to step up and become one of those big carries, by all means, go ahead and do it. It's more so a case of I will wait until I see it to believe it.
I had a feeling Oakland was going to win last game, or at least put up a really good fight.
Yeah.
And now I have a feeling there's going to be a really strong counterpunch from Converse.
100%.
I think their team comp, I think I would give it over to them, honestly. I think they are much more comfortable on the champs that they're picking, especially with the Fearless thing going on. I think it's Oakland that is going to have a tougher time going into this one. Maybe it's a tactical pick. Maybe they're burning away champs for Game 3 at this point, just so Converse doesn't have them, right? It could be a tactical play.
Possibly. I know the main thing is that if there comes a Game 3, our day gets a lot longer. That's for sure.
It does.
Because they got to play Game 3 at some point. It can't be during Seawall.
Oh,
so
you're right.
We're going to have to see how that all turns out. We should be getting into game shortly here with game number 2. Converse need to find a counterpunch. They need to find it now, and they need to find it fast. Will they be able to do so? I look towards the top lane as my matchup of choice. Gangplank versus Darius is not one that Gangplank necessarily appreciates, but it is one that they are forced to go into quite a bit, specifically in solo queues. Main thing is, your barrels aren't safe. Darius just W's them.
They're not. Yeah, he's just going to take him down. He's just going to... It's just going to be an absolute brawl fest in the top lane. I can't wait to see it. And let's get just right into the Summoner's Rift. I mean, we can speculate about the teams all we want, but we're always surprised every single time. I mean, we can identify the DNA within the creature, but we don't know how it's going to act.
Yeah, I think, once again, lane swaps are not really that good for either side here. I think, if anything, Converse wants to be the one to initiate it, but even then, you don't want to mess up your ego at that by swapping the wrong way. I'm curious as to how this Gangplank is going to work out. Did go for the grasp, as expected. In some of these matchups, you want to get a little bit beefier. Just, you got to make sure that you're staying alive in that lane, because Gangplank isn't picked that often for a reason. It can be difficult to pilot, and Ego needs to show that they've got sort of the skill. They've got the ego.
It's an ego pick.
It's an ego pick, exactly. It's an ego pick. You got to show that you can play this Gangplank in this meta.
Exactly. And now, of course, I think the nerves are starting to mount here. They don't want to go for any early invade. They don't want to give anything up too early. And they have a lot to prove here. They had a lot to prove in the last game. They proved everybody wrong. They swung it in their direction. But they have to still be adaptable. You can't just do what you did last game, because Converse isn't going to play how they played last game. They're going to come in with a completely different play style. I think they're going to take more risks this game to try and get ahead.
Yeah, for sure. By the looks of it, standard lanes. Ego did take barrels first. Yep, there they are. As you can see, Wazek is contesting the barrel, and that's sort of how the matchup goes. As already on the bot side, Hope forced to burn the potion just to sort of stay healthy. But they do have the advantage. They have walked up enough to zone Bully U and Shaggy off of the creeps, and that's the important part here as Phantom Star getting in on the action as well, just making sure that it works. This is double ranged into a Braum, which is going to be tough, but Phantom Star needs to be careful, already burning the heal.
Yeah, Phantom Star getting burned down really, really quickly here, even at level 1. And now, I think the wave is going the way of Converse, though. They're staying cool, calm, and collected. Now, if we go back over to the mid lane, we're seeing some swaps left and right in terms of damage, but it looks all but equal there.
Yeah, I mean, Bully U still level 1, taking the brunt end of these trades. That was heal burned on Shaggy as well, so heal off of both of the supports. Something else to note, Hope has Cleanse, Bully U has Barrier. That means that if Bully U is crowd controlled, is rooted up, and there is no ultimate to save them, Bully U is in trouble, and they're probably dead.
But those roots are still going to be harder to land, especially with the Soraka. They have to really line that shot up.
More so for if Zav shows up.
Oh, for sure.
If Zav shows up, it's point and click. Okay, like what are you supposed to do with it? You can't. You would either have to flash away from it preemptively or drop your barrier immediately as it comes through. Could still be difficult. Ego though, surviving for the time being, doing a good job of sort of holding their shots on the barrels, and this is actually putting Wazek in a little bit of a challenging situation where, as the Darius, you want to be the one aggressing in the early levels, and instead Ghost has been burned defensively against Ego's gangplank. Converse are showing up here to play. They've already got themselves pretty decent gold leads across the board just by virtue of being on the front foot a little bit more.
Yeah, they're definitely just playing with more confidence here. They're just walking up, showing that they're in control. They are just doing an amazing job at stopping the CS.
I said that,
well.
and then the gold lead disappeared, by the
Yeah.
way. But you know how it is. It's pretty even CSing across the board. I mean, the main thing is going to be something else to note. Gangplank is a thief, okay? Gangplank's a pirate. He's going to steal a whole bunch of extra gold from minions. That's really where the Gangplank is going to shine here, and just trying to get those parlay stacks coming through. You need the Sheen as soon as possible, and working on it right now is Hope in trouble.
Wow, they're really going in on it, and this is an absolutely amazing gank at this point. They're just pushed up way too far, the insurance being snap there. But honestly, great start for Oakland here. You get the 2 early kills in the bot lane, you set yourself up to start snowballing where you need to.
Yeah, I think
it's only top lane that I think they're having some trouble.
Yeah, I think the major thing there is the Braum with the last little bit of mana was able to land a Winter's Bite onto Hope. And that ends up sort of sealing the deal there, gets slowed up. Doesn't want to cleanse it too early, because if they cleanse it too early, then they end up sort of paying the price for it later. Nonetheless, great start here for Oakland. They've got their 2 early kills. Converse needs to try and get a little bit crafty here, and I think that's where it's going to be challenging for them, is finding different angles to approach Oakland from, because Oakland are playing the standard game incredibly well.
They're playing it very, very well. I mean, they are just playing slow and steady like they had before. I mean, why change the game plan if it's working? I mean, this is just textbook League at this point, and somehow they're just beating out Converse, who very well should, on paper, be beating them out. But I think Oakland is just so dialed in. This is probably one of the first few lands they've been to in a while. So I think they really want to win, and they're doing an amazing job at showing it.
Yeah, I mean, if Oakland were to sort of upset the top 4 that were securely above the rest of them, it would provide... It would send shockwaves, I want to say. Not big ones, but some.
Be ripples in the water.
I would say more than ripples. I would say disturbance in the current. You know, there's a couple too many rocks in the water now. It could change things up for sure, and I think that's what's important, is that Converse are coming in here expected to go to a semifinals, expected to go up into one of the premier semifinal matchups, and they were expected to, sweep away this opponent. Now that they're already struggling with it, it puts a couple of question marks in there, like, is this team legit?
I'm question mark pinging, where is the Skarner? He's on grubs. No one has any vision. He's just taking them uncontested.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of that is just because the Aurora's looking for a roam here. The Aurora's moving down. Zav is on the bottom side of the map. They really want to unlock Hope here, but just too many wards there. They're spotted out, and really nothing doing here, especially with the Braum, the amount of safety you have. So that's up. Just takes it away for free.
Yeah, he's just taken away for free, and I think he might even be able to get a recall back in time or get there before Dragon is up, and he might be able to contest that if they really want to, but it's probably going to be an objective trade, most likely, unless they want to go for a crazy risk.
Yeah, it would have to be an objective trade at that, because a major thing to note is, you know, if they don't get that and they're already down 2 objectives to 0, they can objective trade the next one and Oakland would get the feat for free. But instead, they're opting to send 4 members for this one. They're just giving themselves a little bit of insurance, but even still, Ari is in the area. Bensap has the ultimate available. Zav does not. Seems as if Oakland are going to get cold feet and back out.
Yeah, they're going to back out. Smart play. You don't want to overcommit here. I mean, it's Mountain Drake. It's not any damage boost. Get locked down, though, by that Aurora. And, wow, big pull by Bully You. Can't save the Braum, though. They get 1, but he really stopped the bleeding there. That was not looking good.
Yeah, big thing to note here, actually, should have noticed this earlier. Hope has lethal tempo, so the longer those fights go on, the more damage the Ezreal is going to be able to do. A big factor into Ezreal's strength isn't the fact that you can land your Qs. If you can land your Qs, great. It's more so the fact you stack up your passive, you get a whole bunch of bonus attack speed, you E in, and you just auto-attack them to death. That's the major thing. Zav just got his Krugs jacked from him.
Yep.
Welcome to Skarner.
Skarner just railroads right into that camp. Not going to do all too much. What are you planning here, Oakland? You're going for a little bit of a risky play here. Tower's right behind you. Don't want to give up your early lead.
Yeah, they're going to back off at the very least.
Okay, we're seeing pokes come left, right, and center. Are they going to go for the red steal? I think they will. I mean, Braum's there. They have the team.
Zav's level 5.
Advantage here. Duckman looking eyeing, trying to find the optimal push, but what are you doing here, Skarner? You're just pulling it away.
Well, let's take a look at that early engage as well. Yeah, you can just see Hope use the E sideways to try and thread the needle onto Bully You, and then just gets tagged with the Phantom Star, ends up falling as well, just by virtue of being too far up. Didn't want to burn the flash for that at the very least, because it wasn't going to be necessary. Here, this is what I mean. Hope just keeps auto-attacking, keeps going, keeps going, keeps going. More auto-attacks, and that's how you get the job done. That's what the lethal tempo does there. And sometimes you go for press the attack if you want those shorter trades. Hope is understanding that they're going to be in it for the long con. They're going to have to cut through some of these tankier members. Lethal tempo the way to go for them.
I mean, that's what you got to do. You got to turn it around, turn that Ezreal into a machine gun. Just start domino effect. Wow,
flash.
Big slam there from the Braum. Doesn't quite land it, though. Going to have to back off once again. They're putting a lot of pressure here on Converse in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Of course, we turn over to the mid lane. Things are looking pretty stagnant. Bully You, though, taking a lot of damage, needs to try and get out. Ezreal's really able to lock them down here.
Yeah, looking to try and get some auto attacks down. Hope needs to be careful still. Main thing to note as well, actually, Duckman has almost perfect CS. You're 96 CS approaching 10 minutes. Perfect CS would be 102, so they only missed 6. Good for you, Duckman. Unfortunately, they haven't really done much elsewhere on the map, but, you know, it's the small victories at that. Even on that bottom side, really good flash from Phantom start to dodge away from Shaggy's engage. As it settles here a little bit more, as we get more into the rhythm of things, this is sort of what we would expect out of these two teams. Once again, the standard gameplay coming through from Oakland is what they've been pushing for this entire time, and they're perfectly content to just sort of sit back, relax, and let themselves scale into the later stages. Granted, I think that Converse is more comfortable with it this time, considering they've got this Gangplank insurance policy.
Yeah, I 100% have to agree with you there. It's absolutely difficult for them to do this
Bully
here.
You.
But wow, a little engaged here in the bot lane. They catch Bully You backing mid bush. He's going to try and ult to get out. Aurora ult comes through, and the Ezreal ult in a big combo. They lock him down and get the kill. Shaggy, running for his life, manages to get out.
Yeah, just got the timing on that from Duckman, able to walk down at perfect time. Hansap had no idea. Hansap might have pinged it once, but didn't go down and follow. It's going to be a plate to trade, but at the very least, this Aurora going to be pretty happy with how that turned out. Duckman going to drop a little bit of CS, so not going to have quite that perfect CS that they were running at earlier, but still they've got the CS lead. It doesn't matter. They just walk down, get a kill, and now they're up 500 gold on their opponent.
Yeah, Hansap trying to get some value on that tower, just trying to win lane at this point, because that was just a big roam from Duckman. As we look over top lane, we're taking grubs. Can you get all 6? They really want to try and contest this one, and he gets all 6.
He's stuck.
He's stuck, though. Oh, it flashes through.
You have to flash.
You burn flash, but hey, you don't burn your life.
Yeah, honestly, Bensap, I don't know why they didn't like smite it earlier. I don't know if they had smite or anything, but
Smite's on cooldown.
Yeah, a little bit greedy, I want to say, to try and stick around for that long. They get the 6 scrubs there. You're forced to burn the flash, but it does take away a lot of tools from Bensop there in terms of the engage. Now it seems as if lanes have swapped back up to the top side, despite the grubs already being taken. Zaba's looking for a play here, doesn't have the ult, but knowing that Bully doesn't have their ultimate, this could be their opportunity to go. Wave gets thinned out too quickly, though.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to make much of anything happen up here just yet. The wave is not in their favor. At this point, we're just going to be playing normal bot lane up here in the top lane.
Yeah,
it out.
We're an Australia map, you know, everything's upside down. Of note, Bensop is on the dragon spawn and is just going to get that for free due to the number of members on the top side of the map. Which means that Oakland, they're going to have one of their feats unlocked. Or, actually, they would get that one. They've been looking at these towers pretty menacingly. It really depends on if they get one extra kill before Converse does. And if they get those tier 3 boots, I mean, I don't know if it really matters to Converse again, but it's nice to have. You can say you won the feat battle.
I mean, if they really start to snowball, it could help out a little bit. But honestly, you're right. It's not going to be all too much in the grand scheme of things. They just prevent that soul from being taken so quickly by Converse.
Yeah, I think that's the important part. Ultimate going to go out. Actually,
wow, it hits.
On Zach.
He's getting a really bad position here. And he gets the pull, but it's not going to count to anything. That's going to be a feat going over to Converse.
Yeah. The good thing about this game I want to point out is that Duckman is on the board. I think it's been important to unlock Duckman a little bit. They've been quiet throughout this, I think, all of today. You know, even in the first game, they were doing, you know, okay. But last game, they really didn't do much. They were 0-5, I believe, at the end of the game. This time, they've unlocked themselves on the Aurora. They're starting to get themselves active on the map. They're starting to get gold in their pockets, and this is important because, you know, we hype up Hope, Devin, so much that sometimes you forget about these other two side laners. You know, the brothers got to step it up here. And thus far, Ego's done a great job of just sort of holding it down for the time being, but Duckman is starting to come through, show their colors, and make their name known here.
Yeah, I believe it's so. I don't know if they're going to be able to stop this tower from being dropped. Ego, just watching it happen, he can't do much of anything. He's just going to try and stop the wave once it pushes on through. I got to say, Oakland playing this one cool, calm, collected, very methodical in their approach.
Yeah, they got the feats. So good for them. Once again, I don't really think Converse cares, but good for them. They got the feats. Main thing to note, gold is slightly in Converse's favor. Granted, I would not put any stock into this gold lead or deficit at this point in time. It is far too small to have any sort of impact on any impressions of it.
For sure. Right now, Oakland is just in a position to put on cruise control, slow the game down, and play for the long game. I mean, they got all 6 grubs. That's good enough for them in the early game. Now, it's just not throwing the mid game. If Converse can get their footholds in, get their fangs in, and get a few kills and start to snowball, I think that's when this game will flip on its head. But for right now, Oakland just needs to keep playing slow, drag this one out, and I think they'll have this one in the bag.
Yeah. There's really not. Like, this is one of those games where, much akin to game 1, you know, things just sort of die down. And that's fine. So we got a replay. You know what? This is good. Thank you, Owen, for bringing us something. Here's a replay of, okay, the kill on Bully. So this is them just chasing it down, able to find a fantastic ultimate. The Aurora ultimate plus that Ezreal ultimate really layering together well. And then, of course, the answer, once again, the Ezreal ultimate. Then Duckman able to sort of take advantage of was like just barely not being able to get out of it. And this Aurora having 2 kills, good. Nothing happened during that replay. Nothing at all.
Not too much. Not too much. I mean, we got 1 kill. This is a very, very slow game for right now.
Gangplank's happy to farm.
I mean,
I'm just saying, Gangplank's perfectly fine to continue to pilfer all the gold off of the minions that they want.
I mean, you'll start to get a good chunk of gold for himself there. Yeah. Rift is spawning. We might see a fight come out about there. But for right now, both teams really not wanting to commit anything here. We're just waiting for the moment to strike, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Both teams are doing a dance, and they're waiting for the other to slip up.
How does Gangplank get bonus gold off of minions? That's the real question. Like, are minions like actual like do they have like monetary value, or do they just have money? And when you kill them, you just like you rob them.
I think.
So like,
yeah.
when Gangplank gets bonus gold, does he just like?
He's extra robbing them.
He's
you
using
know?
he's parlay, which is like a gun. He's just like,
Yeah.
he's like, give me your money, and then he gets more gold for it.
Give me
I don't
more
know.
gold. Oh, big
fight going
ultimate
on.
here
Let's go.
from the Maokai. Locks down a few. Can they make use of it, though? Yes, they can. They're going in. Ego going in. Duckman dropping the ultimate. Lots of damage on the
Pale
side
missed.
of Oakland. They're all falling down. This is absolute chaos. No one dies, though. But Oakland going to have to turn and run.
Yeah, the Impale missed. Duckman was able to actually dodge away by using that ultimate, jumping to the opposite side, and then being able to dodge away from that Impale as well. So a lot burned by Duckman protecting that shutdown for themselves. Actually, a lot of damage went through as well. Bully wasn't able to dodge the initial damage from it, so even when they went up, they had to come down at some point and just sort of stand there. Didn't really have Feathers in a good position. This whole time, I don't think Ego joined that fight. Once again, went up to those minions, held it up to them, said, give me your money, give me your lunch money, and got more gold out of it.
I mean, and give them money, they did. I mean, he's already got a few items already. They're going to take down this Rift in record time with no one able to contest. But right now, as we see that Oakland positioning for Dragon, and it's Infernal Drake, that's a pretty nice one to have.
Yeah, I mean, they're positioned to try and accelerate this game a little bit, but Converse, with that fight, honestly, were able to accelerate it in their own right. They're able to get this Rift Herald, and now they're perfectly fine giving over this Hextech Dragon, and they just want to say, okay, we're going to toss this down top lane, maybe get a tier 2, or maybe we'll just look for another fight, drop Rift Herald in a lane, take advantage of it that way. So I'm interested to see how the next, 5 minutes of this game goes, because Oakland has been playing very well. I don't want to take anything away from them. But Converse, the expectations are higher. Expect more out of them. Expect them to be a little bit more forthcoming, a little bit more forward-thinking in terms of their gameplay so that they can continue to push their team across the line.
I mean, their micro is much better. You can definitely see in the team fights, the positioning, the fights they're taking, their ability usage a little bit better. But I think the macro, Oakland just has them beat. They're playing much smarter, much more patient, and only taking those fights when it is advantageous for them to do so.
Yeah. Granted, of course, compare this comp to Game 1's comp from Oakland. There is much more micro necessary. You need to position your feathers properly. You need to, play Ahri properly and stuff. It's not as sort of brain dead as just going, okay, Wukong, ultimate spin, Orianna ult, and then, just throw everything. You don't really have to do that in this comp. You have to. There's a little bit more nuance to it, and I think that's where Converse can sort of eke out their micro advantages. But once again, we're sort of at a deadlock here. I want to say at 19 minutes. There hasn't really been any action in 7 minutes, apart from a small scuffle around the Rift Herald and a trade of the Dragon for that. I want to see. I feel like Oakland don't want to mess up, and that's why they're playing so reserved. But at the same time, Converse don't want to lose the series, so they're also playing reserved. So this could just end up being quite a trek of a game before we get much action. Hensap actually forced the ult because Eco lands a barrel combo.
I do not mean to break the fourth wall here, but we are getting close to that seal all time, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I have no idea what's going to... I mean, if they play all the way through it, they play all the way through it.
They got a 15-minute buffer. That's all I know. That's in the rule books. That is not made by us. They got a 15-minute buffer before they got to show up for match time.
I mean, I think we're going to go well past that buffer at this point. I don't see
I don't know what's going to happen. You know what? That's not my job. None of these two teams have CLL games, as we've heard. Okay, never mind. It does not matter. They are going to keep trucking on.
They're here to play to the end. And now, that's a big Maokai ult. You get 2 roots out of it. Can you get 2 kills out of it? No, you cannot. It's Shaggy. Going to be able to get out. You're still probably not going to go for that Otacon, though.
Yeah, and
they have a big engage, and they decide, you know what? Let's not kill each other. It's not smart.
C'est la vie. 21 minutes in, 5 kills. Very much the opposite of what we had in our earlier game, Humber versus Fanshawe, where there was, at this point, I think, 35, 36 kills? We have 5. Once again, Ego is perfectly just happy to farm up here. Now has 2 completed items. 211 CS, so 10 CS per minute. This is Gangplank is getting strong, and I think a major factor behind that is that Bensap, who was sort of the X factor, the difference maker in the last game, I'm just going to be straight up about it, hasn't done anything.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of zeros across the board, just across the board, right? That's maybe due to a few key players here. I mean, this Maokai is throwing out that ult every chance he gets. I mean, he's looking for the engages, and I haven't seen the same gusto from Ben Sapp. You know, he's really waiting for that perfect moment. I haven't seen him hook anybody. I haven't seen him spear anybody. We're waiting to see that.
Yeah, and I mean, not all 0-0-0 score lines are made the same. I think Ego being 0-0-0 is perfectly fine. My thoughts on the Ahri being 0-0-0 is, what are you doing? You're playing a champion that, you know, you can use that gold, you can get in there and everything. 2 completed items on both of them at this point. You would expect them to be a little bit more aggressive, look for some more engages at that. But instead, it's been a farm fest. I don't know.
So it is a farm fest. Let's look to the future. Level 18 across the board. Who's having the late game advantage here?
A Gangplank. Gangplank is one of those champions that you hit late game and it's just hitting like a truck every single chance you get. Your barrels charge so much quicker. It does come down to micro, but once again, Ego picking this knows that full well. Aurora, I believe, will outscale the Ahri. The Darius, at a certain point, yes, they're going to be very strong, but they're also going to be squishy with these builds. So it comes down to what they elect to build. This Gangplank does not need to be tanky because the Gangplank can play quasi-ranged, can play further back, can do exactly what they're doing now, sit on their barrels, wait for the correct time, and go for a combo into someone. Because at the end of the day, one barrel can chunk out Ben Sapp for 20% of the health. It's a Scarter. It's not that. It's not that strong yet.
But wow, this mid lane's going to get slammed down. There's the ult as well from the Gangplank peppering them down. They can't sit under tower. This one's probably just going to go bust pretty soon here, but they cannot get it down. There's no commitment from either team here. No one can decide on what to do.
There's no minions. I can understand why, but they should be able to push it down this time around. Granted, Hansap there should clear the wave decently quickly. No, they're gonna secede that tower. Look at where Wazek is though, on a little bit of a flank angle. Hansap taken down to about 400 HP. But the main objective here is that dragon, and Ben Sapp not able to find it. Wow, Wazek, what are you doing?
Wow, Wazek not playing the Malphite this time. You don't have that much health to bear. And wow, what a Maokai locks them all down. They're all down to 1. Ensap can't do anything either. He's on 1 HE. Ben Sapp getting reduced to shreds. Ensap goes down. Ben Sapp struggling on. And Bully just running away through all the chaos. What more can you do? Your team is dead. If you can try and take one down, this could be major. If you can take Ego down, you can turn this one around. You need to try and get a kill, but you cannot, and you give up your own life in the process. Bully staggered from the team, knocked down, and now Converse has a lead.
Oh my god, it was looking so much better for Converse as well, and then they threw it away a little bit there. Duckman got a little bit too aggressive, didn't realize that this Xayah still had all of those summoners, or all of the spells back up. 5 for 3. 5 for 3. There's a little bit of action. There's a little bit of levity to the situation. It's another dragon going over to Converse to tie it at 2 apiece. They have themselves about a 1,500 gold lead. Oh my goodness, Shaggy and Wazek are looking over the wall. I just toss up a question mark and say, Wazek, what were you doing? You just walked up on the flank and died. Nothing doing.
Yeah, that was wild. Baron is starting to spawn now. I mean, we're getting in the late game now here, folks. 25 minutes in, it's 8-5. This is a total flip of the last game. You know, last game, there was a lot more pacing going on, a lot more fights, and now we're starting to finally break into some of those fights 25 minutes in.
Yeah, it had more pace, as you mentioned. It was moving on a little bit more, but as we get into this replay, like, was that no business being there? This combo between the Aurora and the Maokai was fantastic, because you can't walk out, they can't really go in. This Impale, though, to turn it around almost ended up being the difference maker. It's just that Hope got a little bit too greedy jumping forward. Could have potentially played back, let the Ahri move back a little bit more and let someone else take it, and then Duckman, they can see you.
Kind of crazy. Bully was like full HP after that whole team fight as well.
Yeah.
I mean, perfectly evaded all those abilities. Just unfortunate. He also fell in due time.
Yeah, I mean, everyone ended up falling there, but at the very least, finally starting to get this Gangplank unlocked 2-0 and 2. This is what we wanted to see the Gangplank do. Survive the first 20 minutes. Literally didn't do anything for 25 minutes, and then you get 2 kills in a team fight. And now, all of a sudden, Ben Sapp, despite getting a 3-man ultimate, not going to be in a great position.
And there's a Gangplank ultimate, just going to mess up this team fight for Oakland. They can't keep standing in it, but you don't want to give up your position here.
Over blue
Bensap
buff.
in a very, very difficult position over blue buff of all things.
Duckman.
We're going to die. Massive ultimate from the Aurora. Takes one down. Hope takes one down. And now you're going to take down Bensap, but he just flashes out. But Shaggy still dies from Ego's final bullet. And now Converse, firm lead. Oakland just not having any chance here.
Yeah, I mean, Otacon now available as well. Of course, this is going to be your false life Otacon. Ruinous? Voracious.
Voracious.
Voracious. There we go. I think.
I believe so.
Is it voracious?
Well, no. I'll look at it. I'll figure it out.
Voracious. There we go.
There it
False
is.
life. Okay, I've got it in my head now. You would expect. I produce so much League of Legends. You don't think I pay attention to which Otacon it is? No. It's just an Otacon. It's a new buff. There we go. Regardless, 2 kills, Otacon. They've got themselves the advantage now. Converse is starting to take the driver's seat. It's about keeping the driver's seat now because we've talked a lot about how Ego has been farming 10 CS a minute, but gotta look at Bully U as well. And I think a lot of this, like this Impale, was excellent from Bensap, but the re-engage was questionable.
It was. I mean, was Zach standing
Duckman
here for so long, too?
Duckman just sitting off on the side. Jumps into invisibility, I think was seen, but then just is able to slow up the Braum, slow up the Skarner, and that's the important part. Shaggy trying to jump away, but chased down by every auto attack in the book. Ends up going down. Oh, Wazek also went down again, and that was given over to Hope. And now fight.
And now we're fighting another Maokai ult. This is the Wombo combo here, folks. The Aurora ult into the Maokai ult. Nowhere to run. You're locked down. You have to get rooted. And then you're just food for the ADC at that point. They just line them up, knock them down. Nothing more you can do at that point. And Bensap just trying to get his hand back in the game, trying to get control. But you can't really quite do that when Converse has such a firm lead.
Yeah, this is a much better performance from Hope as well. Played well on the Jinx, just didn't have the protection. This time around playing Ezreal has self-protection, is able to just get away from this Skarner at any cost, and now just jumping over the wall, because guess what? They do that much damage. Baron just getting ticked down. Hope can just continue to fire Mystic shots over the wall. Bensop can't get in here. If Bensop tries to walk up, they die.
Yeah, he can't do anything. He doesn't want to give up the life, but you do give up the Baron, and that might have given up the game. At this point, it's just looking all up Converse. I mean, Oakland, there's points at which Converse could have taken the game back in the last game. Right now, the foothold for Oakland is looking further and further with every passing minute.
Yeah, I think the major thing to keep in mind, though, Bully U is still extremely strong. And that is the important member. You've got this Ari sitting on 3 completed items. You've got the Zaya sitting on 3 and a bit completed items. They are incredibly strong, and they've got that extra advantage of the Tier 3 boots. This is where it starts to matter. Now that you're getting into the late game, Tier 3 boots do have a substantiated impact on this game. They just want to continue to find their opportunities. It's, once again, trying to find an angle for the Zaya, which isn't always the easiest case, but Bensop missed.
There it is. You get the execute on the Darius Ego, though, on a rampage with a massive ult. There's the big laser. A triple kill from Ego with a double kill from a Hope. And that might be it, folks. That might have spelled the end. A Baron buff in hand. Entire ace on the board. This game's been blown wide open.
Living up to his name, big Ego play there. Lands the barrel combo, and it just one-shots them. They were there, and then they weren't.
That was...
What are we supposed to say? They are just eviscerated from the map. One Nexus turret going to be going down. Next one sure to follow. Only one who is up is Braum, and I fear Shaggy cannot protect the Mystery Machine this time around. Game 2 goes the way of Converse. We are knotted at ones, going to Game 3.
Going to Game 3, and Fearless, everybody, folks. It's going to be a completely new game next time. New champs, new strategies. Wow, I can't believe what I just saw. That was impeccable from Converse.
Yeah, impressive recovery of mental. I think that's the important thing. You got to keep your mental about you. We're going to run the stats right now. I think there's no doubt in our mind Ego lived up to their name there, but Hope, Duckman, all of them coming into fruition. Duckman managed to get 15 assists despite there being, less than that many kills in the game. 3, 1, and 15.
Wow, yeah, that's
crazy.
crazy.
That's an impressive scoreline from
That
Duckman
is.
as we run the replays as well.
Yeah, 15 a day. I mean, with how many ults I saw that Aurora pop, I'm not surprised. That was just absolutely amazing. There were so many with the Maokai as well. I mean, Zav with 10 assists as well. That's nothing to sneeze at. That was just an amazing game from Converse.
Yeah, this was the kill that we missed on the top side. This was Wazek just getting chased it down.
Yep.
Nothing they can really do about that. Hope able to collect that one. And then from there, they just move everyone down to that mid lane. This is sort of their game-winning play. They just moved everyone down. And despite Zav going down incredibly early on into this fight, once again, on the kick end of that false life buff, you know, they find Shaggy. And that was the next fight. There we go. It was the next fight. I gotta remember my fights 5 minutes, and then you get 2 kills in a team
I think
fight.
the last one.
Now,
I don't know
if
we ever played
that.
that.
But nonetheless, the big barrel combo. That was what was important.
Yeah, that was just crazy all around. I mean, what a game. We're going to game 3. It's the first game 3 of the day.
I think
us
it's the only
on
game
stream.
3
Yeah.
of the day.
Most likely, yeah. But
Yeah.
it's just it's crazy. I mean, Oakland, they still have the chance. The ball's in their court, and hey, maybe what I said earlier was right. Maybe this was a tactical burn, just trying to burn some champs off the board, you know, and put the Converse in a little bit more of a riskier situation.
Yeah, we'll have to see what that turns out to be. But nonetheless, game 3 on the docket. We will be right back with that one. Converse pushed to the limits. Oakland fighting back. Who will take game 3 and move on to the semifinals? We'll see you after this.
3 of the Saints Gauntlet Series League of Legends first round of 8 bracket game. Fearless champs are banned out. It's Oakland versus Converse. You've seen the first 2 games, and now for the final third one, it should be one heck of an amazing show.
It's a barn burner. That's for sure. It's a barn burner. That last game really came down to Converse being able to regain composure. I think that's the main word that we can use for it, because that first game, they had it in their bag and it just slipped out of their fingers. Honestly, by virtue of, as Converse's director said, by playing an 8-year-old comp. That's what Oakland did. They just took, hey, this champion knocks up. This champion knocks up in a circle. This champion knocks up. Let's just put them all together. Let's play it. Yeah, like everyone's played against that comp. Everyone knows how difficult it is to pilot around it. Game 2, just as difficult to pilot around Converse's comp because of that gangplank. You gave it a million CS. He stole all the gold. He had all the minions up there fearing for their lives at a certain point, stealing gold from them, and then just one-shots everyone. That's the game.
Yeah, I think Converse has figured out the remedy to the poison that Oakland was dishing out. Was they're playing it slow. Let's just play a scaling champion, someone who can really take advantage of a slow game. Look back, you have a good mix, in the other lanes in case, but you always have that carry. But let's see what the playoffs have done so far. Of course, not every game is going to be a sweep, but yeah, this is what we were expecting.
Yeah, exactly what we were expecting when it comes down to it. UST Northwood up on that top side. St. Clair versus the winner of this matchup. Honestly, it's anyone's game. It really comes down to whether Oakland can replicate that Game 1 magic. Do they have the champs to be able to do so? Do they have the chops to be able to do so? And do Converse have the, lack of counterplay to do so at the same time? I feel like the ball is in Oakland's court. Converse, once again, expected to win this one. We've said it for all 3 games. This one more so than all of them, because 20 champions are banned off the boards. Wazek is going to have to pull out something different. We've seen them on the Darius. We've seen them on the Malphite. They're going to have to pull off something in between, because honestly, Ego walked in that game. There was no chance for the Darius to have any impact.
Yeah, I think that's where the problem lies, is that top lane. No offense to the top lane of Oakland, but Ego is just on another level, and he's having trouble finding some way to get an advantage. So maybe try something different. Maybe commit to the lane swap early if it is a good matchup. That could be a good play.
I think the main thing is that Converse will be the ones to call the lane swap, if anything. I think more so because of the fact that they've got that coaching staff behind them. Shorter Ace, their coach, played in LCS in 2013?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Shorter Ace
so
has been around
experience.
for a while.
It's crazy.
Shorter Ace is old, man. I'm calling you out, Shorter Ace. Sorry about that.
But we're here in the draft.
Yeah, that's the important part. We're in the draft. Oakland on the blue side this time around. They will get that first pick priority. Once again, once it comes down to it, bans are very likely to be similar throughout these games, but those 20 champions you see on your screen unable to be picked, we're going to have to see something different come through from both of these teams, and what that ends up being is going to be important specifically for Oakland. Their first ban is Ambessa, and I'm not surprised about that when you're just taking some of the OPs off the board. Converse going to go back to tried and true bans.
I mean, you got to keep those comfort pick bans. You don't want to let them slip up now of all times. When we're in Game 3, maybe if you think it'd be good bait, maybe if their team comp wouldn't be good with their comfort pick, But that's a whole different strategy. You're probably just going to keep the same bans across the board. That's no surprise. What the real surprise is going to be is once we get into the picks. The picks is where it's going to be very, very interesting. The Varus getting banned out. I mean, we saw Varus be played in one of the past games. It was absolutely lethal. That's a good pick. Galio being banned out. Another very consistent workhorse champ. You just don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, I think something to note, Ashe is still available. If Ashe is not banned here on blue side, I expect it to be banned on red side. The biggest issue here, once again, is what does Bully you play? Because we saw the Xayah, we saw the Sivir, we've seen Corki before from them. They're starting to run out of champions that we've seen them play, and I think this Corki pick into the mid lane ends up being a lot more effective. The Kalista ban now coming through, that should indicate an Ashe ban here from Converse, as we see. And now what do we have in the bot lane? What is available? We're starting to run out of options, and that's where I throw up the question mark in that sense. What do you play bot lane now? Because you're is it Ziggs at this point? You just lock it in.
I mean, you could get Ziggs. You could play Neela, honestly. Neela, interesting champ. Not the best right now, but we're not going to see a bot lane pick. We're going to see the Sejuani be locked in first.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Hope just lock in the Ziggs or something like that. Pantheon going to be that answer for Zav. Pantheon, one of the strongest bot laners right now. And Hui gets locked in here. This is technically a flex pick.
It is a flex pick, mid or bot. I
Yeah.
think, honestly, I've seen Hui get a little bit more success bot as of recent times, in my opinion. I think he's a good, solid mid laner, but he's just a real switch up in the bot lane. You know, just a completely different play style. You're not going for the typical poke. You're playing for the mega poke there. You're going to long range.
Granted, Duckman very confident on that pick as well. If this is the Hensap Yone once again, Hui is going to be able to dissuade a lot of that. You just toss your fear out in the line that Yone is coming from, and you have a pretty good chance of hitting him. So I can see this Hui going mid. If that is the answer into it, it is a conditional pick there. You want to try and get into your side lanes as quickly as possible with a Yone at all times. But you do have that team fight agency. Once again, you're picking a melee laner alongside a Sejuani. You've got good gank set up innately with that.
You definitely do. Hensap.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, what the heck? That's got to be the top laner. It could be top, could be jungle, most likely.
Oh, it was a mispick.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see Chance disappear. Yeah. They just didn't pick anything, and they're like, oh, we ran out of time. Whoopsie daisy. Yeah. Is I was like, no. We want that pick. We want that pick.
That's
Pick it.
crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, let's theorize for it. Let's fantasize. What if? What if
It's
they
pretty
lock
bad.
that in? Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Like Eagle will just play Teemo into it or something, and then it's like, oh man, what is going on in this game? I don't think Oakland would want to trust a Nasus in a deciding game 3, barring Wazek being a secret Nasus one trick.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
We
but
saw
obviously,
Ruby
after Savage, that's not.
We
that's
know
not
they're
the case.
not. So
It was just a little bit of a misclick, but hey, we'll figure it out in due time. But so far, what do we have locked in? A Sejuani, a Yone. On the other side, we had a few others.
Pantheon.
The Pantheon, yeah. Okay,
Pantheon.
yeah. In the way, yeah.
They should be doing the same thing. Yep.
Yep.
They're running it all the way back.
Yeah, the Hui is an interesting. Where do you think Pantheon's going to be? You think it's Pantheon support,
It's definitely
jungle?
Pantheon jungle. I think Pantheon jungle is just way too strong right now. We've seen it a lot in the LPL. I think Pantheon just does a lot of damage, is able to cut through front line, and it matches up really well into Sejuani as well, because Sejuani is just able to face up, just can't really do anything about a Pantheon. Granted,
Cassante is locked in.
Cassante locked in, and the Garen as the answer.
Wow.
This is Ego saying, listen, I know my matchups. Garen beats Cassante, because what does Cassante do against Garen? Garen just runs at you with his 2 years of game design, presses W and just break their ranks. There you go, spin to win.
And now we're seeing the Tristana be banned out. This bot lane is getting down to ribbons here. It's getting barren.
Yeah,
you don't have too much to pick from anymore.
I'm starting to think of just off the wall AD carries you could pick. Caitlyn is still up and available now that Jhin has been banned away as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see Caitlyn banned. Like, do you end up going into a Ziggs if you're the side of Oakland now? Because you don't really have a whole lot of magic damage. Ziggs would slot in well, but is it something that's in Bully U's wheelhouse? It doesn't.
Exactly.
It doesn't seem like a Bully U champion just by seeing the champion.
It's been banned out anyways.
It's getting banned out anyway. So what do we got on the bot
We
lane
have
now?
Caitlyn, we have Zeri, we have Neela.
Like that's the one thing that I'm thinking for Oakland is that they would pull out the Nyla because they played it against St. Clair earlier. It did not go well.
Ooh.
But it is an option. My only
Yasuo.
concern. Oh man.
Yasuo
my main concern is that now they're all melee if they have the Nyla there too. So then they can't really do much in terms of sieging. They have to go for these team fights. They have to play reckless, bloody, all of that sort of stuff. They're even betting on the Pantheon not going into the jungle. They banned the Vi, which I find a little odd.
Yeah, this is pretty odd. I mean, I could see the Pantheon going support, maybe.
Zeri Pantheon sounds awful. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah, that's not a great combo, but hey.
Oh wow.
I mean, Neela, I think, does have a decent matchup into Zeri. I mean, it's okay.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think if you pick the Neela here.
Oh, Kog'Maw.
Like, Kog'Maw would be okay. It has received nerfs. It would be an AP Kog'Maw, I would assume. But at that point, we're getting into the weeds, right? These bot lane picks right now, you're getting to the B tier. And now, paired up with that Lulu, it's probably going to be your on-hit one. Still does a whole boatload of magic damage. But now I want to see what Phantom Star picks up here, because no Lulu to buff that up. Generally, your next in line is a Yumi, but if we see a Yumi, I will.
Yeah, it looks like they're hovering the Sona as of right now.
That would be interesting.
That would be very interesting. I mean, I haven't seen Sona in quite some time on this level. But hey,
Wow.
we're locking it in. We're seeing Sona. And these comps. I mean, what can you say? These are I don't want to say bottom of the barrel, but these are scrappy.
Yeah, these are scrappy comps. I mean, honestly, the main thing is me being in prod a lot of the times. I can just say what I actually think about these comps.
Yeah.
I can't say that here. It's an interesting comp for sure. I don't mind the Zeri Sona. I think Sona doesn't provide you the same agency that a Lulu would. You really would have preferred to have that Lulu. If anything, you pick the Lulu first, and then you can pick Zeri or Kog'Maw in that situation.
Yeah.
But Phantom Star says, hey, I've got the Sona pocket. Let's try and run it. These comps look... They're
There's no clear combo I'm seeing here.
Yeah, I can see the combo on the top side there. You've got two melee solo laners with us. Sejuani can stack up the passive before she even is able to get in range for it. Garen does exceptionally well against that top side as well because you just press W, you get a bunch of damage reduction for 4 seconds.
Yep.
Long time, and you get a little shield at the beginning. Pantheon has a pretty quick clear, is very scrappy as well, as you mentioned, can just go in for some of these crazy invades and get away with it by virtue of their base damages. And then on your bot side, you know, Zeri versus Kog'Maw, both of them are going to be incredibly difficult to deal with later on into the game. It's just who will get there first, how will they get there, what's the game state going to look like. Oakland's early games have been good.
They have been very good, but that the early game's early game, right? What really matters is the mid to late game ultimately. And one thing you did point out earlier, I think the mid lane is also going over to Converse University. I mean, that Hui, like you said, can just fear this Yone if he starts to run at him. There's a lot going for Converse here in the comp, I think. The only weak point is potentially the bot side, but it's not weak per se. It's just harder to pull off, I think. It's not a clear
The
combo.
bot side is going to be the island in this game, and in some ways, I would not hate to see the lane swap for either team here. You know what? I always hate to see the lane swap because it's kind of boring, but it wouldn't be the worst case scenario if one of these teams opted to swap around for it. I will say. You put your Zeri into a lane where Cassante really can't do much about it. Sona, being that double range, is just going to be able to stand in front. Cassante can deal with taking Sona poke the entire time. On your opposite side, Garen doesn't really want to be in that situation. Garen much prefers to be in the Cassante. So this time, it's on Oakland to decide whether they want to take power away from Ego or if they want to take power away from Hope.
Yeah, a lot of choices to make here, you know. I think you want to try and take down Ego. I think Ego has been the consistent threat throughout all these games. Hope, of course, is the major snowball, the major factor here. But they're a little bit volatile, right? You know, ADC is always that volatile role. If you can just lock them down, corner them away, you know, not feed them too much, they're not going to be too much of a thorn in your side.
Yeah.
But Ego, win or lose, he's going to be annoying. He's going to be in your face, spinning to win.
Which is why I would say that in some ways, Ego, you targeting Ego is...
You're right. He regardless.
It doesn't matter at the end of the day. Garen's going to Garen. It's more so that Hope has been the win condition. Win or lose, win condition or lose condition in a lot of these situations. So do you want to open yourself up to the potential of just giving Hope what they want and get into the lane swap where they're just able to farm freely against the Cassante? Or would you rather just put them into the 2v2 and hope for the best at that point? Put a lot of attention down to the bot side, make sure you're taking resources away from Hope. That's what I need to... I want to see from Oakland. I want to see them be decisive about one or the other. If they're gonna, if they're gonna ruin Ego, then ruin Ego hard. If you're gonna ruin Hope, ruin Hope hard. Take the Hope away from them. But we should be getting into games shortly.
I think so. Yeah.
This is gonna be interesting.
This is interesting.
This is
is more interesting than I think anyone thought it would be. Like, I mean, Oakland's really putting up a good fight. They have a really good chance of taking this and being the major upset in the tournament. But I think Converse, they have too much they want to prove.
Yeah.
You know, they made the trek out here. They just want to lock this one down.
Yeah, I think Converse definitely faltered for a little bit. They took a little stumble. They got to get back up on their feet here. Honestly, the analysis of that game one, now that you think about it, full AD into Malphite, not a great idea.
Yeah.
Not going to do damage to the Malphite. Game two, a lot better execution. And now it comes down to this game three. We did confirm with both of the teams, they don't have CLL. They already played their game, so they're good to go.
Yippee!
Yeah, there's no delays in that sense, but nonetheless, they've still got to get themselves across the finish line here. One of them will survive to face on St. Clair, the hosts. The other will go home, either back to Michigan or back to South Carolina, basically empty-handed. And
Yeah, that's a big difference in Trek, by the way.
That's
right?
a big difference in Trek. Yeah.
South Carolina to Michigan, that's an entire country right there. So I think South Carolina might want the win a bit more here.
Just a little bit there. I mean, as well, they're expected to win. They need to protect their reputation as well, because losing to Oakland would not be good on their resume, especially when it comes down to the later stages. We mentioned it earlier, sort of the storyline behind them. They're coming into the Peach Belt. There's no competition in the Peach Belt. Once again, it's Converse and a bunch of friends.
Yeah.
I'm saying the nice word for it. A bunch of friends there, and they need to prove themselves against other competitions, which is why they play in all of these other competitions. They got to step up. They got to have good results against them. They've had good results thus far against a lot of their opposition. This would be another one where they definitely don't want to have a bad result. This one doesn't really affect them positively, more so it would affect them negatively were they to lose. On to the Rift we go. Oakland versus Converse. Game 3 on the docket. One stays, one goes home. The only Game 3 that we've had today.
Yeah, the only Game 3 so far.
Probably an unexpected one at that.
There might be more, but I think this is a very unexpected one indeed. And I think I want to see these teams take more risks here. You know, we're here. We need some sort of difference maker here, especially Oakland needs to take more risks. They played it slow. They won the first game off the slow. Second game, slow bit them in the butt, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And now you got to change it up. You have to be a little bit more fluid, a little bit more crafty, and much more decisive.
The issue is both of these 80 carries want it slow. They want to take it real slow. They want to farm up. They want to get 800 CS and then win at 50 minutes. That's how Kog'Maw's area works. On the opposite side, Yone doesn't mind playing a little bit quicker. Garen definitely doesn't mind playing quicker. Garen took Ignite, knowing full well that they want to play quicker. The lane swap is initiated by Oakland. So it is going to be them trying to take down EO in the early game, and they're allowing Hope and Phantom Star free reign on the bottom side. Once again, we said Hope is their win condition. What will happen from there as Ego takes a couple of auto attacks, actually chased out a lane already.
Yeah, this is an interesting lane swap, but I think I like to see it. Kasante's going to have some trouble, but I think Garen's going to have more trouble. He has no option, at least Kasante has some movement options later on. But for now,
Kasante's Kasante, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I think both of these top laners, was basically saying, yeah, I will take the L for the team if we can get this Kog'Maw fed. It's just a big if.
Big if, a big gamble, and that's what I said I wanted to see, so I'm glad to see it. But nonetheless, it's early game. It's going to be typical League from here on out. We're just going to be trading CS's back and forth. And now, nothing too crazy. Looks like it might be a bot lane gank from the Pantheon.
Yeah, honestly, this isn't happening like in a couple patches or whatever. Kasante was happy to get 2 CS. Oh! Kasante got 4 CS!
Wow!
Wait! His lane swap is failing! What's going on? Holy moly! this is how we're supposed to commentate over lane swaps. Like, what are we supposed to say? Like, the fact that Kasante is getting CS is kind of a crime. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, he's getting it done. He's getting more done than Garen, and that's what I expected. He's not going to be a hard carry, but he's going to keep on farming.
Yeah.
Try and get as much as he can in here, right? He's tripling Garen's score.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they're not even laning against each other. That's like, Ego just sits there and gets XP. Granted, Ego is a lot healthier than Wazak. I think Wazak can take one more wave before they have to teleport around. Garen, with that passive, just being able to sort of heal up on their own is going to be in good shape. We get the free cam shot. Nice little shot of mid lane there as Duckman took a little bit of damage and did some damage back. This mid lane is going to be kind of pretty boring. I'm not going to lie. It's going to be a slow burn for a little bit here unless Yone is able to find an opening for themselves. Nonetheless, Ego got another CS. This is just sort of the pains of taking Ignite in that lane too. You want to take it for the Kasante. You want to take it for your 1v1, and now you're not allowed to 1v1 for a while. Granted, Ego's perfectly fine to drop his Ego and just let the game roll as Hope continues to take away plates.
Yeah, I think it's looking pretty decided here in the bot lane. I mean, Wazak can't really do all too much. I mean, he's doing what he can. That's what you got to do. But honestly, it's going to be a slow game, top and bottom. I'm curious as to what's happening in mid right now. Like, I mean, it looks like they're trading just back and forth. No one's committing too much.
Yeah, it's the main thing is Yone versus Hui is just health versus mana. You know, you're willing to trade health to take down their mana, to force them to use spells, and that's sort of the important part about any matchup like that. Sejuani's not going to go for a gank here. Bensap's just going to back off there. See, this is what I mean. Headsap's perfectly fine to trade out health, ends up losing more health in that trade, but Duckman was forced to burn some of their mana for it. I mean, on this bottom side, was that pushed up the wave? I guess the wave bounced and was unable to get to it. Might be in trouble here, actually. Good flash.
Ooh, he flashed, but it's not going to be enough. First Blood goes over to Zeri, and now the Otacon buff. The triumphs are closing in on Oakland. They're building themselves up to that once again. But hey, it's 1 out of 3. They're getting there.
I think the important part here is that despite Ego not being able to farm as much, the wave has sat further back under their tower. Thus, there's been less plates taken on the top side of the map. So Converse is benefiting from this lane swap. It is 1 plate that is picked up by Oakland here, Oakland's bot lane, and I believe that's 3 picked up by Converse. Actually, we can get our observers to pan down to the bottom, so I just want to see how many plates are left. I believe they took 3 plates, and now they're going to end the swap there.
I think so, yeah.
The numbers are too small. I think it's... oh, wait, I got one here. That says 2. Yeah, they took 3 plates. They're happy with this. Ego's now just going to walk down to the bottom side, finally getting the matchup that they wanted the whole time. And
Just
immediately Casante's leaving,
Yeah, they're gonna head out here. You know, their time's up. They want to go back to where they belong. And honestly, I wouldn't fault them for it. You don't want to try and get in this grub mess. We're seeing Hui move up, help with the clear. Shaggy thinking of interfering, but honestly, you don't want to interfere if you're Oakland. This is not a good fight for you.
Ooh.
I mean, you're going in, you actually get a decent confirm there. Can't get the stun though. Pantheon's just too scary. Getting the knock up on the Zeri, but she has wall climb, so she gets out scot-free.
Yeah, realistically, it's a couple of flashes burned, nothing doing at the end of the day. But look at this. Ego's just able to sit on the bot side. It was only 2 plates that were picked up by the Converse bot lane. Ego going to pick up a 3rd one, though. And the Cassante walked up, and it looked as if they were trying to start something up. But instead, Ego just gets a free wave on the bottom side. Now has Swifties, so is able to rotate around the map a little bit quicker. And now they unswapped the lanes to put Wazek back on the top side. Garen's just going to go up and match. And now it's going to be a little bit of a harder matchup once again. So Converse actually played out this early game really well. They're able to get a kill in the lane swap. Now they end it, and they're just going to look to sort of play the map as is.
But is this the early game curse? Is this foreshadowing that Oakland will just have to play a little bit harder and take it back? I mean, we haven't seen the early game lead go for anybody so far. It's been quite the opposite. But I think Converse is looking to carry this one.
Yeah, honestly, for the sake of her own health, I'm hoping the curse gets reversed and this just leads to a massive snowball. More so to, save our voices and everything, because there's still 2 more series left today, 2 more potential 3-game series. Yeah. So it's a lot to digest here. Zao on the bottom side of the map, though, going to go for a play.
Going for a play, trying to get the knock up here, trying to get the stun. Can't quite secure it, though. You're going to have to back off.
Oh!
Stop the bleeding. But big stun from the Sejuani. This Pantheon's going down. And can you turn it into more? Or are you going to play it safe? Looks like Sap going to try and turn it into a little bit more, but he can't quite find too much.
Yeah, a little bit aggressive from Zav. Took a tower shot and then ends up getting punished for it. I think you can just walk out the same way as your bot lane came from and potentially avoid that, but ends up being, neither here nor there. Just a little bit of a fumble there from Converse. Ends up leading to the Dragon Hope in a lot of trouble, though. Gonna try and turn it around. The barrier was popped, though, as Bully You just gonna walk it out. And both AD carries end up burning. No, well, only actually Bully You burned the barrier. Hope has cleansed again.
Yeah, he's got cleanse, but honestly, in this matchup, I don't know how often that is going to be used currently with how careful these bot laners are playing. But nevertheless, things are moving. We have a dragon being taken. We have grubs being taken. Things are starting to go the way they should. Right now in the mid lane, it's going to be Hensap pushing up on this mid lane turret. Hope 1 meeting there at him there in the mid lane, trying to stop those plates from being taken.
Yeah, honestly, Hope just trying to get whatever CS they can. They didn't get as much CS in the lane swap, but they did get the plates and the kill, and that's what's important right now. There is marginal leads on that side. I think the more important thing is just the kill that they're able to get on Zav goes onto the Lulu, and you know Shaggy isn't really the best recipient of that. You get your, you know, the Ardent Sensor a little bit quicker for your Kog'Maw, but even then, it's not ideal. It's not ideal. You definitely would have preferred that on your Kog'Maw, because if your Kog'Maw has the item and you have the Ardent Sensor, then you're a lot stronger. But now you got to wait an extra 300 gold for this Kog'Maw to get online. Nonetheless, positioning around this bottom side, it's, as we expected, a slow game once again. A slow start at the very least. Feats really not going to be on the table for a while.
No, they are not. This is looking to be a very slow burn game. Once again, we're locked in for the long run. No one wants to commit all too much. I mean, Converse looking to hold on to whatever lead they have to try and keep things competitive. Right now, Oakland doing a good job at bouncing between these objectives, making sure things aren't snowballing in that direction for the late game. But wow, in the bot lane, we have a big engage. Yone getting stunned up. The Pantheon going in, can't get the stun. That's a bad W, though. He gets caught out, and Hope 1 takes him down.
Yeah, it's not back to reality. It's the reality that Hope is going to pick you up as a free kill. Actually, in the mid lane there, Dogman getting a decent trade onto Bully You. While Oakland is camped out around those grubs, I think they are perfectly fine to seed those over our Converse. And Ego on this top side, just starting to get into Garen territory where you clear the wave and you can just run around the map and do Garen things.
Yeah, I don't think that it's going to work out that way, but honestly, it is going to be an absolute crazy grubs here. First turret goes over to the red team. They're collecting those triumphs one by one. They're 1 kill away from having 2 triumphs, and the next thing you know, they got a new pair of shoes.
Yeah, it's one objective away from the feats as well for the side of Oakland. They do need those 2 kills, though, and at this rate, with how slow this game is, I don't know if we're even going to get that kill feat. And we're going to get it at like 30 minutes when they're at the Nexus or something like that. It's been a slow pace of play here. It's very methodical. I think, once again, Converse does not want to screw anything up. They are playing more defensive in order to save their they know they can play better in the later game, or they're just going to go for this.
Yeah, they're going for something crazy here. Pantheon going in. Lulu ult on the Kog'Maw. Gonna get him out. They get the kill score. They get the triumph, and now that guy up top, Pantheon's gonna have to just run away. Hope 1 escaping into the enemy jungle, but where are you gonna go? Gonna go into the turrets, go play for an execute?
Oh, actually, might just be able to walk this one out. Angry B as they walk on out of there. Bensop just not gonna be able to be there in time, and yeah, Hope just walks away.
Just walk away. You know, you don't need to take that fight. There'll be more fights later on. You play for the team game. Take it slow. I think that's the philosophy of this game. Take it slow and steady.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ego, Garen passive is just basically sits there and heals back up. Built-in Warmogs, and can now just go for some of these plates. You know, there's a minute left on plates. Wazek was thinking about taking a reset, but just can't do that. And Converse have opened themselves up a 3,000 gold lead here, approximately 2,500 at least. And a lot of that, I think, has to go on Hope, who has that static shiv already unlocked. As well, the Moonstone for Phantom Star means that they can just sort of run around the map, giving those extra heals over to Hope. Let them play a little bit more aggressively as we get this replay. It's cut and dry here. Bully you caught dancing.
I mean, they went for it, and it just turned around in the opposite direction, taking out that Kog'Maw in a record time. I mean, that was a big jump. I'm honestly surprised they got value out of that. Like, that was a risky play, but that's what you got to do to try and break the deadlock.
Yeah, honestly, Bully you got caught napping. They got caught with their pants down, and Hope was ready to embarrass them there alongside Phantom Star. Now, trying to take down more of these plates as timers run out. This is just them just picking up passive gold on the map. You know, Oakland hasn't really been able to get access to turrets that much to be able to take some of those plates. I mean, first turret was taken on the bottom side. That's 5 plates there. 2 plates on the top side. I believe that's the third one they took in the mid lane. So 10 total plates there for Converse. Ready to have a dinner party after that one. Whereas Oakland, left to pick up the scraps for now. With the objective even spawning, they're just looking for it. Actually, there was a kill top lane that we missed during the replay. Ego, oh.
Ooh, yeah, Ego, what were you doing, buddy?
That's
pushed up all the way. I mean, you wouldn't expect 3 to be there.
Yeah, there's 3 of them. Like, you know what? Ego's perfectly fine with that. Now in the mid lane,
wow,
we're
again.
miss out on that one. Ego drops the Demacia Justice from the sky, and now mid lane turret's gonna die.
Yep, mid lane turret looking to be on its last legs.
Oh, wow.
Converse playing very well here.
Resisting.
And wow, they are resisting.
Almost 2.
Gets 2. There's 1 taken down. That's the One down, overextended quite a bit. And now the way trying their darndest to put a stop to this, but they just can't quite do it. And they don't get the turret, and they lose 1. This is not looking too good for them right now, but they're keeping up the pressure. They want to try and turn this one around.
Yeah, I mean, it's a couple of kills going that way. Realistically, the resistance was feeble at best. I mean, they're still trying to fight this one. Bensop doesn't have ult. A lot of these members don't have ult. Wait, Zav just going back in. Bully you. What were you thinking? As Hope just runs for the hills.
Yeah, Hope manages to get off the blast plant, but wow, you had to run that one away. But still, Converse just staying steady, keeping the pressure on Oakland. Oakland, they need something to give here. I mean, they're doing decent on the objectives, but the game is now just slipping away from them. Converse playing for that mid game right now.
Yeah, Oakland seems like they're running out of gas a little bit here. It feels as if that game 1 win, you know, I won't call it a fluke because it wasn't. They played their comp exactly to what it was, but they're starting to run out of options at this point. The experience from Converse is catching up to Oakland, and it's leaving them lost without really much of a direction. This Kog'Maw pick has not panned out in the same way the Zeri pick has. We mentioned we were getting to the bottom of the barrel. Kog'Maw, you can't be walking up aggressively like that. Has gotten caught twice, well, actually all 3 times for 3 deaths. Just not where Kog'Maw is meant to be. And now Rift Herald being started up by Converse. They're looking to continue to find every objective they can, continue to find every advantage they can against Oakland and try and wrap this one up with a bow.
Yeah, I think so. This is definitely going the way of Converse. And I mean, the major thing is I think Oakland started out with a plan, but now they're just having to react to what Converse is doing. They had to throw their plan out the window. Converse just able to keep controlling this game. They're going to get Rift here. They're really taking this into their own hands now.
Yeah, 100%. I think Converse are going to continue to push this forward. I want to look at Oakland's options at this point, because what do they do to resist this push? Well, like, what is their ideal fight? And realistically, it has to be a couple of these picks on the side lane, like the one they got on Ego. You needed to send 3 members to a side lane when there's nothing available. Take advantage of someone overextending, or drop your entire combos onto Hope, or get the Hope shut down. I think those are the 2 options for Oakland. Right now, it doesn't even look like that's the case, because even when they thought they had Duckman signed to rights there, Zav just shows up at the right time, able to answer in kind. And once again, Oakland's plans have been foiled. It just, the last 30 seconds for them, they don't get anything. And that's where the advantages come through for Converse, is that while Oakland is trying to make these plays, if it fails, Converse gets a bigger lead.
Yeah, exactly. They just can't get any plans in here. They can't do anything. Like they're on the defensive now. They're playing for the long game, but I don't think it's going to go as long as the last 2 games have gone. Converse is definitely planning to end this one quite a bit earlier from what we've seen so far, and all they have to do is not overextend. They just have to not make a major mistake, and they should be able to end this one.
Yeah, I mean, granted, ending this game sooner is not necessarily Zeri's specialty. I think the main way that Oakland are going to be able to sort of win this game is to play for later, but they might need Hope's Q key to break or something, so they can't do anything on Zeri. And it's going to be difficult, because Zeri's not going to get any weaker, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't think Zeri right now is going to be the key difference or key decider between winning and losing right now. But it's going to be that wild card, that final nail in the coffin for Oakland. So Oakland still has a light at the end of the tunnel. If they can find a big team fight, if they can find a win here and turn around before that Zeri gets going, they might be able to get themselves back in, but it's looking pretty dire.
Yeah, I mean, the Zeri's already going. That's the issue. I think once you get to that third item, that's what it's going to be. Something to worry about here for the side of Oakland, as in terms of not if, it's more so a when the Zeri gets to 3 items that they need to be worried and taking advantage of that beforehand. As for right now, once again, we're getting into that lull state where we're just sort of walking around. Wazek sat in that bush. It's just going to be a Rift Trail. They're just going to force down this tower, and really there's no resistance that you can have. Phantom Star was trusted to drive that one. I haven't seen a support drive the bus in a while, so interesting to see them hop in the mech. And actually going to do it again.
Yeah, jumping on the Cassante there, trying to lock him down while the others focus in on it. Big slam from the Rift. I think it just barely missed, though. Hit the wall. Doesn't matter, though. They get the kill nonetheless. They're going for one more turret here. They're trying to break this one down. Converse putting a giant gash down this map here, cutting the map to ribbons, and this, they might be able to end right here.
I don't think it's quite the end. I think it's an inhibitor for sure. They'll recover, go back towards this dragon, go back towards Otacon. Once again, Voracious Otacon will give you that second life bonus, which is so much more, I feel like it's so much more impactful in these closer games where it's not as many kills, because then you sort of get that reward of getting a kill and it's like, oh. They didn't die. They don't get a death on their thing. We don't get the shutdown. And looking at the map state, you know, they're just able to open that up on the bottom side. It gives them options to go up towards Baron later. It gives them options to go to this Dragon, a lot of these objectives, because there's just supers pushing in. That bot lane will always be in their favor. They don't need to go down there for a while. They just let it sit as Zav into the mid lane. Oh.
Going in, Shaggy, though, gets knocked down there. And I gotta say, this Pantheon is doing a work, finding those key engagements. And now they're going for this mid tower. No one can really contest it at this point. The damage is just too strong from Zeri and the rest of the crew. Gonna just have to back off.
Yeah, even on this top side, look at this.
Wow, look how fast he's going right
hands
now.
Up. Like, what do you do? What do you do? Garen.
Yes, there's nothing you can do. He's just gonna spin, he's gonna win, and he's gonna hit you with the R. And break their ranks, as he says. And now, as we're breaking this tower in mid lane, things are going to look pretty one-sided here. This is a fight that they need to win. They're getting pretty low health. The Hui ult, though, turns things around on its head. Lulu ult comes through to save his life, gets the W, blocks it just in time.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't go all out in that fight. It was Zach, and was just forced all the way off. I mean, there's just a lot of damage coming through from the side of Converse. Yes, they burned some summoners for that, but they get another tower out of it. It's just every single time they take a fight, they're taking advantages here and there, and that's what's important for them, is they will continue to push forward their advantages until Oakland resists. Oakland has not done a very good job of resisting it quite yet.
Yeah, for sure. And now, I don't know what Oakland's out is here. I don't think they quite have one.
It's like an Otacon steal into a one-team fight off of that.
Yeah, this is... the odds are stacked against them here. Converse just playing absolutely amazing right now. They found what works. This deep champion pool is definitely in their favor here. They are just playing this immaculately.
And right over to Otacon they go. There's like you can't walk up here if you're the side of Oakland, because you fear walking into Sona ultimate, Zeri ultimate. You know, their combos are all there. Yes, all of them are on Otacon, but Oakland doesn't know that. Oakland thinks they could be anywhere at that point, and it could be just a bait. They will now get confirmation that Voracious Otacon has been claimed, and now they just go right over to that dragon and they can just take it from there.
Yeah, the objective bounties are still up, so there's going to be a lot of gold in the pockets. This is just going to be more wins for Converse University. They are just stacking up all these buffs. Now Garen going all in. Does he win this one out? The 2v1, 3v1. Doesn't really matter, though.
False life, see you later, going back to base. Taking a little nap in Fountain, and then we'll just be right back out onto the Rift. Meanwhile, Dragon taken by the side of Converse. They are marching down mid lane with their minion wave. And realistically, how can you even take a fight knowing full well that the false life buff will just continue to keep them on the map? It won't get you anywhere. Cassandra in the backline, though. Here we go, big fight.
Big fight. There is the ultimate by Cassante trying to knock them up, but it can't quite do it. Gets one, but doesn't get the kill. Sona in the backline shielding everybody and healing them. Wozak looking pretty low. He's still going here. Can't quite find much. And that fight doesn't really amount to anything in the end.
They worked everything on Phantom Star, and he didn't even go down to the false life. It's going to be a second inhibitor now claimed. they can continue to march this down. No Baron has even spawned yet. They're just going to retreat for now, but 2 inhibitors, staggered spawn times. This Baron should be free in the pockets in a minute.
Yeah, it should be absolutely free. There's nothing that Oakland can do here. They are just not having a great time. They cannot find a foothold here. And Converse is just having an amazing time. Everything's going their way. They have the advantage, and they know how to press it, and they're taking this one all the way to the end. But they're not being egoist about it.
Yeah, this is the type of gameplay that we expected out of them in Game 1 with their comp there. Unfortunately, the Wombo combo prevailed. Now, though, 8,000 gold up on Oakland. It's not only a matter of all of the the extra kills they've gotten. It's about all of the objectives. Yes, Oakland was able to, take the advantage in terms of getting those extra grubs and everything, but they can't push. What's the point of grubs if you can't get on the board and get some towers down? 1 dragon taken, 0 turrets have been taken by Oakland. So those 5 grubs have done absolutely nothing for them thus far.
Yeah, they're not doing anything. They can't even they haven't gotten a single turret. They have all those grubs, and
Garen.
for what? And Garen, look how fast that guy is. He's just able to get in, get out, run away, and no one can even contest him. This is going to be an absolutely massive team fight. This is going to be the win or lose fight for the game. Big engage in the bot lane. We see some stuff in that bot lane jungle. You get a big stun coming out from the Sejuani. Can't quite find much. The Hoi trying to build some space. And now he gets rooted down, isolated. The Garen's going in, trying to take the shots. Cassante gets a massive ult, but it's going to be Yone taken down by Pantheon. It's not going to be enough. They're all on low HP. They don't have the buff anymore.
Ego.
Can they make something work here? Ego going in. Zeri getting 2. Pantheon getting another. And Pantheon getting the last. That's an ace. That is going to be it, folks. Our first game of 3 has been decided in a reverse sweep. Converse University taking this one all the way, defending their reputation, and finally destroying that Nexus.
Yep, honestly, well played from Converse to be able to recover in time for that game. Definitely got shell-shocked a little bit after Oakland came out firing in Game 1. It was a draft gap in that Game 1, I want to say, and then from there, able to bring it back together, able to end off on good terms. And that's what we want to see out of Converse, because they are expected to go up against St. Clair next, and that's not going to be any easier.
No,
in fact, significantly so harder than Oakland.
Yeah, and maybe that's what they needed. They were going into this tournament thinking that, yeah, we're going to win, we're going to roll, right? Then Oakland gives them a big wake-up call of, hey, guys, you're not playing at your top game right now. You really need to dial in and bring your A game. And bring their A game, they did. Game 2, it was slow, it was steady, but they still had that within them. And then with the Game 3, they had it figured out. They cracked the code, and they brought that one to the end.
Yeah, honestly, really well played coming through from Converse. We're going to take a look at those stats there. Honestly, it's really hard to pick an MVP for that one. Phantom Star was involved in absolutely everything except for the solo kill. Zav started to come around at the end there. Duckman played incredibly well in the mid lane. Hope, Zeri, Ego, Garen. What else do you have to say about that?
If I had to pick an MVP, it would have to be Zav. He was there for almost every single fight. He had the key engages. He's what got Converse ahead. He found the openings and helped them build a slow lead, but a solid lead, and they just built upon that.
If I were to pick an MVP for the series, it would be Hope, though, once again. Because I think realistically, the consistency that you had across all 3 games from Hope was important. And as we get the replay reel here, we're just going to sort of see how the game fell out of control, because at this point in time, we mentioned it was a 3,000 gold lead. Oakland is behind, but it's not insurmountable at that point. But it's just, they got aggressive, they tried to defend a little bit too hard, and realistically doing that into the Pantheon took no damage throughout that, had the shield up, and all of a sudden Hensap goes down. You just keep finding kills over and over again. And I believe it was here where actually, we're gonna skip ahead there. Yep. It was this fight here. Look, they're burning everything onto the Sona. Still alive, not even popped down to the false life, and that's when they turn things around. This is when I knew it was cooked.
Yeah, this is definitely where it was over. This is where Converse had their absolute win decided. You could definitely tell there's a big difference in terms of the buffs they had, the skills they had going in, and I think just overall champion comfortability.
Yeah, I think honestly they showed their experience, and that was the important part, is that Converse is used to these situations where they have to go deep into the pockets to try and pull out something different. With the introduction of Fearless recently, you have to find something different. You have to pull out. And new things. You have to try out different champions. You need to expand your champion pool. You can't be a one-trick. And I felt like at a certain point, it just felt as if Oakland ran out of comfortability in their comps. You know, they may not be one-tricks, but they're not as confident on those picks. You know, in a lot of their league games, they may just be picking that same wombo combo comp into stronger opponents, and it either works or it doesn't.
Yep.
Nonetheless, here Oakland did have a good showing. I don't take anything away from them. They were able to take a game off of, I believe, the 12th seeded team according to the CLL Power Rankings. They can be very proud of that. But Converse, at the end of the day, persists. They will move on to face St. Clair.
V1 doesn't really matter.
That will be False life. See you later. Going back to base.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing. I mean, what more can we say? That was a great show for everybody involved. Oakland did their best, gave their A game. I'm sure it's respect all around. I mean, it was looking to be far more one-sided, but I'm sure Oakland earned the respect of Converse.
I think they earned the respect of a lot of the community as well, just showing up as an open division team. You know, they weren't even in the consideration in the top 32. They're able to just put a very strong CLL team on their back foot quite a bit. Could call it draft, call it a one-off or whatever. It's still, you still have to look out for those games. You still have to keep your eyes on those teams. And while Oakland may not be in contention for this year's CLL, they could be in contention next year. They could surprise some teams as well. So we're actually going to hear from Converse, however, after their win. Let's send it down to you, Patrick.
Welcome back, everybody. That concludes our first round of playoffs, and I'm here with Zav from Converse. Hell of a series, man. Best of 3 goes all 3 maps. You guys didn't come out on top in map 1. What were some things you guys discussed to make sure you guys could lock in and take the next 2?
Draft like AP, because we went full AD, and then we had Mouth out on enemy team, so it was pretty hard. Like Devin's playing Jinx, and then they have 17 CC for him, so it feels bad that we got like a pretty big lead on him, and then he just gets 6 ults on him, and yeah.
I mean, sometimes that's all there is to it. I mean, honestly, I think that something I noticed, at least later, was you guys seemed a lot more comfortable the deeper the pool got for characters. Do you guys think that you just naturally had a deeper pool than your opponents, or is that just kind of something that came up on the spot?
I think Fearless is a very bad format in general. I think the champions we played in the first game were pretty comfortable on, and then later on less comfortable on. Like, I don't think we played Zeri this year at all, so just able to make it happen regardless. But yeah, I mean, the first game was just kind of a wake-up call, and second game and third game were a lot less close.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. You guys finished out strong, at least for now. We saw going into the next round, you guys will be going up against St. Clair. They're on, obviously, home court right now. So how are you feeling going into the matchup?
Pretty good. I mean, we haven't ate yet, so we've been playing since 10, so we're going to take a little break, eat, and come back. So I think we're going to be pretty comfortable. And, I mean, last time we played St. Clair at LAN, we beat them. It was probably one of our worst game ever, but we still made it happen because I think we're pretty resilient in general. But, yeah, pretty confident.
Well, if there's honestly any one word I could sum up Converse as from what I saw this series, it was definitely composure. I think you guys, obviously, you went through your hurdles early, but it takes a strong mental to come back and then to take 2 games on the bounce, especially to a team like Oakland. You have the pressure of giving up the upset, obviously. All the other 3 upper seeds, they got the job done. You guys came through, made it work in the end. And I'm going to say, right now, I'm very excited to hear about how you do against St. Clair, and hopefully we see that series. But we will get to that very shortly after a quick break.
Summoners win.
Welcome back, everyone, to SGS 2025 League of Legends. I'm your host, Patrick Smoke Chambers, joined by Ricky LaFleur.
Hello, everyone watching.
And a familiar face at this point, Zav from Converse.
What's up?
So, right now, guys, semifinals, best of 3. Winner moves on, loser goes home. That's a long drive for you guys.
It's a flight, yeah.
It's a flight, yeah. But, again, we have a score to settle because if I'm not mistaken, back at HughFest, you sent them home.
Yeah, we also went home at the same time as them, but we ended up winning. So, yeah, it was quite a series. I think it was like a 45-minute game, and both teams were kind of bad, and we ended up coming out on top.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But then, Ricky, you, St. Clair on home turf, you got to get your get back.
Yep, looking to protect the Rock, definitely. Yeah, definitely due for some payback. Felt bad losing that game at HughFest, so it's time to get our get back.
You guys have been undefeated so far today. You're looking to keep that going, obviously. And, I mean, Converse, they've had to overcome some adversity before. How do we see this one going out?
I mean, I want to say 2-0 for St. Clair because we're undefeated, but you never know what could happen, right?
I think it's going to be 2-1. I mean, we had UST in our group, you guys had Northwood, so it's like not the same level, but we'll see how it goes.
Anyways, other than that, boys, I mean, actions speak louder than words. We got to get down to it. I'll leave you with some final words. Any last words you want to say to each other before you head in?
May the best team win.
May the best team win.
And that's all it has to be, ladies and gentlemen. Easy as that. But that's enough from us. Now down to your casters for some pregame analysis.
Thank you, Smoke. How chivalrous was that trash talk? I'm Simo. Joined with me is Rare Adam. And we are about to dive into St. Clair versus Converse. And I think for the first time, we saw the nicest trash talk of the day so far.
It was very cordial. You know,
Yeah.
it was like two old friends going back a ways. I mean, honestly, both Zav and Ricky sort of paragons of collegiate, both hailing from Canada. So, you know, two Canadians just being very gentle about it, being very gracious, no matter what happens on the Rift in just a couple minutes here. But honestly, these two teams, Converse, St. Clair, both of them, I would say this is probably the more evenly matched semifinal out of them. Converse, of course, having a little bit of trouble against Oakland there. Granted, as Zav said, was more so due to the draft gap than anything. Picking full AD into Malphite is never a good option, but St. Clair seemed to have cleared Humber perfectly fine, nice and quick and easy.
Yeah, I mean, that's something, I guess, to be expected. Realistically, everything we're seeing in the playoff bracket as of now is to be expected. The biggest question mark was Converse versus Oakland, which did end up going to that third game that you and Matthias had casted. And now we see the culmination of that, Converse going to be taking on against St. Clair. And, you know, funny enough, we have all 4 seeded CLOL teams, power ranking teams here on the docket. On the opposite side, we've got what? UST 2nd seed in the power rankings and Northwood 6th seed, whereas Converse and St. Clair are 14th and 9th respectively, a little bit closer in contention, but still theoretically below UST and Northwood in the power rankings. So the fact that they kind of are ending up against each other is just a Cinderella story here in some way, shape, or form. So gonna be breaking down as we see our Converse lineup here on your screens.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Ego and Duckman, the two brothers, have been absolutely fantastic. I think overcome a lot of adversity, specifically Duckman in that mid lane. That game 1 against Oakland just wasn't able to get off the ground at all, but games 2, games 3 was definitely in full force. As you can see at the end there, it is Hope Devon playing, as well as Dinosaur Chainsaw back in, so it seems as if they subbed in a Phantom Stars for games 2 and 3. Worked out quite well for them, but gonna start off with Dinosaur Chainsaw here, trying to get that engaged support matchup that they're looking for, as Phantom Star generally goes towards some of the enchanters, some of the off-meta supports as well. So realistically, it's just a stylistic matchup that they were going for, I think, in games 2 and 3, and it worked out quite well for them.
Yeah, I don't actually think St. Clair is going to match them in that. I know that Miracle could maybe pull that out of his pocket, but I know that Miracle, as we see the St. Clair lineup on your screens there, Miracle plays a little bit more on the engaged side. He's all the way on the far side of this roster. We've got Ricky, who you just saw, playing as, by the way, his OPGG is Warren G #smokes. So a little bit of a rap fan here. As Maddie, Flocon, Lig, and Miracle round out the roster with substitute Biscotti potentially being brought in to play a little bit of a more diverse pool. And of course, Coach Alonso strutting back and forth, making sure that everybody's locked in and ready to go. But as I was talking about that Enchantress bot lane here for Phantom Star, I don't think that, with the game versus Oakland, we saw a little bit of an answer, right? We saw the Lulu. We saw a safer pick in the Braum, not necessarily an engage and more of a safer support to keep an AD carry safe. I don't think if Miracle is going to be playing, if he's going to be playing, well, obviously he is, he's sitting there, but I don't think he's going to be playing an Enchantress to match. I think they might play like a Pantheon, like they're going to play what they want to play, and they're going to play aggressive with that. And in talking to Miracle about his ADC Lig, hailing all the way from LATAM, this guy just wants to go in 24/7. If you are playing, let's play Sona, let's play, Soraka, like you want to fight, let's fight. That's what St. Clair, I think, is going to say in that bot lane.
Yeah, I think another thing to note about these 4 teams, as just going back to that bracket there, all 4 of them in different CLOL conferences. UST coming from the south, Converse from the Peach Belt, Northwood plays in the NECC partnered conference, and then of course St. Clair in the east. So interesting to see sort of the diversity that's come through, but I think especially when we look at these teams, this is where we get to the cream of the crop. These are the full ride scholarships. These are some of the higher end schools when you look at it, and as you mentioned with St. Clair's roster with Lig, I want to look at Flocon in the mid lane, because I think Flocon versus Duckman is going to be that important matchup. Flocon, very well known in the tier 3 scene, has played for several teams, has had a lot of success, one of those young guns that we've seen rise up a little bit. And I mean, especially when you leave the gap that was left there by Bakery Boy in the last couple of years, Flocon's looking to sort of be more of an X factor. Bakery Boy is always there and very consistent, very well rounded. Always you could rely on Bakery Boy. Flocon gives you those highs, but can also give you those lows. And I think that when you look at their matchup against Duckman, who has been in the scene for a long time, they're more of that consistent factor. I want to see if Flocon can rise above that today and sort of take down and give us sort of that S tier performance that we're expecting.
Yeah, to kind of add a little bit more to your analysis, like we are also in a fearless draft, as evident by the quarterfinal. They have a very similar champ pool. So, Flocon not really playing the 80 mids like Yone or Yasuo, playing more of the control styles, Xerath, Aurora, Victor, Syndra, whatever, with Vlad in his back pocket if that manages to make its way out. But Duckman's the same. He's playing Wei, he's playing Syndra. So the fact that we're in this position right now could actually spell bad news, and we might see the Vlad come out. We might see a Nivea come out for Duckman. I doubt it, but these things can happen in Fearless Draft. We saw Soraka come out, for crying out loud. So anything is possible. Let's talk a little bit and move towards our jungle and top lane matchup. First with jungle, with Zav versus Maddie. Maddie, of course, Zav playing a little bit more of the utility role, Ivern, Sejuani, things like that. But Maddie, probably one of the only NA junglers that I know, I don't know many, but one of the only ones that I know that plays Lilia, which is an interesting pick. Maybe not exactly at the moment, but with Fearless, could come out.
Exactly. I think the main thing about Maddie is that hailing back to 2020, 2021, when they started playing for Slew, they've always had this Lilia in the back pocket, I think, since her release. So it's always something that teams have been aware of. I remember watching before Fearless became really a thing, teams will just ban out Lilia first phase and say, I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to even see that. Even this summer, seeing them play for Apex Mission Possible, they made a little bit of a fun name on that at the CNE, played on a team, just sort of a pug team there, pulled out the Lilia, pulled out the Nunu, plays these kind of side meta picks. I don't want to say they're off meta, but they're definitely not the most meta picks. And I think especially when you pair that into Zav's champion pool, Zav is going to play more of these supportive picks because, as mentioned, they are a support by trade. They've been filling in as the jungler here. They're not gonna play these carries. They're not gonna be the hyper carry, as we saw even in the series against Oakland.
True.
We saw Ivern. We saw the Pantheon come through. Well, Pantheon does a whole lot of damage. It's still more of a supportive thing. We saw the Maokai. It's not things that you're going to hard carry your game with. Even the Wukong against Fanshawe earlier, it's still more of a supportive pick. And I think that's the important thing about Zav is they're willing to drop their CS. They're willing to go down 40 CS against the enemy jungler. They're going to let Matty farm all that they want. But Zav is going to look for those opportunities to be part of those fights and really be a spark plug for their team.
Yeah, that's one of Maddie's crutches. Let me tell you that. He might be farming a little bit too much. The IGL is gonna be like, hey, Maddie, can we take this Drake, please?
Yeah, let's lock in.
Can we lock in here? Can we take this top turret? Let's round things out with our top lane here as we are waiting for our pick and ban to begin. Eric, Ricky versus William, aka Ego. Really different pools. Ricky, I think, is the only player in this entire tournament that mains Mundo top, which is like the craziest pick to pull out in a fearless draft. But of course, he's got his standards, Darius and Garen. But up against Ego, who plays a little bit more of a carry style, like we saw the GP come out, we saw the Jace come out, a little bit more of a tankier Jace, of course, but playing a little bit more towards that playmaking potential. Talk to me about this top lane matchup.
I think the important thing to note is while their pools are a little bit different, both of them have that top laner ego. You know,
that's right.
You know,
look at that ego.
Look
at that ego.
He's ready to throw down.
He's flexing.
You've got your Darius, your Garen. They're just gonna run at you. You know, even the Olaf that he's pulled out in the past, he's pulled out some really wacky picks that at the end of the day, it used to be a case where Ricky would go 4-10 and they still win the game, but he'd just run it down top lane the entire game. Ego gonna play similar champions, but not necessarily a similar style. And I think that's what we really need to lock in on is seeing how Ego manages the aggression that's gonna come through from Ricky. Because Ricky, no matter what, wants to move forward, wants to play up, wants to look to fight at all times. Ego gonna play a little bit safer, which is ironic considering the name. Ego's gonna be a little bit more of a drop ego and just say, okay, we're gonna chill this out for a little bit. Let's see how this lane goes and build up from there.
Okay, we have our pick and ban underway. Not able to see what Converse is banning out. Might be just a visual bug, but we do have the Ivern and the Corki taken off the docket. I like the Ivern. Take Zav off of something that he may not be as comfortable with. Maybe keep it off the entire series if that's not something that you want to see. Yeah. But to be quite honest, like I think Maddie could duel him. He plays Xin Zhao. He can play a lot of different carry style junglers that can invade and take those fights if need to. Now, I understand that this isn't really a heavy invade meta at the moment where your junglers are going in and trying to find these 1v1s, but I like bringing that up because it's possible, and especially against an Ivern, you know, maybe leave that up, maybe take that fight, so we'll see. We are going to reset the bans because Converse missed their first ban. It's all good, all in the name of how things happen here on broadcast. It's all good.
Yeah, Ego thinking too much about that top lane matchup, not able to find the bans in time.
Yeah.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
I'm just going to reset that, run it back really quickly. But nonetheless, I think the important thing to notice about St. Clair's matchups is that in CLOL, this is the important games. I'm looking at just their highest ranked games. They played against UTM. It was a 2-1 last week. And then, of course, yesterday they played up against Western. And
we don't talk about that game.
Yeah.
We don't talk about that game.
I think the important thing to mention is just sort of they were baffled by Western's picks. They were sort of thrown a wrench in that Aurelion Sol bot lane. I was able to watch the game through. They were thrown a wrench with that. I was watching, I'm like, what's going on with this game? And it seemed as if they looked a little bit lost in that. Now, I think it's important to bring that up because when you look at what could come through in a fearless draft, there's going to be some curveballs thrown out there. You know, Hope is one of these 80 carries who's going to play a lot of the standard champions. But what happens if a wrench is thrown into that plan? What happens if all of a sudden we see that Anivia that you're talking about? What happens if the Ambessa gets picked up really early on and you're not used to it? What happens in these situations? What happens if Zav just picks a jungler you haven't seen? What happens if he plays Warwick, right?
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of different factors behind Converse that they can throw at St. Clair and they may not be ready for it. And I think considering the history of exactly yesterday where they were thrown a curveball, are they going to be able to handle that here? Of course, they're taking away Maddie's pool already. Nunu, Lilia taken off the board. Junglers are going to be at a premium here. They're saying, Maddie, we're not even letting you get a chance to go for any of that junk.
Well, they still first pick top, and it's going to be Cassante versus Ambessa, and it's a fast draft at that. We see the Pantheon as well. Things are moving quickly.
Okay.
Skarner locked in. That's a safe pick. I even think Zav would be comfortable playing that, but I'm glad that it's taken away just because
They
you know,
definitely did draft lull before this.
you're
I'm
you're
looking at
eliminating
it now.
two.
This is definitely draft lulled already. So they're just going to be picking in order. Nonetheless, I think it's very interesting to see them just sort of throw down the gauntlet on this top lane matchup and say, hey, Cassante versus Ambessa. Ego's going to have the advantage in that matchup. You know, Cassante's going to just try and survive that lane, but Ego has the kill threat. That's the main thing of note. Yes, at level 6, if Cassante goes all out, you have that opportunity, but I think the interesting part is they banned out 3 of Maddie's signature junglers, and what I would assume is that Skarner was picked blind, and they just first picked Skarner, and they said, okay, we're good with it, because they are just picking in Roll Order right now.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little bit, like, kind of flabbergasted a little bit, but nevertheless, maybe that's why they left that ban open, because they're like, yeah, why do I need to ban? We're just picking the Kaisa picked out for Lig. Now, that's something I want to talk about. There's a lot of players in this tournament that are phenomenal Kaisa players. That's their highest mastery champion, but it's just, like, you know, difficult to pick into, like, a Jinx or a Jhin or whatever, or an Aphelios. Like, that's a tough lane matchup, especially when you've got these engaged supports roaming around right now. Kaisa's super weak early and needs to get cooking with some items, you know what I mean? So the fact that we're seeing that come out here is quite an interesting pick, I think, considering the meta.
I think my main concern behind picking Kaisa is that there are some games for Kaisa which just are rendered unplayable. If you look at this comp coming through from Converse, from what I would assume, Kaisa was picked relatively early on to here. Pantheon was sort of picked as an answer to that, and then you also have this Leona. The main thing is if Aurora throws down her ult, Kaisa can't dash in or out of that. She doesn't want to, because now she's going to be in trouble. She's going to be slowed up, taking a whole bunch of damage. Kaisa also can't really dash into Leona, so she has to dash behind the Ezreal, which means that she's further back there. As well, if she's just dashing in and it's onto Ego or something, Ego's just going to drag her out of the fight as well. So there's so many ways that Kaisa can get punished for going in aggressively. And as we've seen time and time again, Lig is so aggressive. I don't think I've seen a game where Lig is just happy to sit back and farm up. It's always them in the front line. They're either, 6-0 or they're 0-6. There's nothing in between with them. And I think it's the onus is on the rest of the team to sort of match either that aggression or temper the aggression and get strong around Lig. So I'm curious to see how this game matches up, because I think realistically this is one of St. Clair's more evenly matched matches that they've had. A lot of the nice matchups that they're playing, it's either going to be a stomp or they're going to get stomped. There's really nothing in between. But with this one, I think this is definitely a case for them to say, hey, we are better than number 9 on the seedings. We want to prove ourselves here. This is an even opposition. They beat Northwood earlier, so they've proven a little bit, but it's a best of 1. Now you're in a best of 3. You get to show off your champ pools. You get to show your depth, and I want to see them do that here. As for Converse, they had a struggle already with Oakland. I think they just need to step it up. They need to lock in here. And having a good showing in game 1, win or loss, is very important for them to potentially take the series to 3.
Yeah. Drafting that was also a little bit difficult, especially once we got to game 3. And maybe that was the nail in the coffin for Oakland. Yeah. I don't know if that's going to be a nail in the coffin type situation for St. Clair. As, the higher in the CLOL power rankings you go, I'm going to say it's safe to assume the deeper your champ pool should be across your entire roster. You're not really having a lot of people in off-role positions playing roles that they wouldn't normally play. You're starting to really optimize your team for, like, the best, right? Some of the teams that were here were playing in off-role positions because that's just who was available at the team at the time during the tryout, right? Like, it is what it is, and you're trying to make do with what you can. For Saints Gaming here, what are some of the win conditions we look for their success? And then we'll do Converse after that.
Yeah, I think main win condition is Lig go kill and Lig no die. That's the important part. Once again, I think if they're able to sort of punish Hope and Dinosaur Chainsaw, that's sort of been the safety net for Converse in a lot of these games. Hope is, once again, an excellent AD carry. Dinosaur Chainsaw and Phantom Star pair very well with them for the 2 different styles. If Lig is just able to shut down Hope in game 1, it's going to be a struggle for them moving forward. On the flip side, for Converse, I think the solo lanes are going to be what's important, because Duckman had an excellent performance on Aurora twice already on stream. I think that is well within their wheelhouse. They're comfortable picking that. They want to just get comfortable in game 1, want to play from there. As well, Ego with the Ambessa here, there's a lot of different ways this Ambessa can have influence over the game, either being a hard split push threat or just being a menace in team fights. I think it's really down to Ego's judgment on when to join fights, how to join them, whether to join a fight at all, and to really determine how it's going to work out, because Cassante kind of has to be in the fight. Mbessa doesn't really have to be in the fight all the time.
Yeah, you know, I feel like with this draft, we kind of saw a lot of cream of the crop selection. Like, we have to remember that this is fearless, and we see, like, Leona's off the board, Knott's off the board. Like, that's it for the rest of the series. No Nautilus and Leona. Like, what kind of other... We're going to have to pick Pantheon in the bot, but we can't. Pantheon's jungle, so
Pantheon's
we literally
picked up.
have so many engaged supports that are off the table. ADCs, obviously, are going to always be a plenty. You know, Kaisa is not really a mainstay, so... that being off the board is not the biggest deal. But Ezreal, yeah, okay. And then Syndra and Aurora, these are control mages that both Duckman and Flocon are contending with, and they want to, so those are off the board. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting series. And, you know, I think the fact, if Maddie continues to draw consistently 3 bans off the pool, that really just opens up the rest of his team to do what they want, because they'll have the ability to play more comfortably. We saw 3 bans for Maddie and then 2 bans for Flocon. If you're getting 3 bans for your team and you can still win the series, MVP should go to Maddie if St. Clair are able to sweep this, because he was drawing bans in game 1, and we'll see if he ends up drawing bans in game 2 and 3. But we are in game number 1 of the St. Clair Gauntlet Series semi-final match. St. Clair up against Converse, with, of course, St. Clair Saints in, is that bot or top? I can't see. Here we go. Bot side and Converse on the red side. Let's see how this early game starts off.
They're kind of synced up in the colors. You see that? They're all like blue, purplish. I kind of like that. I like when teams, you know, coordinate their skins like that. Of course, going to be a little bit of an aggressive push forward here from Converse, trying to get some information. I think this is them determining if they want to go for the lane swap. It's interesting to see that Converse are trying to push that forward, because I don't think Ego wants to play into this Kaisa Nautilus, because there is kill threat. There's not really as much kill threat with the Leona Ezreal, because Ezreal takes a while to ramp up. But I think they're also trying to scout out whether St. Clair is going to go for the lane swap. So good thing just to get a little bit of vision down, put some vision on one side of the map, say, hey, listen, we're perfectly fine playing standard lanes. And by the looks of it, Ego just going to go right up to that top lane, match up with our friend Ricky Lafleur, Warren G, up on that top side.
Yeah, we saw some pinks come out. A lot of deep vision here on the side of Converse. That's really going to delay some of the efforts here from Maddie, because he's going to start red side, and then as he makes his way over, maybe the wards will still be up by that point. Actually, he might be still a little bit undecisive. There's not a lot of time left before...
He's starting Wolves.
I mean, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, you get a camp on...
Oh, pinged. He's been pinged, though.
He's been pinged out.
That's unfortunate.
It looks as if he's going to just start on his Wolves, doesn't really care. I think wants to avoid getting vertical jungled, because Maddie is smart enough to know that Cassante is going to be sort of the threat early as a hook on the bottom side of the map. Don't think it's going to lead to much. Ego has the kill threat over Cassante, as we mentioned. If the Pantheon is coming up there as well, Ricky's going to be giving over a decent amount of gold there, but instead they just want to avoid this vertical jungling, force Zav to go down to that bottom side of the map, where they can then play into this bot lane and look for the 3v3 potentially.
Yeah, so far, knowing where Maddie is going to be pretty key for the first early minutes. And considering every single St. Clair wave is currently pushed up and probably wants to continue to be pushed up, you see Flocon's pushing aggressively, the bot lane's pushing aggressively, Cassante got an early wave to start. Like, this is really Zav's pick of the litter, and his Pantheon getting an early gank and getting some pressure started, especially with a point and click stun.
Yeah.
They can't get any better than that.
That's exactly what you're looking for in these situations. I think main thing to focus on for Zav is just getting that early gank. I think oftentimes when, you know, you're less experienced as a jungler and, you know, they're more experienced as a support, you look for support roam timers when you're jungling, which isn't always the right situation. Realistically, could have gone red right into mid, potentially look for something in that sense, but instead going for the full clear, just playing it safe, going to play around this bottom crab. And now that Hope and Dinosaur Chainsaw are pushing back out, they can work together to deny that crab away from Maddie and then walk up to that top side, potentially double crabbing them. Just getting the little advantages here, because I think Zav knows full well they're not the better jungler in this matchup, at least in terms of skill and experience. It's more so they just have to outsmart the side of St. Clair's jungler and Maddie.
Yeah, we see a little bit of a free cam shot towards that mid lane, as we saw almost Duckman taken dangerously low. That's Syndra with Flocon putting in that work. Heavy push, heavy aggression. Oh, that's kind of what we want to see. We see some rotations. It looks like there's possibly a fight towards that river, as we are just working out some kinks with our broadcast here.
I saw a flash. Aurora's just farming. Was there a kill? Do you think there was a kill? How about that? We can take our guesses on that.
Yes.
I think there was.
I think there was a kill. There might be another one here.
There was two. Okay.
There was two.
Welcome to the prize.
Wow. Pantheon and Ezreal being taken out. Skarner with a kill and Kaisa with another kill. Here comes Skarner once again. But he's just trolling at this point. He's like, hey, what's up? I don't want you to forget that I exist. You guys banned out my champs. I want you to remember the name. Remember the name Maddie, because you're going to see a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Maddie has been sort of a very consistent jungler throughout their career over the last 4, 5 years, I want to say. Played on Supernova way back in the day, like before COVID happened. So it's definitely a staple name in terms of Tier 2, Tier 3. They've got a lot of experience. They know exactly what they're doing. And when they're going into a team that has a less experienced jungler, they're going to take advantage of that at every single opportunity. And I think it's up to Zav to find creative angles. You can just see everyone's giving Duckman a visit here saying, hey, listen, Flocon's going to get this wave and they're going to keep it on their side of the map. Duckman can't do anything. They can't walk up here.
Yeah, I've heard Miracle tell me personally that sometimes Lig complains a little bit that his support roams a little bit too often because, again, he wants to fight, but Miracle wants to get the rest of his team ahead. So it's like this, uphill battle. Lig just wants to go crazy, and have a good time. And he's not really getting the opportunity to do that. Flocon was in a little bit of an exchange with Duckman as Zav ready to gank, but comes up fruitless. And once again, it would have been nice to get a kill because you're down in CS at the moment.
Yeah, just a little bit of a struggle back and forth here for Converse because this isn't going to be the same situation as Oakland, where Oakland is just sort of waiting, building up for themselves to find the fights that they want. St. Clair's going to take less. They're going to take less, I guess, safe fights sometimes. They'll just go for it if they so desire. And
yeah. But,
you never know what happens.
I feel like they've got a lot of confidence. And excuse us for being on your screen for the moment. We're just trying to get that game sound situation all sorted out so we can enjoy the broadcast in all its beautiful glory. We saw a little bit of an engage towards that top side. I don't think really it's going to go anywhere. Just some standardized poking and prodding. You know how
I heard
it goes.
a Nautilus hook in my ear. That's all I know.
What did you hear?
I heard a Nautilus hook in my ear. So they might have
somebody might
back.
be dead. Somebody might be dead. And, if it is, St. Clair is extending a great lead. They've already got the first 2 kills. We are waiting, of course, for the first objective to come through. 2 kills means that, listen, we have the opportunity to get that triumphant reward. They don't have a kill yet, but they are doing grubs, so they're extending their lead quite largely.
Yeah, honestly, this is them just playing the map better for themselves. They're playing it out to their win conditions. It's going to be traded for the Dragon at the very least. So Converse is matching pace to an extent, just trying to match in the objectives at the very least. But that feat of strength for getting those kills is going to be the one to keep an eye on because it's one away for St. Clair. Honestly, I don't really think teams care that much about the feats. I think it's more so, it's nice to have them. It's nice to have that option to get the Tier 3 boots. It's nice to get a little bit of a higher cap. Has it really made a difference in any of these games thus far? Not really.
I just think that, if you're like if the other team is on the precipice of getting and locking it in, you're like, hey, maybe we should fight for this dragon to deny it or something like that. Like, it might happen, but we see an engage from Lig. Ego's like, yeah, I'm going to take that Skarner off to the side. He's going to find Dinosaur Chainsaw as Miracle now in the fray. They want to focus their attention. Flash from Ego as the ultimate comes in on Chainsaw. A perfect cleanse from Lig, but he's burning alive with the grievous wounds. The fight continues as the third kill goes over to Nautilus. They're continuing the chase as the hook is available, but they don't need it. That's the hook, line, and sinker. Oh no, Leona so dangerously close. Finally, that's Nautilus with a double kill. Here comes Cassante trying to find Ego, but he's going to survive. And that's 2 kills in the top lane. Wait, could there be more? No. Oh no, the hook flash! Ego, he might go down here as Warren G, he smokes him alive.
Oh my goodness, a game of inches there for Converse. They were so close to getting so many kills. Like burning away, escapes with double-digit HP. Miracle and Maddie both able to stay alive very low as well. I think Maddie lived with, what, 50 HP or something like that. And it's those minute differences that end up having Converse in the hole at this point. St. Clair take a massive lead for this early in the game, and Lig just goes back to business as usual, goes back bot lane, makes it work, and all of that is because Ego did not have that ultimate for the longest time. They use the ultimate at the end of that fight, goes the wrong way.
Yeah, a little bit tough for Miracle. I know he was trying to give some kills away, like he was really holding back to try to give it over, but you know, you got to do what you got to do.
Exactly.
If your ADC's about to die, you don't want to give that kill over, you take it. Then the second kill, he was trying to give it over to Ricky. You can't, you take it. Like, it is what it is type beat. So, fortunately for them, they come out on top. They've got those 5 kills now to their name, which is insane, and some Void Grubs to boot. Ricky, I'm sure, feels nice to have a little bit of a lead. He's got a kill to his name as well, so has to be feeling good against this Ambessa.
Yeah, I mean, realistically going to be feeling as good as you can in what is a really tough matchup for the Cassante still. Ego has been playing this out very well. I think that despite the adversity there, did what they could to do as much damage. All of those champions would not have been low if it weren't for Ego continuously fighting, staying in that for 30 plus seconds, doing all of the damage with Dinosaur Chainsaw. But when you have your support there, and it's not someone else who does damage, it makes it a little bit more challenging to actually get a kill there, and that ends up being the difference maker. We're going to get a replay of that here, and we get to see just how close, how much of a game of inches this was, because Ego walks up, still doesn't have ult. I want you to watch that ult cooldown. It's about 20 seconds away. Has to dash out of the fight, and Dinosaur Chainsaw is the one that gets locked down. Zav trying to chase forward, but gets shut down by multiple members, and there's Lig just burning away. 100 HP, has to back off. This is where the re-engage happens. Miracle goes for a hook onto Dinosaur Chainsaw. They're barely staying alive, and then here comes Ricky. Maddie surviving, I think that's single-digit HP, if I'm being honest. And then Ego at the very last second here, trying to get that great flash coming through from Ricky, and then Ego just walks up, gets hooked once again, and it's curtains from there. Honestly, Converse played that out as well as they could, and it still didn't really matter because of just the minute differences there. Just the St. Clair had the dog in them.
Ooh, all out coming out.
Oh! That's a crazy interaction.
Yeah, that was a little close. Sorry, I thought that was the all-out. My bad.
It was the all-out. It was the all-out into the unstoppable, and then Ego missed the ultimate there from Ambessa. Or pulled back nothing at that point. So
TP moving fast. Ricky's got a TP of his own as the Grubs are on the docket here. There's the nice Hex Flash. Oh my god, into the ultimate. TP coming in from Ricky from Uptown as they're looking to clean up this bot lane. The flash over. Nice. That's not Ricky. That's Flocon. He gets the scout of the week onto Dinosaur. A nice follow-up hook and a kill. First on the board for Flocon. Here comes Lig as they want Hope. They're ready to dive. They're clearing the wave. They're waiting for the crash. One clean hook from Miracle is all it's going to take down Hope. Scatter the weak, it's good. Tries to duel out Lig, but the dive is successful. But look, here comes Duckman as well as Zav. They want to stop this, but they can't.
Yeah, just a little too late on the rotations there. Flocon was the one who teleported down as Ricky just went back up to that top lane. And ends up being the difference maker. Flocon able to land that stun against the wall. Dinosaur Chainsaw tried to combo all of that crowd control and just didn't really matter at the end. And unfortunately, Hope left under tower with nary a hope to be found. And instead it's 2 more kills going over to the Saints, who are continuing to snowball their lead. As we mentioned, Oakland was playing very safe and secure. There were a lot of instances where Converse could have been dove. They could have been taken advantage of in the early to mid game, and they weren't because Oakland were playing more reserved. The Saints roster does not care. They know they can match in terms of the hands and in terms of the macro, and that's exactly what they're doing here.
I like how they're trying to look towards this mid for Flocon, but guess who's waiting in the wings? It's Maddie. Little does he know he's about to be joined by several other members, but he's still going in. He feels confident and controlled. The hook! Oh my goodness! They are melting Zav down, but he's still alive. Just single-digit HP. Finally, he goes down. The re-engage onto Flocon, but it is what? All for naught. A St. Clair cleanup. The thumbs up Miracle on a killing spree.
Yeah, Duckman held that ultimate the whole time just because they didn't feel confident that they'd be able to find a kill. Looking for it now, but instead, it's the hook going under tower.
This might be a little bit more than they could chew, that's for sure. Double kill going in over to Converse. Miracle just trying to get away. Is he going to hook to some terrain? Yes, and he'll make it out. But yeah, stayed maybe a little too long.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Duckman's the one who ends up winning out on that. They're able to get the shutdown onto Maddie, I believe it was. Hope as well showing up to find the kill onto Flocon. So it's a couple of kills in return. It's giving them a glimpse of hope. But of note, despite Duckman getting that kill, Flocon still 27 CS ahead, has that completed Ludens as well as the Sork shoes. So still going to be an uphill battle for Duckman, but right on the top side.
Oh, this is a little bit of a troublesome situation as the all-out sends Ricky all the way off to the side. He's got no support.
Really tough.
He is going to be in a lot of trouble. Can he try to get this kill? The flash over, but the follow-up, it's clean for Mbessa. He was not surviving that. Nobody from his team was there. They might be able to get Dragon off of this with so much pressure towards that top side, but Maddie, and there we go. There's that Dragon taken by St. Clair.
Yeah, Ego honestly says, oh, drop the flash for this one, try and find myself a shot down. Ends up working out, plays perfectly into their item spike there with the Eclipse. So now, Ego going to be someone you have to be careful of in those 1v1 situations. I don't really think Flocon can fight against it. And as we get into this replay here, we'll get to see exactly how that fight turned out in the mid lane. Duckman was the target here, but Zav just walks in front of it. Unfortunately, he used that shield very early, means that the rest of the damage comes through, and it's the burn coming through from Maddie. It's the poison that comes through from Skarner that ends up being the difference maker. And then Dinosaur Chainsaw tries to flash to safety. Miracle takes another one. You know, it's not perfect that your support has 3 kills, but ends up being that way nonetheless. And then, as we saw there, it's the turnaround here. Hope arrives, and Duckman just drops this down, slows everyone up, and there's really not much you can do here. Maddie chases a little bit too far for Duckman, but you get those resets on your portal jump, or your Between Worlds, I believe it's called.
Yeah, Between Worlds.
Yeah, every single time you get a kill, so unfortunately unable to chase down the Aurora, just a little bit too slippery, and thus Converse still not in the best of positions, but they're showing signs of life.
And, you know, for Converse, that's the best you can do being down, what is it, 4K gold now. That's a pretty big jump, and I think that's spread out for St. Clair. It's not really just on one person. We've got bounties. Of course, Miracle's having the best game ever. He's got like a 15-minute locket. He's just chilling. He's just having a good time, but, you know. Oh, is he... Oh my god, the timing on that! And they just absolutely isolate the chainsaw. Out of juice, out of gas. Leona says adios as they're now looking towards this mid lane turret. Rift Herald spawning, but they got the grubs. They can get this down incredibly fast.
Wow, that's going to be tower taken as well. And now for sure, Converse are starting to look at their comp and say, okay, what can we play for? What can we look for in terms of getting back in this? Trying to stun onto Miracle.
Oh,
I mean, Miracle would be the easiest shutdown to pick up. Ooh.
Yeah, he's going to probably end up going down, but they're still going to continue the fight. Look at Lig. He's doing a lot of damage, but he's got a TP over. He avoids Ego. Perfect usage there. Double kill for Lig. They're turning it onto Ego. They want Flocon. They'll get him, but at what cost? One goes down. Still, the ADC and support combo for Converse. They want more, but they don't have any more hooks to work with. They'll back off. They got everything they wanted and more.
Yeah, like perfect timing on that Killer Instinct, just dashing in. Oh, not quite with the True Shot Barrage. You're still level 10 Hope, unfortunately. But great timing, just dodging away from MS's ultimate, able to get back into that. Now, all of a sudden, re-engage potential.
Well, I mean, listen, if they're going to stick around, might as well. But at this point, it might be a little bit too overzealous. TP coming in, Pantheon flies in from the skies. And now Nautilus, what are you doing? He's here. They feel so confident. Look, he's just hex flashing into everything and landing hooks. Like, this man's going crazy right now.
Yeah, the blast plant, it's the chem plants there, so they go a little bit further. Bro just flew from blue buff all the way into the river. Almost lands a hook. Forced the flash out of someone. Hope. Forced it out of Hope. So that's actually a big flash to get down because now your Ezreal doesn't have that extra safety mechanism there. Still has, of course, the Arcane Shift, but sometimes you really need that flash to build enough distance to get away from specifically Lig, who is 6-0. And as we mentioned, Lig needs to be the one to be killing, not the one to be killed. This might not be the case for Lig here.
I think Miracle's going to try to sacrifice his life here. He might try to survive as much as he can. Hook onto the terrain, slows him down. Nice little combo there. I'm genuinely surprised he lived because Pantheon was right around the corner. There's no dragon to take. Maybe they want Cassante here, or just to get a little bit more vision and be a little bit more prepared. But there's nothing there to take. So, yeah, you get control of, you know, blue side's red jungle, but, like, For what?
You
For
make them
Casante?
sweat a little bit. I think that's the main thing is Lig and Miracle. Honestly, Miracle having those kills and having the early locket does make a big difference there, because if they don't have the locket, maybe one or both of them go down. Maddie getting aggressive though.
Misses the ult. That's bad. They're still going to try to fight this. They do have the all-out that Ricky can operate with, but of course Nautilus here, he's got his full kit. They can try to fight this. Rift Herald could be the the focus in the next couple of minutes. But I think they just want kills. They just want to fight. They just want Converse to not even be able to have the ability to CS.
Flocon takes the true shot rush to the face there. Zav is a little bit separated out from the team. This is not good.
Yeah, there we go. They're going to want to focus on Pantheon. Off to the side, of course, Ezreal's going to back away. Nautilus, you're a little bit too deep. Miracle, he pops the ultimate, of course, but really, is this going to be enough? There's going to be Casante, Ricky keeping the peel alive for Nautilus. They continue the chase, but this is bad. Aurora's popped the ultimate. There's so many St. Clair members that are low. They find Duckman through the fray. Hope 1v1 on Lig, and Lig shuts him down. It's all down to Ego, and a triple kill for St. Clair's ace.
My goodness, Lig played that perfectly. Look at the health bars on everyone, so low across the board. That is how close this game is. Despite the kill advantage, Converse are still fighting back. The beginning of that, Hope has a great shift over the wall to dodge out on everything, and then a huge Aurora ult coming through from Duckman. But it just isn't enough. The gold difference is starting to speak now. The wallets were the big difference in that fight. If it had been, I don't know, a little bit closer, a couple thousand gold closer, Converse cleaned that fight 5-0, I think, and instead they get cleaned themselves.
Whew. Craziness. You could see how badly they wanted Lig. They could see how badly they wanted Flocon. Absolutely bonkers. And now, Rift Herald is the target of St. Clair's affection. They will get that nice and sorted. And fortunately for them, Otacon's also topside. So the fact that they have this pressure, if they want, they could just focus onto Otacon if they want. They can get this top tier turret with Rift and, lots of different options as we look towards a replay of that crazy ace.
Yeah, honestly, just need a second look at that. Actually, we're going to get this one first. Look at the timing on it. Zav just flies off into the distance. Dinosaur Chainsaw is left to their own device. There's nothing you can do about that. The Hex Slash plus through the wall. And then here is where it's a little bit too aggressive here from the side of the St. Clair. This is where Hope is able to turn it back around, pick up that shutdown onto Miracle. As we can see, I think the main thing to note is that Duckman's ultimates have been fantastic this game. They're sort of separating out the fight, but at the end of it, Lig is still grabbing multiple kills each and every time. Was able to pick up a third one in this one at the tail end onto Ego. 6-0, and then we should have one more fight coming up here on the replay. Maybe might get it later as well. It is this last fight here. This is where they push up, and then Maddie and Casante, Ricky. Oh, no, we're going to get this one. This is the big one.
This is the big one.
This is the big one. Like, I want you to watch Hope here as they go over the wall. Perfect timing on that hook, and then it just comes down to Duckman's angle here. Massive ultimate gets dropped down on the entire team as they come in from the side. You can see him crossing over mid. It's the pickup on a Dinosaur Chainsaw, but it's that. Just separates out the fight. And unfortunately for Dinosaur Chainsaw, or Duckman as well, unable to get on top of Lig, and Lig just stays alive the entire time. So challenging to get back into it.
2 comments about that fight. Ego was staring into the abyss. He did not press an ability for half of that fight. He was in and out and in and out. Then he jumps onto Flocon. Flocon separates with an Acorn with like 5 HP.
Yeah.
Nuts. Absolutely nuts. Like, so many unfortunate things happening for Converse just when they think things are going their way. Oh! What a pickup here from Maddie! That ultimate was insane. They've kicked off the fight. Let's focus onto Duckman. He's going to be the first as we peel off this back line. They are just going in deep onto Ego, Zav, and Chainsaw as off to the side. Duckman gets run down, but now as Chainsaw tries to escape, the all-out sends him back into a whole other country. And SCC feeling so confident to close out this first game.
He kidnapped Dinosaur Chainsaw and brought him back to Spartanburg with that one. Pull him all the way back there. Lig, once again, the beneficiary. 11-0-3. I said from the beginning, game plan, Lig, go kill. It is working out to perfection. Even with Converse's solo lanes being very relevant this game, it hasn't really mattered just because Lig is such a force in this one. there's really, like, at a certain point, an 11-0 AD carry is just Thanos, and that's what's happening at this point. Like, there's no stopping them, and I think the only thing that could really deter St. Clair's push is if Lig has a couple of poor fights. That impale over the wall was absolutely ridiculous from Maddie. Just yanks him over the wall on a quasi-prediction. I don't think it was fully on vision.
Yeah, that's just... Converse got to be scratching their heads about game 2 after that. Like, there's just no way to emotionally come back from something like that. And yeah, there goes Leona back to Spartanburg. As we have a 21-6 with Ruinous Otacon taken up. That's also the one that's going to be incredibly juicy to work with. Lots of stat boosts. Like, that's rough. That's rough. If you are Converse, you know, the best you can do is to really just dogpile onto Lig. Send Ego. I feel like Ego hasn't been as impactful as maybe as he should. I know that Flocon's also kind of a threat, but it's really Lig who, unfortunately for Ego, is incredibly mobile. He pops an ult, and he's literally on the other side of the team fight, and then Ego's what? Stuck walking through a Skarner, walking through a Nautilus? It's not going to happen.
You're fighting with your eyes closed as well, because Lig is invisible half of the fight as well. I think the other main proponent of that is Matty Skarner. This is, like, giving Matty Skarner is definitely bold. You take it off the table for the future games, but it's you're giving one of the better junglers in all of Collegiate, the best jungler in the game right now is...
Oh, wow. What an impale! 3 members deep! St. Clair! They've got, but there, Lig, look, he's falling low. Wait, they finally get him, but at what cost? That's 3 members down. Off to the side, Duckman gets executed right behind the barnyard doors by Flocon, and it's yet another ace from St. Clair. They got what they wanted, Lig, but it cost them the game.
Yeah, and I mean, it went on to Hope as well. If you just isolate that out, Hope is the perfect person to get that kill, but it does not matter at the end of the day because the rest of the team is wiped off the board. You don't have Baron, you don't really have a whole lot of minions. Likely this is just going to be double inhibitor take and then you back off. Might only just be the single inhibitor, but everyone's starting to respawn now. You're just going to back off for the time being. St. Clair will give a little bit of grace to Converse here and let them live to see another day.
I still think that could be game. I know I called it maybe a little bit too early, but every single team fight, despite how close it's been, St. Clair have been in a prime position. They're up a 10k gold lead right now. They have some grubs. They've got some dragons. They have Otacon. They're looking towards Baron. Like, when does it end?
Yeah, I mean, Lig is going for an insurance policy now as well with the Zhonyas.
Converse don't have a turret to their name. To their name!
They can't get close to one.
They can't even get close to one.
They get close to one, Lig's gonna drop down the killer instinct right on top of their heads, and it's done. They're just trying to scrap together anything that they can, and as you mentioned, a 10, almost 11,000 gold lead. It's difficult. At this point, it's more so just about when as opposed to if. There you go.
There you go. There goes Hope, and that's the game. It's going to be Zav next double kill here for Maddie as they chase down Chainsaw. There's going to be the jungler smite onto Chainsaw. Re-engage onto the back line onto Flocon. Flocon gets taken down to half as Duckman trying to participate with that ultimate. Here comes Ego, 1v5. The Dream goes in towards the back line, but Flash still available for Flocon. A triple kill for Lig. 31-7 in 27 minutes. Almost a kill or more per minute here for St. Clair as they take down Converse in game number 1.
Yeah, honestly, that was a masterclass from Lig. I've been one of the more critical people of Lig, thinking, you know, they've been a little bit too aggressive. They're not really playing towards their win conditions. That was a game where Lig is making me shut up a little bit and say, hey, listen, I still got what it takes. A fantastic performance coming through from Lig. That's, like, Hope is one of the better ADCs, and you just absolutely mollywopped him and his entire team. That's a tough pill to swallow here for Converse, and looking forward to game 2, what does Converse have to look towards? You don't have to face Lig's Kaisa again. That's what they have to look forward towards.
Yeah, I mean, you can only say thank God to that, but realistically, like, what a performance from St. Clair. I think for, of course, draft going to be coming into question, what's going to be coming up next, but you can keep targeting Maddie if you want, but seems like he's really comfortable even on his 4th pick and 5th and 6th and 7th pick, and that was just a very impressive performance. The point that I wanted to mention that was that not only did they lose, but they were fighting 2v2, and Lig was alone half the time. Miracle was mid, Miracle was top, Lig was alone, and you were in the 2v2. How do you lose that? How do you lose that?
It just comes down to the team fights. And I mean, when we look at sort of this replay reel once again, every single time, like, Lig is 3-0 here. This is acceptable levels of bad for the Kaisa. And it's just that every single fight that came afterwards was just Lig getting multiple kills and not dying. That was the important part. They stayed on the map. They're over the wall. Document just wasn't invisible for long enough.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. It's a champion gap, apparently. And then Lig's just able to rejoin these fights at the perfect time. I want to applaud Ego and Duckman for looking for opportunities. I think they had great angles on the Mbessa and the Aurora to try and find ways in. It just wasn't enough. Like, these ultimates are fantastic. They're landing onto 4 people. But Maddie, always there with the front line. Maddie and Miracle were sort of the bodyguards for Lig. They're the bouncers in front of the club saying, hey, you're not allowed in. I don't know what Miracle's doing with the Rift Herald there. I'm just going to be honest about that one. But nonetheless, it's a fantastic showing from St. Clair. It shows that they know how to support one member if it gets very bad, but they also know how to sort of stay alive in their own right. Even this fight, this was the one that really, I think this was the one that sort of broke the game wide open for St. Clair. This fight, if it's a little bit closer, if it's, you know, a 3,000 gold gap or a 2,000 gold gap, Converse is wiping the floor with St. Clair, but instead, Lig just able to stay alive for so long, take down so many members. Once again, dash across the entire fight onto Hope, win that 1v1, and it's just curtains from there.
Yeah. I still want to bring it back to what I said earlier. Lig was alone in lane half the time.
Yeah.
With roams from Miracle towards mid. You could have easily really pressured him out of lane, but I think it just, you know, maybe Dinosaur Chainsaw felt like he was the one that needed to roam. Maybe if you put Phantom Star in there, you really dominate that lane and you put Lig in a little bit of an uncomfortable position. Maybe that's what we see in game 2. We see Phantom Star come in, we see the Sona or the Lulu or Soraka or whatever, and you pressure Lig if he's alone. If Miracle, you want to leave him alone? Try it. See what happens. You could have a 0-3, whatever he's going to play next. Because he's, you know, if Miracle wants to roam and he's not going to be there to support Lig, totally fine. But if Lig starts dying, then it's a problem.
Right? Yeah, then it becomes a problem, and that's when Lig starts to get a little bit antsy and says, hey, come on, come back. And I think that's where you can sort of expose Lig's weakness of wanting to be aggressive all the time. It's easy to be aggressive when you're 3-0. It's easy to be aggressive when you're 6-0 because you're going to win those fights.
Yeah.
When you're 1-3, when you're, you know, 1-4, that's when you start to say, buddy, why are you going in here? Why are we looking for the fights here? So really going to have to put that under the microscope. I want to see what Converse do as an answer in Game 2. We'll have to see that in just a little bit. We're going to throw it to a break. We'll be back with Game 2. Converse versus St. Clair. St. Clair looking to clinch their tickets to the finals on home soil. Welcome back, everyone, to Saints Gauntlet Series. Rare Adam and Simo here, taking you through Game 2. St. Clair dominating Game 1 victory. I think it's safe to say Converse need to go back to the drawing board a little bit.
Yeah, hopefully Shorter Ace has got something in his back pocket, something for the team to work with, because that was not probably what went to plan. Of course, you know, Maddie, I think, was really, like, we talk about, like, but Maddie versus Zav in kind of that leadership role, and I think Zav is probably the shot caller or the team captain or something like that, whereas I think for St. Clair it's more so Miracle, I think, is more the vocal player. So the fact that you've got Maddie that's just so tunneled in on, like, okay, I've got my farm, I've got my objectives, I got this, and you've got somebody else roaming, calling shots. We'll see if Converse can take advantage of that. If Lig is left alone, again, I don't really know what support Miracle's going to play. Maybe Rel or something like that, because there's nothing left engage-wise for him to play.
Yeah.
If Lig gets left alone, that's really where I think the hole is here for St. Clair. If you find an opportunity to get Lig so far behind and get Hope ahead, that's going to really open up the game for Converse.
Yeah, that's the important thing. I think as we look towards the second game, first of all, who's going to play support? That's the big thing, because Dinosaur Chainsaw has had some ups, but they've also been the member who's lost the game ones in both the Oakland series and this one before they swapped in Phantom Star. Are they going to do the same thing this time around? By the looks of it, we can take a look. That's Phantom Star on the end there. So it seems like they are making that support switch up. Does that mean that Phantom Star is going to pull out one of those enchanters that we saw earlier, or are they going to go back into the back pocket and pull out? They have played a lot of hook champions in the past as well. Their Thresh, their Pike, their Blitzcrank, all very good champions as well. Are they going to pull out one of those?
Yeah, one of the things that I haven't seen yet in this tournament, and there's a lot of games that went to the wayside that we were not able to see stats-wise, like, picking bans and things like that. Maybe some Elise. Don't see where that would fit in terms of, like, team play. Maybe as, like, a solo queue support. I've been playing some Elise support. It's a lot of fun. But Elise could work here in terms of trying to really win lanes super hard.
Yeah.
Really try to get the other ADC behind, get that cocoon, get that combo, and just burst them down with Electrocute. There's just so many options, and because there's a lot less supports on the table, and Miracle's now going up against a mage, maybe that's what you want to do. Fight fire with fire. You want to take some fights? I'm going to play Elise, and I'm going to also fight you back, too.
Yeah, Elise works really well as sort of this counter engage, too, because your cocoon is so strong against all of these engages. The dashes to get in there.
Yeah.
It's very strong at beating that. And, I mean, Elise probably just the de facto dive champion. You go in there, you tank up for a bit, you go up in the sky, and you come back down again.
That's right.
So I'm curious to see if that is potentially the angle for Phantom Star, or if that is already read out and they ban the Elise. Because that could be another option. You could just say, you know what, Phantom Star's coming in, let's just ban the Elise. Let's get this off the table. We don't want to deal with it. On the flip side, Miracle might just say, I'm okay playing against that. I'm fine playing against whatever they pull at me, and we're just going to ban out whatever we want once again. So into draft we go. As usual, the bans usually stay the same between Fearless. That is the one critique that I've always said. Ivor Nunu already banned off the table. Jace, I believe, was banned out last time. It's just going to be the Maddie special getting 3 jungle bans from Converse's side. And St. Clair just, once again, same champion. So same 6 bans.
I mean, are they, like, if you're St. Clair and Maddie's taking 3 targeted bans, is that really that bad, though? That's, I was making that point in that first game. That's massive, I think, because, okay, that can't be.
Oh, so if this is in pick order, Varus Taught was played a decent amount. I don't know if this is in order, though. This could be a bait. They're hovering Kaisa. They can't pick Kaisa. Yeah, they're picking in order. So this is Varus top lane. Varus top lane runs Olaf into the ground, because Olaf's whole job is to get in your face and throw your axes over and over again. Varus just runs away from you and just plays the range game.
He is not super mobile, though.
Yes.
That's the one criticism that you might say, that if Maddie comes in for a gank, it's over. This Varus is going nowhere. He's got flash, and that's it. What, Halo Varus is going to be his escape tool? Come on now. Like, unless he's got that level 6 and he pops that ult and he lands it, maybe. But the Neko coming out, this is a little bit of a strange pick, I think, for the mid lane. Has to be super. You got to really find great opportunities to engage with it, I feel like.
Yeah. I think we're going to get our answer whether, yep, it is Varus top. Wow. This is going to be an interesting one just as they go through the bans and everything. The Bard is picked up as well, so if you had any questions about... Okay, that's...
Psych.
Garen's going top. Okay, never mind. Man, we talked about Varus top for so long, and it's just Garen instead.
Neko support, though, that's... I don't even know what to say about that. That's a very, very niche pick, I think, in the bot lane.
Yeah, normally seen with Callista. I think that's the main thing. Normally you'd see it with Callista. The one tech that you do have with Nico support is you turn into a minion and you can tank up 7 tower shots. And you just live perfectly fine because you use the cannon minion's HP bar. So the damage doesn't ramp up. You just stay under tower and you keep doing that. That's the one tech that you have, and especially when you have Wukong, you have the Varus who wants to just sort of stack up against it. It is an option, especially since in this game, Lig doesn't have the escape tools that they had last game on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, he's playing a little bit more of a utility role in this case, and maybe he's going to be pretty upset about his coach picking that. He wants to go in there, he wants to fight, he wants to duel. Guys, pick me like a Aphelios or Jhin, like something that has a little bit more spunk. But now I'm playing Ashe into Varus. Man,
it is just the de facto trade lane here. You get Ashe, you get Varus. Everyone's happy at the end of the day.
Except Lig. But really, talking about this bot lane, this Bard is also going to be heavy on the roam side. That whole kit is just built for roaming. You got to get those chimes, you create those portals, you move fast towards other lanes. You got to land that Q or the ultimate if it's available to try to create an opportunity. I like really what I'm seeing from the St. Clair roster, a lot of mobility, right? You got the Bard, can make the rest of the team very mobile. Talia dropping that wall and just really going for a run or cutting a player off. Vi, who's incredibly mobile as well, getting in and out of places with the Q. And then Olaf as well, like he can really run and down anybody. He doesn't have like mobility per se, but he can, with his ultimate, be quite mobile in a fight. Like he can go anywhere he wants, really. So on the opposite side, like I feel like there's a little bit more kind of in and out, a little bit more disengaged, a little bit more re-engaged, but they're not really looking for any big engages, and they're not all really that mobile. Maybe Wukong and Neko, but if Hui and Varus get jumped on, like, it's over. Yeah. It's done.
I think main things to take away as well that I see is it's a more balanced comp coming through from Converse. This seems to be something where they're happy to just play the game out as it comes. They're not really expecting anything right away. And there's no early game that's coming through here. It's more so playing for the mid game, playing for the late game. Whereas St. Clair, Olaf is one of those early game champions. You want to play towards that top side. You want to, get your solo kills. This is one where the lane swap may occur. Because realistically, the Olaf, you don't really want a lane swap on your Olaf. It's definitely going to be a call that they're making from the bot side of things, saying, hey, we want to put this Garen down in the dirt. And Ricky's going to say, oh, okay, fine. I'll go into the bot lane. I'll go up into Hope and Phantom Star. But I want to see if it comes to fruition. I think last game, Converse did a great job of scouting out the lane swap and saying, hey, listen, we're not going to opt into it. We're just going to go bot lane.
Yeah. Very, very valid points, especially since Olaf Garen is like the oldest matchup in the world.
They're old champions.
Yeah, they're old champions. I'm pretty sure that matchup is older than how some of the players have been players. Like, we've got some young people on some of these collegiate rosters. So, yeah, Game 2 about to get underway. We are just moments away from that. And, of course, we're going to be looking for a few things in the first early parts of the match. Are we going to be seeing that lane swap? If we do see the lane swap, is it going to be, just both bot lanes on the top? Are we going to see a mismatch with Ashe and Bard going up against Garen and Varus Neko going up against Olaf? Like, these are all the things that we're looking for. We saw the invade from level 1 in Game 1, getting a lot of information. They got the biggest deep wards ever. Again, like you said, scouting out that lane swap. And that really didn't phase Matty at all. Like, he was still able to take wolves and then kind of go about his business. And he still ended up with higher CS than Zav.
He just did his thing.
He just did his thing. So these are some of the kind of critical things. And I really like St. Clair's counter punch as well. They got the counter vision on the top side, and they were able to kind of answer back. So, To be quite honest, Olaf, not something I think has been played this entire tournament yet. I'm pretty sure Ricky's the first one to pull it out, but
Expected at that.
expected, yeah. What, Mundo Game 3? Probably at this rate. So, ladies and gentlemen, no more waiting, no more stalling. We are in game. St. Clair on your screens here, up against Converse.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. Excited to see how Converse is going to counterpunch, and I think that's the important thing. We need to see them fight back because against Oakland, they were able to find that. But Oakland is a very different level of opponent than St. Clair here, and already St. Clair cooking something up. 5 members to the bottom side of the map. I think they're scouting out for the lane swap just as much. Or they're scouting out for Hope getting caught with their pants down walking through the river.
Oh, I don't think he's going to get caught here. He is going to have to get out of that brush. Hail of Arrows going to get all 5 members of St. Clair.
Yeah. Hey, buffed. Well, didn't get leg. Got 4 members.
Fair enough.
You got to keep him in line there, but Hope probably getting a mana flow stack for that, which is good for them, but nonetheless, seems as if standard lanes for now. This is what I want to watch. Where does Lig go? Does Lig walk up to that top side? Nope, stayed bot side, so no lane swap here.
Okay, forgive me for maybe a stupid question, but is there a reason why St. Clair are blue 2 maps in a row?
I think Converse picked red.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Converse elected to go red side. I think specifically for the counter pick. What the counter pick was, I assume it was the Garen, but getting Varus first pick as well as getting their pick of the litter in terms of jungler is probably what they were looking for. But
hey, just want to know, because I'm just, usually I don't feel like I see that normally. Usually the side swap, different pick order, things like that.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, fight towards bot lane. Lig probably initiated that. Ignite's coming out. There comes Miracle autoing away. There's the Q, but doesn't really quite land on anything. And Phantom Star low, but so is Miracle. So kind of, I think, both trades going relatively evenly if I do, maybe a little bit lower on the Varus side.
Yeah, I think main thing is Miracle's perfectly fine taking that trade because they can just get their health trinkets at level 2. You heal back up the 150, 160 HP that you get. Base damages are high, but a big stun coming through. Phantom Star and Hope are still level 1. Like, you're just going to drop down a Hawk Shot. So not really going to go for that level 2 play where you can go for your extra damage off of the Hunter's Focus.
Yeah, that's crazy. Still, there we go. Finally hitting that level 2. And Miracle says, see you later, Lig. I'm going to mid lane.
Just getting a meep, just getting a meep. They're just going up the river, taking a little jaunt up there, but on this top side, Ego, last time they played the Garen, they were forced into a lane swap. Weren't the happiest camper about it, but ended up getting a couple of solo kills. This time around, into the Olaf, they're perfectly fine going toe-to-toe, but Warren G, as you can see, Ricky willing to throw down the axes. It is always going to be a case of trading health for mana in this lane. The Olaf will end up running out of mana eventually throwing all those axes.
Yeah. Ooh, wow, they get that ward too. Oh, of course, the lens having to be dropped for that. Finally, Varus says, I can play the game. Looking back towards that top side.
Yeah.
Ego. Falling low, but I don't think he had enough mana maybe for another axe, or he just used it in that fight. But he definitely has another axe ready now. Oh, he wants to die. Pops the ghost.
Yeah, Ego's looking
He
for it.
baits him out. No! Ooh. But first blood going over to Olaf. A quick trade, and both summoners expended there. What was that? Ignite for TP? I'm sure Olaf takes that.
I think the main reason why Olaf takes that as well is because the wave was pushing in to the tower, and now it bounces back. Ego cannot teleport back to that lane. Ricky just has to walk back, doesn't even have to use the TP, and that wave is going to be shoving back into the Olaf, so going to be happy with that one. Then again, 6 of one, half dozen the other, each of them get themselves a kill. I'm sure they're perfectly happy with it. You look at the items, slight, ever so slightly advantage for the Olaf there with that glowing moat.
Yeah, good stuff here from Ricky getting that first kill. Of course, traded away, looking towards the rest of the lanes. Pretty standard stuff for now. As Duckman and Flocon have a gentleman's agreement in the mid lane, just going CS for CS.
Oh, Ego's in trouble though. Potentially. Maddie. Nope, just gonna turn away from that one. Cease and just gonna back off. Vault Breaker gonna be breaking out the other way.
Wukong's coming around, but they don't know Bard is here.
Oh yeah,
this is gonna be tough.
Yeah, here comes Zav coming in on the side. Ego just gonna spin to win away, but Zav gets caught, doesn't hit the wall, still chasing it down. Zav doesn't have the flash available, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to follow up on that. The axes, I think the first one just barely missed, and that's what allows Zav to walk out.
I think that Bard Q just like maneuvered just ever so slightly around that rock.
Just to the left there. Flocon taking
Bush
a big
doesn't
chunk
count,
here.
but look, a fight mid.
Yeah, Duckman just has to walk this one out. Miracle's just been a pest here. Walking up, dropping down those auto attacks, backing off. Flocon gets some hot chocolate for the trouble on a cold winter day. That's always nice. 150 HP back in the tank.
The fact that Miracle can rotate to these lanes and still keep up in levels is really a fascinating feat for me because...
It's the meeps!
Yeah, fair enough, but I still think that with enough pressure, you can see Neko has... Oh, sorry, I thought... Oh,
they're just switching champions, that's why.
Oh, I'm like... tripping out here. I'm like, I'll do level 5 and level 4 at the same time, but... Yeah, I mean, you should be able to eventually narrow out some sort of lead, because last game he wasn't playing Bard. He was playing Nautilus, and he was still keeping up and keeping in relative contention. As we see the Void Grubs spawning, we'll see what that first objective ends up being, because so far junglers not looking towards Drake or Grubs at all.
What I will point out here is Phantom Star is walking into lane as a minion. Can they count the minions? 1, 2, 3. Doesn't look like they're going to go for anything quite yet. Actually, as we look into the mid lane, Flocon took a pretty heavy trade against Duckman. That was the ultimate expended by the Hui. Flocon was forced to flash, so trade ultimate for Summoner in the mid lane. I think Duckman is going to be quite happy with that one.
And there, Neko escapes, but Lig is just trying to get some vision in. Finally,
Lig needs to be careful. Just going to back off for the time being. Actually, might be turned around back onto Zav. Good cleanse coming through. Hunter's Focus going to come down, raining down the arrows. Zav Ignited going to try and run for the hills. Lig as well, 150 HP, got to back off of this one, but flash forward coming through. It's going to be onto Hope. Almost able to get that with the piercing arrow, but they're walking away. Oh, the emote's raining down, and it's going to be Maddie finishing it off. Really close play. All summoners expended off the 80 carries, and yet it is Hope that is sent backpacking.
Wow. Great timing there from Maddie. Right place, right time. He could have been a blue buff. Oh.
Okay, Phantom Star is able to pick it up. I assume they cosplayed as a minion, just able to turn it back around. So, evened out. Too naughty to see on our screen. We weren't allowed to see that one. The minion just coming up and beating the crap out of Lig.
Nevertheless, as I was saying, great timing from Maddie.
Yeah.
He did not have to be bot lane. He could have been anywhere. He could have been a blue buff. He could have been trying to look towards top side. Of course, that would be kind of maybe a little bit fruitless because Ricky's just pushing non-stop. So I don't think that's really going to be where I want to go. But you could go mid too. Hui, you know, towards the middle. Like, there's so many different options. There's also Void Grubs. There's Drake. Like, there's so much that Maddie could do, and he's right there at the right time. So if not for him there, they turned that. And Miracle
100%.
and Lig are dead, and that's it. So let's have a quick look at the replay of that engagement towards that bot side. Actually, we're going to take a look at this dive, this 1v1, as we see a fight towards the middle off of the replay. The first blood coming through, and of course this fight towards that bottom side jungle. Lig getting so dangerously low. But I love the re-engage because Maddie, just around the bend, is like, guys, fight this. I'm going to be on the way soon. Ignite, not quite enough to take out Zav. I like how Lig pops those fruits there just to try to get a little bit of extra damage, and then here comes Maddie. Of course, Hope is like, let me try to fight this if I can, but Lig just way too fast.
Just missed it.
Out of there. That's right.
And actually in that pip, we saw Duckman go down, so it's the feat of strength going over to St. Clair once again. It just seemed to be a little bit of a messy engage in the mid lane there. Duckman still had the flash available, didn't even expend them, and now Maddie gonna clean up those Void Grubs, so St. Clair gaining small advantages once again. However, this is not the same game state as we saw in game number 1. Lig of note, a little bit behind the curve of where we would expect them to be.
I think that's just the nature of the beast, right? Yeah. It's not Kaisa, it's Ashe. And Ashe is just chilling. You know what I mean? Like, not really. You saw, like, what Lig did in that fight was the maximum that Ashe can do in terms of aggression, you know? Throw the W out, and then try to follow up with Q. That's it. That's all you can do. Whereas Kaisa's like, I'm over here, I'm over there, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. So as we look at a replay towards that mid-fight, Duckman getting absolutely ulted there by Vi, securing that kill. And now we look towards mid.
Yeah, actually a fight right off the back of it is Zap picking up a kill onto Flocon. Every single time we get into a replay, there's a fight right afterwards. Ends up just being a 1-for-0. Seems as if it was a pretty hefty collapse onto that mid lane. I'd assume Nico was playing mind games again, which honestly, it does sort of mess with you a little bit. Do you start to question every minion that you farm now?
Yeah, the mind games are definitely here, and Neko can kind of create that process. I mean, we talked about this in the draft of Game 1. What if something really sneaky comes out here for Converse? Is St. Clair going to be able to deal with it? And so far, the answer is yes. But we're only 10 minutes in, and things could be vastly different compared to... Oh.
Yeah, just keep spawning stuff. There's 3 Varises on my screen for a second. A minion hit the plant. That's the power of the Nico. You just get to cosplay as whoever you want, and it can play mind games. It can start to mess with them. All of a sudden, you're cosplaying as a... Yeah, there you go. We got a replay of it. We got a replay of Nico's power there.
Another one.
Yeah, I think the major thing to keep in mind is every single time that they switch, they're just able to find more stuff. There's the replay of that kill there. It was just a couple of ultimates being expended there to find that kill onto Flocon. Actually,
oh my god, what a crazy Q there. I don't think that should be a thing. Don't know how there was any terrain behind him, but it lands nevertheless. And
the walls are weird. Some of the walls have weird geometry, and you throw it perpendicular and it just hits. Or parallel. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, regardless, that did not. The one that should have landed in the top lane like 5 minutes ago should have landed. Yeah. This one should not have landed, and yet it did. So, Maddie, channel in the Vault Breaker. Not gonna go anywhere with it, as of course there's nothing for you here. Dragon is taken, and of course maybe Lig do not play too aggressively.
Yeah, I think Lig is forced to play less aggressively here because they don't have a massive lead this time around. And I think in some ways this is where the main critiques for Lig have come through, is that they play the same when they are super fed and when they are not. Granted, good stun under the tower. Here comes Nico's knockup though, gonna get Miracle. The tower was disabled though, and Hope gonna have to back out of this one. Still has that flash available. It's the cleanse burned from Lig. Looking to go back in here, but Phantom Star throws out the clone just to put a little bit of distraction. It's a couple of ultimates expended on both sides. Actually, Miracle going through the portal. Phantom Star should be able to back off as Ego is here to provide some backup.
I like the attempt though.
Yeah.
Aggression, trying to create some pressure. Like, I feel like right now St. Clair doesn't really have a lot of options. There's not really many objectives, so they're just trying to fight things off or try to find picks where they can to really, again, similar to last game, extend their lead and start to develop that aggression that we saw from before. And really, it's really in the name of St. Clair as well. They just play, so far against Converse, very aggressively, and we're seeing that here. But if there's nothing to do, there's nothing to do. So you got to try to win those fights. Here comes Ricky, and Maddie's going to join him.
Yeah, clone out from Zav, just waiting out the Ragnarok as long as possible, but the longer that he auto-attacks, the more it's going to last. He's trying to walk away now as he's low on health. Just squeaks out of there with 250 HP as Zav going to spin to win once again, but wrong way. No way to get back into this one. Unfortunately for Ricky, gets stopped up. But this provides a little bit of pressure around these grubs, and I want to see if Converse can try and take these away.
Ricky, I think it's time to go. I think
Ricky's still here, yeah.
Ricky, I don't know what you're doing. You could have backed and been back by now. He's trying to lifesteal off the wave, I get it. Actually.
Oh, what?
That's, yeah.
He's full HP.
He's full HP. Would you look at that? Uh-oh, Miracle.
Works out well, yeah. Miracle in trouble, though. Gonna have to try and go over the wall, but Duckman gonna pick that up with the ultimate now. It's Maddie in the middle of the pit. Zav needs to try and get out of here. Has no health, no flash, no clone. Gets shot down there by Lig. That's a kill going over to Lig. But in the middle of everyone, it's Flocon just throwing out the rocks. It's going to be the Grubs going over to the side of St. Clair. Arrow from downtown, though. Hope picks up a kill into Lig, and now it's getting messy. Phantom Star going forward. True-hand knockup going to come through. Gets a lot of damage down, but I don't know if it's going to be enough on the back end of this. Actually, it's going to be the Demacia Justice coming down from Ego, and now Phantom Star runs for their life. It's going to be a shutdown again onto the Olaf. 4 for 0 for Converse here. 5 for 0 in the long run, and now Miracle's just back to pick up the pieces.
Whew. Tough fight. If I could summarize that into one sentence, St. Clair's like, do we pick the fight or do we pick the grubs? Let's pick the grubs.
Yeah.
That's what we're gonna
recalling there.
We're gonna pick the grubs. So kudos. You lost some kills. Now you're down some gold. There's some bounties that are there to be collected. We're gonna have a replay of that fight towards grubs. As we see, look, that fight. You see Flocon. He's trying to keep 4 members at bay. And for a while it works. He's trying to create this ruse. Hey guys, don't come this way. I will defeat you. But they're like, wait a second. It's just Talia. Let's wait for Varus to rotate off. Ashe misses the arrow, flashed out by Varus. If Varus gets Ashe arrowed there, they turn the fight. It's over. Yeah. It's cooked. They turn the fight, they find Varus, and then they return on the rest of the roster. But it did not pan out that way. As we look towards the Pip, a shutdown onto Hope.
And Maddie was able to find the shutdown onto Hope, and a couple of lower health bars here. Phantom Star has to walk out of the area, but that would definitely offer the cease and desist there. Flocon going over the wall here, but Phantom Star has all that movement speed, able to get out. So it's just a one pick here onto Hope, but actually Ego finds a solo kill on the top side, and Lig 1 and 3 starting to struggle a little bit here. This is what I was talking about in the break. Converse need to see Lig at like 1 and 3, 1 and 4, and see what happens with that aggression.
I still don't think that's all she wrote for St. Clair, just because Lig is down. Maddie's having a good game. Of course, Flocon hasn't really come online yet, and Hui is feeling good with his first item completed. So we still have yet to see for St. Clair how the story unfolds for them, but you're right. Lig being down, gonna feel a little bit rougher than it should. Second Dragon here going over to St. Clair, and that actually should secure the triumphant reward. They have 3 kills. First turret, I think it doesn't really matter because they have it. It doesn't matter. They have it. So,
oh, I see how in the replay there, it was the Tempered Fate from the Bard setting it all up. No need for your cease and desist there. So you get a catch. You're good on you. But nonetheless, I want to see what St. Clair are going to do when they're behind, because we've seen how well they can play from ahead. It's just what happens when they're behind the curve here, which is the case. Is not much behind the curve. It's definitely more surmountable than the lead that they had over Converse last game, but it's still putting them on the back foot a little bit here, and I think a lot of that has to do, Lig is not fed.
Wow, it's a lot of damage. Miracle taking half his HP from engagement from Hui. They're going to continue this journey down the bot side, and St. Clair might try to answer. They're pinging out the top turret. They're like, let's try to at least push this wave and get the second one as well. As Olaf, Ricky gonna stick around. You see Wukong going up there, and they've got the grubs. They might be able to take this down super fast. I don't know if Wukong's really gonna want to fight this. They can dive this with Bard. He has that Tempered Fate available as well, but they'll just trade it out. And I'm not really sure this was in the cards for Converse.
Yeah,
they thought maybe they're like, yeah, we're gonna get bot turret and it's gonna be great, but they just trade top lane for it instead.
It's a 3-for-3 tower trade. It doesn't show up on Converse's side. I just saw it reset there, so. Maybe that's why we've seen them like not have towers or whatever. But it is a 3-for-3 tower trade.
No, last game they had 0
yeah,
towers.
Last game
they had 0 towers.
Well, I just saw, I was like, huh? Hey, come back here. Definitely 3-for-3 though. And, you know, it's just a bunch of gold being traded over. The wallets are thicker on both sides, but what this does is it forced St. Clair to take a reset here, and now it's the Rift Herald that they're looking at, but look at where Ricky is on the bottom side. Ricky's looking for the split push. They've got to get this quickly and get out of here, because if the fight ensues, they're going to lose the tower, and they might lose the fight afterwards. Just going to pick that one up. They're going for mid tower. It's just tower.
Yeah, take that Rift. That's fine. We'll get bot lane turret. We'll get this mid lane turret for free. St. Clair's going to be up to 5 turrets. I don't think they really want to push any further, because the engage potential here from Converse with the Wukong waiting in the wings save is really scary. They're going to just focus on towards this bot lane tier 2 because they can, but keep your eye on this Nico. Recall coming in, engage possibly.
Yeah, Miracle took a whole
turret down, here we go.
Here comes Phantom Star, whiffs on it, but here comes Zav into the backline. It's a 4-man Cyclone, but gonna get shot down on the back end. Coming through from Flocon. And taking a boatload of damage. Cease and desist onto Phantom Star. They're in the backline. Duckman shut down, and now Hope is left potentially without a Hope, able to turn one back around onto Miracle. It's a triple kill for Flocon. 4 kills, I believe, only 3 across the fight as Ego and Phantom Star stay alive.
Flocon, MVP of that. He lands 2 players with his alley-oop combo, and that allows St. Clair to re-engage. Maddie was healthy the whole time, pops into the back line, splits the fight into 2, and that was all she wrote. That is a fight that St. Clair are allowed to slowly chip away back in. But realistically, the undertone of the entire fight is, hey, we got 2 turrets, and we got a 3-for-2 trade in the bot lane. That's worth.
That's
worth.
Fantastic for St. Clair, as they found a way back into it. Once again, Lig is still the target of this, but as we look at this replay, it's just the unfortunate whiff from Phantom Star that starts it off into this knockback.
Ooh, it's so beautiful. I'm happy I'm seeing it again, to be honest. And of course, Maddie going in, you think, like, I feel like if you're Converse, you're like, we have them dead to rights. There's 3 dead members, and then you have a full health Vi coming back into the fight. You're like, okay, I didn't expect that. All right, so Maddie gonna be happy about being able to support his team there. Otacon spawning towards that top side, and just fortunately enough for every single player on the map, most of them are towards the top side of the map. However, Otacon requires a lot of delicate care if you're going to take it. So definitely not going to be the object right now, but if we get a couple of kills on either side, definitely really easy to take if you have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, I mean, main thing is both these top laners are on the bottom side of the map. Ricky has teleport, Ego does not. Ego will not be at that fight unless they are rotating up first, which is exactly what they're doing. So they're looking for it, they're moving up there, as Ricky's just content to sit on the bottom, pushing an extra wave, and potentially look for more. I want to see how Converse opt to treat Otacon, if they're going to sort of use it with the kid gloves and say, hey, we're not going to do anything too crazy, but let's watch in the mid lane here. There's a minion that's out of place there. Can he count the melee minions? Gonna go forward, gets onto Lig, and that's a big knock-up. Going into the backline, Zav, knock-up onto Lig. Lig is down. It's a kill onto the AD carry, but here comes a turn. Maddie gonna find one with the Vault Breaker. Zav is down once again. They're taking the portal to Destiny, but it's just a 1-for-1 in that fight. A lot expended from Converse there, and that just turns right into Dragon for St. Clair. Ego, though, on a flank.
Yeah, you see they're still sticking around here for Converse. They want to try to go back in for seconds, but a lot of healthy members here for St. Clair. Shut down onto Vi. That means that the Dragon can still be taken. Flocon in the back. He's got to get out of there. Portal operated here by Miracle as Ricky in so much trouble off to the top side. This is turned around for Converse.
Yeah, now just turning back onto the Dragon. There's no smite on either side. Ego's just going to walk right up into it, take it. So it's going to be Converse who end up getting the extra kill. They get the objective. They're back in the driver's seat just a little bit, but this gold is dead even now.
Yeah, this is a very close game. Much closer than we had the last game. Of course, the fights are going back and forth, tit for tat. And I feel like for St. Clair in that Dragon Pit, they felt comfortable. They're like, they're gone. They're not going to be coming back. We feel like we have the numbers advantage, but I really want to give a lot of credit to Ego there. Ego knocking out Vi is a massive pickup. Denies the Dragon, denies re-engage, denies the tanky frontline bruiser that you need. So let's have a look at that replay.
Yeah, I mean, it's the second half of the replay that really gets me, because this one, it's just Lig barely getting caught on the edge, but it's the stun. That arrow onto Zav ends up costing him. But Maddie, of note, uses a cease and desist there, shuts it down. Actually, as we go, there's another fight in the bottom. Flocon takes a kill on the Duckman. It's right here where I think Ego goes over the wall and just ults it. Actually, big ultimate on the Nico. We're looking at the play. We're looking at the picture-in-picture. We got to get back to the fight here. It's 2 shutdowns picked up by Maddie, and it all happens in the picture-in-picture every single time. It's just, we look at every fight, and St. Clair find an angle.
Yeah, just when we think that it's all down and out, St. Clair prove us wrong. It feels like every single replay we've taken, the picture-in-picture shows St. Clair finding another pick or finding another kill. And this time, it's 3. So back in the game, back in a 2K gold lead, 2-ish, 3-ish, and feeling good. We still have Otacon on the docket, Baron in a minute 30. Lots of opportunity for St. Clair to try to capitalize. They weren't able to get... Was that inhib taken? Oh, if it's inhib taken, that is massive. Push top wave, prep Otacon or Baron. That is a huge threat.
Exactly, but look at who's prepping Otacon right now. It's Converse who's moving up. Let's actually just get a quick replay of this fight. So, yeah, it's a swing and a miss. That's what it is. And even with the re-engage here on the flip side, there's just no help. That's what happened.
Yeah, Wukong's like, I ain't following.
I'm not going in there.
I'm not going in.
That's not my business anymore.
Phantom Star, you crazy. Phantom Star, you just out here wilding. So maybe gonna have to reconsider that shot call in that fight. I get it though. Hope's like, we need to fight them. We need to do something. We need to do something. We can't just let them take this top lane. But now, this next fight is gonna be massive. You see, everybody is poised. Everybody is trying to find an angle. And That's not the right Wukong, not the right one.
There's the multiple Wukongs on your screen, by the way. One of them is Phantom Star, the other one is Zav. Which one is which? It does matter because one of their pop engages, being the Pop Blossom, is a little bit quicker than you'd expect out of a Cyclone.
Okay, top wave pushing in from this inhibitor. The rest of Converse, Garen is answering that top wave. The rest of Converse are fighting in for this Otacon, but the Otacon at half HP, is that enough? They're not burning it down fast enough. The engager from Flocon, here come Converse.
Yeah, Zav's in trouble, already half HP, gotta back out of this one. Here comes the Tempered Fate, gonna land onto Duckman. Hope, actually great. Jay's gonna land onto Maddie at the back, but not gonna be too much. Miracle flashing forward. Here comes the Pop Blossom under 3 members. It's a massive knock from Phantom Star, but there's no damage to follow it up. Warren G taken down on this backside of it. It's Ego falling.
Oh!
Huge arrow coming through. Takes down Flocon. It's a 2-for-1 for Converse right now. Hope is still looking for it. They're looking at the front line. Miracle not able to find the stun. And everyone just backs off of that. Otacon stays alive for another day, but Converse eke out a win.
Oh, the clone. They still want to stick around. Oh, the re-engage. Nobody's
waiting.
up, though.
They're waiting it out. Maddie's going to go into that back
No!
line. Hope going to be in trouble. Hope going to flash away from this, but it's Link going down once again. Another kill picked up by Hope, and Maddie is now forced to back off. 2 extra kills gifted over to them through the portal.
A little bit too greedy, if you ask me. I saw the thought process. Let's portal through, isolate Hope, and then maybe we can turn the fight. But you saw how low they were. Yeah. Why would you? I get it. I get it. You want to try to show off. It's LAN. Your friends are in the audience. Your family. You want to dunk on them. I get it. But that was maybe the wrong call. They were gonna take mid turret and back. That's it. That's it. But instead, you gave 2 free kills.
Just let him have it at that point. And now that we look at the state of the game, Phantom Star's substitution in on this Nico, is it worth it? 100%. Because at this point last game, we were wrapping it up. St. Clair were going to the Nexus. This time around, Converse are keeping it close. It's very even here. Once again, though, the main thing to point out, the tower number on the top is incorrect. It is not 6-1. It is 6-5, I believe, in towers. They're looking for another fight. Like, that's a boatload of damage coming through. It's actually on the side. Ego gonna deal a decent chunk to Miracle. What are they gonna be able to do? It's just positioning right now. We're waiting. The arrow comes out.
Oh!
Lands onto Duckman. Maddie's gonna try and find the angle in, but a great knockup coming through from Zav.
Oh!
Chance to back it up. It's not gonna land onto anyone, and Olaf goes down on the front line. Duckman throws out the ultimate once again onto Flocon, goes golden. Hope on a sliver of HP, looking to try and find a way out. Will not be able to do so. It is a single pick, but 2 members on 100 HP means that St. Clair have the inside track onto this dragon.
Man, that is so rough. You saw how badly they wanted that Varus. I think there was like some sort of like static charge that like
static shiv.
The static shiv bounced around. It almost took him down. They're gonna be able to take that dragon. 2 for 2 for now. Still Otacon and Baron on the top. I like it, but you lost Olaf. He was in no man's land on his own throughout. You see him even there. Poor little Olaf.
Way too far up.
Yeah.
I think the Tempered Fate was expected to land, but it only
landed.
landed.
It missed.
It
missed.
It was Duckman who went golden there. That was the golden member that they were trying to lock down onto. But even then, these arrows that are coming through from Hope right now, 7, 4, and 6, 3.5 items, they are melting Lig.
Yeah. Not to mention the follow-up Q from Bard in that fight, Miracle, he doesn't land it onto Wukong. Wukong gets stunned, I forget from what, and then Miracle pushes forward, tries to hit another Q, and it whiffs as well. So maybe that follow-up could have been even better, but a lot of missed utility there from the side of St. Clair that could have gone to the way of St. Clair and found another pick or 2 onto Converse, but just not in the cards. So now they're baiting Baron. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, waiting this one out. Just looking for any opportunities that they can. Maddie, look at the angle that they found. Phantom Star is in trouble, stunned up, knocked up, and that's going to be Phantom Star erased from the fight. A big early pick. And now Hope on the backside trying to fight Lig. Lig, are you going to be able to do this? No, you're too far once again. Too aggressive. Hope finds one. Here comes the Cyclone. Here it comes. Maddie taking a lot of damage in that front line. It's a way into it. It's coming down. An arrow shut down comes through. And Ricky unable to find anything. It's another 1 fight for Converse. But are they pushing for more? It's a root coming through. Eagles found another kill. 3 for 1 for Converse, and they continue to push forward.
You thought that was in St. Clair's hands, and Flocon really doing a lot of that damage, focusing on and fighting in this tough corner. They find a great pick. After that, maybe a little bit too greedy, pushing a little bit too forward, fighting close and near under turret here for Converse. Like, that's a little bit too far. I think that's really been the name of the game here for St. Clair, taking things too far.
Yeah, and it's exactly what we were talking about in game 1. Lig, when they're 16-1, can go for those plays and they can win them. When they're 1-6, they can't do that and they don't have the same agency. And unfortunately here, it's just falling to the wayside. This pick on the Phantom Star was fantastic, but look at how far Lig is.
Yeah, and he's trying to take this 1v1. Again, he had support from 3 players. Karen comes in from the bottom, away from the top. Like, it's just not gonna. He almost takes him down, though.
Ooh, that arrow just pierces through everyone. And then, once again, Olaf, if you're not in range of anyone, it's a real struggle.
Yeah, very, very tough replay as we head back towards our pip. Back to the live action. Baron, again, still being consistently threatened. Lig in the bot lane, recalling back. He's really not going to be there on time if they do end up starting the Baron in timely. But I think they're just baiting in the brush. Pink ward there. Oh, this could be so deadly.
Are they going to check this? Oh! Did the jungle pet snitch? Oh, the jungle pet might have snitched.
That's crazy.
Okay, the jig is up. They're going to just walk out of it. Zav's
I'm never buying a
Squirtle.
jungle item ever again.
Zav is never picking that Squirtle ever again. They're going for Charmander every day. Charmander wouldn't have given it up.
That's right.
But just 5 members stanced up in the mid lane. They're all just daring each other to step forward. You know Hope is just hoping that Lig takes an extra step forward as Zav takes a stun, but just going to walk out.
Oh my god. Hui and Varus, this combo is so nasty to play up against. Hui is just constantly poking and prodding. Varus has got those arrows, and he's got a really crazy build for that too, specifically the Yinsu's doing so much shred.
The real question in all this is, where is Phantom Star? You can see him right there, he's the minion. He's running away from this one. He was trying to walk up with the wave, find and engage, unable to do so. Arrow gonna land though. It lands onto Ego, that's not who you want. The arrow expended for nothing.
Man, St. Clair members are just way too low to fight this. Oh, but now everyone's in the mid lane.
Yeah,
Neko.
Yeah, you can see the minion. The minion's just walking back and forth. They're
Oh,
trying
no
to get a
Lig.
timing here. Zav actually going to get an advantage here. On to Lig. Lig going to get taken down on the side. Ego going to run away from Maddie. They're fighting on 2 fronts. Ego goes down. It's a shutdown. A 1-for-1 here. They trade Lig for Ego. I think St. Clair are happy with that one.
Yeah, that's the most you can get in this fight. This has been so close. They just don't want to take any of these fights. St. Clair don't want to walk into a Neko ult. They don't want to walk into just like that! Just like that! Oh my god!
Goes Golden. Will they be able to shut it down? The root comes down. Zav on the backline here. Hope taking a boatload of damage. Hope taking away. Burning. Gonna stay alive as the Olaf goes down as well. It's a double kill for Zav. Hope barely staying alive, thanking their lucky stars that Leandre's got nerfed a couple patches ago, and they're gonna get away with that one. 2 free kills. Miracle looking for more.
He doesn't get it. The barrier
is able to save him. The ignite last tick shut down, and here comes Maddie. Maddie in the front line. Duckman goes Golden. Duckman goes down. Here comes Miracle again. Zav not gonna get hit with that arrow. It's 2 in reply there. Oh my goodness, every punch Converse throws, St. Clair kick him right back.
Wow. I was like, yeah, they're going to recall. I'm looking at Varus, 50 HP. Miracle flashes in. Ignite, but Varus, Hope, pops the barrier. Oh my goodness. I'm surprised that Converse maybe didn't try to turn. Maybe just because how healthy St. Clair was. Maddie's just so tanky right now. He's got the Sterix. He's feeling good about how he's positioned in this team. Let's have a look at this replay of how Flocon gets isolated. Again, it's the same consistent Neko positioning. He goes Golden, but he gets so much damage off onto the Varus. But also, it's Ricky who just can't follow up. Great peel, great CC from the side of Converse. But then, Maddie and Miracle have been on the way since yesterday. They are ready to try and take this fight. One little portal through, a flash forward, an ignite auto, and that's all she wrote. They focused on Miracle, but Maddie gets left behind, and Wukong just doesn't have enough damage to deal with Maddie. Look how healthy he is.
Doesn't have the ultimate here. Couldn't really do much in return. And now as we get out of the replay, 34 minutes into this one, Maddie 9, 3, and 4. Your Vi is your strongest member, but how much can that take you? You go in, if you go down on the way in, you're done for the fight, and your team crumbles around you. Lig, 1 and 8. This is the monkey's paw of Lig performances. We see the 16 and 1 performance, and now we get to see the opposite side. If you don't love me at my 16 and 1, then you can't take me at my 1 and 8.
Yeah,
that's what's
that's
happening
true.
here. Nonetheless, starting to dance around this Baron. Otacon is still up at 35 minutes. No one has wanted to start that objective.
It's hard.
That boy got 20,000. Did he just leave? Oh, he went on division. Okay, I thought he just dipped.
Honestly, in my opinion, Otacon's stronger than Baron. Let's be real.
100%.
Otacon's scarier than Baron. He's shredding your armor. He's literally killing you so fast. And you don't have, like, you know, from last game, Skarner, super tanky.
Yeah.
He's going to tank Otacon all day. But Vi, bruiser. We got Black Cleaver, we got Sterix. It's not really... Yeah. You're not really there for a long time, nor a good time. You're just dying as you're fighting Otacon. But
and realistically, is Otacon even worth it when you can just end the game if you find a teamfight win? Zav, frontlining up, just going to drop that clone back.
They're defending pink wards now. That's the level that we're at. We're defending pink wards. Oh.
Lig is up in the front here, but takes a decent chunk in return. At the very least, you have Miracles, Hot Chocolate that sort of keep you topped up here if you're the side of St. Clair. These little poke battles, you got to be careful of it as well. 3 Drakes to 2. They have that Infernal Ego going for the fight. And Ricky's just going to be taken down all alone. It's a pick, and this could be a difference maker here, because now Garen's passive. He's juicing right back up. It's a 5v4 around Baron. St. Clair need to find a Miracle here, and it could be on the back of Miracle for that one. It's the arrow landing onto Hope. Hope's going to be in trouble, but there's no damage onto Lig. Lig is in trouble once again. Here goes Wukong into the backline. 3 members. Ouch! Oh, it's a big off from Phantom Star. 4 members knocked up. 3 kills already, going golden as Flowcon, but Matty can't do much. Gonna try and knock up the Varus, but the Varus is gonna stay alive for long enough. It's an ace in the mid lane for free, and Converse are marching down mid lane, looking to take us to a game 3.
18 seconds left on Ricky. No way he can get back in time with 40 seconds left, plus on several members here for St. Clair. First turret down, second turret here for
They're
the
just marching it
inhibitor.
down.
They are going to try to end this now. Will they be able to? Phantom Stars low, Hope at half HP, Ego feeling nice and healthy.
Full.
Here comes Ricky. He's going to be the first target. He pops the ultimate. He gets Hope here to first to start, but he gets absolutely decimated. Up next, we've got Miracle. He wants to be popped up next, but it's not enough. It's not enough time.
Oh, they don't have the minions though. Zav ends up dying to the turret, and now they gotta back off. They didn't have the minions in time. And Miracle is the Miracle here, able to stay alive for just long enough, as now he's just trying to force people away. Duckman's trying to walk this one out. Is the arrow going to come through in time? Will it find someone substantial here? Here comes the arrow, flying, flying, flying. Not going to find Duckman, and Duckman will walk it out.
TP though from Talia.
Oh,
trying to cut off Neko.
Flocon's trying to look for something.
Here it is.
Oh, here it is.
Oh,
he cut him root. He cuts them both off here. Flash over. And all of a sudden, St. Clair have turned this back on its head. They're the ones going towards Baron. Matty's already on it. And Lig is there as well. They get caught on the Nexus for Converse, and now they're in trouble.
This Baron is huge for St. Clair. Can they convert this to Otacon? That might be a little bit of a stretch.
I don't think Otacon's worth it. It takes too long at this point. They're just going to get the Baron, and they're going to walk it back to mid lane.
Got to trade mid and hib. Let's have a look at the replay here for the team fight. This was so sour. You didn't have Ricky. Liga gets engaged on. Miracle just trying to stay alive. And then a 3 perfectly manned knockup time here for Phantom Star. As we look towards a pip, as Hui Duckman ends up falling back to the replay. It's just decimation. 3-man knockup. It's clean from Converse.
Yeah, I mean, Nightstar just respawned, but Duckman taken off the board, and this one's starting to get close here. Infernal Soul will be secured by St. Clair. Converse, they were on the doorstep. They just didn't wait for the minions. And now all of a sudden, St. Clair have the upper hand, resetting with Baron. This is 39 minutes into the game. Death timers, 1 death, 50 seconds. You find 2 members in a fight, and it could just end the game here.
This is crazy. This is absolutely craziness. Otacon's really the only thing left on the board here. And maybe with Infernal, finally it'll be taken, unless they want these inhibitors. And that's really, I think, that should be the name of the game. Let's push mid, let's push top with our Baron buff. And let's clear up these inhibitors because they have mid inhibitor down. They need to like answer back for it. We do have Ego in the bot lane. Doesn't have TP, but he's split pushing right now because what else is he gonna do? Just walk into a Baron up St. Clair? Probably not.
It feels as if this Baron was purely denial. And at this point, Ricky tried your darndest. You can't do anything against Ego unless Ego makes a misinformed play under the tower because Ego's gonna walk back, just gonna sit away and heal back up. Otacon, though, is secured. It is Runa's Otacon. How much does that matter at this point in the game, though? You get those extra stats, but it's not your GA. The false life I would have preferred here, because then you can take a stupid fight and maybe look for it. Whereas look at where Converse are sitting. They are death bushing here. They are putting it all up to chance. Who's going to face check into them? Let's see it. Oh, no. Oh no, the arrow, it goes down! They jig us up! And it's a two-man tempered fate. What's gonna happen? Hui ultimate across the middle of the fight. Here's Sav is down. Maddie is taken out of the fight, but here comes on the side. Here comes Ricky. Phantom Star's going down as well. It is 3 members down for Converse. Duckman trying to peel away. It's the two brothers against the world, against St. Clair, and they're just gonna have to reset for now. 3 kills picked up. They just blind arrowed into that bush.
Phantom Star gets a triple man knockup, but it's peeled away by Ricky, Miracle, and Maddie. Maddie pays his life for the Phantom Star knockup, which finds Zilch. It finds 3 players, but it's not the damage. There's no damage in that ultimate. It's the follow-up from Varus, who gets absolutely annihilated. And now double inhibitor, whiffed arrow to try to end the game onto Duckman. You get the double inhib, you back away, you reset. That feels good.
Yeah, the Baron's up as well. There's just too much wave clear between the two brothers. Everyone's back alive as well. Zav, Phantom Star, and now Hope is on the table. Infernal Soul, though, secured by the side of St. Clair. We got to go back to that. That's a permanent buff. They're going to have that forever. Otacon, that buff specifically, permanent buff. Elder Dragon is going to be that next objective to spawn. And that is where I want to see both sides throw down the gauntlet. That should be the last fight. No matter what, whoever leaves Elder alive should take this game. Who will it be? Because at this point, the gold lead doesn't matter. Everyone's full build.
I thought League was done with these 40-minute games. I guess I was wrong.
So was I. I don't know. I played a ranked game the other day. It was like 49 minutes. I was playing Kale. I had like 500 CS. I'm like, man.
What is happening?
I thought these were done.
Yeah,
I thought these were over.
Yeah, I
We
thought
got
we
so
moved
many
past
endgame
this era.
buffs, yeah. Nonetheless, it's the defense now. On the last turret, on the last inhibitor turret, Ego. That's not Ego walking up there. That's Phantom Star. I think they're just trying to feign here. See what they can find for themselves. Not going to be able to find anything. Just a game of hooky for now. Back and forth they go. Back and forth. They clear those waves. Looking for an opportunity. Lig going to look for it with an arrow at some point. If it lands, that could be pivotal.
So far, so good. Oh, that's good. Could catch Lig out there. As we see the setup. Again, poking and prodding. Waves are clearing. But St. Clair can do this all day. They can do this all day, of course, until the inhibitors respawn, but they've got a lot of time before that happens. Lig, again, I can just see the pings from Converse. They're like, he's there. We have to find him. But he's really not the focus. Like
he's
Flocon,
2-9.
Flocon, I think, is doing more of the damage in these fights. He's getting 2-man, 3-man knockups, and he's comboing them super well. Maddie's also a bruiser here. Trudy Forest, Black Cleaver, Sterix. Like, he's got damage too. He's ulting somebody, cease and desist, and he's trying to eliminate them with a Vault Breaker follow-up and those gloves. Like, it's not just Lig. But maybe they think he's like the emotional thread of St. Clair.
Realistically, though, it doesn't matter what your score is at this point because you're almost full build. And
It's
that's
true.
what matters. Once you're full build, it does not matter. The Ashe is still going to output damage. Ego actually caught out. This is not a good position. Miracle, just misses the Tempered Fate. The Waldo going to come down.
Hello.
Ego getting every ultimate thrown onto them. This is not the situation they wanted to use them in, but they get the pick nonetheless. Miracle now caught out with the Swirling Despair. Will not dent it. The arrow lands into the Edge of Night. Every ultimate there expended except for the Ragnarok. And this season, this is 3 ultimates expended. Okay, never mind. Not as bad as I thought it was.
But they threw the kitchen sink in.
But they got Ego.
Listen, Miracle, I hate to say it, but you gotta land these Tempered Fates.
yeah.
We gotta land these Tempered Fates. If we're gonna play Bard, we gotta land the Tempered Fates. I think that's a few of them missed in some really crucial moments.
Oh, yeah.
They still get Ego though. But they have to throw more at it to secure it, right? You land that Tempered Fate, he's not escaping. He's not getting out there.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, Baron picked up Elder Dragon on the horizon. You see Phantom Star pushing up, trying to get that vision, trying to get some potential opportunity to look for a turnaround in this game. Despite being up in kills, the momentum is in Sinclair's favor.
It goes down to this Elder Dragon. The Elder Dragon will be the final stand for Converse here. They need to find a fight win here. Zav might have to make a miracle happen. It might have to be a steal into the fight. But thus far, this setup is pretty rock solid here. 10,000, 9,000, 8,000, 7,000. It's ticking down. There's no entry into the fight quite yet. Zav needs to find a way over the wall. Zav needs to go right now. Zav will not go right now. Elder Dragon is taken. Flocon goes golden. Phantom Star in the middle of everyone gets the knockup, but isn't able to get the pop in time. And here comes Ricky into the middle of everyone. Hope, force the run. Duckman, force the run. Everyone, force the run. There's the damage coming down. Duckman not going to be able to survive. This one goes golden. Hope trying to find damage on the return. Duckman is down. It's 3 members down for Converse. Elder Dragon in the pockets. 2 Baroned up minions coming in. They're going to have to wrap this one up here. Lig, first Nexus turret down. Matty going into the backline. No, just gets absolutely exploded. Here goes Ego into the middle of everyone. He gets exploded by the Elder Dragon buff. And that is it. St. Clair in 45 minutes outlast Converse, and they take the series 2-0.
We said, St. Clair, can you deal with the heebie-jeebies? Can you deal with the boogeyman under the bed? Can you deal with a crazy draft? Maybe a CLOL game said no, but Saint Gauntlet Series said yes. They dealt with Neko and Wukong just trolling them. They dealt with the infinite range from Hui and Varus, and they dealt with the mismatched top lane with Garen beating Olaf. They dealt with all of it. Now, it was a rocky road to get there. There was a lot of losses. There was a lot of, I think, personally, overextensions. So let's have a look at the breakdown of that match itself. Of course, 30-33 doesn't really tell the tale of the tape. Converse had a big controlling seat for a lot of it, but St. Clair, a game of inches, slowly moving their way into a lead.
Yeah, and honestly, it ends up being the difference maker of Phantom Star that almost turned that game on its head, but it's the throw at the Nexus. Zav going down, no minions around. Could have waited us 2-3 seconds and potentially turned it back on its head, but unable to do so. It's just, man, what could have been for Converse. We could have been already in that game 3. We would have been, 10 minutes into the game, but instead, it's turned on its head into St. Clair winning. So it's a 2-0 for St. Clair. Big props to Matty Flocon in that one. Just outlasting and sustaining through everything, because each in these plays alone, a lot of it comes down to Matty and Flocon just being brave.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have nightmares. If I was in this match of St. Clair, I would have nightmares about this. You know, back in the old days before Neko was a champion, people would make jokes about Garen being in the bush and just popping out and chasing you down. Now it's Neko, who was just cosplaying as minions, cosplaying as Wukong, and if you're cosplaying as Wukong, is it the real clone, or is it the real Wukong, or is it Neko? Like, you have no idea. And to be fair, Phantom Star landed insane ultimates on the Neko. It's just sometimes the follow-up wasn't there, and you have to give credit to players like Miracle, Flocon, and Matty, using the cease and desist, getting to the back line, Flocon landing consistent combos to just eliminate 2 players, and Miracle, I get it. Not always landing the Tempered Fate, but he was there. He was body blocking. He was sending out those cues, and we have our MVP of the match, Matty.
Makes a lot of sense, honestly. Very consistent in that first game, sort of keeping Lig safe in a lot of those situations on the Skarner, and then on the Vi, putting on the carry pants, being relevant at 45 minutes. Vis aren't supposed to be relevant that late in the game outside of your ultimate, and was still getting a lot of damage down. Incredible stuff coming through from Matty, sort of holding down the fort there. St. Clair Saints have qualified for the grand finals here. They're going to be awaiting their opponents, and it's not going to be an easy task no matter who they face.
Yeah, either could be UST or Northwood, both seated higher than them in the CLOL rankings themselves. So the fact that they are now pretty much going to get to relax, take a breather, and genuinely scout their opponent. They'll have the opportunity to watch UST versus Northwood, potentially being on stream following up this one.
Yep.
that's a great opportunity to relax, recalibrate, look at the draft, see what they're going to be playing up against, because UST theoretically are the favorites to win the tournament. They're the highest seed. They've got the strongest players.
Yeah.
Hell, they're some of the players are CLOL former champions,
Yes.
right? Like, this is a star-studded roster we're talking about. So, great opportunity to take 5 and recalibrate.
Yep. We're going to take 5 as well. I need a throat lozenge after that one. That was the one game I picked to play-by-play is just a banger of all time. So, you know what? You got the rest of it from here.
Yeah, I
Zero.
got it.
We're going to send it down to an interview here, and we'll be back with the second semifinal, I believe, after this interview.
Back, ladies and gentlemen, you just saw the semifinals. It was Converse going up against St. Clair 2-0. However, on paper, 2-0 sounds like it would have been easy, but it was anything but. I'm here with the MVP, Maddie. Maddie, your surface level thoughts after what was an intense series.
I think the game 1, we really had an edge in draft, but we did not have that going into game 2. And we started game 2 with a lead, but then they started pushing it back, and it got a little bit chaotic, and they really showed spirit. We had to take a step back, be like, okay, guys, they have no objective control. Let's just play the objectives. And we slowed down the game. It went to 45 minutes. It was stressful. That's what we live for.
Absolutely. And I mean, the entire team performed. Game 1, Lig went absolutely mental, insane. I mean, there were other people as well. Miracle was crazy. And then come game 2, a little bit of a slower start, but all of a sudden you guys start picking, poking, prodding back at the comeback. You start picking off pieces of extreme power like Baron, getting him, and immediately then having the winning team fights. It kind of just shifted. The tide completely flipped, and somehow you guys got it done. And I got to say, in the back room, everyone was just going crazy due to just the intensity. It was insane, back and forth action the entire way. You got grand finals. I mean, are you ready for it?
Yeah, I'm excited to see who we get to play against. Either we get our rematch versus Northwood, or we get to play UST.
Yeah, and again, I think that's just the only way you can put it. I'm excited to see that. So, guys, again, Maddie, thank you so much. But when we come back, we're going to have Game 2 of UST and Northwood. Their series has already started, but we will be right back with their Game 2 and possibly Game 3 as that series goes on.
Summoners ready.
Welcome back to the Saints Gauntlet Series, League of Legends edition. Back to our semifinals. I'm Simo. Joined with me is Daniil, as we're going to be diving into UST up against Northwood, who have already played game one. I was trying to get information on who won that first game, and nobody would tell me. They were holding that. They were holding that information hostage from me.
Yeah.
But we're getting word that it is UST winning that
Thank
first
you.
game. So don't really know. Of course, this being fearless, don't really know what those picks were. But I'm sure we'll just not see those picks again, or whatever they will end up
Exactly.
being. So
We can predict.
we'll have to go into this draft a little bit dry.
I'm already there, 7 years without League of Legends will do that to you. But I'm so excited to be here. There's one thing for certain, and I always say this during every SGS event, is the vibes are immaculate. The day has been fantastic. And if you're missing out on this for whatever reason, shame on you. You have no excuse. But we're seeing some of the bands coming out right now. We're seeing Skarner, Renekton, Kalista, Akali. I'd say 3 out of those 4 are pretty par for the course. The Akali is a little bit surprising to me. Something I haven't seen too much today or recently in League of Legends, but maybe I just got a blind spot. Azir is going to be the follow-up ban. I feel like Azir is one of those champions where you're banning it because you're afraid of someone who's playing it. Am I wrong?
Yeah, Bradley and Azir main for UST, and Cozy in the top lane and Akali main. So these bans make perfect sense for taking them off the docket. We do see the Corki being the first pick here for the side, likely for Instinct, possibly for Reppy. Fun fact about Reppy playing here in the mid lane, level 270 mastery Katarina.
Wow.
Likely not going to see the Katarina picked up, but he has probably people's whole lives on Katarina.
That's I like looking at stats in that sense. Just scaling it. Probably spent time playing Katarina more than some people have been in elementary school. When you really think about that, it's kind of crazy. But some less surprising picks coming out now. We're seeing Cassante as a first pick for University of St. Thomas, followed up by the Kaisa. Corki is going to be the first for Northwood, followed up by the Zyra.
Listen.
What?
I know that you've been a little bit out of touch here.
Yes,
I
very.
bet you're not going to believe where that's going. I know
Zyra?
exactly where it's going. I don't think you know where it's
Is it
going.
support?
No, sir.
Jungle?
Yes, sir.
That's the thing. If everything that has been a support in the past is now a jungler for some reason, I'm seeing that a trend.
And it's vice versa. Elise is a support now.
What?
Yeah.
Elise was the first League of Legends champion I saw. My cousin was playing League on his laptop in the kitchen table, and I was like, oh, that looks cool. And now she's a support. A little bit of lore for you, ladies and gentlemen, as we're seeing the next 2 picks, Rel and Ambessa.
That's right.
Oh my God, I'm on a roll.
This guy watched Arcane.
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
You're missing out. I'm gonna fanboy for a second. It's a great show.
Please do.
It's a
Go
great
ahead.
show.
The floor
No, that's
is
it. I'm
yours.
done. That's it. I'm done. It's a
Well,
great show.
It was one.
It's a great
second.
show. It's a good
Cool.
show.
Good to know. Karthus being banned. Now I know that is the highest win rate. Karthus Jungle is the highest win rate champion role, right?
Stop.
That's what someone told me.
Listen, solo queue and team play are like 2 different worlds. Okay, they're worlds apart. Like in solo queue, you can play Riven top.
Yeah.
In a tournament like this, probably not gonna fly. Probably gonna get flamed by your coach. Why did you lock in? Probably, it was. Bro, I swear, it was just a hover. It was just a hover.
That's actually happened in other esports. Like they meant to pick and they meant to just hover and they picked something into like deciding match. It was a huge controversy. It was so sad.
Where?
Dota TI, I think it was TI8, but then those guys won 2 TIs later. So bless up to Team Liquid. And we're seeing the Sejuani picked up bottom lane. No, I'm not sure where we're gonna see.
No. This is
jungle
going
for sure.
jungle.
Yeah, it's because I saw that little icon. I was like, what?
It's a little bit surprising because Kenvi is usually playing like an aggressive jungler, and this is like his coach saying, no. You go support. You go utility. You are an ult bot. That's what you're here for.
sure.
Whereas Kenvi, he's like a Graves main. So he's playing Graves in the jungle. He's playing Lee Sin. He's playing Viego. He's playing a lot of really aggressive junglers. And it's kind of, maybe it's something that was selected in the first game. Of course, we don't know what the draft was in that first game because we ended up kind of missing part of that. But that's kind of a big deal because none of those junglers were banned out. So it's like it was available that he could play aggressive, but his team wants him to be a little bit more supportive. So we'll see how that forms out as the team gets rounded out here for UST with Yone in the mid lane.
And in the blink of an eye, we're seeing the draft already finished up here. Braum Jinx going to be the bottom side for Northwood. Conversely, we're going to see the Rel and Kaisa in the bottom side of University of St. Thomas. And just with the bit of knowledge I do have it, as well as talking to some of the players and coaches out here today, a big emphasis in the drafts is going to be focusing on your team fight ability. And just looking at these two team comps, how do you favor the ease of execution as well as the consistency and power out of the team fights, assuming the lanes are maybe even or slightly favorable for either of them?
Well, I think both teams have a little bit of a mixed bag of both trying to win some isolated fights or having some team fight potential. Like, for example, UST, Sejuani is like a tried and true team fight champion.
Powerhouse.
Rel is going to be kind of alongside her leading that charge. But Yone, not like he can be a team fighter or he can be a split pusher. He can have a great 1v1 potential. He's got a lot of great poking ability where because he can make a double of himself, do some damage. It actually does extra damage, and then he goes back. It does extra damage when he goes back to his original self. So really the thought process is he jumps in, Sejuani ults, he pops that ultimate, he does double damage when he goes back, and he executes a few people. But the Kaisa, that's not a team fighter, bro. That's like I'm looking to try to pick somebody out of a fight, or I'm trying to annihilate somebody. We saw Lig do that in game 1 in the previous series against Converse. But this Kaisa really needs to get ahead in order to do that. And of course, Cassante also looking to kind of single someone out. So this UST roster is a scrappy one. Very, very scrappy with a backbone of Sejuani being a team fighter. On the opposite side, they're just poking and prodding their way through. They don't have the greatest tanky lineup. Yes, you have Braum. It's like, a get out of jail free card. But, usually in the jungle, you have like a Bruiser or something like that, something a little bit more tanky. For the previous games, we've had Skarners, we've had Vi's, we've had Wukongs. Even Wukong can be a little bit tanky. Zyra, that's a mage, bro. What do you.
But
So what I'm saying is it's going to be interesting to see how it's played because, how you itemize that Zyra is really going to tell me what role you're going to fulfill for the team.
I think you're speaking a lot of truth to power here. I think University of St. Thomas's draft, like you said, it's going to be very scrappy. One thing I wanted to emphasize is those powerful one-on-one champions. While they're not offering necessarily AoE to the team fight, but they are offering that threat of just immediate elimination of a single high-value target, and that alone changes the team fight enough that they are affecting the team fight in a very impactful way. So seeing the Kaisa, seeing the Yone, I think they're bringing that unique element to those team fights for University of St. Thomas, and it balances it out. They have some consistent damage, they have that burst, they have their initiation. I think it's really well-rounded, and they're going to be able to take a lot of fights that you might not necessarily see coming, so it's very adaptable for them. Northwood, however, it's a little bit different for me. I think the Zyra, one of the big draws in for me, unless they changed her toolkit significantly from when I last saw her. Her ultimate allows you to knock up in a huge AoE, correct?
Yeah.
So then that's a huge utility. Followed up with Braum as well. I think they just want to favor having a lot of control, being able to kind of take the fights, reset if they need to, peel, and initiate after like maybe a bad initiation.
Sure, but you compare the Sejuani to the Zyra ult is predictable. Right?
Yeah.
Really, the big game changer with Zyra ult is that her plants engage with the ultimate in such a way where they do extra damage. Or like the ult like increases the damage that those plants do if the plants are in the center of the ult. But the ult itself is got a little bit of a wind up time, so you
That's
could
true.
flash out of it. Whereas the Sejuani ult has the same like kind of travel time, but
she can be right on top of you.
she can be right on top of you. She can knock you up first and then pop that ultimate, or whatever. So it can be a little bit more secured by the Sejuani, whereas the Zyra, I think we're really looking at just, with the plants, a great clear, the roots that can kind of, similar to how we've seen Maokai play today, except instead of a whole wave of roots, it's just one singular root that's looking to try to pick somebody off. But this comp is something that we haven't seen a lot of, for example, Ricky bringing out the Olaf and the Zyra. I mean, to be fair, we don't really have the stats of all the games. We only have the pick and bans of the games that were on stream. But this Zyra is definitely a pick that I have not seen in tournaments so far.
I think it's a little bit more high risk, high reward on the side of Northwood University, so a little bit higher on the execution requirements for these team fights. But University of St. Thomas, I think it's a little bit more stable, a little bit more consistent. But again, high risk, high reward. It's in the name. Northwood, if they can find these team fights and execute them in a way that's just damn near flawless, I think they're going to be able to run away with this game. But
early wards, trying to spot out some of that lane swap potential. Maybe Kaisa is going to want to go with Rel up against Mbessa, primarily because they may not want to deal with Jinx Braum, who may have the upper hand in the lane, because Jinx really, once those auto attacks like start stacking, which, you know, you build a couple of attack speed items and you're schmoovin', it can be probably really harmful for the Kaisa array, because like you have a really rough early game. So maybe going up against the top lane, we might see a swap where, you know, they're trying to predict where that top lane ends up going. And they actually bait it out because the wards have been there the whole time. And now look, Kaisa Rel going towards that top side. Mbessa and Kasante going to have a rough early game.
yeah, and they were playing like a nice little game of musical chairs, and as the dust settles, we're going to be seeing these two going up against Cozy in the top lane. They're going to try to go for an engagement right away, see if they can get away with some free damage, trying to get those stacks up, retreat after they take one tower shot, don't want to push the matter even further. Junglers are getting everything started off. Looks like the game is finally going to start really getting settled in and started. If you look at the bottom side, junglers are making everything happen. Mid lane looks like they're pushing each other pretty hard as well. I think they're getting things started.
Yeah, I mean, it's a ranged mid versus an attack, you know, a melee mid. Like, it's going to be a little bit tough. Yone also didn't really have the greatest start. He walked to lane in a weird way that allowed Corki to get a full E off, which chunked him down to like 75% HP. And then the aggression just has been continuous since then. And having played Yone myself a little bit here and there, it is, when you're up against a ranged mid laner, it is quite brutal. Not in, you know, once you start to get a couple of levels, once you hit level 6, it becomes a little bit more bearable because you can just fully engage onto your mid lane opponent. But we see a little bit of a invade here as they want to get this blue buff. But look, a lot of the members, oh my god, Corki flash, he uses the cone over, and a root onto Kenvi. First blood for Cozy. That's got to be bad news as Array now on the retreat. They don't have any CC to follow. Look at Will. He's positioning close from the bottom side to get that root. That's clean. Double kill for Cozy.
Northwood already off to a really strong start. They're establishing that their jungle is not to be trifled with. They tried to make the play with the topside support to go into the jungle. And now look, their own jungle's getting invaded. This is revenge. It's a dish best served warm in this case because this game is fresh off the plate. 3 minutes in already, and we're seeing a huge advantage swing the way of Northwood, losing 2 right off the bat, and again, establishing huge jungle control for their Zyra.
Yeah, you would think, like, Mbessa, she's up against Array and Trevor. It's a tough position to be in. Getting 2 kills, now Kasante is going to have really no way of dealing with Mbessa if they end up in a solo lane position. And Kasante is going to be even further behind because he's still dealing with this you know, this lane swap from the Jinx, and well, the Brahm's actually up here.
Chilling now.
He's like, I'm gonna help. I don't want to be bot lane. Screw you guys. It's gonna be Jinx versus Kasante. I don't want to be up here. Oh, that's dangerous.
Almost
Has
very
to use
deadly.
utility to get out. That's unfortunate.
This game sees a lot more dynamic than the game I was familiar with. League of Legends in 2017 is a completely distant relic. We're seeing lane swaps, people moving in and out. No one's flaming each other for doing it as well. That's a beautiful thing. One thing I'm really curious about is generally what's like the metagame for these lane swaps, but it looks like we're seeing a engagement coming bottom side. Kenvi getting behind Instinct.
He's got Flash, he's got Cleanse. Should be able to survive this. Great traps. He uses the Cleanse, he uses the Flash. Definitely a little bit closer than I think Instinct would have hoped, but now just going to stick around and farm up Zyra, aka Will, not too far away in case he needs some additional support. I don't think Zyra's going to walk over and gank this, maybe, but now with the wave being too heavy, Jinx has no way of walking over if there was a gank present. Looking back at this lane swap, this is, in my opinion, one of the weirdest lane swaps. Top laner with a support and an ADC with a support. Not really supposed to be the way that it's supposed to go.
Well, they're changing it now. One recalling. two recalling now, both of them getting out of dodge. And I guess that's the perfect time for me to ask you, what are these lane swaps supposed to look like? What's the favorable situation? What's the downside? What are these guys trying to accomplish here?
Well, there's two options. Option one is to deny the enemy top laner, you know, an early start in the game.
Okay.
You see Mbessa and Cassante are considerably down in CS compared to the rest of them.
True, yeah.
Try to deny them gold, try to deny them experience. The second option is to prioritize what you're seeing here, which is Void Grubs. Allows teams to take turrets way faster. And considering that one of the triumphant rewards is to take a top lane, or is to take a turret, maybe it's in the best interest, but realistically the Grubs stay on forever. So, you know, they're a little bit better than Dragon, because you can let a Dragon go, like a Cloud Drake or an Ocean Drake or whatever, and it's not going to hurt you that bad. This stays forever and allows you to just destroy turrets if you get both Grubs. And in this case, Northwood do manage to get in and get out, and UST are just a little bit late to the party that they were never invited to.
Oh, wow. This is why you're a professional. Okay? That's a transition that would make a tear well up in my eye. But speaking of a tear welling up in my eye, I weep for the top laners who are just getting their game started in the bottom side, 30-37. But at least things have stabilized. The Mbessa with 2 kills already. So, yeah, I just realized we haven't seen a kill since those first 2 near that middle lane. But all of them went on the Mbessa. Cozy just duking it out with the bottom side top laner. But guess what? He's recalled, and we see the Kaisa coming bottom just to continue that pressure, like you were saying. Trevor coming up from behind Cozy in a little bit of a dangerous spot. We're seeing a Ray chasing him down, but thankfully going to be able to get back into turret side. David, tell me, how are you feeling about the way these lanes are kind of playing out so far?
I mean, it's pretty much like what I think UST and North, like for UST, this is their best case scenario. They want to get Cozy down and out. Maybe they feel like that is where a lot of the power lies, but we've seen lane swaps all day and top laners just suffering right now in this meta pretty much.
Oh my god.
But Cassante is somebody that I think compared to Mbessa, Cassante is like a Kale or like a Ornn. Eventually he's still just going to be relevant. He's still, even if he gets a little
inevitable.
Bit, it's inevitable because he has just so much stats in his kit as the game continues, and if he ends up in a low health situation, he has a lot of kind of like ways to get and navigate that. Whereas Mbessa is looking to duel. She's looking to fight. She has like a million dashes in her kit. Pretty much you can just combo all the abilities together to continue to dash. And she's just kind of hard to deal with, hard to 1v1. And Cassante is definitely not going to be able to answer her in the later stages of the game. But that's what Northwood is trying to, or UST is trying to avoid by having Mbessa shut down, by having these lane swaps relevant. And of course, get Void Grubs to boot and have that in their back pocket as they try to take turrets later in the game.
Yeah, UST not going to take that line down, able to get at least one dragon under their belt. And with your helpful insights, I'm able to piece things together just a little bit more, and it's starting to make things make a lot more sense to me. The impact that a top laner has in League of Legends right now is not to be understated. Even just talking with the Saints after that last game, if that game was lost, they would have been looking at Ricky for it, but in the middle lane, they're going to be trying to keep alive Reppy, fighting back against Bradley, trying to fight back maybe once more. Thankfully, Will behind Reppy in case things go south, but just both going to disengage. Don't want to do anything too risky, but top laners, like I was saying, so impactful. Most of them are just so broken. We see the Cassante, we see Mbessa, 2 champions you don't want to have an early advantage on, so they're just investing all the resources in making those early games as difficult as possible, while also enhancing their own. What's better for an ADC than a lane where they can just right-click a melee champ and get all their free CS against someone who's going to have to fight against their support if they want to even get close to them? Nothing.
The third option that I didn't mention is also
secret option.
The secret option is me and my support, me being the ADC, don't want to face off against the other ADC and support.
Right?
And in this case, it's a possible option because, again, like I mentioned, Kaisa takes a while to get rolling. And maybe they want to secure the early game, the rough early game, get the CS, get this, get that, and secure it for the mid game, right? So another option that maybe you're not super familiar with, not option, but like the reason why we want to prioritize some objectives and things like that is there's like these triumphant rewards now that get upgraded boots. As we see this dive onto Cozy, he's just
Oh my God!
the Matrix, dodging everything. He's still alive! Oh, but finally secured by Array. Shutdown, actually, going over to Kaisa. That is massive.
Huge. If he walked out of that, he must have felt like he was on cloud 9. Like, that would have been remarkable. But
oh,
what's happening?
He just tanked too many turrets.
And he put the shield the wrong way. It's so sad to see your Braum. He has a huge shield, and he's not gonna be able to use it, unfortunately. But they're gonna take the turret at least, and looks like on the top side they're taking something purple in a pit. As we're gonna get to look at what just happened here in this top side. Cozy, he was trying so hard. He gets the ultimate and just barely escapes. He didn't even have to really try too hard, but all the damage eventually caught up with him. They were able to take him down. That's the first kill for UST, strangely enough. But it feels like both these teams are somewhat even. They're not getting rolled just yet, but the kills favoring Northwood as well as the gold. I'm wondering what the path to recovery, path to domination looks like for either of these teams.
Not to mention, Northwood secures the first or all triumphant rewards. They have the first 3 kills, and they got first turret. So now that secures their boots upgrade, and you can see, you know, for yourself, Daniil, the boots that have like a little bit of a red background means that they've secured the triumphant rewards.
I see.
But they have to buy also upgrade. They can afford. They can have the option now to buy upgraded boots. Where, as we see here, Trevor not going to have that option. He's also going to have the option to get back to the fountain faster.
True.
As Instinct going to just execute him with the help of Will and Clyde, and they're going to feel good about that.
I gotta say, on paper, I feel like things shouldn't be going this smoothly for Northwood. I feel like they weren't in a bad position necessarily at the end of the draft, but I feel like UST, like we were talking about, their draft is a little bit more conducive to this early game momentum push and swing. Zyra is not exactly someone that you want on your team if you're trying to roll around the map and get early pickoffs. You're looking at that Sejuani, for example. We saw that have success, but right now, just based off of the way Northwood is playing, they're finding success regardless, and I think that's going to really spell UST's doom if they continue on this trajectory, as we already see the huge Jinx Rocket finding Bradley in the top lane, Reppy to get the finish, as Northwood, they're not stopping their assault on this top lane. They want that turret, they want it now, and I think, again, that's going to open up the map, but bottom side, Cozy taking even more heat, going to get frozen solid. Envy gets the kill, but going to escape with their life. Maybe the minions have something to say about it. No, sirree. Going to escape into the jungle where they belong, wreak the recall back home. And looks like, once again, the Rift has come to a calm, and that means it's time for David to kind of break it down. What happened just there for everybody at home? In fact, maybe it's time for you to show us exactly what's happening in the middle lane. Nothing. Not a thing.
Northwood, even though they consistently punish Cozy in 2 top lane dives, first they did a top side, then they did a bot side, it is not stopping this Reppy and Instinct lead that is starting to develop. It's not really in the CS, but it is in the comfort and the push forward. We look towards Dragon now, not really the best Dragon in the game, the Cloud Drake, but it is an objective nonetheless, and UST have the first Dragon. Zyra, still kind of hanging out, not really sure if she wants to contest this, as we see a lot of UST members still towards that top side, want to continue to pressure Cozy. We see pings coming out, maybe for the turret, maybe for Cozy. Rel is in that top side, Kaisa's towards mid, so it looks like they're really positioning towards that top side. Rift Herald spawning shortly as well, but really, Northwood is here to answer that as well. They're tired of Cozy being bullied back and forth. They want to provide some additional support just in case, but Reppy's in a little bit of trouble here. Array is able to duel this out, just poking and prodding still. Ultimate available, but not going to opt to use it as Instinct waiting in the wings to stop that from pushing forward.
Absolutely, and as things settle down just a little bit, we're seeing these teams really start to take their favorite positions around the map. Like you said, favoring topside Northwood. Those purple monsters spawning the top side are just too valuable to give up. We're seeing the Rift Herald coming up soon enough, as well as that other new objective monster that I saw for the first time just an hour ago. Really interesting thing, the way it works, it blew my mind when Alonso was explaining it to me, but what might blow my mind is this middle fight as it starts to brew. We're seeing UST taking some pressure, but thankfully it's going to get diffused. Both teams are going to back off and give more time to lovely Porsche in the bottom lane to get some farm up. Haven't had much of a chance to do that just yet. 2 deaths on the Ambessa now, and once again have to get into that recovery mode so you can get that useful, scary top laner that you were supposed to be at the beginning of the game. But again, it's inevitable. These guys are just trying to get there a little bit faster as the rest of the team. They're just sowing chaos in every other lane. Corki contesting the Cassante in the bottom side, and both teams mid just trying to fight for control as the Cloud Drake is up. Again, a dragon's a dragon. Might not be the best one, but you're going to take it, and maybe you can take the team fight while you're at it.
Yeah, Will poised up. So far, we haven't seen a lot from Will. He has participated in a lot of these ganks, but he wasn't really leading the charge. And I mean, he's playing Zyra. Not a lot of charges that are going to be led. Not to say that Zyra can't do it. Zyra's independent. She can do whatever she wants, but I just don't think it's the champion compared to Sejuani, who's going in there and making sure that you know she's there. So looking towards this mid lane turret array, just trying to stick around. Again, those Void Grubs proving to be useful, but they don't have the other 3 as that was picked up by UST. Still trying to poke them and prod them away from this Drake as we see Yone split pushing in the top side, getting some free CS. Actually ends up getting the turret for his troubles. This Northwood roster, I feel like they're just not decide. They're like, where do we go? We want to go top because Yone's pushing it. We want to go mid because we want this turret. We want to go Drake because that's another objective. They finally settle on something, get the mid lane turret and back off, but I still think UST are in a better position at this point.
Yeah, decisiveness is very important in this game because every second matters. And we're going to go back a few seconds to see what happened again in the top side. Cozy, this was the play from oh so long ago, I believe, when he finally went down. But now, again, we're seeing the many, many deaths of Cozy getting frozen on the bottom side. The gank from Porsche and Kenby escaping with their life. Bradley falling in the top side. And all these deaths around the map, they seem random, but they add up in importance. Trevor in the bush getting beat down by the Northwood squad. All these deaths, they tell a story. They weave a beautiful tale of chaos on the Rift, and it's looking to be Northwood's story so far with 3 towers down so far. They don't have any dragons just yet. I believe that, yeah, the Cloud Drake is still up. Nobody's been able to go for it. But, oh, I think, yeah, UST was able to get the Rift Herald. Was that, did we notice that? Was I just not paying enough attention?
It's actually UST, yeah, that picked up that Rift Herald. So while we were off screen, now they're looking towards that Drake. Still, it's a little too late for that triumphant reward, despite the fact that UST maybe feel like they have a little bit more positioning to start to contest some of these objectives. Their positioning comes a little too late. Not that these triumphant rewards are a big, you know, focal point, but Will got that Leandries. He is definitely going to start to hurt once that second item comes through. He's already going to be hurting with that Leandries. It's a must-have here for Zyra as they're pushing in towards the enemy jungle, getting a little bit of vision. Still, again, this is like a battle of, you know, the positioning. I'm going to go back. Okay, now that you're out of here, I'm going to clear your wards. Okay, I'm going to come back, recall, buy more wards, and then I'm going to come back here and I'm going to do this. So they have the vision of the Drake. We have Drakeception here as we see Drake on Drake action. Drake in the screen and Drake in the little screen.
That was not on my bingo card for this event. Drake on Drake action was not something I was expecting to hear today. But here we are, and the Inferno blazes. Hey, and thank you, Owen. Well done. Good job, everybody in the back room. Yeah, we can confirm now UST was able to take the Rift Herald while we were off screen. But huge fight incoming.
Yeah,
now.
Zyra in a little bit of trouble. Pops the ultimate, though. Not really for any particular reason other than to try to save her own skin. But Kaisa going to pick up the kill in that process and have a little bit of a bounty to boot. Still, Clyde and Instinct waiting in the wings. Rel gonna pop over and just try to avoid some of that damage coming her way, but still, here comes Cozy. Oh, that's a lot of damage, down 75%. Oh, ultimate onto the back line, and Array's in so much trouble. Exhaust to slow him down. Now it's on to Kenry, but guess who joined the fray? It's going to be Bradley. He's got the ultimate in the back line, and it's Decimation. Instinct just trying to get away, but Yone will pick that one up. Now Clyde, he's the next target. Cozy and Reppy, you better get on out of there, because this is UST's jungle.
So back and forth, that team fight. Ultimately, UST going to be walking away with their head held up high. Northwood, they're going to be looking for anything they can get off the back of that, but UST, they're already long gone, and this is the beauty of a game like League of Legends. You might think that a team is doing well just if you look at the kills, but UST, they've been doing the work in the background. They've been scuttling around, scrounging up all the resources they could, and they were able to take the objectives that just helped them get that advantage in those team fights. And just to help you out even further, to get the proper engagements like this, Cozy was doing so well, but when you have your teammates getting in the back line just like they did there and completely devastating your ADC, Instinct was forced back, the Corki coming from the top side, but not able to do too much damage, forcing the Braum back, forcing everybody back, and killing anybody who tried to stay too long. UST, again, the positioning was too good, and like you mentioned, the importance of the positioning, moving around those fights, looking to be something I can understand more. It looks like a fighting game the way they're trying to fish for whiff punishes. Really well done by both these teams.
Otacon being burned down here. This is crucial because Otacon actually debuffs players that are fighting in the pit or doing armor shreds. So they are literally right for the picking by any ADC that's looking, any Corki that's looking. There's an engagement onto Will, but it's just the poke and prod of Bradley as the Otacon resets, and Northwood stop this fight of Otacon, but Cozy a little bit too close for comfort.
Oh my god.
A pick and prod from Array. Don't worry, that doesn't do much.
I see anything flying, I assume it's something big. That's just
Don't
how
worry.
this game works.
That's just saying hi, hello. That's how Kaisa says hello to friends.
Cool.
You know?
Good. It's terrifying, but interesting to note, as maybe we're going to see Braum say hello with an ultimate if he can find a nice position for it. I can't... Has he used the ultimate? I feel like I haven't seen it. He has to have used it. I just haven't seen like a big impactful one yet. Braum's ultimate is really strong if you can find the right timing for it. I know it's going to be a big part. I'm waiting for that huge slam to win them the game. And we're seeing a fog toggle. Well done, Alexa. You know, good stuff. Just giving us a nice perspective on what UST sees. It's important to see how these teams are reacting to the information that they're provided. And there, we saw UST had no information. They had no idea where Northwood was. So explains their hesitance in those circumstances. And it looks like they're going back for this voracious beast in the top side, but even more voracious beast in the bottom side and mid. Maybe something a little bit more scary can get cooked up here.
You know, for Northwood, they're constantly playing this positioning battle, but really the tail of the tape is that Yone has been in the top side farming all game. He has the most CS, but now he's got to really answer because his team is being engaged on. Oh my goodness!
God!
That Zyra ultimate from Will absolutely cooks and shreds UST alive as Northwood now look towards this Yone. Look towards Kenvi, who's waiting in the wings. Yone, can you make it out of this alive?
He has no choice. Like you said, he's been farming this whole time. If he goes down here, you might as well wrap it up on the side of UST. Kenvi going to be acting as a bit of a distraction maybe, or maybe the Harbinger of Doom baiting for his teammate. Yone's still there, but looks like this Sejuani is definitely not going to be able to put up too much of a fight. Going to fall, and it looks like this subjective beast is going to be next.
Yeah. Tough position. Bradley baited Kenvi so hard. Kenvi's like, yo, I'm coming, I got you, bro. Psych. Well, look at this ultimate from Will. Huge damage. It doesn't only knock up, it has initial damage of players caught in that ultimate. So massive onto that. Sets up the Leandri's burn. Corki's got a little bit of just a smidgen of magic damage in his kit that's going to allow him to maybe amplify that Zyra damage as we do see Otacon taken out. We have two versions of Otacon.
Yes.
Only one version per game. This version is called Voracious Otacon. That gives them pretty much a Guardian's Angel.
Okay.
Where they'll just get sent back to base and respawn. But really the tail of the tape is it allows them to play risky.
Yes.
Because they can just take a fight and we're not actually dead. We just go back to base. For UST, this is a problem. Because they're fighting someone that can just go back to base.
They have nothing to lose.
And come back into the fight just by walking back to lane. So,
two questions I meant to ask Alonso, which I'll now ask you. One, do they still get the gold and experience for those kills?
No.
Two, is there a timer on the GA effect?
Yeah, a small timer. Yeah, it's not like an instant back to base.
I mean, like, does it expire?
Oh, I Actually, that's a good question.
I guess we'll
I feel
find
like
out.
I'm going to get flamed in the audience for not knowing this.
Ah,
Listen,
forget the audience. I'll be the bad guy for
this
this.
is a
cast.
homegrown event, okay? This is grassroots, baby.
Yes, baby. We love
We
grassroots.
don't
here.
know
I'm wearing a
all-
hoodie right
we
now.
don't know all the answers, okay? Listen, you can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth.
The
all
truth
right?
is Dota. All right. In any case, ladies
Whoa,
and gentlemen,
okay, now that's where we got to get you off the broadcast.
we're pushing the
That
bomb
is
side.
fake news.
Fake news. Baron Nash will respond. That's true.
Well, what's the truth right now is that their inhibitor is being absolutely destroyed. Yone's in the top lane, Kai'So is in the mid lane, and now Porsche, he's got to put that in reverse as he's got to get out of there taking way too much damage. Sejuani having to flash out of the Jinx traps, but they might want to re-engage. If they don't, their whole base is going to go and die and be out of commission as Yone come back to base. Bradley, come home. We need you. Cozy taking so much damage, but Jinx has those rockets just absolutely shredding the front line. Now Bradley's here. We needed you 10 years ago. The ultimate into the back line, but he's getting destroyed. Reppy will send him packing as USD are trying to defend their base.
That Braum, huge wall, unbeatable for UST. Nobody even dying, and they have nothing to lose. Will still standing so low, but standing and fighting in the middle of UST. Gonna finally redeem that Guardian Angel free trip back home. Cruise line, luxury express. It's almost like you didn't even die. It really is like a vacation being sent home for free. And
see
now, yeah, it's a
That's
nice
the
vacation.
revive.
It's paid leave, paid sick leave.
They take a nap. Paid sick leave. Yeah, it shouldn't be called Voracious Otacon. Yeah, Riot, come on. Why don't you call it paid sick leave? Here we have the re-engage, though. Trevor, Porsche, and Kenvi. Let me just say that there's not a lot of damage between the three of them, but they still manage to find Reppy, or do they?
Yes, they do.
They do. Thankfully, they do.
And
They do. They made it.
I feel like even if they stopped attacking him, that minion, like a minion was going to kill him or something. I feel like the wind would have knocked him over and gotten that kill at that point. But now the teams are very, very far away from each other, thankfully. They're going to be stopping the incessant violence. Hopefully they can work out a peaceful resolution on the Rift. I believe in a peaceful resolution here on the red versus blue team.
Do you know this game?
Yeah?
There's no such thing as a peaceful
You can
revolution.
surrender.
Do you know the lore of this game?
You can surrender, no?
Governments send warriors to
know.
fight on their behalf to settle disputes in the real world. Although that's not actually what's happening. We've got collegiate teams, but these collegiate teams are engaging with the Sejuani ult to the back line. Yoni, he's got instinct! That's the damage dealer! They can actually win this fight! Cozy, he's just trying to stay off the wayside. They still have not decided where they want to go. Reppy, TPs to the middle. He's got the pings coming out. He wants to cut them off, but no! They've used everything they need. UST back away from the fight.
Unless something really crazy happens here. Porsche cancels the recall, and we're seeing maybe peer pressuring the Rel. No, Rel is going to get out of there. Confirmed. Now, both teams have everybody up. Baron is still here. They're still relatively close. Look at the net worth. They're only like 200 off of each other. Simo, I don't know if this game could get any more close, except for the kills. But they have the same amount of towers. They have almost the same amount of dragons. They have the Voracious Otacon or whatever. But still, net worth is so close. Positioning the heroes, everybody is so close. I wonder if this next fight might just be the last.
If you say it any
Bold
quieter,
predictions.
if you say it any quieter, I don't think the teams will hear you. But you forgot to mention the bot lane inhibitor for UST is down, which is a little bit of a deciding factor. If I'm Yone, I should be going there, Mr. Split Push.
Mr.
Split Push. Bradley, he's, the split push though has caused him to get 300 CS, which is almost 100 above his opponent.
And look at the levels. He's 2 higher than his opposing mid laner.
It's true, but we haven't seen that used to fruition yet. We had a fight. No, we had a fight.
Yeah.
He got instinct, and then they had to back away from that fight. We're gonna see a replay of that exact fight that I'm talking about.
Yeah, and as you can see,
Actually,
no, it's a completely different situation, but still relevant to the state of the game. They're getting Reppy in the backside, and this is where the fight really kicked off.
This is it.
Yes, this is where we're going to see the impact of that Yone, that huge engagement in the middle of that fight. Instinct is going to get gone on, instantly deleted. Yone shredding him out, and as you can see in real time, these teams are getting close to Baron, maybe trying to get their get back. A little bit of an engagement there, but they're both kind of backing off. And as we head back into reality, we're seeing the engagement starting for both of these teams.
Yeah, just poking and prodding. Yone, he's got kind of base duty. Literally, minions are hitting the Nexus turrets, and you see things coming out. So, unfortunately, this Baron fight is going to start.
Said the strongest guy.
TP, Bradley, he doesn't have... TP is like... I can't tell if that cool... Actually,
He's using it right
TP.
now.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, he does have TP. So he TPs to the fight. He clears the wave. But that doesn't mean the wave is just going to stop magically. It's still going to continue. So they need to be decisive and pick a fight first. There, Clyde, he gets dangerously low. They start onto the Baron. Half HP. Cozy waiting in the wings. UST want this Baron.
They need it.
4,000 HP. Clyde sticks around. Kenvi whiffs the ult. They get the Baron, and they back away. Does Northwood decide to chase? Whoa! Whoa!
Oh my God!
Bradley! Bradley's he's playing with our hearts. He's playing with our emotions. And Northwood almost have a heart attack on stage. But UST get Baron. They back away. That's what you want. And Inhibitor goes back. This is perfect for UST.
Bradley reminds me of my cat. Like, I'm walking by, he just bites my ankles and runs away and then looks at me as if he didn't do anything. Like, dude, you just tried to kill me, and then you're looking at me like nothing happened. Bradley is the dark horse of this game. I feel like with all that split pushing, whether you want to call him out on it or not, it has had its impact. He is by far... I feel confident in saying he's the strongest here on the game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just saying that it has.
We haven't seen it.
It has caused. No, it's not even that. It has caused Northwood to stay in the game. They got a lot of free things. They got Otacon for free. They got got Inhibitor for free because Bradley decided I'm going to care more about my gold and my CS. And listen, maybe that's going to end up being the win condition, and UST maybe even win this game too based off of that. But I'm just making the comment that I think that his split pushing has given Northwood more than UST has used his strength in kindness to that.
I couldn't agree with you more. It's a give and take. You trade some aspects of the game, and your opponents are going to take some aspects of the game as a result. This is the Summoner's Rift. Nothing is free. Everything costs, and that usually costs blood, as we're seeing someone here in this game is going to start bleeding very soon.
Knock up onto Kenvi. Ultimate, he flashes out. He's actually going to survive, and the needle gets threaded by instinct. The rocket goes flying through. Cozy in the back line sneaks up and picks off Kenvi, but Cozy's going to pay for that with his life?
No!
Or is he? He survives, and this is UST running on their heels, trying to escape, as they were not able to capitalize on anything there.
This is such a predicament to be in. Both of these teams know that one false move can cost them the game. No one is able to run away with a team fight. There's still always an opportunity to really strike back and strike back hard, especially with that Yone in the game. And you can see Kenvi really got caught out in a bad position, knocked up, sent flying. The rocket just missed. Would have been able to turn things around so much better for Northwood, but ultimately not going to be able to get too much out of this. Just stay alive. Cozy forced to flash back, and you can see UST recognizing that their time has come. They got to get out of here. They still have the Baron buff. It's not really worth trading your Baron buff for maybe a couple of kills that you're not going to be able to get anything out of since you already lost your jungler. So making the call to back up. And again, this all-in strategy that UST called to make Bradley kind of their leading and saving hope for their team, it's starting to become more and more relevant with each of these skirmishes that come into play. The thing is, with Northwood, they have a strong, solid team, but they don't have that ability to instantly blow somebody up in the same way that UST does.
This is a really big fight coming up. I don't want to leave your opinion kind of off to the wayside.
Okay, I'll cry about it later.
It's an important one, but this is Dragon Soul, right? Once you get this dragon for UST, that's it. There's only Elder Dragons that are going to be available. But Northwood can continue to farm more dragons as they appear. So that's why you see them positioning. I mean, they're going to position anyways because we're so late into the game that I think they want to try to find these picks and find these team fights. But UST getting... Oh, look. Oh my God, Bradley on the flank. He's coming in from the back, but it's warded.
Oh my God.
They can collapse
It doesn't
on
matter.
him. Oh, he goes over the wall. He misses the ultimate. He gets the Clyde. But Instinct is down. Clyde is next to follow. Cozy surrounded by red, bleeds and dies third as it is domination for UST.
Damnation and ruin find Northwood in their home base, as this is the end for their SGS run. UST runs them down, and the roads are running red with UST victory as they are taking down every last obelisk in their path and carving their names in the nexus of Northwood. This has been a very interesting game, and I think it is only fitting for it to end with a 12-12 kill score. The tale is not in the numbers in a game like this. It is in basically everything else. I'm not that short, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit taller than that. But now as we come back to reality, it sucks. I wish we could go back and relive that game all over again.
Yeah, let's walk through a little bit of a breakdown.
Yeah.
Okay. We obviously don't know what the pick and ban was for that first game, so maybe some picks went through, but still, nevertheless, UST won that game as well. I know. Northwood had a great start.
Yes,
they had a great
absolutely.
start. They had that lane swap. Yes, Cozy got 2 kills, but then they continued to. Oh, sorry, Cozy was on Northwood. I don't feel like that really stopped him. UST had the swap. Array and Trevor constantly pressuring him down, but Reppy and Instinct, they were cooking. The Jinx was alive. The Corki was alive. They were doing damage. Reppy was bullying Yone in lane. He bullied him so hard he had to go to another lane to find some happiness in his life.
Yeah.
He quit. But despite that fact, this Bradley, this Yone, split pushing, getting 300 CS. Actually, he's on par for 10 CS per minute, allowing him to get to 300, which is like, that's standard. That's supposed to be standard. And while we were critical of his split push,
I wasn't. Neither were you, to be fair.
This is why I was critical. Look at where he is. Kaisa's laid on the back. His whole team is getting wiped, and he's like, what do I want? Minions. Yeah. Minions.
But
he's got TP up, and he TP's back to base, but he does it so late, right? I'm just saying this could have ended the game. If they got another pick, if they got a second pick, we'd be in game 3 by now. But he TP's late. They still find picks. Cozy's still alive. You see he's in the back line. Jinx picks him off. Kenvi falls down to half HP. And now Bradley's like, okay, I will finally come and join the fight. But this was a great momentum shift for Northwood.
He died too, which was the best
part.
part.
That's right. That's right. So I'm like, okay, you're split pushing. You come back and then you die? Like,
get out of here.
Like, is that worth it? But they really proved us wrong. They had us in the first half. Once we moved past, you can see in some of these team fights that Yone, he's like, all right, I'm full build. I'm unstoppable. I'm the highest level in the game. I'm level 18. Braum is level 12. I'm just going to fry these kids. And he did exactly that. Full build minus the Doran shield. That's just his accessory that he likes to wear. He destroyed everybody. So critical of him in the first half, but he proved why he was doing that. He proved why he was putting his team in that position, and he made his team wait. You guys wait for me. When I'm ready to fight, I'm going to fight with you guys.
And you know what? I'm a lot more sympathetic to the split pushing, disgusting, split pushing behavior game strategy, but that replay there kind of reminded me of why it doesn't work sometimes.
Yeah.
Because they actually could have straight up just lost.
They could have lost there. It could have lost there.
So, as a result, however, UST definitely did not lose. They won that game. They won it very, very, very solidly. Bradley, of course, with the most kills in the game, tied with the Cozy. Despite all the efforts from both of these teams to shut down the top laners, they're still having some of the highest impact. And actually, no, Bradley was mid. My mistake. But we're still seeing the impact that Cozy had on the side of Northwood. 10 assists on the Zyra. Hey, I call that a win in my books, considering the way this game was going. I feel like every single Zyra ult we saw was hugely impactful.
It was
hugely impactful.
It was.
So that's a win for Daniil.
Yeah, I was sitting here contemplating, was that a good pick? Was it not a good pick? It did everything it needed to do.
Yeah.
Was that enough?
No.
Big question mark, bold, underline, italics, apply all of it, because what else is possible here for William? Graves very likely played game 1, so off the table. Nidalee banned in game 2. Talia still a possibility as well, but picking the Zyra here, is that enough to stop Yone? If does Zyra need to stop Yone, that's a whole different question.
Yeah.
But Yone being so mobile, he literally appears out of nowhere and flashes across the other side of the screen and isolates one of your targets. Maybe Braum and Zyra were not enough to protect this Jinx. Maybe.
Exactly.
Maybe that's the big question mark, because if Bradley didn't have all that time to be in the sideways split pushing, maybe like we saw, it could have ended. But then once Bradley started to join the fights and to start to
There's no one there.
isolate Instinct and Reppy, nobody was there to protect him.
Exactly, and I think that might have been the defining factor. There just wasn't enough between Northwood and their squishy cores.
That's
so
right.
Ultimately, that's going to be what ends up losing the game for Northwood, but they definitely put up one hell of a fight.
Yeah, so we're going to go to an interview with my favorite player now, Bradley, off to the side. Smoke, take us away.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm joined by Bradley, as Simo was saying earlier. And Bradley, you guys came out of a 2-0 sweep, but that second game, Northwood, they were looking pretty good to start things off. But what gaps did you really see in their game that allowed you guys to slowly claw your way back into it?
I think, can I hold this?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. I think that I kind of caught Jinx a lot in some of the team fights, which really helped. Jinx is definitely like the main prio. And I think in their mid game, they weren't really making progress. They were kind of overgrouping and didn't really find anything. So I kind of built a CS lead for free. And I think one team fight, we just won the game.
Yeah, absolutely. That can be all it takes. And I mean, looking back on game one, I know we didn't really catch it on stream. So I just was curious, from your point of view, how would you sum it up? How did that one go?
If I'm being honest, I don't really remember game one. I just know that we smashed them. So yeah.
Oh, we love to hear it. Absolutely. Just say it how it is. You don't got to hold back. We know that in grand finals, another best of 3 matchup going up against St. Clair College. What do you think's going to happen there?
I mean, I still think that we're going to win 2-0, but I think it's going to be a good game still regardless. I mean, I do think who we just played against was good too, so hopefully, same energy.
When you get into LAN finals performances like this, when you're in grand finals for anything, what do you guys kind of do to kind of get right into the moment? How do you get into the zone yourself?
For myself personally, I think I just think about the game. I don't know. I'm not really like a meditative person, but I just kind of think about the game. And as far as like us as a team, I don't know, we kind of just banter with each other. And I think it kind of brings us together before the match so that we're on the same page.
And if you had a final message for the players on St. Clair before you start your series, what would that be?
Thanks for inviting us so we could win the tournament, guys.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. And we'll be right back after a short break with your grand finals.
to Summoner's Rift.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our last pregame interview of today for SGS League of Legends 2025. I'm your host, Patrick Smoke Chambers, joined by Coach of St. Clair, Alonzo, and Director of UST Nova. Guys, you've had a long day, but we're finally down to it, grand finals. I'm going to keep this one short, sweet, nothing too long. So I just want you to tell me, each of you, why your team will simply win tonight.
I think we're pretty prepared. We had a good run for this LAN. I think we're locked in. Yeah.
And then Nova, you guys have been literally smashing every team that's come through your way. That train does not seem to be stopping anytime soon. Why are you going to beat St. Clair tonight in their home and take the lion's share of 2,500 in that trophy?
Yeah, I think before we came to the event, the only team we were really worried about was Northwood, and they didn't put up much of a fight at all. So we're pretty confident going into finals, and I don't think it'll be too hard. So, yeah.
Again, guys, let's score predictions. What are we thinking?
2-1 St. Clair.
2-0 UST.
And if there are any final words before we head off into this amazing match for each other, any last words for your opponent?
I think it'll be a fun series.
Yeah, St. Clair's a great school. They've hosted a great event, so I hope it's great. Yeah.
That's all we have to say down here. Everyone's done yapping. Actions speak louder than words, and we're going to get to those very quickly as our casters break down some pregame analysis.
SEMO and Rare Adam back at it with our grand final match here. It's been a long day. We've seen teams stay. We've seen teams go home. Some teams are probably already home in the comfort of their home watching this grand final match. But this is, on home soil, you couldn't have written a better story. St. Clair making it to Grands, UST probably the top seeded team in the entire tournament, making it to Grands too. Now we have a heater of a series.
Yeah, for sure. And being able to watch that Northwood UST game, it was showing that UST can bleed in a lot of ways. Northwood put together a very concerted effort towards that bottom side of the map, pushing forward with that Otacon buff, showing how strong it can be. And yet it just didn't matter in the end. The experience from UST ends up showing up in spades here. And I think the major thing to keep in mind is this UST roster, we want to talk about stacked. They're stacked. Kenvi, formerly of Immortals, played there for, I think, 2 years.
And 100 Thieves next.
And 100 Thieves next. Bradley as well, the king of promotion. He's played for so many different teams throughout, even on the top side, TC Porsche, 2-time CLOL winner. You've got Arrayr on the bottom side of the map, formerly of GG, or Golden Guardians Academy. Man, that's a name you haven't heard in a while. And Trevor Roy has been around the block far too many times to count at this point.
Yeah.
It's a team that's stacked to the brim, and of course, can't take anything away from the St. Clair roster. In the same right, they've got a lot of experience on their side, but you look at the experience that the UST roster has, it's LCS. It's NACL experience. It's really, really hard to match that.
And again, not to add insult to injury here to how stacked this USC roster is, but I don't know if this is true, but Dardoch still possibly being a support or playing on the roster at one point in time, this team is just constantly with great talent in and out of the door.
Of course.
I mean, we even had with the USD former roster, this old guard of Porsche, Robbie Bob, and Dardoch, that was
and Shogo.
That was an unstoppable team, right? And now we have a new unstoppable team. So, looking at some of the rosters here, you're familiar with the St. Clair Saints. We've got Ricky, Maddie, Flocon, Lig, and Miracle all the way on the far side, and of course, with UST on stage as well, you'll likely see, I believe it is Porsche. Closest top lane portion, then can be Bradley, Array, and Trevor all the way on the far side as well. So players look calm, cool, collected, ready for the grand final match. They've been playing a lot. Not only have some of these teams been playing in our tournaments, we've also had a break in the middle of the tournament. It might have been a short one for some that weren't paying attention, but we had a CLOL break where players had to play in the competitive CLOL tournament. So We are about to get that first game underway. This draft is going to be super important because a vast array of champions kind of fall within a similar pool for some of these players. I'm looking at the mid lane. Bradley can play a pretty good control mage as well. Not necessary, as we saw in that last game on the Yone.
Yeah.
But again, if that pool gets pinched a little bit for Flocon, or for Maddie, or for anybody on the St. Clair roster, I think UST is not really going to flinch at any pool pinching activity.
Yeah, I think the major thing to keep in mind about this UST roster is they have different modes that they can go into. You know, Bradley has been more present in the side lanes this season, at the very least from what we've seen, and it has kind of cost UST at times, just being too much in the side lane. But granted, you put Bradley on something like these control mages that they've been known for and built themselves up on, it's still an option for that. Of course, this is a player that went to top 4 with Bethany, a roster sort of full of upstarts in 2020, I want to say, coached by Colomer, and 2021, just started to take that step up to the next level, and since then has just been continually climbing and climbing. I believe it was on TL Challengers. There we go. Yeah, that one. 2022, 2023, and then sort of got back up on their feet playing in the promotion tournament with CCG. Were able to promote into NACL once again. So it's one of those stories where, at the very least, you look across the rift and you kind of have to turn off the nameplates. You have to stop thinking about it if you're St. Clair. You just need to say, hey, listen, we're going to play our game. We're going to do the best that we can. Realistically, St. Clair has a bit of that advantage. They were able to take the time to watch the game that was going on, whereas UST, they were playing their CLL match against SCAD. They beat SCAD pretty cleanly 2-0, so they are the number 1 seed out of the South. But of course, that didn't really give them time to scout out what St. Clair was doing. Do they need that? Do they want that? Yet to be determined. Varus first pick is definitely what they want. Immediately answered with an Ezreal hover likely to be locked in by Array.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting first pick. Getting the 80 carries out of the way is not something I normally see, but maybe leaving the mid and top kind of a little bit still in the wings. Maybe, you know, when I think about blue side first pick, I'm thinking, I need this. It's do or die. And Varus being do or die is kind of a big question mark. But listen, we talked about Lig, go kill or go die. And maybe he wants to be on something comfortable, so get him exactly what he wants. You get him the Varus. Maybe he's going to feel a little bit more comfortable with that. And we see Cassante locked in there as well.
Yeah, no surprise there from Porsche. Just picking the probably the safest and best blind pick top laner you can pick. Cassante is going to do decently well into a lot of those matchups. Yes, there's a lot of answers that Ricky can pull through, but at the same time, does Porsche really care about that? Porsche's perfectly fine just sort of tossing it down and saying, hey, I'm fine to sort of sack everything. The Mundo, though, brings an interesting flavor to it, I want to say, in that you're basically going tank versus tank. This Mundo will get very tanky, very difficult to kill, and it's sort of up to the Cassandra to sort of take that out of the fight. You got to get that shield down, and this hover is interesting.
Listen, that's going elite support if that gets locked in.
So, yeah.
But, it's open. The Lilia, the infamous Maddie Lilia coming to the stage here. This wouldn't be a Saints Gauntlet Series featuring St. Clair without a Lilia on stage. But back to that Mundo, this guy literally just needs Heartsteel and Warmogs, and he can be in lane forever. He never has to recall. He can recall with 5k gold and just buy his next item, and he's good to go. So
5k gold and 5k HP, either one.
Yeah, either one. That's right.
Oh,
but wow.
Okay, never mind. I saw the Shaco come through. Shaco has multiple iterations of fun behind it. I believe Kenvi was the person who pulled. Was it Kenvi or was it someone else? Pulled out Shaco in LCS. I know that. The Shaco was also sort of a little jab at Trevor, who played a Shaco support game on Supernova, went 1-12, the infamous Shaco support game. Nonetheless, Viego makes a lot of sense. Kenvi's one of those players where, you know, they've had this Kindred pocket pick for a really long time. They're the one who, every single time we saw them, would draw Kindred bans. This time around, going for the Viego, looking for a little bit more agency on their own, not trying to be that as feast or famine, but still have that reset potential. As the bans coming through, Yone actually banned away by UST, Syndra banned away by St. Clair. Realistically, if you were putting your blindfolds on, you would think those would be swapped considering the champion.
That's right. I would agree with you. But we just realistically have our top jungle and ADC selected. So for this next pick, like, we are maybe looking at a mid-counter pick for Bradley. Yasuo taking off the docket as well. This is a very interesting pick and ban. I know you're looking at it like, huh? Flocon on a melee assassin?
It's not unheard of. I've seen Flocon pull it out before, but
just
once
not
again,
common.
it's still in their wheelhouse for Flocon to just go to the Vladimir and say, hey, I'm perfectly fine to pick that one up. Would you pick it up blind, though? That's the question. And would you pick it up blind into Bradley? It depends on how much faith you have. I mean, granted, I understand the reason why these bans, more so because of the Lilia. You don't need magic damage in the mid lane. It is indicating that Flocon's going to go for some sort of AD mid, and I think that's the main reason why. Bradley's perfectly fine to just blind the Ahri here and say, hey, I'm going to have this reset potential with this Viego. We can go in tandem, we can roam around the map, we can find agency that way, and now Flocon's going to be pushed down the list of AD mid laners you can pick. Realistically, you don't want to have another AP with Lilia, because then it's a very easy Merc Treads rush on your jungle mid. They can't really do as much, they have less agency, it gives UST an unnecessary advantage.
Wow. That was some great analysis there, Adam, because that made a whole lot of sense to me. And now we'll see what ends up getting locked in. Not a lot to choose from, specifically because Yone is probably the biggest pick, and then Yasuo falls a little bit behind that. I mean, Akali is open, but that's...
It's not really AD.
It's not really.
You auto-attack a little bit.
Oh!
Ooh.
Do you dare do this? I think it's just it can't be. It can't be.
Okay, so they're still gonna go for this magic damage mid lane. It's not out of Flocon's wheelhouse, and I think that's mainly the reason why they do it. But they've got so much magic damage on the side of St. Clair now, because Mundo does a lot of magic damage. Lilia does a lot of magic damage. Nautilus does mostly magic damage. Hui does magic damage. Varus even has a little bit of magic damage built into their kit as well. So I'm.
Lig's got to carry.
Tough.
He's got to pop that
he has
Ginsu's. He's got to just buy a bunch of armor shred
Yeah.
and damage, and it's going to fall on his shoulders, because if these AP, primarily Lilia, and if Maddie and Flocon can't really get ahead, then they're going to be so behind.
Yeah, I think the main thing is that there is an angle for to go for a lethality build this game, mainly because you are so disincentivized to go for any armor in this game. Why would you build armor into the likes of this Mundo, Lilia, and Hui? You want to build magic resist, which means Porsche realistically going to go for more magic resist. Kennedy going to go for those Merc Treads. Bradley, Merc Treads. Trevor, Merc Treads. A lot of those where now has more options to go for the lethality if they want to, because they'll start to do true damage. Whether that is the option or if it's going to be sort of the tank buster build we've seen with the Blade of the Ruin King, the Guinsoo's, just to get that on-hit damage, that's another option available to them. But I'm interested. I think when we see the rune that is picked up by Lig, that will be the bigger indicator of how this turns out.
Well, our champions are locked in and the draft has gone underway. Your earlier comment on forcing Flocon to some sort of AD mid laner obviously didn't come to fruition, but it also makes sense on what their counter bans were, because they knew that Bradley was going to be forced onto possibly a mage of some kind, and they wanted to limit that pool. Ahri's what's going to end up being there. Ahri's still great and relevant in the meta, so I wouldn't be too concerned about that. But Flocon ends up on the Hui. We'll see what kind of is able to come to fruition there. He's had some great games on the Talia earlier on in one of the earlier series that we saw, as well as the Syndra, which obviously is not on the docket here. So pay attention to Kenvi and Maddie. I think that's really where this early game is going to lie. Flocon and Bradley. Flocon has gone even in lane pretty much every single time. But Bradley, as we saw in the last game, likes to be off into the side lanes. As Ahri, are you going to do that?
You can. You have the wave clear to be able to do that. I think Bradley, no matter which one of the trifecta of sort of staple mid lane mages they were going to pick, it was going to be something that has wave clear. Syndra has wave clear, LeBlanc has wave clear, Ahri have wave clear. So they can all go into that side lane and then rejoin the fight. They can go down to that bot lane if there's a double stacked wave crashing into a tower, clean all that up, join in pretty quickly. And I think that's the idea behind why the Ahri, Syndra, LeBlanc were sort of the angles there. St. Clair did a good job of scouting that out. It's just you can't ban all three of them unless you're picking the Ahri. Well, you can't even pick it away because Bradley picked first. I just don't really know how this way is going to fit into the comp. It makes sense on a high level. You've got your poke with the Hui and the Varus, much akin to how Converse constructed their Game 2 comp against St. Clair. It's more so that are you going to be able to do damage when they're stacking a whole bunch of magic resist against you? There's no reason for Bradley not to go for second item Banshee's Veil here, just so that they can survive some of that damage there. So it is going to be a lot of onus onto Lig here, and we saw two versions of Lig in that Converse series. We saw the hyper carry version where there were 16 kills. We saw the other side of it where they were basically carried by Maddie and Flocon. If Maddie and Flocon are fighting into a Cassante with 300 magic resist, are you really going to be able to take that next step?
Yeah, these are all questions that we are waiting to answer 30 seconds away from that match. And, you know, in talking about that Cassante, I was kind of thinking about that Mundo. Kind of glad to see Mundo have a little bit of activity here on LAN. I know that he probably doesn't get a lot of play just due to the nature of the beast right now. Best like Cassante, you know, maybe a little bit of a tank Jace here and there.
Yeah.
But the Mundo in the top lane, going to be interesting for me personally to see how that matchup unfolds. Cassante going to feel, I think, probably pretty comfortable in that matchup.
Oh, yeah.
Not really going to be too worried because Mundo's not really, you know, he kills you slowly. He doesn't kill you all at once, whereas Cassante, he's going all in. He's going to, you know, combo you to death, primarily squishies, obviously. Yeah. But for that noodle fest that's going to end up in that top side, Mundo's not really looking to kill him at all. But
yeah, Mundo has the agency to be able to do so once they get to an item or two. If they get that Heartsteel going early, then you know you can start to ramp up that damage. I think the major thing that you have to look for in this Mundo versus Cassante matchup is how much is Cassante actually going to be into the Mundo? Because Cassante is necessary to deal with Flocon and Maddie on those double AP threats. You need to have a Cassante there to take one of them away or potentially dive into that backline and get on top of Lig. Because if Lig goes down, then all of a sudden this magic resist is so much more powerful because there's no more AD to come through. But if Lig is left untouched in these fights, and Cassante is not able to get on top, that's where St. Clair can turn the tables a little bit. I think it comes down to execution more than anything. You have so much magic damage that you are fighting an uphill battle to begin with. You know there's going to be Mercury Treads on 4 or 5 members here. I would be shocked to see less than 3. If there's less than 3 Mercury Treads, I've apparently learned something wrong about the game of League of Legends, and I need to start questioning things. There's a lot of CC as well, so I mean, it makes sense to go for them.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your grand finals of the Saints Gauntlet Series League of Legends edition is underway with St. Clair leading the charge towards topside red, and they get spotted out. So the ruse is up, but they're going to get some vision. They're going to get some information into whether or not they want to get that lane swap for Lig, or the lane swap's going to happen at all. But the pings from UST, Trevor's here to potentially cut them off. Flocon, he actually gets stunned and charmed. He's in a trifecta. He flashes back towards his team, but now the team is here. The hook, but they seal the deal onto Flocon. Now, Diego, he's going to pick up the Hue and try to get more damage done, but every single person from St. Clair is split. Kenvi is going to be the next to fall as Maddie's just trying to get out and escape. One more kill potentially onto Bradley, but Ricky will be the third to fall. It has gone absolutely haywire, and UST come out on top.
Absolute cinema, if anything. Array is the main beneficiary of that. Gets 2 kills for themselves. I don't know what just happened. I mean, yeah, okay, Feat of Warfare done. UST, they got themselves an early game lead. Just like that, 2 minutes in.
Yeah, and the first triumphant award goes to UST. Yeah. They've got 3 kills, they're good, but wow. Craziness. I love that action. I love that attack onto Flocon. Check this out.
Yeah, I mean, Flocon's playing Hue. You don't have any dashes. You flash towards your team. It's a good attempt at the very least, but Trevor's just willing to burn those summoners to get back in there. Kenvi, as soon as they switch over, it's almost a little bit... It's almost a bit of a poor choice to switch into that Hue there, because you don't really have much, but you sort of just want to get your reset. Maddie's just caught on the wrong side of the rift there, and Bradley barely able to survive, slowly but surely poking down this Mundo. Eventually it just becomes a numbers game, and the main thing that it does award for St. Clair is they get pushes in all their lanes, because instead of having to recall, they died, and they get those better home guards to come through. It's like the weirdest sort of win that you can get. You get a little bit of a CS lead, you sort of shoved it in, but hey, you're staring down a 2-0 Ezreal at this point. Array being one of the premier AD carries in all of CLOL, in most of Tier 2 as well.
And Hui getting ganked again.
Oh.
No flash available. Kenvi comes for seconds. And that is not the start you want for Flocon. You talked about getting that advantage. He gets back to lane before Bradley. Well, now, without flash, he's being bullied.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you expect. If you burn your flash at level 1, expect Kenvi to come back. This is an experienced player. They were doing this to LCS players. You burn your flash level 2, Kenvi's coming there level 3. You're coming back level 4, coming back level 5. You're going to get a lot of that attention, and Flocon did not respect it. It did force Bradley to flash forward, I believe, to get that charm, to get the combo down. But at the very least, it's still a wave getting pushed in. It's both summoners off of Flocon now. It's going to be a rough time in this mid lane here because Bradley has basically just sat back, auto-attacked some people, tossed a couple of charms, and has 4 assists to their name.
Good damage onto Array here in the bot side. Bradley finally going to recall and collect his just rewards. Gives Flocon an opportunity to catch up. He is tied up in CS, so good for him to at least kind of nullify some of that gank, but he still has flash down. But now Kenvi, you talk about this LCS jungler, he gets spotted out on a ward. Now Miracle and Lig in a little bit of trouble. How are they going to deal with this dive? Kenvi shows.
It's a full wave, so it's really important for them to just try and cut it. Nah, Miracle's just going to fall.
Yeah, but he might be able to turn onto Trevor, falling dangerously low. No! The Ignite, but the arrow, he dodges it, and a double kill for Array. Oh my goodness.
Oh man, Trevor just barely staying alive throughout all of that. Perfect tanking coming through. I mean, literally the last tick of HP there, able to push them through, and now Array, 4 kills on the board. Unfortunately, it seems as if we're getting the side of Lig where they're not really going to have too much agency. I like to see the Blade of the Ruin King come through. It does mean, or the Vampiric Center, it means we're going to Blade of the Ruin King. But if we take a look at that replay, it's just picture perfect cinema coming through. It's just Trevor tanking it up first, using that damage reduction. Lig not able to get enough auto attacks down. Like, you just need one auto attack there, and the arrow barely missing. That would have sealed the deal, but Kenvi just able to Spider-Man their way out.
Man, Array is so fed now. Look at his back.
It's ridiculous.
Sheen, Tear, dagger, longsword, boots. Like, he is swimming in the early game dream.
He's got
right
the garage sale.
Yeah, he's got the garage.
He's got everything.
Yeah.
You need some mana. You need some extra on-hit damage. You need a longsword. You need some movement speed. You need some attack speed. I got it. Or he's just pulling up to the club. He's opened up his jacket. He's just got like a whole bunch of stuff to give you, no matter what the situation. And this is the issue. You give Array a lead like this, it's really hard for them to relinquish it because they're playing such a safe champion like Ezreal. You can get out of so many sticky situations. We talked a lot in draft about the fact that there's so much magic damage on the top side. I don't think it matters if this Ezreal is this fed. You might not even have to worry about that top side. You might not have to itemize into that magic resist because they might not have time to build up damage. Lig in trouble.
Oh, Trevor. He wants a little bit more. Lig obviously pushing the pedal. They don't have Ignite, so the threat potential to fight is a little bit tough. Top side, we see Kenvi and Bradley positioning around Grubs. Pings towards Flocon. And he's got it warded, though, so he's feeling a little bit safer. Flash is back up as Maddie's going to be able to get these Grubs, I think, relatively uncontested.
Yeah.
So at least a win. Actually, UST somehow have a Grub of their own. I think Kenvi stole one.
I think Kenvi took one and then got out. I think that's what he did.
He's like, I'm good. I got one.
Yeah, honestly, it denies them the full stack on that feat, though. You have to get all 3 Grubs for you to get the feat. So if you just take one, you deny it from the enemy team. Oh,
that's
Kenvi's in trouble.
crazy. Oh, wow. Good follow-up there from Flocon. I like that damage. They're pushing the envelope wherever they can, realistically.
Yeah.
Because they're mentally behind.
They're desperate.
2K behind. Like, I think most of that gold's on Array, to be fair.
Yeah,
but
they're 2K behind, but it's, 7 minutes into the game. If you continue that trend at the same pace throughout the rest of the game, that's 6,000 gold at 20 minutes. That's a 12,000 gold lead at 40 minutes. So it really just, they need to stem the bleeding a little bit. They need to hold this gold deficit at the very least. But it's so hard to do so into Array, who can just sort of exist in this bottom lane and put pressure onto Lig. It forces Lig into these unfortunate situations where they have to burn a lot of mana to try and farm. Because if they walk up to auto attack, Trevor, Array, jumping right on top of you and you're in trouble.
Good clear from Cassante. You saw go down, get the scrying orb. They know that Maddie's bot side. Ouch.
Close.
That's gotta hurt. Oh, but the flash! Cleanse comes out. They still maybe want to continue to fight this. They'll turn this onto Trevor, but again, it's already really all for naught. Maddie with the long range, but UST knew this. You saw the pings. They actually pinged red buff as Porsche, after Porsche got that vision. Great communication here from UST.
Yeah, I mean, this is the experience that's coming through as well. I mean, Array burns Cleanse, but it was Miracle burning both summoners to try and make that happen. So, I mean, it's a 2-for-1 summoner trade. At the end of the day, you're still taking that if you're UST. Porsche takes a couple of tower shots, but still just pushing the wave in is likely even or ahead in gold right now, even against the Mundo's kill.
Lots of pink wards here bought by UST. And unfortunately, Flocon in trouble.
Probably
once again. This is just bullying now at this point. Like, yeah, you want to pick Kuwait? Sure. That's what you want. That's what you get.
Yeah, so, I mean, 9 minutes in, we got Brazil v Germany on the scoreboard there. It's indicative of how well Kenvi and Bradley are working together because they didn't even use a charm. He just dashes forward and Flocon walks into the Viego. Ray just shifting away from that. We actually get the replay. Yeah, there's no charm thrown out here at all.
Yeah, he's just like, I give up.
2 spells.
I'm dead.
2 spells and 2 charges of the ultimate, and that's all it took for Bradley to shut it down. Of note here, I would like to point out we've got 1 Merc Treads on the way. There we go. And now we just got to wait for the other 2. Once again, I said 3 is the minimum for me to feel happy about my prediction.
And, you know, realistically, the fact that St. Clair are starting to fall behind a little bit, that just means that their magic is going to take a little bit longer to be as potent. Nice Hex Flash into the ultimate. He's going to be able to land the hook here, but the flash burned away from Array.
Just too much safety on the Ezreal right now. In this 1v2 lane, Trevor's gone off on a missionary. Yeah,
he can leave him alone.
He's just going to clear out wards here. He's going to spread the word of this UST bot lane, and it's working.
Yeah. It's so unfortunate for St. Clair. Like, this game, I feel like, has really slowed down. You know, compared to some of the other games that we've watched today, it's been very scrappy from the jump. Lots of lane swaps, but
good cleanse.
Wow. Like, getting that cleanse off, gonna survive. Maybe because it's a lot of respect, you know, for both teams. Not a lot of overextending from USD, finding good fights where they want to, minus the engagement we had in the beginning, but they're finding the better. What a Zenith Blade onto Zig. Ignite actually gets popped, and the ultimate to follow back up. They're getting a lot of damage onto Trevor. Miracle doesn't want to fight this because he doesn't really have a lot of mana or HP. Flash over from Link, but now the counter flash from Array. He's low! Miracle! He's not close enough to auto, and he doesn't have enough mana. And of course, also towards that mid lane, Bradley finds Maddie trying to get some vision down or come for the gank as well. And UST are just so far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you think you can get an angle of approach here, it doesn't matter. I mean, the major thing is that, yes, you're able to get a kill in this bottom lane. Array did get caught by the spread of the chains here, but Lig was too focused on Trevor here. I think, honestly, you can potentially turn, you can drop a spell onto Array a little bit earlier, and maybe you're able to get that shutdown. Leona's not going to be able to resist much in damage. I think it's just a target selection there. Lig just wanted something, had that bloodlust in their eyes, and they wanted to force the agenda. Despite all that, it's the Dragon that went over to UST. It is the next spawn of Grubs going over to UST. They've got everything in their pockets. They're going to get those feats, those triumphants, or triumphs, whatever they're called. They're going to get them nice and early here without much resistance.
Yeah, just need one more, likely going to be the Dragon, but they're like taking their time. I don't feel like UST is really concerned as we see an engage here from Kenvi. Massive! Dominating Maddie, taken off the map, followed up by a double kill from Array. UST are putting on a clinic 12 minutes into the game, and they want Lig. He's just trying to recall as fast as he can. They're trying to not let him. Will he be able to get it? No, they're stopping him. This is brutal. TP. But TP from Mundo, he's like, I'm coming. But really at what cost? Just to defend Lig? TP to defend a tower dive? Crazy.
It's rough. I mean, look at Porsche just on the top side getting a lot of free time. Clears out that whole wave. Demolish proc comes through. Gonna get 2 plates, I believe, off of this. Yep. So it's just the TP. you still lose 2 members on the bottom side, and Porsche gets more gold. It's effectively an 1,000 gold swing for UST as well. We're going to get another replay of that here. I mean, it's just perfectly layered combo. Kenvi comes in at the right time. Miracle just... This is what happens when Nautiluses get behind. You can't do much because you hook in and then you're just dead. It doesn't matter what you do, and at a certain point, your Aftershock can only do so much for you.
I appreciate the efforts from St. Clair.
For sure.
There, you know, Maddie looking towards mid, looking towards bot. He's kind of just forgotten about. I mean, how can you gank a Mundo, really? How can you gank with a Mundo, really? Like, all the damage is going to have to come from the Lilia. But nevertheless, Maddie, Miracle, doing literally what they can. But it's really all for naught. I like this re-engage right onto Array, doing as much. But Lig is just so dangerously low. Ignite popped, and now Miracle could be the next to fall.
What do you do?
They are just dying left and right at this point.
Oh, yeah, and Array dodges the bowling ball as well. Like, there's really nothing you can do. The main issue is that this is the only lane where you have attack damage. Look how many Merc Treads already built. 3. Flocon's just dead to rights.
Yeah, this is...
It's getting out of hand.
I don't want to call this game a little too early, but I feel like this is going to be very tough for St. Clair to come back from. After that first fight at level 1, and then Flocon dying constantly to Kenvi and Bradley combo, and then Array getting ahead and the bot lane not really being able to salvage that lane. Like, my guy is 9-0. 9.
2 full items.
9. Like, Lig doesn't even have his first item yet.
Yeah.
He bought boots, but that's it. So, looking at this replay.
Yeah, there's this one again, just the combo. Array gets 2 more there, so now 7-0 after this play, and then this was the fun TP. Actually, no, they're just gonna go mid lane. This was after he got 2 more, gets the kills. So honestly, UST are effectively walking the dog. It's you know, slim pickings there, but Kenvi forced over the wall. This could be a fight.
Oh well, Miracle's gonna. You're dead, buddy.
Yeah, Porsche's over the wall.
Oh, Flash. Now he's got Hex Flash. But they still dive because they can. They're UST. They can do whatever they want. They'll just take Lig. They'll take Miracle. They'll take the turret. They'll take the kids, the house, the car. They'll take everything. But they're actually a little bit low. But still, the SEC's not in a position to do anything at this point. This is an ace minus Ricky, who's in the top side getting that turret. And he's not really going to be able to even get... Actually, he might get this turret.
He's probably going to get it. Demolish does a lot. And, you know, big businessman Mundo's got places to be, important things to do. Not in the bot lane, that's for damn sure. At the very least, they're going to get some gold back. Yeah, gets it. There we go. It's
tough right now.
Yeah, it's getting tough because at this point, it's sort of exactly... I don't want to say exactly what we expected, but it is not an unexpected outcome here. You know, UST coming into this with a lot of experience, if you give them that much gold at level 1, they're going to take advantage of it. Array is 10-0-1. Bradley, who just got a whole bunch of assists early, came 2-0-9. Kenvi 4-1-8. This team is firing on all cylinders, and there's really not much that St. Clair can do about it. Because once again, you count how many Merc Treads they have. 1, 2, 3, 4 Merc Treads on the board against triple magic damage. Technically quadruple magic damage, and a Varus that's, you know, a full item behind the Ezreal. It's slim pickings here for St. Clair. They need to find, you know, 4 or 5 members getting a pick onto 1 member on the sideline, and it has to be Bradley because he can't kill them.
Which is a horrible battle of attrition to battle right now. Like, well, I'm gonna send 5 topside to get Porsche. What's gonna happen after that? They're gonna take mid turret. They're gonna take bot turret. They're gonna take dragon. They're gonna take rift. Like, the trade is so bad because this is an experienced team. Maybe they could get away with this in the round robin stage, maybe in groups, but this is a team that you like. Yeah, I'll have a 4v1, 5v1, and I'll win.
Yeah.
But I'm going to lose everything in the process.
Yeah,
so
I'm like a Gromp or something there, but instead I lose the Rift Herald and I'm losing my tier 2 bot lane turret. You know, at that point, in the time that it takes for them to take down this Cassante, I think Bradley's going to graduate from UST at that point.
Yeah.
So it's just a really rough situation. You just gotta have to find some sort of levity in it, and it's more so that it is a best of 3, and you don't have to face this comp again. You know what not to do at level 1 at the very least. That's what happens when you try and send multiple for Bradley.
Oh, if he lands that charm, he kills Flocon. Yeah, I think. There's no re-engage there from Nautilus for
Trevor is solo pushing mid.
Oh my god. Poor Lig. Poor Lig. They get the trade, but this guy's just drifting from turret to turret. Now he gets to just go into Miracle. All right, I'm going to go back onto the Rift, get another turret, pop here into mid. And it is just, I think this is the end of the game, to be quite honest.
They might need a little bit more just stats to be able to end the game. Can be walking through the tower just for fun. Is cosplaying as Miracle right now, so tanky enough. It's at a point where, like, what are you supposed to do if you're St. Clair? You have to just go for Hail Mary, Lilia, flash, sleep into 5, and hope that you find something off the back of it. But even then, Porsche's tanky enough to survive it. Leona's tanky enough to survive it.
I mean, not to mention levels.
Yeah.
There's massive level differentials across everybody.
2 levels in every lane.
Yeah, that's brutal. Mundo being the only one, but he's not really even the focus.
Yeah.
It's always been mid and bot, like, the whole time. Mundo's gotten to just chill.
Yeah.
But, you know, if he was on another champion that would have maybe had some carry potential, there's like a small sliver of chance, but he's on Mundo. He's on tank duty. That's like, you have to, when you're on tank duty, you hope your team picks up the slack in all other areas so that you can be the tank that your team needs you to be. But at the moment, I don't think that's going to quite work out for Ricky, as we see Miracle just trying
Kenny's
to...
1v3 and winning.
I mean, he survives for long enough, but now the TP
There's
for
the
Bradley. Maddie's going to get double killed. One more onto Flocon. And that should be all she wrote for UST.
Yeah. 30-second death timers. That should be enough time.
I mean, they'll kill them again.
Yeah.
I generally think they will kill them again. Like, I don't think they're worried about death timers. They'll get one inhibitor. They don't have that top side wave, but that's fine. They don't really need it. They could stay here all day if they want, or just play it safe. Go back to get the dragon. You know, do the standard. Go push top side. Like, yeah. No need to risk anything more than they need to. They've been playing a flawless game. Yeah. They've been playing so well.
And if I'm going to just, you know, huff the copium a little bit here, double inhib down means that there's more minions coming into the base. You get more experience, but, I mean, looking at this
That's
replay...
That's the worst copium ever.
It's the only copium here. I mean, Kenvi just goes right in, gets one, and takes over the Nautilus. You know, you just get so many resets with this comp, and I think that's... Like, Viego Ari, if you aren't fed, is already a lethal combo, and now you gave them a boatload of gold at level 1, and throughout the game, Bradley's gonna just solo kill Flocon without taking any damage.
I know that you were talking... Shutdown gold.
Where are we fighting?
Mid lane fight. Trevor's next. Kenvi, does he want to refight this? Of course he does, because Bradley's rotating in from the bot side. Miracle will be the first fall, but they get a little bit more shutdown goal. Bradley now has arrived to the party. He can clean this up. Maddie is just trying to finally finish off this Ezreal, who's 16-1, as Bradley's next on the docket. Warren G smokes him alive.
It's an ace.
Now an ace for St. Clair. They finally have a little bit more wiggle room.
I mean...
For how long?
Sure. I mean, realistically, you found something that keeps you in the game at least for a little bit longer. Looking at this, it's just an overcommitment, I think, from UST. Like, Trevor caught up a stream without a paddle, and then, like, Array is trying to fight against, you know, this Mundo who's just standing right in front of him. And that's sort of the one thing you can't do if you don't have any friends around. Bradley gets tagged with a bowling ball, gets tagged with the briefcase, and goes down. So not quite going to be the flawless game that we hyped it up to be. Maddie took forever to take that dragon. It took the entire length of that replay, but realistically, when you've only got an item and a half, what can you do?
Yeah. We'll see if St. Clair are able to find more wiggle room like that, but I think that was really just, you know, that was a pebble they dealt with. They haven't dealt with the mountain yet, so still a lot more, a long road to go to potentially win this game. And now with Otacon just being melted by 2 players here, is just sealing the deal that much further here for UST.
Yeah, I mean, it is Ruinous Otacon, so it's the permanent buff that they get. They're going to get all of these petals, and increase the lead even more. Porsche's 3 levels up on Lig at this point, going in for a 1v3. Oh, man.
Oh, my God. Lig just unfortunate. Bradley comes to join the fray. Lilia Maddie will be taken out next. Bradley repositioning off to the side. Flocon's just trying to escape. Hook landed here by Miracle. Is that going to be enough damage? No, their items behind. But here comes Ricky focusing their attention onto Bradley. He's going to fall, and Porsche has to wait on the wayside. But Leona, the king of split pushing, in the top side, pushing in the wave with the rest of the team.
Got some friends, yeah.
This is not looking good. Ricky going to be the first to fall here in base. Flocon does eventually end up finding Cassante, but that battle, we talked about it. You're going to dive bot lane? Well, fine. We'll take the base. How about that for a trade? As Flocon's going to be the next to fall. Picked up by Kenvi. Now just the base. You see St. Clair trying to defend it with their lives. Lig has been chewing down Trevor, but that's not really who you want to focus down. Array with the double kill, having the triple for dinner, and that's the ace. UST taking game number 1.
That was quick. That was lightning fast. Baron couldn't even spawn in that game. Array ended 18-1-4.
A minute and 18 seconds left.
Yeah, had a little bit of time before Baron spawned, but nonetheless, I don't want to say it's too surprising. I think it's surprising the fashion in which it happened.
That's true.
Most people would have predicted UST taking this one there. I don't think in the way that they did. A couple of hiccups there right towards the end, but I think it was more so UST playing with their food a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that catch out in mid, all credit to St. Clair, but UST shut down Flocon consistently. Kenvi and Bradley, they burn flash. I'm going to be back for seconds, thirds, and fourths. I don't care if it's one soup per person. I'm getting all of it, and I want more. So, and of course, in the bot lane, we had Array that gets, what was it, 1 kill from that skirmish that happened at level 1, and he took that 1 kill, and he ballooned it all the way up to 20 or something crazy. Like, he did such a great job, and you have to give credit to Lig and Miracle, who constantly tried to fight them bot lane, but it just fed them more, to be quite honest.
And realistically, in those situations, when you're in like that much of a losing position, you kind of just have to fight, and you kind of have to look for these opportunities, because maybe someone screws up, and then all of a sudden you've gotten 1,000 gold shutdown in your pocket. I mean, Lig was able to get it at a certain point, but it was too little too late. And I think a major factor behind this game that I think if you wanted to have a takeaway for St. Clair is, 1, don't mess up your level 1, and 2, even if this game was a little bit closer, I think the draft gap really would have shown as time goes on. There's 4 Merc Treads on this side against basically 4 sources of magic damage. Porsche wasn't taking any damage here because it's all the AP damage coming through. Flocon wasn't going to do a whole bunch of damage to him. It doesn't matter about all these burns that are coming through. It just was, the drafting felt like it left a lot to be desired. Yes, Yasuo and Yone were banned away, but you know, there's still Tristana. You can maybe pull something off the board to potentially answer back in there. But once again, then that comes down to champ pools. If you were going to pick this Lilia, you really needed to pick your mid laner at the same time.
But there was so much available for Manny. He didn't need to play Lilia
he didn't need to play
specifically.
Lilia either.
He could have played Xin Zhao was open. That would have been a great fit into Hui in the mid lane.
Better level 1.
You would have had, better level 1. You would have had somebody to duel against Vago if a bot lane attack comes in. Like, there were some options available. I don't think Skarner was, I think, the only one that was banned out in that first rotation, which isn't even what Maddie plays to begin with. I know that the Lilia is famous here for Maddie, but it kind of put Flocon in a little bit of a tough position based on your analysis of the draft, forcing him to play, you know,
AP. His hands were tied at that point. You know, he was tied up there, looking at his team, looking at Alonso, saying, "Man, I really should be playing AP this game." And it's like, yo, you're picking Hui. I mean, it just comes down to understanding damage types. It seems like such a basic concept, but we've seen teams forget about that. Converse forgot about it against Oakland. St. Clair here forget about it against UST. They pay the price. 4 Merc Treads end up being the difference maker. But realistically, St. Clair just got to get back to the drawing board. Wipe that game completely out of your mind. Fresh start in game 2. I think that's the main thing for them.
Yeah, not to mention, I mean, like, listen, I don't know what's going through Alonso's mind for the draft and what they selected. Like, maybe they had a good intention behind all of those picks, but even for Ricky, a Darius probably fits better here than a Mundo. You at least have some ability to fight, ability to take it to them. So having a look at some of the stats we see, really, speaking of Ricky, the only one that kind of survived in a positive KDA fashion, actually Miracle too, in a positive KDA. Technically speaking. But man, Kenvi and Bradley, great job dominating mid. Array and Trevor, a phenomenal job. S+ in Riot's standards. S+ in dominating the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't give Array that many kills. Done. That's it. Just make sure that you're for this next game for St. Clair, they really have to focus down Array a little bit more. Granted, can't play this, have the safety of that Ezreal, but there's still Kalista available. There's still a lot of S tier picks in the bot lane that you can pick up. If Lig has to go for something like the Kai'Sa into Array is known for playing that Kai'Sa as well.
True.
So it's going to be someone that knows that matchup. But nonetheless, back to the drawing board they go. They just got to sort of calm the nerves a little bit before this game too.
Yeah, like you said, maybe turn off nameplates and just play like it's any other game. We're going to give our teams just a quick moment to catch their own breather, maybe get back to the drawing board as we've highlighted. We're also going to catch a breather, and you at home, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Game 2 of our grand final. Welcome back to our grand final as we are diving into our second match of our best of 3. First match. Tough. One word. Sad, tough, emotional, despair, depression, sadness.
They kind of went, oh.
Yeah.
They just kind of died.
Maybe some hope in game number 2. Some hope, some fingers crossed. They're crossing their fingers, they're crossing their toes that there's a bad draft for UST, which I don't think is going to happen. So we need a good draft for St. Clair this time around. I think the problem was in how good UST were in their positioning and in their draft. They got everything they wanted, and they were banning Gigabrain.
Yeah.
Intelligently forcing Flocon into a really tough position, and also you give some kills in level 1, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah,
so
that's all she wrote.
This draft, I think, is a super big deal for St. Clair. So you see some smiles around. Some Lig is smiling. That's good. Ricky's smiling. He's the glue that holds them all together.
He's the vibes guy.
He's the vibes guy. So if the vibes are down, then we're down. So let's see how they. Oh, this time UST on blue side.
Yeah, I think swapping sides just to give a little bit of, just alleviate a little bit, I think is the name of the game here. Granted, once again, really just comes down to not picking AAA B top side. Straight up, I think that was a big factor because you couldn't do anything about Porsche. You knew Porsche was going to be this sort of giga tank at some point. Kenvy was able to get exactly the correct type of resist into the team comp necessary. Bradley get the exact type of resist necessary into the team comp. Bans, no surprise really here is Skarner taken off the table because that's just an OP, and I guess Kenvy just doesn't want to play it. And the Corki coming through as well. You're just taking away sort of like the safety picks here. I think in this game, St. Clair want to target down Array, and they want to early pick Lig like a Kaisa or something like that. I think that's sort of their goal if they are banning these out. Callista taken off the board because that's another extremely strong pick.
These are the same bans as last game.
Yeah, it's the expected bans. I think you really expect the same bans because that's what happens in Fearless. You get the same bans, and you just get different champs, which is good. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Again, the Vi also taken away from Kenvy. Kind of interesting considering, he did get something he wanted last game, the Viego. He can play the Graves. He can play the Lee Sin. He can play the aggression, and maybe Vi's in that back pocket as well. I mean, we saw Maddie on it. Garen taken away for the side of Ricky. And again, these are the same bans that we saw in the first game with St. Clair on their final ban. Would be hilarious if UST first pick Kaisa. I don't think that would happen, but it's a possibility.
I mean, Array is probably confident enough to go for it. It wouldn't surprise me because knowing that it's a pick that they can just slam into Lig, and knowing that Array is going to be likely better on it than Lig maybe, is just an option. Yeah, Syndra actually going to be taken away instead this time. So leaving at least one option open.
That's crazy.
That's a crazy hover.
That's a crazy hover. Oh my god. Can you imagine Bradley playing flat into Flocon? That would be unreal. Maybe he's baiting him. He's like, play it. You won't.
Look at that. The GP hover to reply to Porsche. I love the little metagaming they're doing here with the hovers. Honestly, at the very least, we know they're both having just a good time, knowing full well that no matter what the results of it,
yo, did they hear me?
They're good. I mean, Xin Zhao here is actually...
Are they listening to me?
Excellent. I like the Xin Zhao pick. That would be spicy.
They listened to me. They listened to me. I was saying, Maddie, yo, play the Xin Zhao. And that's what gets locked in. You talked about the Kaisa. Hovered here for Lig. And, they could actually save this pick unless they're wanting counter picks because the ADC is already picked here for UST. So save it, pick it, whatever you want. Rel locked in here for Miracle. He's quite proficient on that champion because he's allowed to roam.
Oh, okay. Taking it away from Trevor as well. Trevor is a aficionado of Rel. The only sort of side note to that would have been if Trevor all of a sudden pulls out the Ashe support and Array's like, hey, I'm taking Kaisa anyways, haha. Joke's on you. Poppy is an excellent pick in the support position here. It can go jungle as well. It can technically go top. Very flexible pick. You don't have to reveal too much with it. Realistically, just going right into Rel just absolutely nullifies the engage that comes through from Xin Zhao and from the Rel here. Now, if they are listening, St. Clair, just don't pick more dashes. Don't give Poppy more agency than she needs to.
Yeah. Let's see what Bradley picks in here for the last rotation of this first pick phase. It's going to be the Gnar topside for Porsche.
Yep, nice and safe. Porsche has been around the block enough times to have gone through all of the metas. You know, has gone through the Camille meta, has gone through the Gangplank meta, gone through the Gnar meta. Just going to be happy to pull out the Gnar and be happy about it. I want to see what the answer is. I would assume they're going to pick top lane here just to sort of answer the beck and call, or potentially that 80 carry. Oh! They're hovering. Okay, so they're just going to give Flocon some comfort here with the Victor. And you can see Flocon's reaction to that. Just like, man, okay, yeah, just pick me Victor.
Well, I mean, if we get to the second ban phase and he starts to get pinched in his pool, now, however, they can start to focus on that top side and put Ricky in a little bit of a tougher spot into this Gnar. Yep. Really narrow in on the matchup that they want for Porsche to just feel comfortable. Not that that matchup was really anything important in that first match, but you could, because I mean, actually you could also pinch the ADC pool, but they opt in for Ricky. Olaf being taken off the table. What else could they take off? Darius maybe as well. I don't know how that does into Gnar, but whatever Gnar doesn't want to play against, they could take it off the table here.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that you can sort of go about this. Reasonably, I would hope to see Ricky play something. I think here you can play a little bit more frontline, but maybe something with a little bit more agency. The Scion wouldn't be an awful choice here from Ricky. It's something that has been coming up, that has come up from Ricky in the past at the very least. But once again, targeting out Bradley here and targeting out specifically things that Victor struggles with. You know, Xerath outranges, Orianna just does damage in the early game and it's difficult to deal with. The Kaisa gets banned out, so now onto Jinx is Lig, unless they've got something else cooking up their sleeve here. You just have to sort of pick into Ashe, and Ashe is just an ultra safe pick. You can blind that and you're just perfectly fine. You throw out volleys all lane, and maybe if you get an engage, you just kill someone.
Jin's not a bad pick here.
It's okay.
A little bit better range. Felios also good. Good in lane early on. Has, I think, a lot more pressure than Ashe.
Has longer range.
In the longer range. And just, like, can pop off if you land a good ultimate. Can just go crazy. And has a little bit, you know, maybe not more mobility, but just all around a great ADC here for Lig. And I think he's comfortable on it too.
Oh, 100%. Looking at the Bradley's playing Azir. So this is the ultra handshake in the mid lane. They're basically saying, all right, let's farm, let's scale a little bit. No, nothing doing in this mid lane apart from any jungle intervention. As of right now, we're still sort of waiting for Kenvy's pick. I wouldn't hate something like a I was gonna say something that has a little bit more team fight engaged, like a Wukong. I was thinking about the Kindred for a little bit, then I looked further and I'm like, maybe not Kindred. There's a lot of range already there. They're gonna be quite squishy. So Wukong just gonna be the option. Kenvy perfectly comfortable on this. This is like, if you can't play Wukong, you shouldn't be a jungler. Just that, plain and simple.
Now just the top side for Ricky. Garen, Olaf off the table. You're up against Gnar. And you pick Jax.
Not bad. I don't mind it. I think Jax has a decent matchup into Gnar. Specifically, can deny some of those hyper stacks if you're able to just start your counter strike on that third hyper stack. You jump in on top of the mini Gnar. You can take advantage of some of those situations because mini Gnar is really squishy, excessively squishy. Really, you're just looking to just harass some of these top laners, and that's the main idea behind it before you sort of go crazy, go Gnar out. But in that sense, the opposite is true for Mega Gnar, where Mega Gnar is just a stat stick, and you just sort of walk up, you auto attack, you do a boatload of damage, but you're slow. You can't really kite as much. So I don't hate this matchup. I think it's once again more of a handshake matchup. I think a lot of this is a handshake matchup, and now it just comes down to UST saying, "Hey, we beat you by just countering you with one item, 1,200 gold." And this time around, we're going to be on even footing. We're going to have even comps. We're going to sort of have the same damage profile. Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is, Lig. The light's getting a little bit too bright on the stage there. Putting on the shades.
I wear my sunglasses at night. That's what Lig is saying. That's what Lig is saying. He's a cool guy. He's a cool cat.
Porsche is saying, I'm about to have the most boring lane of my life.
Yeah.
Nar versus Jax. I mean,
And
granted,
Azir versus Victor is going to be boring all around. But then you've got like the most aggressive junglers.
Some of the most aggressive.
Some of the most, yeah. Wukong.
It could be Evelyn. It could be Kha'Zix or something like
Could
that.
be Shaco.
Oh God, no. Please no, not for game 2, not for potentially the last game of the night.
Yeah, this is.
Stock
Yeah, I like what you're calling it here for the handshake agreement between teams because this doesn't really, if UST get a lead though during this handshake agreement, that would just be the nail in the coffin.
curtains.
So hopefully for St. Clair, listen, you want a level 1 invade, do it in another C-Law match. Don't do it right now.
Yeah.
You have a chance to sweep this back around. You need to play it safe, I think, this round because this is a really highly respected team in the C-Law rankings. They're currently
second, yeah.
Second. Who are they behind?
Maryville.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Makes sense.
Makes total sense.
And there are some people who believe that UST is better than Maryville, which doesn't surprise me either. Maryville hasn't really shown their true strength because they've just been sort of. They've got a deeper roster. They've got these new
Collecting
guns coming,
the Infinity Gauntlet stones.
Basically, I mean, they signed Toasty Alex, who's like this 18-year-old prodigy. They're just throwing him mid lane. Spyrex can play support every once in a while, so they're perfectly happy, sort of messing around in their games just to test things out, give their new players some reps. But even still, UST is playing at their full force. Yes, they struggled a little bit in that Northwood game, but as you can see, given opposition that is distance from them in that sense. What are you supposed to do about that if you're St. Clair? You need to try and push yourself forward. You need to have a game like Northwood to prove that your victory against them wasn't just a fluke or just a one-off or a best-of-one sort of quirk, I want to say. Because best-of-ones, they can go either way. Converse almost beat UST in a best-of-one.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I felt dangerously close. That could, I don't think that would have really changed much in how it would have ended, but there's a possibility that depending on the seeding, UST would have faced off St. Clair in the top side of the bracket.
Yeah.
Or UST would have joined the bottom side of the bracket, depending on how the games went. And then this would be a completely different grand final.
Could see Converse in the grand finals. Who knows?
Yeah, so totally agree and see everything that we're discussing here. For St. Clair, like you highlighted during draft, the ball is in your court. You're on home turf. You lost game 1 a little too miserably.
Even for my taste.
Yeah. You have a chance at redemption. What does that look like? Show us. Show us on home soil. Can you take us to game 3? I'm not saying win the series. We'll get there in game 3. Game 2, show that you can have a competitive match against UST, the 2nd seed in all of America.
Yeah. Get your mojo back.
Yeah.
Get back in the groove of things. Start getting back into it. Should be getting into game soon.
And if you can do what we're saying, you're saying that you are potentially LCS caliber talent.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying. If you can make a dent in this roster, if you can take a game, just one to start, you're saying you're LCS caliber talent, which is a huge confidence boost, a huge ego boost for these players who are trying their damnedest here to win this series.
Yeah, for sure. Regardless, we should be getting into game soon. They're definitely in game, as you can see. Busy chatting away at it. Of course, this is a perfect opportunity in what could be our last game. Just give a huge shout out to our production crew, everyone behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Our observers, fantastic. Amazing to get all these replays. Amazing to have Owen in our ear the entire day, just making sure that we're always on key.
Is it?
Normally, I'm the one getting flamed in production, so I need to give my props to production when I'm in front of the camera. Okay, it's my due diligence at this point. Nonetheless, shout out to everyone back there. Been a fantastic time. We are on to the Rift for game number 2. Bradley doing some jumping jacks to warm themselves up in the mid lane here as Flocon. I like that Victor skin. It's one of the good updated Victor skins. I don't really like the updated Victor. He looks kind of weird.
Yeah, St. Clair put on a great event. And we are just in the closing chapter, the epilogue of the grand finals as UST gets in deep.
Epilogue question mark? we can't say it's over till it's over. Granted, Trevor has opted for Halo Blade's Poppy, which is going to be fun because you just dash him into a wall, you smack him with your hammer a whole bunch of times, and all of a sudden half your health is gone. I love
I meant to say final chapter. You know, I mean, like this is the
This is
grand
the
finals
final
is the
chapter.
final chapter, right? It's the Return of the King. It's the final series. It's the final episode. It's the final everything, right? Maybe epilogue was
Jumping the gun a little
jumping
bit.
the gun, but you know what I meant.
Yeah.
We're in Lord of the Rings: Return of the King right now.
Yeah. Nonetheless. Hey, look. No one died level 1. It's already better. We're
It's
off to a better
already
start
better.
if you're St. Clair. As we expected, very standard. Array going to play up in this lane. Was able to deny 1 CS away from Lig, so already working better, and denied 1 away from himself as well.
Yeah, this is a very high. This is probably going to be where the action will be for most of the game. If we have these handshakes, top and mid, this is where action will happen. As we see already Trevor flashing out of position, but they're still going to chase Lig. Trevor, Ignite cleanses it. The flash, Array, he's actually going to end up dying for it as Miracle picks up the kill. A quick trade in the bot lane.
Trevor said, I've had enough of this. Look at this. They're just bonking down on Miracle. This is the power of Poppy. Oh, Trevor.
He got the sad B emote as Miracle with a double kill. It's already better for St. Clair.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, mid lane, farming away. Let's get the replay of that. I mean, this is an intelligent play from Trevor. If anything, I would have preferred Trevor flashed forward to potentially get another auto attack down. Would have made that Ignite stick. Could have saved Array's life because that tower was cooking up for a little while, and then Trevor just waits for the Halo Blades cooldown to come back up. You can see it come up here. Yep, there you go. Bonk, a bonk, bonk, and then just got a little bit too greedy here. You know, took out the shield. You just needed 1 more auto attack. Miracle held the flash.
Well,
it's a silly play. I like it.
Now Miracle's going to have Locket in 15 minutes, and he's going to feel good about that, or Shirelia's, or whatever he's going to end up going first item. But he's actually starting his roam. He's got boots. He's got a crystal for health. He's got a ward. He's now going to begin his process of leaving Lig alone up against LCS caliber players who are ready to dive him at a moment's notice. Wukong is already popped the look here. Kenvi in a little bit of trouble, though. Now having to back away. Array has joined the fray as Kenvi taking so much damage. They might be able to get him here. But Poppy throws Miracle into the wall, but he's got a health crystal. Did you forget the root onto Array? Double kill for Lig. Is it the triple? Maddie takes the kill. St. Clair are 4 up over UST.
They are so back here. Excellent play coming through. Maddie able to get that auto attack just before Kenvi flashed away. And that's the main thing. Kenvi here, able to get out. You've got a lot of tools. Ready? Here's the 1, 2, flashes. There's the auto attack. That's what was important because now Kenvi's stuck in a really tough position. And yes, you have a lot of damage, but Miracle, having that extra bit of health, ends up making the difference. Array, no sums to speak of. Trevor, no sums to speak of. Eventually, they're just able to walk it down. And St. Clair, they've come out here. They've made a statement. They've said, no way we're repeating that last game. It's still a long way to go, considering Rafaelios has 12 CS. You know, you would have preferred, like, they sacrificed waves for that. They could have gotten that plus waves, and that would have been what Array did last game. They were able to get kills and the waves. But, you know, if you trade it 1 for 1, perfectly fine. We'll see how it comes out in the wash.
Well, this spillover is going to affect the mid lane because Miracle's constantly trying to find an angle onto Bradley. And you see Trevor trying to answer back, but Trevor might be really paying for that with his life, right? He's constantly trying to find the match. Leg is saying, hey, Miracle, do you have a pick? Confirm yes or no, blink once or twice. And Miracle just sets up an alley-oops his ADC, which was kind of missing last game, but now Leg's got Zerker Greaves. He's feeling good. He can move. He can attack. And he can really be left on his lonesome because now he can fight Array one-on-one. Catching up on CS is not a big deal when you're a lead ahead, right? You've got several kills, you've got more gold, you have the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, 2,000 gold up right now for the, I think, mainly focused on that bot lane, but also Maddie. Incredibly well played thus far. I think it comes down to now how they play around these objectives. You have to use this lead that you've accrued in your bot side of the map, and you need to look for some of these objectives. So this is a perfect opportunity for Maddie to just walk right up to the dragon, or the grub, and take him away. And as you can see, everyone's here on the bottom side of the map again, and Lig is just perfectly fine to farm this out, catch back up, catch those waves that we were talking about, and work away with this Aphelios.
Did they spot Maddie, though? That's the big question. Goes to Gromp. Looking towards mid. Flocon and Bradley still doing their thing. Ricky's got Gnar pushed up, but he's down in CS.
Yeah, down a lot of CS. And
Against Gnar.
That's the Porsche sort of line. I think a big factor of CLL top laners is Porsche has never been the best top laner in CLL. But they're sort of like a line where Porsche is, if you are better than Porsche, you are a great top laner. If you are not better than Porsche, you're just good. And this is sort of one of those cases where Porsche is just doing their thing. They're just vibing out on the top side of the map. They don't need to carry this game.
Yeah.
They just need to get a CS lead. They need to get more gold, and they need to be impactful come later. Because it doesn't matter how fat Lig is. If Gnar throws them into the wall and they find a combo,
Yeah.
all of a sudden the Gnar's done their job.
Yeah. But you leave Ricky alone, he'll take an inhib. That's really what Jax's job is. If you need a split push, he's your guy. And yeah. I don't know if he's gonna be able to get a 1v1 situation against Gnar. Maybe as he's, gets the tools that he needs. Possibly. Looking towards this bot side. Trevor taking a lot of damage. Grubs picked up here by Kenvi. Dragon picked up by St. Clair.
This backing right on the ward too. Oh, Kenvi kills Flocon.
Yeah, towards mid.
Yeah, looks like it was a shuffle. It was a shuffle back, so.
Are they
Flocon
gonna dive
really
this?
not much.
No
Oh, wow.
shot. Ultimate. Barrier. He's just dancing. That's a little bit BM. Here comes the wave. As now they're getting ready to dive. Flash from Miracle. He's going to tank the turret first, but Xin Zhao, Maddie gets the kill. He wants more. Ultimate gets popped, but it's a little bit too much. As Array trades it back out. Kenvi coming down to the bot side. 2 for 1.
Yeah, the 2 for 1, but it's the shutdown getting picked up by Array. You do not want to give Array extra gold if you are the side of St. Clair. You saw what they were able to do with a lot of gold. Now, you just gave them a lot of gold here. Miracle able to survive, but Maddie, that tower has been ramped up. Eventually just stands there and is like, okay, cool. It's 500 extra gold, effectively, going over to Array's pockets there. Yes, they miss out on a big wave, but it's not ideal. You've got to be careful in terms of giving Array extra gold, because we talked about how, Lig can either be the 16-1, or as we saw last game, 8 deaths. Array is not going to be the same. Array is going to sort of even out eventually and still be impactful no matter what. Less feast or famine, I guess is the better way to put it. Okay. okay. Nice try. Listen, they're getting
That's
crafty with
the
stuff.
confidence of Hex Flash.
Hex Flash is my favorite. I legitimately love Hex Flash. It's so fun.
Well, Flocon's in a little bit of trouble. He's got Xin Zhao to come here to kind of help out. They start to maybe turn this around. The Bumblebee to say, I'm sorry. I'm leaving. I promise. As Miracle also coming towards the mid lane, having the freedom to roam. Lots of items in the back pocket here. Array actually going up to that top side. Doesn't want to deal with this bot lane as Ricky about to get dove. Can he back away? He can actually 1v1 Trevor and maybe live, but with Grubs, they're going to be able to get this first turret. And actually, I don't know if that's going to secure... No, it's not going to secure the Triumphant because St. Clair got 3 kills first.
It's
But
going to
still,
get something for them at the very
they're not.
least.
Actually, they won't get this turret.
Yeah.
Miracle is here to help out. Gnar is going to back TP to really rejoin the fray. Ricky's just trying to survive, but this lane swap is a little bit brutal for him. Pings are coming out. Maddie's making his way up to that top side. Is he going to make it in time before this turret ends up falling? They might want to start the fight or maybe engage, but they at least clear the wave. That's going to stall things out for just a little longer. Hawkshot used to tell, where is Maddie? Is he going to come up to this top side? He's here, and he wasn't spotted out, so now they're going to try to fight this. Maddie's like, I just need one more Krug. Oh, what a huge combo there from Ricky. But now the engagement, it might be a little bit too much as Maddie flashes over, finds Kenvi, and now Miracle's still alive. As Maddie goes back over, he's going to have to make his way back around. But Kenvi just trying to juke him out, but it didn't work. He didn't fall for it. Shut down for Kenvi. Maddie's got a lead.
Yeah, honestly, Maddie's been playing this excellent. Why didn't they pick this game 1?
Right? Right?
Yeah, honestly, extremely well played. Kenvi just a little bit late to that play. I mean, realistically, Trevor's kind of
look at this
kind of
from
trolling
Jax.
here. It's just an excellent flash forward to sort of secure that kill onto the Poppy, and even though Miracle does end up falling down at the end of it, it's an extra kill going the way of St. Clair. Keep in mind, though, it is a shutdown onto Miracle, so it's not as much of a play here. It is also a shutdown onto Kenvi, but it ends up being slightly more beneficial towards UST. And right out of the replay, Flocon has fallen once again. Trevor resetting their bounty.
He is having
He's
the
a
roughest
menace.
game.
You know what? Trevor's a menace. 1 in 5 and still just going for these hyper-aggressive plays. Why? Just cause.
Leg towards that top side. Maddie and Miracle here. Kenvi and Trevor waiting in the wings, looking at a replay. It is Trevor popping ult, popping ignite, Shurima shuffle. It is brutal.
And doesn't give it to Bradley. That's the most menacing thing about it. Array in trouble, though.
Oh, the root. Oh, the engage. It's
Oh, good
beautiful.
block.
Maddie's here as well. Miracle kill stealing as usual. 4-1 and 8 on the rel. But listen, they'll get some plates to boot. Maybe the turret as well on the second wave. Grubs is up. Dragon going over to Kenvi as they'll trade things out for the Grubs as well. It's good. 6. Oh, actually not 6 Grubs. Sorry. 3 Grubs. That's got to feel pretty good.
Honestly, could have been a lot worse. Trevor was actually able to block the initial engage from the rel, so Array stayed alive for an extra little bit. It also meant that Trevor didn't die in that whole engage. So, honestly, at this point, you just got to get whatever you can. Flocon's in trouble, though. Trevor's here once again. The menace is back.
Yeah, Maddie's like, yeah. I was interested in helping you, but I'm going to take a different business proposition. Kenvi, whoa, Maddie's actually, he's like, he wants Array. It's a little bit too greedy, not going to get it. A little bit too much. I would have gotten the heck out of dodge there, but that's 2 free kills for UST. You don't really want to give them anything back because they will take that and be happy to take that back over. Bradley getting ganked here by Miracle. The stun is good. Lig is getting a little bit of damage. Oh, baby! Bradley with the shutdown. He's like, yeah, I'll take the gold. Miracle, you can have it.
Bradley Bennyworth just throws down the gauntlet with that one. Excellent shuffle to turn a kill in their favor. That's just the X factor that Bradley gives to you. Huge play onto Lig there, and you get the shutdown. So once again, it's shutdowns farming up. This is the play from earlier. Trevor's such a menace for this. Like every time Flocon thinks they're safe, just Trevor shows up, bam, I'm just gonna ruin you. And then of course, Maddie gets a little bit overextended trying to chase down Array.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, I mean, he wanted to help. He should have really recalled after the Grubs, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, now look at Bradley's items. You're working on that second item. Flocon was matching pace because, you know, both of them were just farming it out. And now, 3 kills, 3 shutdowns over to Bradley. You cannot give this man that much gold all at once.
Slowing things down, Lig up in quite a lot of CS. Having a great early game and off the back of Miracle. I'm sure a lot of the kills would have loved to have gone over to anybody else, but if my name's not Miracle, I'm not kill stealing, you know what I mean? So he's gonna have to try to give some over. Look at Trevor waiting in the wings. Let's have a look at that earlier shutdown.
And just look at how tight this play is. I mean, Bradley holding a lot of their cooldowns for